I traveling to the world of Swallowed Star. This world was brutal, filled with ruthless cultivators, deadly beasts, and no shortage of life-threatening challenges. I am hopeless. How to live in this life in world of Swallowed Star? Unexpectedly awaken the picking up attributes system. Every day I am either picking up attributes or on the way to picking up attributes. Chapter 121, Virtual Universe. In the primordial area, in the spacious teaching building number 1, classroom number 5, public class. Many students sat. Zhou Hao was amongst them too. Even though this class was about the combination of time and light origin laws, the teacher of the universe country often used time as a starting point, and light as a branch to analyze. And his style of explanation was more detailed. Occasionally, he would touch on the mysteries of the combination of time, causing the students to be enlightened. Hence, over the past year, as long as it was this universe country leader's public class, Zhou Hao would attend. Time is something that cannot be described. In the class, this universe country leader's usual opening speech resounded. Many students were all focused on the class. Even in the primal region, the universe country leader's public classes were very few, only 2 to 3 times a month. Hence, whether it was domain lords or sector lords, as long as they could attend, they would all attend. Half an hour later, after the class ended, the universe country leader vanished. Some of the students were immersed in their comprehension while others stood up and left. Zhou Hao. Not long after leaving the classroom, a voice resounded from another classroom. Zhou Hao stopped and looked at a 3 meters tall giant walking over, smiling. Ming Yu, we meet again, you're attending today's class too. Ming Yu nodded. Just nice, there's an emperor who talks about lightning and time, I went to his class first. Ming Yu, primal region leader member. The two of them would occasionally bump into each other during the universe country leader's public class or in the classroom hallways. Hence, after meeting a few times, they got to know each other. Of course, the main reason was that Ming Yu was more talkative, he could basically chat with anyone. After all, most of the primal region members were more solitary, cold and arrogant. Even if they were in the same class, they rarely interacted. Zhou Hao, you've left the primal universe for over a year, how is it, how do you feel? The two of them walked out of the building and weren't in a rush to return to the villa. Instead, they sat down in a building not far from the building. There were also a few scattered students chatting with each other. My cultivation speed has indeed slowed down a lot. Zhou Hao couldn't help but sigh. Ming Yu obviously didn't know that the reason Zhou Hao said it was slow was because the difficulty of studying the essence of time was too high. He laughed, it's normal. Every batch of geniuses organized by the Virtual Universe Company will have their training speed slowed down after leaving the primal universe. Hence, they have to go do training missions. While doing missions, they can also train and listen to lectures. This is what a universe-level member should do. Speaking of this, he lowered his voice. Moreover, if you encounter a great opportunity in a cultivation world while doing a mission, you'll be completely rich. Back then, I only found out about it when I was almost done with my cultivation mission quota. Now, I regret it to death. Zhou Hao was stunned when he heard this. He naturally knew that almost every cultivation world contained secrets and great opportunities. However, this kind of thing was usually discovered by oneself, and no one would easily tell others. He and Ming Yu were just acquaintances. There was no need for the other party to tell him about this in advance. He was afraid that there was a reason behind it. As expected, Ming Yu saw Zhou Hao's expression and explained with a smile, Zhou Hao, you don't have to be surprised. The reason why I'm telling you is, firstly, that this isn't a big secret. Secondly, I have something that I need your help with. Zhou Hao replied, tell me. If I can help, I'll try my best. Ming Yu's smile widened. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Universe-level geniuses can do 10 missions every 100 years. Among them, as primal secret area members can do up to 15 dangerous level missions. If you're preparing to do a dangerous level mission in the future, I hope you can go to the ruins of the ancient god. I won't hide it from you. When I accepted this training mission, I discovered an ancient class tree hidden in the ruins of the ancient god. Zhou Hao was slightly surprised when he heard this. Ancient class tree. That's right, Ming Yu nodded, his eyes burning with passion. With your authority, you can search for information about the ancient class tree. I'll be direct, this ancient class tree is full of treasures. Its golden leaves can replenish immortal godly energy. The golden liquid inside the tree is filled with rich life energy and can nurture auxiliary plant life. Its effects are 10 times stronger than any other treasure. As he spoke, he paused and lowered his voice. I need half a kilogram of golden liquid. Of course, it's more difficult to get this golden liquid. Not everyone can enter the ruins of the ancient god. However, your law comprehension has far surpassed my universe level back then, so it won't be difficult to enter. Even if you encounter danger, you can easily deal with it. Outside, 1 gram of golden liquid from the ancient class tree is worth 1,000 mixed elements. I'll give you 2,000 mixed elements. How about that? 1 kilogram was 500 grams, which was equivalent to 1 million mixed elements. And it was based on the virtual universe company points and mixed elements. Normally, the ratio of points to mixed elements for items in the virtual universe company treasure trove was that 1 mixed element was equivalent to 7 or 8 points. In other words, 1 million mixed elements was about 7 million points. This was indeed a large sum of money. This domain lord primal region member before him, Ming Yu, was indeed rich. However, thinking about it carefully, Zhou Hao was relieved. After all, he was sent to a universe country and held great power. If he encountered some opportunities, he would have gained a lot. And all super geniuses had some opportunities. Ming Yu looked at Zhou Hao. There were too few universe-level members in the primal region. If he didn't urgently need the golden liquid from the ancient class tree, he wouldn't have told him this secret. The virtual universe company treasure trove had it too, but it required a large amount of points to exchange. It wasn't worth it. That was why he found Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao pondered and said, Ming Yu, I can't guarantee this. In the future, if I go to the ruins of the ancient god and have the chance to get it, I can help you. However, if it's dangerous, I'll give up. Ming Yu couldn't help but laugh. Of course, everything depends on your own safety. Let's go. It's my treat today. Come drink in my manor. He invited warmly. There's no need for that. I still have to go back and study the techniques and digest the lesson just now. Zhou Hao declined. Ming Yu didn't mind. He laughed and said, okay, then I won't disturb you. After that, he left decisively. Looking at Ming Yu's back, Zhou Hao muttered, ruins of the ancient god, speaking of which, it's indeed time for me to do the training mission. It had been more than a year. Relying on the time-space truth and the cosmic chaos tablet, he had only managed to study 2 types of time essence. Including the 24 types from the special mission, he had only comprehended 26 types. The efficiency was very slow. The difficulty of studying them was much higher than he expected. The influence of the space essence was almost always present. He finally understood why so many knights of the human race couldn't grasp the time or space origin laws even after countless years of training. It was like learning English grammar for the first time, always subconsciously substituting Chinese logic. Returning to his little house in the manor, Zhou Hao sat in front of his desk. He opened his screen and logged into his personal background page. After which, he opened the training mission. At the universe level, accepting training missions was the most important thing. After all, comprehending the laws in the primal universe was like a flower growing in a greenhouse. After 30 years, one would be used to such a comfortable life. Hence, one needed to venture into the training world and prepare for the domain lord level to experience the dangers of the universe. It could be said, if one didn't go through the training missions of the universe level, many geniuses had a 99% chance of dying when they reached the domain lord level. Hence, even if Zhou Hao didn't accept the missions, his personal teacher, the Prince of 7 Colors, would remind him. Even the primal chaos city leader might send him a mail in the end. Shua. The page refreshed. 5 different levels of training missions appeared. They were respectively impassable, dangerous, difficult, normal, and safe. Of which, the death rate of the safe level was 0%. Even the members of the last phase region wouldn't choose this level. The normal level had a death rate of 10%. Most of the last phase and a portion of the sky and land region members would choose this level to train from the start. The hard level had a death rate of 20%. It was considered relatively high. Normally, the more confident members of the sky and land region and absolute beginning region would choose this level. The dangerous level had a death rate of 50%. The absolute beginning region members wouldn't choose this level for the first time. Only those who were extremely confident in their own strength and the primal region members would choose this. The impossible level had a death rate of 90%. The Primal Region members wouldn't choose this for the first time. This was because the first time they chose the impossible level, the death rate was 99%. Even though Zhou Hao was confident, he wouldn't choose the impossible level for the first time. Hence, he didn't hesitate to open the dangerous level. The page refreshed. A line of red words appeared. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, this is your first time accepting a training mission. According to the calculations of the Virtual Universe Company's past missions, the death rate for the first dangerous level mission is 78.2%. Please choose carefully. Just like the original plot, the Virtual Universe Company system would send out a warning. Zhou Hao ignored it. With his strength and trump cards, if he didn't dare choose the dangerous level mission for the first time, he would be too cowardly. He pressed confirm. Rows and rows of cultivation mission worlds appeared. Wei Si Ka Planet, Virtual Universe Primal Region. 7 Lin Palace, Virtual Universe Heaven and Land Region. A total of 186 dangerous level missions. The ruined ancient god shrine Ming Yu had told him about was ranked 11th. It was also within the primal region of the virtual universe. Zhou Hao immediately filtered out the other worlds, leaving only the primal region. He was prepared to first complete all the dangerous level missions in the primal region before going to the absolute beginning region and then the impossible level. In all, his goal was to find a way to speed up his study of the time laws. There were a total of 6 dangerous levels in the primal region. They were 1. Wei Si Ka Planet, 2. Ruined Ancient God Shrine, 3. Thunder Flame God Pond, 4. Fantasy Ice Island, 5. Snow Source Continent, 6. Golden Rock Planet. Of which Wei Si Ka Planet was ranked first. It was also the world with the highest points. And since it was a mission, he and Finhun Sere naturally had to do it at the same time. That way, they could maximize the completion of the world missions. After a while, Zhou Hao made the arrangements. The human Finhun would first go to Wei Si Ka Planet, while the Ice Mountain Finhun would go to Thunder Flame God Pond. The remaining ruined ancient God Shrine and Fantasy Ice Island, as well as Snow Source Continent and Golden Rock Planet were ranked 2nd and 3rd. After making his choice, he then opened the introduction of Wei Si Ka Planet. Planet Hauska is an ancient planet nurtured by the universe's origin. It's extremely huge, with a diameter of more than 5 light years. It has nurtured countless powerful life forms and even formed its own unique civilization and cultivation system. Notice, the life forms of Wei Si Ka Planet are extremely xenophobic. If you choose this world, please do not bring any technological items, special spirit weapons, genetic weapons, unless they are on Wei Si Ka Planet, please do not bring them. Wei Si Ka Planet's language is different from the universe language. Please first learn the language of Wei Si Ka Planet. Seeing this, Zhou Hao started to ponder. The introduction of Planet Hauska was similar to that of Blood River World. According to the original plot, the secret of Planet Hauska was the Ancestral God's Tomb. The Ancestral God's Tomb might be related to the Ancestral God School, the most powerful force in the universe. Blood River World was the place where a beast god lived. After the beast god died, it formed a strange object, Blood River Crystal. So the Ancestral God Tomb on Wei Si Ka Planet might be where the body of the first beast god was buried. However, all of this was just speculation. And if the body of the beast god was buried in the Ancestral God Tomb, the Ancestral God School would not give it to the human race. They would have moved the body a long time ago. But there was no doubt. There must be something good in the Ancestral God Tomb. Otherwise, the guardians of the Ancestral God Tomb would not be a bunch of undyings. Suppressing the thought in his mind, Zhou Hao continued to look at the points missions. There were 2 missions on Wei Si Ka Planet. The first one was to obtain 8 different jade gold medals, a special item of Wei Si Ka Planet with great commemorative value. Success would earn 100,000 points. The second mission was optional. Obtain a God Protection Token, a special token of Wei Si Ka Planet. 1 token could earn 500,000 points. Beep, please confirm to accept the mission. He immediately confirmed and filled in the departure time as half a month later. Half a month of preparation time was more than enough for him. Like learning the language of Wei Si Ka Planet, he only needed a few days. After accepting the mission, Zhou Hao started to make some preparations. First, the Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree Body. After reaching Universe Level 9, relying on the clone talent, without affecting his own training foundation, he could create 30 bodies at once. These bodies had 70% of his power. He gave the 10 avatars to spirit-severing Sai Lai and asked him to bring them to the Thunderflame Divine Pond. After all, the ancestral tree avatars were the safest to explore. Even if they died, it would not affect the main body. The remaining 20 bodies were to be brought by the human Finhun. Secondly, he started to search for the rewards he got from checking in and received some powerful life-saving items that he could use. For example, a Sector Lord level metal life form that could be disguised as armor. An Undying level energy shield bracelet that could be slightly shrunk into a Wei Si Ka planet ring. Other than that, there was also an Emperor level Undying ship that he got from checking in at the Primal Chaos City in the Primal Chaos universe. He could use it this time to escape in times of danger. Other than that, there was also the Soul-type Ice Soul Pearl that he could use. He basically had all these items. Zhou Hao would have no problem staying alive. Finally, he ordered a set of Wei Si Ka planet weapons, boots, helmet, and armor. Everything was ready and waiting for the Virtual Universe Company ship to arrive. Chapter 122. Half a month later, in the air above the Black Period continent, a blade-shaped ship swiftly landed in a villa. The guards at the entrance of the villa hurriedly went to inform Zhou Hao, who was living alone in his little house. After receiving the news, his personal teacher Prince of Seven Colors and Undying Guard leader Huoi immediately accompanied Zhou Hao to the entrance. The ship's cabin door opened. 3 Undyings walked out. The leader was a female Undying with a cold aura. Her body was similar to that of an Earthling, however she had 2 pairs of black wings on her back and a crescent moon imprint on her forehead. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Prince of Seven Colors." The 3 Undyings saw Zhou Hao and Prince of Seven Colors and immediately bowed respectfully. Prince of Seven Colors smiled. "The one who came to pick up His Majesty for the world mission is you, Shui Luo. You have to take good care of him. If there's anything, inform me immediately." Shui Luo hurriedly said, "Yes, Prince of Seven Colors." Prince of Seven Colors nodded and looked at Zhou Hao, reminding him, "Your Majesty, this is your first time accepting a mission. I believe the Virtual Universe Company has already told you about the death rate of dangerous level missions. I won't mention anything else. As for mission points, do it if you can. If you can't, give up immediately. There's no need to take risks for points." "That's right, Your Highness. There are many ways to obtain points. Although there are many point collecting missions in the cultivation world, they won't be of much help to you. You shouldn't take risks so easily." Huo, the leader of the guards, also hurriedly reminded him. Zhou Hao had already passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge in the Primal Universe. With 10 times the points, he had over 2 million points, which was more than the points of all the impossible level missions. And with Zhou Hao's talent and potential, passing the Primal Sky Mountain was only a matter of time. Hence, whether it was Prince of Seven Colors or Huoi, they all felt that Zhou Hao's first difficult level mission was the safest choice. "Don't worry, I understand." Zhou Hao smiled and waved at Prince of Seven Colors and Huoi before entering the spaceship with Shui Luo and the other 2 Undying fighters. Boom! The sword-shaped ship quickly left. As planet Hauska was located in the primitive mystic realm, the spaceship only took slightly more than 10 hours to reach planet Hauska. Like most of the secret regions and continents, Wei Si Ka planet had its own suppression palace, and there were many Undyings within, along with the extremely important ancestral god tomb. As such, the suppressed great being from Wei Si Ka planet, although he wasn't as strong as the Tian Shi palace leader from Blood River World, he was still a universe overlord. The spaceship stopped at the docking port of a cluster of palaces floating in the starry sky not far from planet Visca. Shui Luo said softly, "Your Highness, Wei Ka planet is right in front of you. You will need to take your own spaceship to get there. Wei Ka planet excludes outsiders. I believe Your Highness will be prepared. However, you still need to be cautious. When Your Highness leaves, I will escort you." Zhou Hao nodded. He took out his Undying ship and quickly flew to the outskirts of Wei Ka planet. After which, the ship became a meteorite fragment, passing through the thick nebula and swiftly arriving above the clouds of Wei Ka planet. At this time, he kept the ship and allowed the 1,000-deep ancestral tree to bring his body down. Very quickly, the entire Wei Ka planet's lakes, mountains, forests and other features entered Zhou Hao's vision. Any planet that was enveloped by the universe origin would have an extremely beautiful environment. Wei Ka planet was the same. However, as the planet was extremely huge, its gravitational pull was extremely shocking. Under normal circumstances, only universe level and above warriors could fly. Zhou Hao naturally chose to land in a forest mountain range that was further from the city. This made it easier for him to blend in with Weika planet. Boom! The strong gravitational pull made him fall faster and faster. As he was about to reach the forest, his body emitted waves that reduced his speed, finally landing on a huge mountain range in the forest. He gazed into the distance. Large amounts of clouds surrounded the entire mountain range. Through the clouds, he could see a huge lake, and at the side of the lake, there was a city. Weika planet's population was extremely huge. The density of the city was also extremely high. However, Zhou Hao didn't plan to do the mission step by step. After all, his time was precious. He couldn't be like Luo Feng, who stayed in Blood River World for 70 to 80 years. Shua, as his soul consciousness surged. He hadn't used it in a long time and covered his entire body. After reaching the universe level, the stars automatically leveled up to the 5th level. Just the area covered was over 10,000 miles. Actually, even if he didn't disguise himself, entering Weika planet would be fine. However, just in case, he still disguised himself with armor, boots, etc. Anyway, these things didn't take much time and effort. He stepped on a level 5 spirit weapon and quickly arrived at the huge city gate at the side of the lake. Because he wasn't sure if there were any energy restrictions above the city, Zhou Hao landed and began to walk. None of the passers-by could see him. The stars had reached the 5th level. As long as the other party wasn't a knight, it would be very hard to sense his existence. As expected of Weika planet, any random huge city and the passers-by have star traveler level strength. He glanced around. The assisting AI gave him the energy level of the passers-by. He walked into the city. He went straight to the Black Mountain City's City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's strength was comparable to a Domain Lord level 9. He was a strong person in this city, but in Zhou Hao's eyes, he was nothing. System, sign in, he said in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Weika planet Black Mountain City. You have received a Jade Gold Medal. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a level 3 Ancestral God Weapon, Piercing Fire Hammer. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received 3 Ancestral God Stones. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a level 3 Secret Technique, Blood Fiend Flame Art. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a level 3 Ancestral God Armor, Fire Beast Armor. Quote. Quote. A total of 10 consecutive explosions. The resources of this Black Mountain City Lord's manor were not bad. And there was even a mission item, which was a surprise. This meant that there should be a lot of such medals on Weika planet. After all, it was a commemorative item. The Virtual Universe Company arranged such a mission mainly to let the geniuses fight with Domain Lord level City Lords to train themselves. But Zhou Hao didn't need to. Signing in was done. Receiving the reward, he took out the Jade Gold Medal. This medal was made of jade gold ore and had a special glow around it. It was about the size of a seal on Earth, but there was a beast carving on it that looked very lifelike. But it was just a carving, there was no concept. It is indeed a commemorative item. Zhou Hao shook his head in disappointment. Then he looked at the other reward items. The Ancestral God Stone was special. It contained the power of laws and could be directly absorbed. It was very helpful to the aboriginals here, but it was useless to Zhou Hao. As for the other items, they were of little value. Forget it, being able to get a mission item is not bad. He comforted himself. After spending a few hours in the City Lord's manor, he had a general understanding of Weika planet's civilization and training system. Here, everything was related to the ancestral god. It had the characteristics of Earth's religion. The training system was the same, and the most famous were the Protector God Envoys. Every Protector God Envoy was an undying god. They stayed in the sacred land all year round and rarely went out. Only when a World Lord was born would they leave the sacred land and head to the area of the World Lord to confirm that he was loyal to the sacred land. If he wasn't, then the outcome would be tragic. After confirming his loyalty, the Protector God Envoys would admit that the World Lord controlled the area and give him a Jade Gold Medal. To put it bluntly, the Jade Gold Medal represented one's status, similar to the ancient seal of Earth. But Zhou Hao didn't find any information about it. He guessed that the Black Mountain City Lord didn't have enough authority. Hence, that night, He left the Black Mountain City and took a ship to the Black Mountain World Lord's World City. The area a World Lord controlled was extremely vast. Zhou Hao sat in the Undying Automaton ship and flew for a total of 2 months before reaching the Black Mountain World City. The majestic World City of Black Mountain seemed to stretch on endlessly. The city was even more majestic. The city gates were tens of thousands of meters wide and over 5,000 meters tall. The passers-by were obviously much stronger than the Black Mountain City. There were many domain lords and universe levels everywhere. Zhou Hao used his Star Palace concealment technique. The guards couldn't detect him at all. The main street of the city was over 300 meters wide. It was paved with red stone slabs. Stepping on them, one would feel warm all over, as though there was some sort of energy moving about. He decided to fly at a low altitude. If the stone slabs had some sort of reaction, then he would be easily discovered when he entered the city lord's residence. The world city was bustling. The main street was lined with shops. The passers-by all looked different. However, without exception, they all seemed to have different colored scales and tails. He flew for close to 2 hours. Zhou Hao finally reached the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence was majestic. There were 2 Qilin-like beasts squatting at the entrance. The guests entering and exiting didn't dare to breathe loudly. Entering the city lord's residence, he started to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully in the Black Mountain World City. You have received 10 jade gold medals. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received the rank 5 ancestral god weapon water and fire dragon scales. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received the rank 5 ancestral god weapon ice scale armor. Quote. Quote. There were many things. A total of 37 items were dropped. However, they were similar to what he got from the Black Mountain City Lord's residence. They weren't of much help to Zhou Hao. This was because whether it was ancestral god weapons or secret techniques, they all required bloodlines to activate. Some of the rewards were also used to help the aboriginals of the Weika planet increase their strength. This made Zhou Hao completely lose interest in signing in at the various city lords' residences. The only useful thing was the jade gold medals. There were only 6 types of jade gold medals, including the one he got from signing in the Black Mountain City. Zhou Hao wasn't in a hurry. He continued to wait for the next few days to sign in at the city lord's residence. Anyway, he still needed to obtain information about the ancestral god tomb. He signed in for 3 consecutive days. He directly obtained 8 different types of jade gold medals from the points mission. Including the journey, it took a total of 2 months and 4 days. According to the notification given by the Virtual Universe Company, as long as he completed any mission, he could leave the Weika planet. It could be said that he might be the fastest member to complete the first mission of the Weika planet. If it was other geniuses, even Luo Feng, they would have to kill those domain lord level 9 city lords one by one to obtain their jade gold medals. Moreover, they might not be of different types. Hence, it would take a lot of time. 10 days later, in a strange building in the city lord's residence, Zhou Hao flipped through the last row of bookshelves. In these 10 days, he had been reading the books of the Black Mountain World Lord. The Black Mountain World Lord usually liked to collect all kinds of ancient books. He had collected over 1 million books. These books were different from the books on Earth. Each book was accumulated with special stones. Just reading it required star-level strength. After confirming that reading these books wouldn't cause any problems, he stayed here every day and read some interesting stories and ancient secrets, especially those about the sacred land. His harvest was not small. As expected, the sacred land of the Weika planet should be the ancestral god tomb. Those ancestral god stones are actually ores produced at the edge of the sacred land. They have incredible power of laws. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. However, to enter the sacred land, I have to have the god protection token. Leaving the Black Mountain World City, Zhou Hao stayed in the hall of the undying mechanical ship, leaning on the sofa and pondering. The god protection token could only be owned by the god protection envoy. It was very rare outside the sacred land. Every time a world lord or other sector lord level powerhouse broke through to the undying realm, these god protection envoys would send out a god protection token, allowing the undying to enter the sacred land. In other words, in order to obtain a divine protector token, one had to kill a divine protector envoy. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company was so generous. giving 500,000 points for one token. One had to know, 500,000 points was equivalent to passing all 12 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, Shi level. Forbidden items like Blood River crystals were only 10,000 points each. Luckily, I can sign in, Zhou Hao exclaimed. If he couldn't sign in, it would be almost impossible for him to get the God Protection token. His law comprehension was very high, but law comprehension didn't represent combat power. Universe-level fighters could kill domain lords and even sector lords, but to kill an Undying was no different from a fool's dream. An Undying had already completely transformed, their soul fused with every cell. Their body was made up of Undying energy. If one couldn't completely destroy all of the Undying's energy, they wouldn't die. Rumble. The Undying automaton ship flew quickly towards Thousand Pool World City. Even after browsing through all the books of the Black Mountain World Lord, he still couldn't find any specific location of the sacred land. Hence, he could only wait for the God Protection Envoy to come out and follow him into the ancestral God Tomb. And Thousand Pool World Lord was about to break through to Undying. Even the Black Mountain World Lord wanted to go and congratulate him. After spending 4 months, he finally arrived at Thousand Pool World City. No choice. On Weika planet, even the Undying automaton ship couldn't reach light speed. In terms of speed, it was about the same as the ships of the World Lords. He landed outside Thousand Pool World City. Zhou Hao put away the spaceship and used the astral concealment technique to walk into the city. Maybe because Thousand Pool World Lord was about to break through to Undying, there were hundreds of powerful energies in the city. The guards patrolling the streets also increased. The passers-by were all domain lords. It was obvious that most of them were here to congratulate him. After all, to break through to Undying, one would definitely head to the sacred land. Congratulating him at this time could at least form a relationship with Thousand Pool World Lord. Zhou Hao directly entered the city lord's residence and waited patiently. Of course, when it was time to sign in, he still signed in every day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The number of world lords rushing to Thousand Pool World City had increased to over 10,000. On this day, the entire world city was enveloped by a powerful energy. Everyone couldn't help but turn pale under this energy. Some domain lords even tried their best to resist. Zhou Hao stayed in the city lord's residence. With the protection of a sector lord pinnacle metal life form, he didn't feel much. The energy lasted for about half an hour before it ended. Thousand Pool World Lord had officially broken through to Undying. In an instant, the entire world city was in an uproar. Over 10,000 world lords congratulated him. Many other domain lords also congratulated him loudly. A huge image appeared within the city lord's residence. It was Thousand Pool Undying's god power. He smiled and replied to them. Rumble. After a while, a beam of light streaked across the sky and landed above the city lord's residence. 3 powerful protector emissaries descended. Greetings, Lord Emissary. Including Thousand Pool Undying, everyone bowed. Rise. The leader was an emissary dressed in blood-red armor. His voice was calm as he looked at Thousand Pool Undying. Thousand Pool, since you've broken through to Undying, you should enter the sacred land and become a protector emissary. Are you willing? Thousand Pool Undying hurriedly said, I'm willing. But those who weren't, were all dead. The blood-red armored emissary nodded in satisfaction. He then tossed out a strange engraved token with the words Ancestor God carved on it. This is the Protector token. With this token, you can head to the sacred land. You can't be late for more than a year. The blood-red armored emissary said indifferently. Yes. Thousand Pool Undying received the token and replied hurriedly. He looked at the 3 emissaries. It must be tiring for you to rush here. Why don't you rest here for a few days? The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. Next, Zhou Hao directly received the God Protection token through signing in. After waiting for 7 days, the 3 God Protection envoys enjoyed themselves and instructed Thousand Z Immortal to rush to the Holy Land within a year before leaving immediately. Zhou Hao sat in the Undying automaton ship and followed. After half a year of flying, he finally saw the sacred land of Weika planet, which was the Ancestor God Tomb. The Ancestor God Tomb spanned millions of km. From the outside, it looked like an endless mountain range. However, as he followed the 3 emissaries inside, he understood that it was a world of its own. Chapter 123. That Xianxia is lucky. He broke through to the immortal realm just in time for the sacred land's once in 10,000 years opportunity. Yes, We have to wait for 10,000 years before we can enter the core of the sacred land to comprehend. Once Xianxia breaks through, he can comprehend once. It's just a chance to comprehend, it's nothing. Unless he can comprehend something, he will be like us in the end, forever a peripheral emissary. The three emissaries walked in front and chatted casually with each other. Zhou Hao followed closely behind them, and his heart skipped a beat. Chance to comprehend. He wanted to listen to some secrets, but the three emissaries didn't continue talking. The ancestral god's tomb was very vast, but there weren't many buildings. There was only a group of palaces arranged in a strange pattern. After the three emissaries entered the grand hall at the front of the group of palaces, their expressions became solemn. Zhou Hao, who was following behind, was cautious. There must be a powerhouse in the group of palaces. Although he was very confident in the heavenly cycle star's concealment technique, he still let the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree clone enter the palace while he stayed outside, ready to run at any time. The group of palaces was too big. The Thousand Abyss ancestral tree clone couldn't figure out where the core of the ancestral god's tomb was. He simply chose to sign in. Only Finhun had the ability to sign in. After the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree clone signed in, the other clone couldn't sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully in the group of palaces in the ancestral god's tomb and obtaining the divine protection token. Quote. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rank 5 secret technique, Beast God's Claw. Quote. Quote. There weren't many things. There were only 8. But Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. To be able to obtain the Beast God's Claw, this undoubtedly meant that the ancestral god's tomb was definitely related to the Beast God. Immediately, he strolled around the group of palaces. Although he couldn't find the core for a while, he wasn't in a hurry at all. As long as the number of sign-in refreshed, he would sign in immediately. He couldn't refute the location of the core of the ancestral god's tomb, but the rewards from the sign-in system could be seen. As long as he reached the core, the rewards would definitely be different. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The ancestral tree clone signed in almost all the palaces in the group of palaces. However, he still couldn't find the core. And in the past 2 months, other than the guards and envoys, there were hardly any other Undyings wandering around the palace. It seemed that most of the Undyings in the ancestral god tomb were training hard. This made Zhou Hao speechless. The situation in the ancestral god tomb was completely different from what he had imagined. Keep looking. I don't believe that I can't find the core. He gritted his teeth and continued to sign in at every palace in the palace complex. He even signed in at the square, corridors, and other locations. Time passed quietly and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. It had been almost a year and a half since he entered planet Visca. Virtual Universe, Primal Region. Inside Manor 112. A figure appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Your Highness. When the guards saw Zhou Hao, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. Zhou Hao nodded and rushed towards the number 1 building in the Primal Region. Today was the open class of the Universe Country Leader, he didn't want to miss it. Seeing this, the Prince of 7 Colors and the guard leader Huoi were speechless. When other geniuses did the dangerous level missions, they would occasionally take half a month or even 2 or 3 months before appearing. After all, the death rate of the dangerous level missions was very high. Universe-level geniuses had to be extremely careful and fully focused. The result, their prince, on the other hand, had been entering the virtual universe almost every day since a year ago. He would study when he had to and attend classes when he had to. It was no different from before he did the missions. If they weren't sure that Zhou Hao had entered planet Visca, they would have thought that Zhou Hao had gone on a vacation to relax. Domain Lord member Ming Yu, when he saw Zhou Hao in the open class, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had already seen Zhou Hao 5 or 6 times this month. Zhou Hao, aren't you doing a training mission? I heard you even chose the dangerous level mission. But you seem to be having an easy time. Ming Yu couldn't help but ask. When he was doing the dangerous level mission, he didn't dare casually enter the virtual universe. Every day he was extremely tense, constantly on guard against danger. Occasionally he would only appear in the virtual universe after 2 or 3 months. Zhou Hao shook his head. I'm just temporarily in a safe place, there's no danger. Ming Yu was enlightened, but he still reminded him seriously, Zhou Hao, don't be careless. Even if you're in a safe place, you still have to be fully focused. This is your first time taking on a dangerous level mission, you have to be even more careful. I understand. Thank you, Zhou Hao said with a smile. He wasn't in any danger at all. Walking around the ancestral god tomb for a year was like walking around in his own backyard. Under such circumstances, he naturally wouldn't waste any time. The open class ended. He immediately exited the virtual universe. The human Finhun sat crossed-legged outside the palace. Gazing at the rows of palaces, he sighed, looks like the core area isn't within the ancestral god tomb. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to find it even when I sign in. In reality, he had guessed this a few months ago. He had signed in at every location within the palace. If there was a core area, then he would definitely be rewarded. And according to the three divine protectors, there was a core area within the ancestral god tomb that would only open once every 10,000 years. Fortunately, he had obtained such information. Otherwise, he might have missed it. After all, he couldn't stay in the ancestral god tomb forever. He might leave to search elsewhere. That 1000Z immortal has already entered the ancestral god tomb. I believe it won't be long before it opens once every 10,000 years. Since I'm already here, I can't miss this opportunity. The ancestral god tomb is definitely related to the ancestral god school. Zhou Hao closed his eyes again. He had already completed the 2 missions on the Weika planet. If he wasn't worried about the 1000 Abyss ancestral tree, he would have left for the next mission. At the same time, the human Finhun had stayed on the Weika planet for more than a year. Finhun Sere had already completed the 4 danger level missions on the Thunderflame Divine Pond, the Magic Island, the Golden Rock Planet, and the Snow Source Continent. With the sign-in system, he completed the missions very quickly. Therefore, he had more time to search for the secrets of these worlds. Plus, he could use the Heavenly Cycle Star's concealment to go directly to the dangerous areas of these worlds. However, he only discovered the secrets of the Thunderflame Divine Pond and the Magic Island. The secret of the Thunderflame Divine Pond was the Thunderflame fruit in the center of the Thunderflame Divine Pond. After eating this fruit, one would have the talent of the Thunder Origin Law and the Fire Origin Law at the same time. This secret was useless to Zhou Hao, but it could be used to cultivate the younger generation. The secret of the Magic Island was a demonic note god general inheritance on the Demon Mountain. It was an inheritance of an ice god. The god envoys and god generals were just guards of the ancestral god school. Not to mention whether they could accept the complete inheritance, even if they did, it was meaningless. At most, they could grow to be like the Heaven Erosion Palace Master. Zhou Hao knew this. Therefore, after learning that the secret of the Magic Island was the inheritance of a god, he left immediately after receiving the reward. After completing the 3 danger level missions, Finhun Sere didn't continue to do the remaining missions on the ancient god temple in the Snow Source continent. Instead, he chose to go to the primordial secret realm to do the danger level missions. After all, the members of the primordial secret realm could only do 15 danger level missions at most. They could only do 10 missions in 100 years. He had to maximize the number of missions he could choose. The only danger level mission left in the primordial secret realm was the ancient god temple. He was going to let the human Finhun do this world to ensure that the 2 Finhun wouldn't choose the same world. After completing the 7 danger level missions, Finhun would start to do the impossible level missions. Compared to the danger level missions, each impossible level mission world had huge opportunities and the rewards were much better than the danger level worlds. Among them, the primordial secret realm's Demon Mountain was a must. The Demon Note God General's inheritance wasn't important, but the rewards in the Inheritance Palace were not bad. They were all useful to emperors and even sovereigns. Hence, after making some preparations, Finhun Sere headed to the primordial secret realm. The first danger level mission he chose was Blood River World. He naturally couldn't miss out on things like Blood River crystals and Beast God statues. Blood River Continent, Ancient God Ruins. Finhun Sere's ship had just disappeared when a figure charged out from the huge pit below. It was Luo Feng. It took a long time to rush from the primordial secret realm to the primordial secret realm. A few months ago, Luo Feng had passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge and caught up to Burin. Haha, Seri, you're finally here. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Seri went up and hugged Luo Feng. When he left for Blood River Continent, he had informed Luo Feng. A few months later, he entered Blood River World. In the primordial universe, Finhun Sere's relationship with Luo Feng, Aoka and Rongjun was not bad. After leaving the primordial universe, they would occasionally send emails to each other about their recent training progress. Luo Feng, your improvement speed is not slow. You're catching up to Buren. I heard that Auka killed you. After the two met, they found a hole above the huge pit and entered. The two started chatting. Luo Feng said helplessly, Auka and Rongjun can really drink. A few bottles of wine cost me more than 10 mixed elements. Luckily my third brother did not come. Otherwise, I would have to add a few more bottles. Finhun Sere laughed. When Luo Feng passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, his two Finhun bodies were at a crucial point in studying the essence of time. Hence, they were not invited. Auka specially sent me an email to tell me. This guy is very proud and said he would drink a few more bottles next time. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. When Auka invites me to drink, I will drink it all back. Finhun Sere teased, then you will probably have to wait. Auka still has a long way to go to pass the 6th level. Yes, indeed. After everyone left the primordial universe, their cultivation speed slowed down a lot. Auka and Rongjun have complained to me many times. I passed the 7th level, but they mocked me for several days. Luo Feng laughed. Finhun Sere nodded. It's the same for me. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I am preparing to exchange insights with Zhou Hao after a period of time and see if we can use the opportunity to break through this bottleneck. If you want to listen in, you can also arrange a time. Studying and analyzing the essence of time was too difficult. It was far faster than directly obtaining the mission reward. Hence, he did not plan to give up on the stage of sitting and discussing the Tao. Even though he didn't know when the next special mission would be activated, he had to do what he had to do in advance. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I will go to the virtual universe to find Auka later. He is more active and knows about Icon, Qian Shui, Zhangmo and the others. Now that everyone is doing missions, we have to arrange a suitable time. Of course, if it conflicts with your cultivation, then forget it. Finhun Sere waved his hand. I will be staying here for a while, it will be a good chance to train my willpower. Luo Feng nodded and reminded him, the killing aura here is very thick. If you can't withstand it, you will be easily corroded by it. You have to be careful. Also, there is a sector lord called Blood God Baki. He is very strong. If you meet someone you don't have confidence in, just choose to submit. Anyways, it won't affect you. Finhun Sere smiled. Okay, I understand. The two chatted about law comprehension for a while before parting. Before Soul Splitter Sai Lai entered the pit, he had arranged for the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree to head straight to the Undying Shrine. If he signed in there, he would definitely be able to obtain many Blood River crystals. It was much easier than killing in a world city. The killing aura in the ancient god ruins can train willpower and also affect the body. My Finhun is an ice mountain beast, it can absorb many crystals. After sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes and prepared to train here. Suddenly, Finhun Sere's face lit up with joy. The human Finhun in the ancestral god tomb had finally encountered the sacred land that opened once every 10,000 years. Chapter 124. Wei Si Ka Planet. In the vast sacred ground. The plaza in the middle of the palaces could hold up to 100 million people. At this moment, the black mass of Undyings all looked solemn. In the space, the three emissaries emitting emperor-level energy gazed below. The comprehension that happens once every 10,000 years is about to begin. You're all guardians of the sacred ground, so you all have 10 days to comprehend. After 10 days, the core of the sacred ground will close. If you want to comprehend again, you'll have to wait another 10,000 years. So, make good use of it. The voice of the leading emissary wearing red beast scale armor enveloped the entire square. Yes, Lord General, the group of Undyings replied in unison. Zhou Hao's ancestral tree avatar, who was hiding in the distance, showed excitement on his face. He had waited for more than 2 years in the ancestral god tomb. Finally, the core of the sacred ground opened. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait 10,000 years. When the time came, he might not need the resources in the ancestral god tomb. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire ancestral god tomb started shaking. An indescribably terrifying energy surged out. All the Undyings hurriedly took out their god protection badges to block this energy. Zhou Hao followed suit. Wang. Along with the terrifying energy, a huge crack appeared in the space, as though it was being torn apart by hand. The crack grew bigger and bigger. Everyone, go in. The leader of the emissaries, who was wearing red beast scale armor, shouted. Su su su. All the Undyings rushed into the crack. Zhou Hao was no exception. After entering the crack, he instantly sensed a decaying aura. He looked over. This was a barren land similar to the Chaos Ruins. Large amounts of corpses were piled up. Some were only left with bones, while others still had their bodies. Every corpse emitted a powerful energy. And in the center of the land, there were 8 statues that were over 10,000 miles tall and a few thousand miles wide. Every statue seemed to revolve the laws of the universe, emitting a formless intent. The red-scaled envoy's voice resounded, 8 beast god statues, quickly find one that's suitable for you to comprehend. Yes, the Undyings were all excited. Zhou Hao was also excited. As expected, he was right. The ancestral god tomb was closely related to the ancestral god school and the beast god. It was even possible that this was a preaching ground of the ancestral god school. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for one to possess the 8 beast god statues. After all, anyone who could carve such statues that contained the power of laws and concepts was absolutely powerful. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the core of the ancestral god's tomb and obtaining a beast god statue. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beast deity armor set. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete set of the beast god's secret technique. Quote. Quote, quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained comprehension of the fusion laws of metal and void beast god plus 100. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained comprehension of the fusion of the wood and void beast gods plus 100. Quote. Quote, quote. He had crazily exploded 47 items in a row. No wonder it was the ancestral god tomb related to the ancestral god school. The core area was rich in resources. Of course, what Zhou Hao cared about the most was the beast god statue. As long as he had the beast god statue, he would be able to continuously obtain comprehension of fusion laws. He signed in for 10 consecutive days. The 8 beast god statues were now in his possession. As the Holy Land closed, all the Undyings looked reluctantly at the disappearing beast god statue. They didn't know. A universe-level genius from the Virtual Universe Company had obtained all 8 beast god statues right under their noses. Rumble. The huge crack in the space recovered. The palaces returned to their previous peaceful days. These Undyings had to wait 10,000 years before they could enter the core area again. However, Zhou Hao didn't hesitate to leave the ancestral god tomb space. In the thick clouds above Weika planet, Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the hull of the automaton Undying ship, couldn't suppress his excitement any longer and started laughing. The 8 beast god statues represented 8 different fusion laws. Any one of them would cause the knights to go crazy and fight for it. Luo Feng, who had only obtained a small beast god statue, relied on a trace of the fusion laws from the statue, and quickly rose to power. Finally, he became a super great being at the domain lord level. It could be said, without the beast god statues, Luo Feng wouldn't have risen so quickly. But now, he had 8 of them. Almost 3 years of waiting. It was worth it, as the automaton ship left the thick clouds and arrived in the vast space. Zhou Hao stood up and looked at the huge ancient planet through the screen at the top of the spaceship hall. A smile gradually appeared on his face. This smile seemed to be saying, he had been here. Stationed in the port of Weika planet's palaces. The Virtual Universe Company's staff, Shui Luo, quickly came up and smiled. Your Majesty, congratulations on completing the mission. Zhou Hao nodded. It's been hard on you all. I'm preparing to head to the ruins ancient god shrine. I'll have to trouble you all to send me there. Ah, Your Majesty, you don't plan to go back and rest. Shui Luo was shocked. Taking on 2 dangerous level cultivation missions in a row without taking a break in between, His Highness was really ruthless to himself. Zhou Hao waved his hand. No need. Immediately, he entered the Virtual Universe Villa and arrived at his little house, logging in and submitting the Weika planet mission. Very quickly, the Virtual Universe Company sent specialized personnel to rush to the Guard Palace docking port outside of Weika planet, to inspect the items Zhou Hao had completed. 8 different types of badges. 1 God Protection badge. A total of 600,000 points. After the check, Zhou Hao swiftly accepted the mission of the Ruins Ancient God Shrine. There were also 2 missions for the Ruins Ancient God Shrine. 1. Acquire 100 ancient god stones unique to the shrine, 20,000 points. 2. Kill 10 desolate beasts from the shrine, any of them above the universe level, 100,000 points. Under normal circumstances, the dangerous level missions were mostly about acquiring items, or killing life forms from training worlds, etc. These level missions, the virtual universe company's goal was to let the universe level members fight and train themselves. On the other hand, most of the impossible quests were survival quests. There were very few rewards. After doing all this, Zhou Hao exited the virtual universe. That day, a group of people sat in the blade-shaped ship and rushed towards the ruins' ancient god shrine. The ruins' ancient god shrine was different from most mission worlds. It was located on a broken fragment of a continent. The entire continent only had one huge ancient god shrine. Other than that, there were no other buildings. And the shrine was filled with large amounts of desolate beasts and peculiar plant life forms. Simultaneously, it nurtured the purple star 100 net leaf, ancient class tree and other plant life forms. Also, the ruins' ancient god shrine didn't have any indigenous life forms. It was filled with desolate beasts. The closer to the core of the shrine, the stronger the desolate beasts were. The stronger they were even comparable to official level undyings. However, the outer regions were just like the storyline. The danger level was very low. The highest level of desolate beast was domain lord level. Zhou Hao didn't use his star hiding technique, directly starting to hunt the desolate beasts. Shoo shoo shoo. Just using the Imperial God Armament's third arc disc, he easily killed the domain lord level desolate beasts. In less than half a day, he only hunted 10 desolate beasts, and also completed the first mission, 100 ancient god stones. There were many in the desolate beast nest. Of course, only Zhou Hao's strength was strong. If it were any other genius, they would have to be careful when hunting the domain lord level desolate beasts. After all, the desolate beasts moved in groups. They were extremely fast. The moment they sensed any commotion, they would all rush over. This characteristic was similar to the primal chaos beasts outside Primal Chaos City. As he went deeper into the ancient god shrine, Zhou Hao saw many strange plant life forms. There was even an auxiliary plant life form, Cloud Contact Vine. Compared to the desolate beasts, these auxiliary plant life forms were much harder to deal with, and they were all sector lord level. There were very few domain lord level ones. There was no other way. He had no choice but to use the heavenly cycle stellar concealment technique to sneak in deeper. The deeper he went, the fewer the desolate beasts, the stronger they were. Large amounts of plant life forms also increased, as though this was a paradise for plant life forms. Zhou Hao naturally signed in without hesitation. He obtained many plant life seeds. 2 months later, he finally arrived at the core of the ancient god shrine. A towering ancient tree that was completely golden in color took up a large area. This is the ancient class tree. He opened his eyes wide. This ancient tree was too big, its crown covering the sky. It was impossible not to attract attention. However, this was the core of the ancient god shrine. Normal people couldn't enter. Back then, universe level Ming Yu also didn't know how he found this ancient class tree. Looking closer, however, Zhou Hao took 3 days to walk to the ancient class tree. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in under the ancient class tree in the ancient god shrine of the ruins. You have received 1 ancient class tree seed. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received 10 class golden leaves. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received 5 kilograms of class golden juice. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received wood origin law talent. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received wood origin law comprehension plus 20. Quote. 5 consecutive explosions. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. He had obtained too many good things. This ancient class tree's reward, in his opinion, was nothing special, far from the beast god statue. However, this ancient god shrine of the ruins was able to nurture so many plant life forms. Although most of them were auxiliary plant life forms with ordinary bloodlines, there was no doubt that this ancient god shrine of the ruins contained a deep secret. So, he let the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree continue to go deeper. The ancient class tree stayed at the core, like a guardian, guarding the core of the ancient god shrine. Even an undying god would find it difficult to go around. Hong. After walking for 3 days, a heavy pressure was emitted from the core of the ancient god shrine. Just the aura alone was enough to make Zhou Hao's ancestral tree clone unable to withstand it. This aura was beyond the level of an emperor. If it was not emitted naturally, this clone of his would definitely die here. Zhou Hao understood that he could not continue walking forward. However, this place was not far from the core, so he tried to sign in. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the core of the ancient god shrine of the ruins. You have received 1 life crystal. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received 100 kilograms of holy water of life. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received 10 fruits of life. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received wood origin law talent. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received wood origin law comprehension plus 50. Quote. He heard the voice in his mind. His eyes widened slightly. They were actually life crystals and holy water of life. He looked at the core of the shrine in the distance. Zhou Hao completely understood what was inside. It was the tree of life. The fruit of life was born from it, but the fruit was only one of its most ordinary treasures. The most valuable part of the tree of life was the life crystal. This thing could be used to replenish undying energy, and to a certain extent, it could repair soul damage. Its value was not lower than the gold soul fruit. And the holy water of life was a higher level resource than Luo Kei's holy water for nurturing plant life forms. It could heal damaged auxiliary plant life forms and also increase the chances of them breaking through to the undying level. In the virtual universe company's treasury, 1 kilogram of holy water of life was worth 50,000 points. Most undying gods nurtured auxiliary plant life forms and used the points to buy holy water of life. What a pity, he shook his head. He obviously could not enter the core of the shrine. Of course, even if he signed in, he would at most get a seed of the tree of life. This thing was precious, but nurturing it required resources and a long time. Zhou Hao did not have the time to nurture it slowly. After understanding the secret of the ancient shrine, he turned and left. Whether it was the ancient class tree or the tree of life, he could only rely on signing in to get valuable items. After all, these 2 plant life forms were above the undying level. If he dared to show up, his body would die instantly. Black Dawn Continent, 112 Manor. A sword-shaped ship landed. The ship's door opened. Zhou Hao walked out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lord Undying. Greetings, Prince of 7 Colors. Shui Luo and the other 2 undying gods and a group of sector lord guards bowed respectfully to each other. Prince of 7 Colors smiled and said, Shui Luo, thank you for escorting His Majesty. Shui Luo hurriedly said, Prince of 7 Colors is too polite, this is our duty. After that, the 3 returned to the ship and quickly left the manor. Your Majesty, welcome back. Prince of 7 Colors and undying guard leader Huoi smiled. Zhou Hao smiled. It felt good to be back. Pass down the order. If there's nothing important, don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Your Majesty. In the study next to the living room of the 3-story building. Zhou Hao began to count his gains from entering Weika planet and the ancient shrine. Because there were too many things, he only took some valuable items. For example, the 8 beast god statues, 2 sets of beast god armor, ancient class tree seed, golden leaf, golden liquid, life crystal, life fruit, and holy water of life, as well as a large amount of comprehension. The golden liquid and holy water of life can be used to quickly cultivate auxiliary plant life forms. The 2 sets of beast god inner armor can be worn by Tu Fanhun, which is comparable to ordinary treasures. As for the beast god statues, Zhou Hao hesitated. Fusion of laws was helpful for studying the essence of time. But he had 8 of them. The iceberg behemoth's soul fragment could imitate a beast god statue. However, if he wanted to study the essence of time, then he could only study time, light, time, lightning, time, and wind. This way, the Tu Fanhun couldn't copy the beast god statues and could only study them. They couldn't use the great advantage of the statues. He thought about it seriously. He clenched his teeth and finally decided to study the essence of time. He couldn't give up halfway. So next, he made arrangements. The human Fanhun practiced time-space truth and studied the essence of time. Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree studied the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. Ice Mountain Giant Fanhun studied a beast god statue related to time. Chapter 125. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Guiyi Knight's palace halfway up the mountain. This palace took up an area of a few million km, the various majestic palaces seemed endless. There were large amounts of undyings walking about within. Even though they were undyings, in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they would be highly valued. However here, they were only the knight's servants. And to be able to be his servants, they felt extremely honored and proud. Shua, a silhouette appeared. Many of the servants were stunned. The guards immediately scolded, "Who dares to barge into Guiyi Knight's palace?" Shua shua shua, over 100 undyings surrounded Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was helpless, saying, "I am the primal chaos city leader's disciple in name, Zhou Hao, I am here to visit Senior Guiyi." When the undyings heard this, they realized. Right. If he didn't have any status, this mere universe level wouldn't dare barge into the knight's palace, much less appear within. "So it's your majesty Zhou Hao, please wait a moment, I'll immediately report to the knight." Very quickly, Guiyi Knight's voice resounded, "Zhou Hao, come in." Not long after, Zhou Hao and Guiyi Knight walked to the hallway of the palace. "Zhou Hao, it's been almost 10 years since you left the primal universe and you only came to find me now. Looks like you've accumulated many law problems." Guiyi Knight smiled. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, "Second senior brother is right. I do have a lot of doubts. I hope senior brother can clear them up." After speaking, thus, he began to talk about the problems he faced regarding the time origin law. Even though he had the beast god statue to study the fusion laws, along with the cosmic chaos tablet and time-space true explanation, the essence of time would only get harder and harder. Some small problems would accumulate into huge problems. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't disturb Guiyi Knight. After listening, Venerable Guiyi pointed at a pavilion in front of him. The two sat down. Guiyi Knight slowly said, "Junior Zhou Hao, from your questions, it seems like you're studying the time origin laws to comprehend the essence of time." Zhou Hao nodded. He knew that he could not hide this matter. This was especially true for supremacies like Supremacy Guiyi, who had comprehended the entire time origin law. Venerable Guiyi shook his head. "The essence of time has a total of 72 mysteries. Although it is lower than the 108 mysteries of space, in terms of difficulty, it is not inferior to the essence of space. The fact that you have comprehended the essence of space is enough to show that your innate talent and comprehension ability is extremely high. However, if you spend more time studying the essence of time, it will waste too much energy." Zhou Hao listened and replied, "I understand, second senior brother." The essence of time and the essence of space were like two complicated languages, and the difficulty was almost the same. Zhou Hao's tone was calm. Guiyi Dozun sighed in his heart. Indeed, all geniuses had their own stubborn confidence. However, Zhou Hao's question also surprised him because it involved the 32nd essence of time. In other words, Zhou Hao had completely comprehended the first 31 types of time essence mysteries. One had to know, he had only left the primal universe for 10 years, so his cultivation speed was far from the primal universe's primal chaos city. However, Zhou Hao had actually comprehended 32 types of time essence. Such innate comprehension was simply astonishing. However, he didn't know. Zhou Hao had already comprehended 24 types of time essence in the primal universe. In the 10 years since he entered the primal secret region, he had only analyzed and researched 8 types of time essence. This was with the help of the beast god statue and the cosmic chaos tablet. If it was other geniuses, even Luo Feng, being able to comprehend 2 types of time essence in 10 years was already considered not bad. Junior brother Zhou Hao, the 32nd essence of time essence, its mysteries are mainly reflected in. Guiyi Dozun knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he started to explain seriously. As he explained, he raised his hand and formed the 5th picture of the cosmic chaos tablet, showing the mysteries of the lightning pillar. He listened to the lecture for 3 days. Zhou Hao seemed to have been enlightened as he sat in the pavilion and immersed himself in it. He was originally just a bit away from comprehending the 32nd essence, and Guiyi Dozun's pointers were like a window paper, allowing Zhou Hao to quickly comprehend it. Half a month later, Zhou Hao, who was sitting in the pavilion, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of joy appeared on his face. He had finally comprehended the 32nd essence of time essence. He only lacked 4 types of time essence for the 5th picture of the cosmic chaos tablet. Once he comprehended them, the entire picture would no longer be mysterious to him. Shua, Guiyi Dozun's figure appeared. Zhou Hao hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, second senior brother. Gui Yi Dozun's explanation had saved him many years of research. Junior brother Zhou Hao, no need to be so polite. Teacher wanted me to answer your questions, but congratulations on comprehending the 30-second essence of time. I believe that with your current understanding of time and space laws, you'll be able to pass the Shi level of the Heavenly Bridge. Gui Yi Dozun smiled. After comprehending the fifth picture of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, one would be able to pass the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Zhou Hao had comprehended the 30-second essence of time. As long as he could use his comprehension of the laws, it wouldn't be hard for him to pass the Shi level of the Heavenly Bridge. Zhou Hao nodded. Gui Yi Dozun smiled and asked, when do you plan to go? If teacher knew that you could pass the Shi level in such a short time, he would be very happy. Quote, I'll go now. So anxious. Gui Yi Dozun was stunned. Zhou Hao smiled. I want to become teacher's direct disciple as soon as possible. Gui Yi Dozun laughed out loud. Go. Shua. Zhou Hao instantly disappeared. After returning to the manor, he went straight to the Heavenly Bridge. The reason why he was in such a hurry, of course, it wasn't completely for him to become a direct disciple, but for the special sign in mission. The last time he activated the sign in mission, he only completed the second one. He was worried, if he didn't complete the sign in mission, the new one wouldn't be activated. Thus, he had just comprehended the 30-second essence of time and couldn't wait to pass the Heavenly Bridge. 10 years. With the Beast God statue and the Primal Chaos Tablet, he only comprehended 8 types of time essence. Back then in the Primal Universe, in less than 30 years, he comprehended 108 types of time essence. In comparison, the efficiency of time essence was too slow. In the first 24 types of time essence relied on signing in mission rewards. In other words, if he didn't sign in mission rewards, he would only be able to comprehend 12 types of time essence. Heavenly Bridge, in the middle of the dreamy island. Baffin saw Zhou Hao appear and couldn't help but laugh. Your Highness Zhou Hao, it's only been 10 years and you're here to attempt the Heavenly Bridge, isn't it too fast? Zhou Hao left the Primal Universe and passed the 11th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The difficulty between the 10th and 12th level was no less than going from the first level to the 11th level. Not fast, it's already a bit slow. Zhou Hao shook his head. Baffin was speechless. This was considered slow. As expected, a monster that appeared once in 100 million eras couldn't be judged with common sense. Sir Baffin, is there anyone on the space bridge? He asked. No, you can go now. Baffin immediately said, Su. Zhou Hao directly flew to the end of the island. The 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. At the end of the bridge, please choose your opponent, controller, martial artist, or illusionist. Defeat any opponent and you will be able to pass the 12th level. Controller, Zhou Hao replied without hesitation. Su. The yellow light on the ground condensed into a figure. He wore khaki-colored battle armor and battle boots. He looked at Zhou Hao and said, Your Highness Zhou Hao, it's only been 10 years and you've come to challenge this level again. I advise you to go back and meditate on the laws. Zhou Hao said indifferently, let's fight. Boom. The two attacked almost at the same time. Last time, Zhou Hao's comprehension of the law of time didn't reach the level, but this time, he had already comprehended the 4th diagram of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. His comprehension of the 2 origin laws of time and space had already reached the Shi level. Not only could he use the 6th level of the Imperial Divine Armament, but he could also use the last level of the Imperial Divine Armament. Swish! A large number of light dots gathered. They condensed into the 7th level of the Imperial Divine Armament, a strange beast. This strange giant beast was created by the Almighty who created the Imperial Divine Armament. It was a giant beast that was modeled after the Beast God Armament. Half of it was dark purple, and the other half was blue. The moment it condensed, a wave of pressure spread out. The entire space on the surface started to distort. The flow of time became extremely slow. The Guardian's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to be able to use the last level. Roar! The blue-purple beast roared. With a dash, it shattered the Star River condensed by the Guardian and drowned him. The difference in power between the 6th and 7th level was huge. Zhou Hao easily passed. He flew to the end of the Shi level. This level was the surface of a star. After Zhou Hao chose the controller, the flames on the surface of the star ferociously released a ball of flames, swiftly forming a man with a red mask. He had red hair and a pair of eyes that looked at Zhou Hao with shock. A universe level 9 attempting the Shi level, I haven't met one in over 10 million eras. I didn't expect the virtual universe company to finally produce one this time. After which, his eyes revealed admiration. You are extremely outstanding. You passed the 12th level. I believe you should know that I'm using the 7th level of the Imperial Divine Armament. Zhou Hao smiled. What a coincidence, I know this level too. No wonder you were able to pass the 12th level. I'm looking forward to it. The Guardian's eyes gleamed. Shoo shoo shoo. The two of them moved. A huge amount of spirit energy swiftly surged, connecting to the time and space laws, using them on the Imperial Divine Armament. Pung. The Imperial Divine Armament shattered, forming two blue-purple beasts. Roar. A shocking roar resounded, causing the flames on the surface of the star to stop burning. Pung. The beasts clashed together. Origin law energies surged, space warping. Voila. The beasts crumbled, however in the blink of an eye they reformed in another location and clashed together again. The beasts formed from the 7th level of the Imperial Divine Armament could faintly travel through space, reaching the level of teleportation. Its speed was extremely fast. Normal undying beings, facing this attack, would find it hard to escape. Pung pung pung. The beasts constantly clashed, crumbled, and reformed. However, from the details, it could be seen that the Guardian's reforming speed was getting slower and slower, and the beasts he formed were becoming illusions. Obviously, in terms of origin laws, the Guardian was far from Zhou Hao. After a few clashes, the disadvantage was obvious. Rumble. The 6th clash. The Guardian's strange beast crumbled easily. In Zhou Hao's strange beast, even though it had cracks all over, it still retained its form. Congratulations. The Guardian's eyes revealed a smile. His body was engulfed by the strange beast, completely dissipating. Shi level, passed, On the plaza, the Guardian Baffin was extremely shocked. He originally thought that even if Zhou Hao passed the 12th level, it would still be difficult. In the end, not only did Zhou Hao pass the 12th level, he even easily passed the Shi level. That Luo Feng was able to cross from the 6th level to the 7th level in 2 years. Such speed of improvement was enough to shock him. Who would have thought? This Zhou Hao's improvement speed was even more abnormal. In just 10 years, and it was only 10 years after leaving the primal universe, he had passed 2 levels of the Heavenly Bridge, and there was also the huge threshold from the 12th level to the Shi level. Incredible, incredible. Zhou Hao is known as a genius of 100 million eras, but such a genius improvement speed shouldn't be so exaggerated. Could it be that this Zhou Hao is an even more monstrous genius of a billion eras? The Guardian Baffin quickly sent out the mail. The limit of a genius of the human race was a genius of 100 million eras. However, in the vast universe, there were some special life forms that were even more dazzling than the geniuses of the human race. They could rely on their natural talents at emperor level to defeat normal knights. And these life forms were extremely rare, even unique. Due to the genetic limitations of the human race, there had never been such a genius. However now, Zhou Hao's performance made the Guardian Baffin see a glimmer of hope. Shua shua shua. One figure after another quickly appeared on the planar plaza. Most of them were universe-level geniuses. Luo Feng, Aoka, Buren, Icon, Qian Shui and other geniuses were all here. The moment Aoka appeared, she hurriedly asked, Lord Baffin, Zhou Hao passed the Shi level. Baffin nodded, right, he's passing the 14th level. Damn, Zhou Hao is too crazy. It's only been 10 years, why does it feel like his improvement speed is even more exaggerated than in the primal universe? Aoka stared wide-eyed. The other geniuses were all shocked too. After all, this was the Shi level of the bridge. It represented the law comprehension level of an undying general. Even the absolute geniuses that had passed the primal sky mountain weren't that crazy. The domain lord seniors of the primal region were only able to pass the 11th level. And now, Zhou Hao was only at the universe level, yet he had far surpassed the primal region domain lords. Not far away, some of the emperors were shocked as well. They understood that Zhou Hao was a genius of 100 million eras, his improvement speed was shocking. However, after leaving the primal universe for 10 years, he had passed the 12th level and reached the Shi level. This was too exaggerated. One had to know, even the primal chaos city leader, who had high requirements for his disciples, had given Zhou Hao 100 years to pass the Shi level. In the end, Zhou Hao had completed it in 10 years. Is humanity really going to produce a genius comparable to a special life form? They couldn't help but have such a thought. However, they all shook their heads. Every special life form was doted on by the universe laws, humanity's genes couldn't even compare to the space beasts. No matter how much of a genius there was a limit. Because of this, the moment humanity broke through to the undying level, their performance wouldn't be so dazzling. At this time, the watchman Baffin once again revealed a look of shock. Lord Baffin, what's wrong? Luo Feng and the other geniuses noticed Baffin's expression and asked anxiously. Baffin said slowly, just now, Zhou Hao passed the 14th level. Chapter 126. After he said that, the entire island was left with only the sound of the waves. Even the emperors who came to watch were speechless. Every 3 levels of the heavenly bridge had a huge threshold. And 14 and 15 levels, even though there wasn't much difference between them, one couldn't forget, these represented the law comprehension of the undying level. Every step was much more difficult than the previous 10 steps. From to 14, even though it was only 1 level, many undyings couldn't even cross it even after hundreds of thousands of years. After all, this was the difference between an undying general and a pinnacle general. Even if a primal region domain lord member passed the 14th level, many emperors would be shocked, much less a universe level like Zhou Hao. And he was only a universe level who had just entered the primal region for 10 years. Shua Shua Shua, another group of silhouettes appeared in the plaza. These silhouettes all had terrifying energies. As they didn't purposely suppress them, their energies caused Luo Feng, Aoka, Rongjun and Burin to go pale. Even the emperors had no choice but to defend. Greetings, knight. Waiting for the knights to retract their energies, the emperors bowed. Greetings, knight. Luo Feng, Burin and the other geniuses were all shocked. They didn't expect a knight to personally come and pass the heavenly bridge. They all bowed respectfully. The leading 9 swords venerable waved his hand. Simultaneously, he looked at Baffin, past the 14th level. The watchman Baffin nodded, lost at the 15th level. The moment he said that, the emperors all let out a sigh of relief. If Zhou Hao passed the 15th level, not only would the human race be shocked, the trillions of races in the vast universe would be shocked as well. The universe-level heavenly bridge represented the limit of what a universe level could achieve. It was equivalent to passing the 12th level of the heavenly bridge. It was already hard for them to believe that Zhou Hao had passed the and 14th levels. If he passed the 15th level, the primal chaos city leader would have a good look at Zhou Hao. He wasn't just a genius of a billion eras, but a genius of hundreds of billions of eras. To emperors and universe knights, hundreds of billions of eras was an extremely long time. The 9 swords venerable nodded. Show me the footage of Zhou Hao clearing the game. The watcher Baffin hurriedly played the video. Whoosh. All eyes were glued to the video. Moments later. After reading it, the universe knights were shocked. The essence of time. He really went to study the essence of time. When he was in the primordial universe, he comprehended part of the essence of time. I didn't expect that after leaving the primordial universe, he still didn't give up and even reached such a level. This Zhou Hao is very ambitious. Once he comprehends the essence of time, it'll only be a matter of time before he comprehends the space and time laws. Comprehend 2 essences. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Quote. It's already extremely difficult for us knights to comprehend the other time or space laws, much less analyze and study the essence. This path is extremely difficult. This Zhou Hao only has insane comprehension abilities. If it were any other genius, they wouldn't be able to comprehend 10 essences at all. The knights couldn't help but discuss. Comprehending the basic laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth wasn't too difficult, as they all belong to the same type of law. When one studied them, they wouldn't be disturbed. However, time and space were completely different, and they would interfere with each other. And comprehending the essence of time couldn't be disturbed. Hence, when one was bound to be disturbed, he was still able to analyze and study the essence of time. This wasn't just perseverance or talent, it was absolute comprehension. The 9 swords venerable frowned. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. A knight asked, what's wrong? Did you notice that the way he attacked during the 14th level of the heavenly bridge wasn't purely in the form of the imperial armament? The 9 swords venerable said in a low voice. The other knights all refocused their attention on the 14th level of the heavenly bridge. With this one look, they realized something was wrong. In the end, when Zhou Hao used the imperial god armament's 7th tier beast form to defeat the guardian, the strange beast form actually used a claw technique. The more flexible the form of the Imperial armament, the higher the requirement for the controller's spiritual force control and law comprehension. And Zhou Hao's strange beast form wasn't just flexible, it could also use techniques. If one didn't watch it carefully and play it in slow motion, one wouldn't be able to tell. Baffin, continue playing it in slow motion, the Nine Swords Venerable ordered. The watchman Baffin waved his hand, and the video slowed down. The knights and emperors all stared at the video. The Xinyan of Silla watched with wide eyes. That strange beast's claw technique actually fused time and space together. Even though the fusion was very rough, it was still incredible that it could reach such a level. He walked the beast god path, hence it was easy for him to associate it with the fusion of laws. The Nine Swords Venerable and the others had all tried the beast god path before, hence they weren't unfamiliar with this claw technique. They didn't realize it at first because they hadn't thought about it. After all, fusion of time and space. It was like a fantasy. Only a great being like the Primal Chaos City leader would be able to fuse time and space together. And the fusion of time and space didn't belong to any other path. It was hundreds of times more difficult than the beast god path. Hence, everyone, including the Nine Swords Venerable, went silent when they realized that Zhou Hao's Imperial armament and the strange beast was walking in this direction. They couldn't comment on this attempt, nor were they qualified. They definitely couldn't do it. However, Zhou Hao was different. He was able to pass the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge as a universe level. This undoubtedly proved his insane comprehension. He was definitely the strongest in the history of humanity. I believe the Primal Chaos City leader will make a decision, we don't have to worry. The Nine Swords Venerable said slowly. The other knights nodded. They didn't want such a genius of humanity to go down the wrong path. However, there were some things that they couldn't do. Shua shua shua. Very quickly, the group of knights and emperors all disappeared. Luo Feng, Burin, Auka and the others were all confused. Why did those knights all go silent? Auka couldn't help but ask. Not sure, maybe they discovered something. Luo Feng shook his head. Burin said slowly, that's still far from us. Zhou Hao's improvement is so fast. Even if we can't catch up, we can't fall too far behind. After which, he vanished. Rongjun nodded, Burin is right. Zhou Hao and Seri have helped us a lot. We have to work hard too. After which, he vanished as well. Auka was speechless. Luo Feng, don't learn from Burin and Rongjun. We have to work hard, but we still have to celebrate. Luo Feng said unhappily, Auka, I knew you were thinking of letting my third brother treat you. Auka laughed loudly and rubbed her belly, using the words of your hometown, your third brother is a rich man. After passing the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge, it'll be easy for him to attempt the Primal Sky Mountain. I heard that the Primal Sky Mountain rewards 100 million points. What? 100 million points? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Keep your voice down. Auka lowered her voice, I heard it from my father. He's trying to motivate me. Normally, with our authority, we wouldn't know, let's go back to the villa and talk. Also, send a message to your third brother and arrange a time for us to drink. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. The group of absolute beginning members, along with Zhou Hao and Seri, amongst the 10 of them, Auka could drink the most, followed by Rongjun. Third was Qian Shui. Back then when he passed the 7th level, he realized that Qian Shui's alcohol tolerance had exceeded theirs. However, drinking was only an occasional thing. The geniuses naturally understood this point. Primal region, within the villa. Most of the guards and servants were also whispering to each other. After all, Zhou Hao had passed the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Such an uproar, the speed at which the news spread was shocking. His Majesty's improvement speed is simply too fast. Right, he was already sick in the Primal Universe. Who would have thought that after leaving the Primal Universe, his improvement speed would be even more sick? His Majesty's law comprehension isn't any lower than Lord Huil's. With his improvement speed, when he becomes a Sector Lord in the future, he'll definitely be able to obtain a Primal Region Sector Lord slot. That's for sure. His Majesty has already passed the 14th level, his law comprehension far surpasses the Primal Region Domain Lord Elders. The Undying Guard leader Huoi coughed lightly, his face sunken, His Majesty is still summarizing his experience. Aren't you afraid of disturbing him by discussing like this? Yes, Lord Huoi, we know our mistake. The guards hurriedly admitted their mistake. Go to the entrance of the villa. Yes, the group of Undying World Lord guards all left. Huoi looked at the distant 3-story house, rejoicing that he had applied to become the Undying Guard leader. Within the study, under the light, Zhou Hao rubbed his temples and leaned on the chair. With his current strength, passing the 14th level was already his limit. He hadn't fully comprehended the essence of time in the 5th picture of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been studying the Beast God statue these few years, relying on its concept to fuse time and space, he definitely wouldn't have been able to pass the 14th level. Fusing laws is indeed strong, but this path is 100 times harder than comprehending time and space. I should try not to try it now. Even if I study it, I should focus on the Beast God statue. He muttered. With the 8 Beast God statues, he could compare them. He wasn't worried that he would take the wrong path. It's time to meet teacher. The reason he passed the Heavenly Bridge was to complete his first special sign in mission. Shua. His figure vanished. Lightning Island, the highest peak. In front of a majestic shrine surrounded by chaos energy. Zhou Hao stood at the entrance. Just as he was about to speak, the guard smiled. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, the city lord has already instructed that if you come, you can enter directly. Yes. He immediately walked into the shrine. There was even more chaos energy in the shrine, and there wasn't a single guard. Disciple, come in. As the voice sounded, a gentle force wrapped around Zhou Hao. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the main hall of the shrine. The chaos energy in the depths of the shrine slowly separated, and a figure walked out. He was wearing a golden robe, and his head was covered with green scales. His face looked like an earthling, and his eyes were like a vast galaxy, making people feel endless calmness. Zhou Hao bowed respectfully. Teacher. At this moment, the city lord had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhou Hao. To be able to pass the 14th level after leaving the primordial universe for 10 years, your comprehension talent is indeed not bad, even surpassing one of my disciples, KD. Back then, I said that if you could pass the Shi level within 100 years, I would accept you as my direct disciple. Now that you have completed it ahead of time, from today onwards, you will be my 32nd direct disciple. Zhou Hao hurriedly knelt on the ground and said solemnly, Disciple greets teacher. The city lord smiled and raised his hand. Zhou Hao felt a gentle force supporting him. Disciple, even though this is the virtual universe, it's no different from reality. Including you, I have a total of 32 disciples, of which 5 have already fallen. The remaining 25 are knights, and the weakest is an Emperor Pinnacle Undying. Right now, you are the weakest, only universe level 9. The city lord said, shaking his head. He had lived for so long, and his position was incomparably high. The universe level was simply too weak in his eyes, and Zhou Hao's age, in his eyes, was no different from a newborn baby. This was the first time he had accepted such a disciple. From today onwards, you can teleport directly to my palace on Thunder Island. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Of course, you can also go to your second senior's palace. With your current law comprehension, he should be able to teach you. Speaking of which, his tone became more serious. When you break through the universe level and reach domain lord level, come to my primal chaos city. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, Yes teacher. The city lord waved his hand. Go on, you've only been in the primal region for 10 years, no rush to break through. Make good use of your time here to train. Shua. Zhou Hao immediately vanished. Within the villa. His consciousness exited the virtual universe. Zhou Hao's system voice resounded within his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special mission. You've acquired the Great Tao Proverb, the Primal Chaos Gold Wing Incomplete Part, Sha Wu Wings. Quote. Hearing the voice, his expression was calm. The Sha Wu Wings were the evolved version. Even though its stats were definitely better, the problem was that to acquire the next part, he had to continue doing the special mission. And the special mission activation wasn't fixed. If he couldn't activate it, it meant he had no way to acquire the next part. Shaking his head, he first received the 2 rewards. He threw the wings into his internal world, and the Great Tao Proverb reward, he couldn't help but seriously look at it. Chapter 127. Great Tao Proverb. After activating, every word and action will contain the Great Tao laws, one's comprehension speed will soar. At the same time, it will be extremely infectious, causing one to be immersed in it. Note. This talent requires the user to be fully focused. It can only be used once every half a year, and the duration cannot exceed 4 hours. Seeing this, Zhou Hao revealed a bitter smile. No wonder it was the reward for discussing the Tao. This was a prelude for him to start his own sect. After hesitating for a while, he decided to test the proverb's power. If it could really make one's comprehension speed soar, even if he had to start his own sect, he would accept it. However, if the situation wasn't optimistic, he wouldn't use it so easily. After all, he needed to focus on studying the essence of time. He had no time for anything else. What's more, he still wanted to train in fusion laws, trying to walk the harder path of time and space fusion. Of course, this was just a plan, he wasn't sure if it would work. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain Public Region. Within an outdoor pavilion in the entertainment area, Zhou Hao, Seri, Luo Feng, Auka and the other geniuses gathered together. This gathering was naturally to celebrate Zhou Hao officially becoming the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Everyone had a good relationship with each other. Even though there were differences in their improvement speed, they all acknowledged each other. Qian Shui, come, continue. Auka shouted loudly. Only Auka and Qian Shui were left drinking in the pavilion. The others were resting with their eyes closed. Zhou Hao used his points to buy wine. Other than being able to get drunk, it could also increase one's comprehension. However, the price of this wine was very expensive. Even the little prince of the Manga planet like Auka couldn't bear to buy it. Suddenly, Zhou Hao glanced at Seri. Finhun Seri smiled. The two immediately began to discuss the mysteries of the time origin laws. At the same time, Zhou Hao unleashed his great Tao proverb. In the virtual universe, he wasn't sure if the proverb had any effect. This sudden exchange of comprehension was purely to test the proverb's power. Rumble. Almost at the moment of communication, Zhou Hao's and Seri's pupils shrank slightly. They found that when they were reviewing the first 24 mysteries of the nature of time, an indescribable feeling kept surging into their minds. In the past, they had been studying the fifth picture of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, the Beast God statue, the space-time quintessence, and many other information patterns, cryptic fluctuations, and the analysis of secret arts. All of them flickered like movie clips. These fragments were like strings of codes and strings of numbers. In an instant, they converged into mysterious information, forming the 33 to 36 essence of time that Zhou Hao had yet to fully comprehend. It looked like Zhou Hao and Seri were communicating. However, their eyes penetrated through the layers of space-time and saw the essence of the 33 to 36 types of time. This feeling was incomparably magical. If a comparison had to be used to describe it, it was like trying to solve a difficult problem. No matter how hard you racked your brains, you still couldn't think of a solution. Suddenly, someone placed the standard solution in front of your eyes. After seeing the answer, not only did you comprehend it, but you also had an expression that said, "Damn, how could it be so simple? Why didn't I think of it?" Now, Zhou Hao and Seri were like this. At first, they were communicating in a low voice. However, as time went on, their voices became louder and louder. They even stood up and chatted excitedly as if no one else was around. They were chatting happily. The pavilion was completely silent. Luo Feng, Auka, Rongjun, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun all stared at Zhou Hao and Seri with their eyes wide open. Since the two of them were communicating about the essence of time, Luo Feng, Auka, and the others were confused. However, Burin and Icon completely entered a state of comprehension in just a few seconds. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. They even held their breaths. They isolated the entire pavilion. Time passed slowly. Zhou Hao and Seri walked back and forth in the pavilion while communicating. They looked like they were immersed in their own world. Luo Feng, Auka, Rongjun, and the others looked at Burin and Icon with envy. They could naturally see at a glance that Burin and Icon were in a state of comprehension as if they were sitting in the Chaos Tablet chamber. At the same time, in Burin, Icon entered a mysterious state of comprehension. Zhou Hao and Seri saw the essence of time from the 33rd to the 36th essence more clearly. The two of them didn't care about the last three essences of time. They stared at the 33rd essence, wanting to completely engrave it in their own sea of consciousness. The time passed very quickly while they were communicating and comprehending. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, Zhou Hao and Seri both felt mentally exhausted, like normal people who had stayed up for 3 days straight. They immediately stopped communicating and glanced at Burin and Icon. After bidding farewell to Luo Feng and Auka, they left the virtual universe. A total of 2 days passed. Burin and Icon finally opened their eyes. "Joe how, where's Seri?" Icon saw that there was only Auka, Rongjun and the others in the pavilion. He couldn't help but ask. "They left long ago, how do you feel?" Auka couldn't help but ask. Burin didn't make a sound. Icon said embarrassedly, "I feel that if I were to do it again, I would have the confidence to pass the 6th level." "What, pass the 6th level?" Auka, Rongjun, Xianxia and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently amongst the absolute beginning newbies, Burin was at the 7th level, Luo Feng was at the 7th level, the remaining Rongjun, Auka and the others were at the 5th level. However, amongst them, only Rongjun was close to the 6th level. Auka, Icon and Xianxia needed at least 10 years of training to pass the 6th level. However, now Icon actually said that if he were to listen to it again, he would have the confidence to pass the 6th level. This undoubtedly meant that Icon was now the closest to the 6th level. Suddenly, Burin stood up, revealing a bitter smile. "I owe Joe How and Seri more and more. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to repay them in the future." He vanished. But minutes passed. Auka, Rongjun and the others all received the mail from Baffin. Burin, passed the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Seeing the mail, Auka, Rongjun, Xianxia and the others were all shocked. It wasn't any less than Joe How passing the 14th level. Joe How and Seri had abnormal talent and comprehension, but Burin was only a once in 10,000 eras genius. Even if Burin's talent in the spatial laws was strong, from the 7th level to the 8th level, he would need at least 100 years of training to pass. Crazy, Joe How Sai Y'all's comprehension this time, could it be that it affected Burin that much? Rongjun couldn't help but exclaim in an exaggerated manner. They had all heard Joe How and Seri's comprehension exchange before, the effects were indeed there, but it wasn't as exaggerated as this. Auka, Xianxia and the others looked at Icon. Icon said helplessly, "I'm not sure either, that feeling is very mysterious and hard to describe. I can only say that Joe How and Seri's exchange was much better than listening to an emperor's class. It was even faster than entering the Chaos Tablet chamber." Auka immediately cried out, "If only Joe How and Seri could exchange about the essence of space." Rongjun really wanted to say that he shouldn't rely on others for everything, but he swallowed his words. Bolin had only heard it once, and he had directly jumped from the 7th floor to the 8th floor. This kind of speed made his heart restless involuntarily. One had to know. Ever since they entered the absolute beginning region, they understood that in the qualification battles 100 years later, they would have to compete with the universe-level seniors of the absolute beginning region. And those seniors who had trained for hundreds to thousands of years had all passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. If they couldn't pass the 6th level within 100 years, they would definitely be eliminated to the Heaven and Earth region. Primal region, within the study of the villa. Joe How rubbed his temples. Even though he looked tired, his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The Great Tao Proverb's effects were simply unexpected. It was too powerful. After using it for 4 hours, he had actually comprehended the 33rd essence of time. Even he was stunned. If news of this were to spread, even a being like the Primal Chaos City leader would be shocked beyond words. After all, this was the essence of time, and this was under the condition of comprehending the essence of space. "It's a pity that I need half a year to use it once," he muttered unhappily. In 10 years, he had only comprehended 8 essences of time. Now, he had comprehended 1 in 4 hours. He should be smiling even in his dreams. With this Great Tao Proverb, comprehending the fusion of laws shouldn't be a problem anymore. Joe How couldn't help but think back to when he used it before. That incomparably mysterious state, he couldn't help but want to try it again. However, in the end, he suppressed it. The Great Tao Proverb's effects were strong, however, since this talent could only be used once every half a year, there was definitely a reason behind it. Although he didn't feel much mental fatigue after using it, Joe How still suppressed the thoughts that kept surging in his mind. At this time, Bolin received an email stating that he had cleared the 8th floor. Joe How was stunned. No way, even listening from the side has such a strong effect. After which, he shook his head. Burin's talent in the space laws was very high. However, he had after all chosen the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. Even with space as the main path and time as the support, the time laws would still drag him down. This time, he was talking about time. It was probably because of this that Bolin was able to pass the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Actually, He guessed right. Even though the Great Tao Proverb's effects were strong, the effect on the side listeners wasn't as terrifying as the one who used it. Just like Icon, she wasn't too far away from the 6th level. However, after listening to it once, she only had some confidence. Of course, compared to comprehending in the Chaos Tablet Chamber and listening to public lectures, the effect was indeed much stronger. He shook his head. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Zhou Hao began to rearrange his next training plan. After all, with the Great Tao Proverb, his previous training plan couldn't keep up. The Great Tao Proverb can be used once every half a year. However, to be cautious, it's best if I use it once a year. This way, the remaining 39 mysteries of the time essence, even if I comprehend one every 2 times, I'll need at most 80 years to fully comprehend them all. Hence, there's no need to focus on the essence of time, I can try to fuse time and space. He pondered. Fusing time and space was very difficult. Many universe knights and even universe overlords couldn't do it. To fuse them, it wasn't as simple as combining parts of space and time. It involved more complicated changes. If Zhou Hao didn't have the 8 beast god statues, he definitely wouldn't dare to try it casually. This was because the first step was to grasp the direction. If even the direction was wrong, the fusion was destined to fail. However, even so, he didn't even have a superficial understanding of the fusion of time and space. He could only say that he had a slight understanding of it. Hence, next, Zhou Hao and the human Fanhun studied the time-space truth in the Cosmic Chaos Tablet. They also studied the beast god statues. The Thousand Abyss Ancestral Tree Body studied the 5 space-related origin laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fanhun Sere studied the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet and the beast god statues. If he wanted to comprehend the fusion laws, he had to fully comprehend the 5 basic laws. As he had been focusing on time and space all these years, his comprehension level of these 5 basic laws was lagging behind. However, with his current talent, once he started studying, his speed would be very shocking. Other than that, Zhou Hao started to accept training missions again. In fact, with his current resources and law comprehension speed, it didn't affect him at all if he didn't do training missions. However, training missions were mainly to train himself. Even his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leader, told him not to rush to breakthrough and to train at the universe level. Hence, he planned to train himself well in the following time. As for the opportunities in the training missions, they weren't that important in his eyes. After all, law comprehension had to be converted into battle power. In the future, he would have to create his own secret technique. The universe-level training world was the most important foundation. At this point, Zhou Hao was far from other geniuses. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. These 10 years, Zhou Hao used the Great Path proverb and communicated with Seri 10 times. He fully comprehended the 34th to 40th time essence. The entire 5th picture of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet was completely clear in his eyes. Comprehending the entire picture was only a matter of time. However, of these 10 exchanges, the 2 had only revealed it once. After all, it was time essence, and it wasn't of much help to Luo Feng. Even this time, it allowed Icon to pass the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. 17 years after leaving the Primal Universe, Fanhun Sere began to accept dangerous level missions in the Absolute Beginning region. Zhou Hao and the human Fanhun came to Blood River World. This was his first stop in the world. Beside the huge crater ruins, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the hole. A table was placed between the 2 of them. The table was filled with fruits and wine. The fruits were a special product of Blood River World, the wine was bought from the virtual universe treasure trove. 2 years ago, I sent off Seri here. 2 years later, third brother, you came. Luo Feng smiled and said, Aoka and Rongjun were also talking about coming to Blood River World when they had time. They started to accept dangerous level missions last year. When the time comes, we'll be able to sit at the same table in reality. Zhou Hao laughed loudly. Aoka and Rongjun were mainly stimulated. Even Icon passed the 6th level, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Luo Feng heard and said helplessly, third brother, you still say that. I was originally catching up to Burin's training speed, but after you and Seri talked, Burin passed the 8th level. Now I have to catch up again. With a goal to catch up to, you'll be more motivated. However, you're right, if Burin wasn't influenced by me and Seri, she wouldn't have passed the 8th level so easily, Zhou Hao laughed and then retrieved an item from his storage ring and tossed it to Luo Feng. Fourth brother, I believe this item should be of great help to you. As he spoke, he started to drink. Chapter 128. Luo Feng stood up, his eyes carefully staring at the beast god statue in his hand. Every scale on the statue, the extremely clear claws, the tail, they all caused huge waves within him. Within his internal world, the golden horn beast roared excitedly. These years, he had studied the ancient beast pictures in the huge crater ruins, or a whirlpool, improving rapidly, even comprehending the sky-tearing claw technique. And the ancient beast pictures weren't as clear as the beast god statue before him. Just by looking at it, he could almost see the ancient beast's ferocious energy within the universe. He took a few deep breaths. Staring hard at Zhou Hao, third brother, what is this? Zhou Hao casually said, beast god statue, the golden horn beast you've taken over, walks the path of gold and space Juyu Hunden steel, and this statue is a fusion of gold and space universe laws. When you study this statue and combine it with the first 3 pictures of Juyu Hunden steel, your training speed will multiply. Gold and space fusion laws. Luo Feng was curious. However, he knew that Zhou Hao was right, this statue was extremely suitable for his training. His golden horn beast simply stared at it, almost as though he could see the future of the beast. Fusion laws are a higher level law, their power is much stronger than the pure gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time and space laws. However, studying them all at the same time is much harder. Your golden horn beast is naturally suited for this fusion path, relying on this statue, your training speed will be much faster than studying the primal chaos tablets. Zhou Hao smiled and explained. Actually, even if he didn't give the statue to Luo Feng, he would still get it. However, that would have to wait 60 years. Now that he had given it earlier, Luo Feng would be able to improve even faster in these 60 years. By the qualification battle 70 years later, he would definitely be able to enter the primal region. After all, he didn't plan on breaking through to the domain lord level after the qualification battles. Finhun Saray was naturally the same. Hence, Luo Feng's only competitors were the absolute beginning elder K Luo Fu and the primal region universe elder. What's more, within his system reward space, there were many such things. The 1,000 deep ancestral tree had signed in at the Undying Shrine and acquired 7 to 8 gold and space fusion beast god statues, leaving them there was a waste. Luo Feng understood, saying softly, third brother, thank you. Zhou Hao shook his head, no need to be so polite with me. As he spoke, he stood up, raised his head, and drank the wine on the table in one gulp. Let's go, follow me to meet that Baki. Luo Feng was shocked, he couldn't help but ask, third brother, that blood god Baki is Sector Lord Pinnacle, and beside him is Wild Chi Niu, are you confident? Zhou Hao smiled and said, whether I'm confident or not, we'll know soon enough. Blood god Baki was a top genius of Blood River World. His ambition was huge, and he could break through to the Undying level at any time. However, he suppressed it, wanting to absorb the 10 Blood River crystals and become a black warrior. As they hadn't fought before, he wasn't sure what level Baki's law comprehension was at. However, he was Sector Lord Pinnacle after all. Even though his comprehension was ridiculously strong, the difference in strength was huge, and it was hard to fight. However, Zhou Hao still wanted to try. He wasn't confident against an Undying, but a Sector Lord Pinnacle was still a Sector Lord. Of course, before the battle, his core and other items had already been placed on the 1,000 deep ancestral tree. Even if the human Finhun died, he would be able to reform quickly. Su, Zhou Hao and Luo Feng swiftly descended towards the center of the Killing Aura whirlpool. The closer they got to the center of the whirlpool, the more terrifying the Killing Aura became. Luo Feng had spent a long time in the hole beside the Killing Aura, his willpower had been trained, and could resist the Killing Aura. Zhou Hao had experienced the pain of his soul being torn apart, and Finhun Saray had trained here for many years. Their willpower was already extraordinary, and it wasn't hard for them to resist the Killing Aura. 97. Why did you bring someone here? Not long after they landed, 2 blood god guards flew over, their gazes landing on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said directly, I'm 97's friend, and I want to join the blood god guards, so I want to meet Lord Baki. Hearing this, Yi Zichen said. The vigilance on the faces of the 2 blood god guards disappeared. One of them scoffed, the Blood God Guards aren't for just anyone to join. To meet Lord Baki, you have to pass our test. Shua. While speaking, the Blood God Guard's spear pierced towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao did not even bother to use his weapon. With a casual swipe of his hand, the space was faintly torn apart by him. The violent power of law surged and instantly blasted the Blood God Guard in front of him away along with his spear. The other Blood God Guard's eyes opened wide. A casual attack defeated 92, he's only cloud level. Zhou Hao said calmly, now I have the right to meet Lord Baki. Yes, you have the right. The Blood God Guard quickly brought Zhou Hao to the palace at the bottom of the hole. After a while, in front of the palace, Baki, who was wearing a blood-red robe, had a thick killing aura around him, his red hair reaching his knees. Haha, 97, you're not bad, I didn't expect your friend to be so outstanding. Very good, for you to bring your friend to join the Blood God Guards, I'm very satisfied, I won't mistreat you in the future. To be able to defeat a domain Lord Blood God Guard 92 in one strike, without a doubt, this purple-armored youth was even more outstanding. He, Baki, was destined to become the most dazzling genius of the Undying Shrine. Naturally, the more talented guards he had the better. Baki, I've already proven my qualifications. What about you? If you want me to join the Blood God Guards, you have to at least prove your strength. At this time, Zhou Hao's indifferent voice resounded. Many of the Blood God Guards were stunned. Even Baki was stunned. You want to challenge me? He suspected that he had heard wrongly. If the person in front of him was a world lord, he wouldn't be surprised at all, but this person was only a cloud level. A cloud level challenging a world lord? That was crazy. Zhou Hao was too lazy to speak, directly attacking. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away from Baki. Haha, how bold, a cloud level daring to attack a world lord, you are the most courageous genius I've ever seen. Baki laughed instead of being angry. Amidst his laughter, the world energy projection landed. It was as if a boundless sea of blood was surging. Waves of shocking baleful aura swept out and instantly drowned Zhou Hao. Baki had been in the whirlpool for over 10,000 years, his willpower was incredibly strong, his every move filled with killing intent. If it were any other universe-level genius, just this world projection alone would be hard to defend against. However, Zhou Hao was different. His law comprehension was already at the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, equivalent to an official level Undying. Such strong law comprehension was enough to tear apart Baki's world projection. And he was still wearing a Sector Lord Pinnacle Metal Life form. Baki's internal world projection couldn't affect him at all. Sila, a shocking claw shadow flashed and instantly condensed into a strange giant beast. It directly collided with the world projection that was like a sea of blood that filled the sky. Zhou Hao didn't dodge at all, directly fighting against Baki's world projection. Rumble. The surrounding tens of thousands of meters of space froze, time slowed down even more, almost like it was frozen. And under the power of the time and space origin laws, Baki's world projection trembled. Not only was it unable to suppress Zhou Hao, but it was also gradually collapsing. Baki's eyes were filled with shock. His heart was in turmoil. Just what kind of terrifying genius was this? Even though he was only cloud level, he could actually tear apart his world projection. He was the most glaring genius of the Undying Shrine, just relying on his internal world projection to fight against an Undying, yet now his world projection was being torn apart by a cloud level. Break for me. Baki was after all a Sector Lord Pinnacle, his law comprehension exceeded normal Undyings, naturally he knew he was being affected by the opponent's law. He howled, no longer suppressing his strength. Rumble. The terrifying Sector Lord Pinnacle energy completely exploded. Two blood-red light beams shot out from his blood-red eyes, as if they were made of viscous blood. They were filled with a terrifying murderous aura. The two blood-red beams of light instantly condensed into two blood-red long sabers, which slashed out. Howl howl. Within the blood-red blade light, the sounds of battle resounded. A thick killing intent spread. Any Undying with a weaker willpower would be affected. The frozen space all around, time was like shattered glass, recovering. At the same time, the blood-red blade light broke through Zhou Hao's law energy, slashing straight at Zhou Hao's body. Shua 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 shua. However, Zhou Hao released tens of thousands of images, gathering 100 meters away from Baki. Looking at the shocked Baki, he smiled indifferently. Baki, you are indeed the strongest genius of the Undying Shrine in Blood River World. to actually be able to break through my first move, however, it ends here. Rumble. After he said that, Zhou Hao clenched his fist and punched out. In an instant, a long river with rolling waves appeared in Blood God Baki's line of sight. Above the long river, a setting sun was burning, sprinkling down golden light. However, the river suddenly swirled, forming a river giant. The setting sun from before became the eyes of the river giant, bringing with it a golden light pillar, piercing through the skies. At the same time, the river giant's surging fist blasted out like lightning. Mo! Suddenly, within the palace, Baki Niu's roar resounded. Blood God Baki broke free from Zhou Hao's law presence, a blood-red long blade appeared in his hand and he fiercely slashed out. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change, dodging the attack. After all, he was only universe level. In terms of strength, there was a huge gap between him and Baki. In terms of laws, he wasn't afraid at all, however in terms of strength, he couldn't win at all. Shua, comprehending the essence of space, with his space origin law comprehension reaching level 15, Zhou Hao's movement was shockingly fast. Baki's attack couldn't even land on Zhou Hao's body. After dodging a few times, Zhou Hao's silhouette left behind layers of afterimages, finally appearing beside Baki. At this moment, a saber appeared in his hand. It was a normal blade from Blood River World. However, Zhou Hao's eyes were as calm as the vast Milky Way. Kai, he slashed out. A resplendent blade light flashed. It lit up the entire palace. This blade light was like a Milky Way hanging in the vast universe. It was so beautiful it was breathtaking. And the moment the blade light flashed, the space and time within the palace froze. Blood God Baki wanted to block, however he was shocked to find that his movements were so slow he couldn't even do a simple block. Deep within the palace, Baki Niu's eyes were filled with shock. Sila, no matter how beautiful the Milky Way-like blade light was, it would still come to an end. And when the blade light disappeared, Baki's life core shattered, his shocked expression froze. The Blood Ocean world projection swiftly disappeared. Pung! The Sector Lord Pinnacle Baki's body fell heavily. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. To be able to die under my blade, you should be proud. Baki wasn't weak, however he was still restricted by the laws, unable to break free from the influence of his own laws. Otherwise, if his law level reached the Shi level of the Heavenly Bridge, relying on his Sector Lord Pinnacle world projection and strength, it would be hard for him to kill him. Of course, the main thing was that Zhou Hao didn't bring his Imperial armament. If he did, Baki wouldn't even be able to resist. Chapter 129. My God, a universe-level killing a Sector Lord Pinnacle, and the opponent is the dazzling genius of Blood River World, Baki. This is too sick, definitely a super sick person. Luo Feng, I'm afraid you have no hope of catching up to this Zhou Hao in this lifetime. I've been wandering the universe with my boss for over 10 million years, and I've seen a lot. However, a universe-level killing a Sector Lord Pinnacle, this is simply unheard of. Today I've completely opened my eyes. Your third brother's law comprehension level has probably already caught up to my boss, the master of the Yunmo planet. Within his mind, Babata's exaggerated voice resounded. Luo Feng's face was filled with shock. He knew his third brother was sick. However, he didn't expect him to be this sick. A universe level killing a Sector Lord Pinnacle. If news of this spread, the entire universe would be shaken. After all, this was a battle that crossed two life levels. Even if Zhou Hao's law comprehension level was very high, it didn't represent battle strength. Babata, I've never thought of catching up to my third brother. However, you're right, my third brother is indeed a super sick person. Even my teacher Xinyan of Silla occasionally exclaims. Luo Feng regained his senses, revealing a bitter smile. Babata laughed. Luo Feng, it's good that you can think that way. You have to keep your mentality in check, don't compare yourself to this sick person. This punk might be the strongest genius in the history of humanity. It's normal for him to be able to kill a Sector Lord Pinnacle. However, there's something you have to pay attention to. Luo Feng was stunned, subconsciously asking, what? Your third brother has killed Baki. This will definitely cause a commotion in Blood River World. It'll be hard for you to stay in the Aura Whirlpool. Babata reminded him. Luo Feng shrugged, saying casually, the ruins are huge, not just this one. The undying warriors of Blood River World can't all guard this place. What's more, the reason I'm here is to raise my willpower, making it easier to absorb the Blood River crystals. Secondly, it's to study the ancient beast picture in the Aura Whirlpool. Now that I have the beast god statue third brother gave me, there's no need for me to stay here. Quote. Babata nodded, that's true, you have the beast god statue now, there's no need for you to stay here. However, what's Zhou Hao thinking? Since he knew the statue was a fusion of laws, why did he give it to you so easily? Even though Zhou Hao is studying the universe tablet, Luo Feng, don't forget, before he unleashed the imperial armament, he used the golden space origin laws. The beast god statue is very useful to Zhou Hao. Hearing Babata's words, Luo Feng was suspicious, however, he didn't think too much about it, saying casually, when we leave the hole, I'll ask him. The conversation between the two only lasted for a moment. The palace at the bottom of the hole. Following the disappearance of the beautiful blade light, the influence of the law energy also disappeared. Man Huang Chi Niu rushed to the front of the palace, the rest of the blood god guards were terrified. A cloud-level warrior had actually killed the world pinnacle blood god. Their worldview was about to be shattered. However, at this time, Man Huang Chi Niu roared, you're an outsider. You deserve to die. Quote. His killing intent was thick. It filled the air with killing intent, reverberating in the air above the palace. The group of blood god guards were stunned, their eyes turning blood red. Blood River world hated outsiders. Back then, during the ancient war, their totem beast god was killed, destroying their faith. The hatred was carved into their bones and blood. Kill. The blood god guards went crazy. Even if they knew they weren't Zhou Hao's match, they still charged over. Man Huang Chi Niu's body suddenly expanded, his roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. His claws heavily stomped down towards Zhou Hao's position. Boom! The huge claws caused the space to tremble. The thick murderous aura converged into a monstrous killing intent that surged towards Zhou Hao. Luo Feng saw the situation and was shocked. Without thinking, he rushed over, third brother, you deal with that Man Huang Chi Niu. I'll deal with these blood god guards. Zhou Hao nodded. He wasn't worried at all. Although there were many blood god guards, Luo Feng had already passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge. Killing a group of blood god guards wasn't hard. Moreover, with him here, everything was under control. When the claws stomped down, Zhou Hao slashed with his saber. The resplendent blade light appeared once more. A vast power of the laws of time and space spread out from the saber light. The surging murderous aura froze in an instant. In Wild Chi Niu's blood-red eyes, he saw a beautiful knife light. The knife light suddenly became a strange beast that was even scarier than Wild Chi Niu himself. Seeing the huge beast, Man Huang Chi Niu's eyes revealed an instinctive fear. The aura it had gathered vanished in an instant. The blade light pierced through the huge claw formed from the endless killing intent, slashing right into Man Huang Chi Niu's sturdy scales. Sila. The scales of Man Huang Chi Niu that was a few km long was instantly sliced apart. Large amounts of fresh blood splattered everywhere. He howled in pain and regained his energy. It looked like he was going all out, however he turned and fled. In one exchange, he was clear on how terrifying the outsiders were. They weren't people he could mess with. What's more, to be able to kill the Sector Lord Pinnacle Baki at universe level, such a genius definitely had a high position within the outsiders. Hence he had to preserve his life and report to the Undying Shrine, letting them send out warriors to kill him. On the other side, the group of blood god guards that were madly fighting Luo Feng saw Man Huang Chi Niu flee in one exchange. They were all scared out of their wits. They hated the extraterrestrial races very much, but compared to their lives, hatred was obviously not that important. Su. A few Sector Lord level blood god guards rushed madly into the air above the hole. The other blood god guards however didn't have time to flee. They could only grit their teeth and fight Luo Feng. Zhou Hao didn't chase after Man Huang Chi Niu. This huge beast that followed Baki was still very strong. The main thing was that its skin was thick. If he wanted to kill it, it would take quite some effort. During that time, the warriors from the Undying Shrine would rush over. However, these blood god guards that wanted to flee, he naturally didn't plan on letting them go. Shua. His silhouette flashed. In terms of movement, even if Zhou Hao didn't purposely train, his speed far exceeded these Sector Lord level blood god guards. Poo. A blade light flashed. In an instant, it covered the entire sky above the hole. These Sector Lord level blood god guards didn't even have the strength to defend. They all fell down like dumplings. At this time, Luo Feng had finished off the remaining blood god guards. Luo Feng, let's go. Let's leave this place first. Zhou Hao said and rushed into the sky. Luo Feng followed closely behind. The two of them returned to the undying automaton ship above the clouds. Only then did they relax. Within the ship's hull, Luo Feng's face was filled with envy. Third brother, you're too powerful. When I first met Blood God Baki, I had no choice but to submit to him. Now that you came, you killed him head on. I wonder when I'll be able to do that. Zhou Hao laughed out loud. Fourth brother, take it slow. Don't rush. With your current law comprehension, in 10 years, you should be able to fight sector lords. The two of them chatted and drank. Luo Feng took a sip of the wine Zhou Hao tossed over, and his entire body was immediately enveloped by the power of laws. Waves of comprehension surged into his mind, and his perception of the laws seemed to become clearer. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, good wine. Zhou Hao said mysteriously, of course it's good wine. It's very expensive. How expensive? Luo Feng blinked. Let's put it this way. An official level undying can't even afford a sip. Zhou Hao said casually. He wasn't speaking blindly. This wine was obtained from signing in the primal chaos ruins. The law sensitivity was even stronger than absorbing 3 blood river crystals. It was probably obtained from the primal chaos city leader in the universe ocean. Luo Feng was shocked. His eyes stared wide. Damn, really? Babata was stunned too. One sip was equivalent to the entire wealth of an official level undying. This was too exaggerated. Zhou Hao smiled. You should know best. If it wasn't for today's battle, I wouldn't bear to take it out. Luo Feng quickly said, then I'll have to drink more. Haha, drink. Who knows when you'll be able to drink again. Zhou Hao joked. He received 2 bottles of this wine from signing in. It was very precious. While drinking, Luo Feng casually asked Zhou Hao about the beast god statue. Zhou Hao didn't hide anything and said directly, fourth brother, this thing is actually the totem of the undying shrine of Blood River World. If it's on a suitable person, naturally it's precious. But if it's on someone else, it's just a jade statue. After which, he took out another beast god statue. This statue's posture was completely different from the one he gave to Luo Feng. He tossed it to Luo Feng. Babata was speechless. Luo Feng, Aoka said something right. This Zhou Hao is definitely a rich man. Luo Feng purposely exaggerated. Third brother, even if you take out another one, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Hence, Zhou Hao took out another beast god statue. Luo Feng was completely speechless. After a while, the two leaned comfortably on the sofa in the hall. Luo Feng burped and asked, third brother, what do you plan to do next? The Blood River crystals are good stuff. I plan to properly hunt in Blood River World. Once the huge crater ruins have calmed down, I'll continue to train my willpower and try to complete the Blood Warrior mission. Quote. Zhou Hao knew that the Blood River crystals would be of great help to Luo Feng. The more the latter fused with the Golden Horn Beast, the stronger he would be able to unleash. However, in truth, the Blood River crystals weren't of much help to him. No matter how much this thing increased his strength, it couldn't compare to a true treasure. As for that little increase in law comprehension, it was practically useless. What's more, he had gained a lot just from signing in. Now that he had killed Baki and tested his strength, there was no point in staying in Blood River World. I'm prepared to leave Blood River World today. Hearing that, Luo Feng was shocked. Third brother, you're not planning to do the Blood Warrior mission? Zhou Hao nodded. The Blood Warrior mission takes too long. To me, it's not worth it. And I'm preparing to do the impossible level mission. What? Impossible level mission? Luo Feng was shocked. Just as he was about to persuade him, he couldn't help but think of Zhou Hao's strength when he killed Baki. Indeed, with his third brother's strength, the dangerous level mission wouldn't be able to train him at all. However, he still said, third brother, the death rate of the impossible level mission is very high. Even though you're strong, you still have to be careful. Zhou Hao smiled and stood up. I understand. After which, he vanished and left the undying automaton ship. Luo Feng looked at the ship leaving the cloud level on the screen. His expression was filled with anticipation. When I finish the Blood River World mission, my law comprehension should be able to reach the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge. When that happens, I'll do 2 or 3 more dangerous level missions to train and I'll be able to do the impossible level. Third brother, even though I can't catch up to you, I don't want to be left too far behind. Virtual Universe, Primal Region Villa. Logging into his personal page. Clicking on training, Zhou Hao immediately chose the impossible level mission. D. Just like the original plot. An ear-piercing sound resounded from the virtual screen. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, let me remind you that this is an impossible level mission. Many Primal Region members of the Virtual Universe Company have lost their lives in the impossible level missions. Zhou Hao ignored it and continued clicking. Shua. The screen refreshed. There were 18 impossible level quests. Rank 1 was Purgatory Abyss, 2, Cloud Palace, 8, Demon Mountain, 12, Death Star, 18, Blood Demon Continent. Of these 18 impossible level missions, only 4 of them were in the Virtual Universe Company's 4 secret regions. Of which, only Purgatory Abyss was in the Primal region. Demon Mountain was in the Absolute Beginning region. The remaining 2 were in the Heaven and Earth region and the Last Phase region. Finhun Sere had already accepted the Demon Mountain mission. Zhou Hao could only choose Purgatory Abyss. As for the other 2, they were too far. If he had to choose, he might as well go to the Cloud Palace in the Huge Axe Dojo. However, to get to the Cloud Palace, the journey alone would take at least half a year. D. Please confirm Purgatory Abyss mission. Confirmation successful. Please fill in the departure time. The Virtual Universe Company will send people to send you to Purgatory Abyss. He immediately looked at the detailed description of Purgatory Abyss. Purgatory Abyss was one of the most ancient and mysterious planets in the Primal region. As this planet was affected by the universe origin laws the most, the life forms on this planet were at least Sector Lord level, while the strongest were at official level. Different from Blood River World and Weika planet, the life forms on Purgatory Abyss didn't reject foreign life forms. However, within Purgatory Abyss, the competition was extremely intense. Almost every day, large amounts of Sector Lords and Undyings died. Surviving here was an incredibly hard thing to do. Purgatory Abyss mission. Survive for 100 days, 1 million points. There was only one mission. However, just from the mission alone, surviving for a day gave 10,000 points. Purgatory Abyss was indeed extremely dangerous. The death rate was shockingly high. According to the Virtual Universe Company's statistics of geniuses that went to Purgatory Abyss, a total of 100 people went and only 1 returned alive. With a death rate of 99%, it was incomparably terrifying. However, to Zhou Hao, the higher the difficulty, the greater the training for him. 100 days isn't too long. Also, I have the 1,000-deep ancestral tree and treasures to protect my soul. My law comprehension has also reached the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. If I still don't dare to go to Purgatory Abyss, that would be too safe. He muttered within. He was currently staying at the universe level to train himself. As for the other missions, they weren't difficult at all. Even on Demon Mountain, fighting with the aboriginals of the other planets and facing the attacks of the demon notes wasn't difficult for him at all. Hence, the only suitable mission was Purgatory Abyss. Chapter 130. Purgatory Abyss was very special. When Zhou Hao sat in the ship that the Virtual Universe specially sent him to, arriving outside the Purgatory Abyss, he finally understood why it was special. Its outer appearance was a huge ancient planet. However, the insides of the planet had long been emptied. The strange thing was, this planet wasn't dead, it wasn't barren, it could still produce large amounts of life, and these life forms could grow to Sector Lord level in a short time. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, Purgatory Abyss is incomparably dangerous. I haven't sent any of the geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company for tens of batches. The one who recently came was a majesty from the Huge Axe Dojo whose status isn't any lower than the Primal Region members. However, ever since he entered, he hasn't come out. While resting at the port, an Undying with 3 horns on his forehead and red scales on his face said solemnly. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. I understand. Seeing this red-scaled Undying knew that Zhou Hao had already made up his mind. However, this was after all an absolute genius of the Virtual Universe Company in the past 100 million eras. If he were to fall in Purgatory Abyss, the impact would be huge. He couldn't even bear the responsibility of an Undying. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, I suggest you speak to your teacher, the great Primal Chaos City leader, and listen to his opinion before making a decision. The moment you enter Purgatory Abyss, there will be no turning back. Normally, as long as one accepted a mission, they would have to carry it out. However, Zhou Hao's identity wasn't normal. Zhou Hao frowned. He still sent a mail to Senior Gui Yi explaining the situation. Very quickly, Senior Gui Yi replied, Teacher already knows about this. he respects your decision. Seeing the mail, Zhou Hao let out a sigh of relief, saying, we can head to Purgatory Abyss tomorrow. This red-scaled Undying smiled and nodded, I'll immediately report and apply to enter Purgatory Abyss. Ah, do I still need to apply for the Purgatory Abyss? He asked doubtfully. That's right, Purgatory Abyss is similar to Demon Mountain in the Absolute Beginning region, it's open to the public. This planet used to be a place to nurture warriors in the past. After our virtual universe company took over, we didn't stop the aboriginals from the surrounding planets from entering, and any aboriginals that can leave Purgatory Abyss alive can all enter our virtual universe company to be nurtured. The Undying explained. Zhou Hao suddenly understood and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested. The next day, he followed the Undying to a spacious platform specially built above the Purgatory Abyss planet. The entire Purgatory Abyss was sealed. This platform was the entrance. It looked like a huge statue of the beast god, but there was no fluctuation at all. The entrance was inside the mouth of the statue. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Lord Undying. The arrival of Zhou Hao and the Undying caused large amounts of Sector Lord Pinnacle guards to rush over and bow respectfully. The large number of natives who were still waiting expressionlessly had their eyes closed. Zhou Hao noticed that their bodies were exuding a dense aura of blood and evil. Each and every one of them looked like peerless demons. Your Highness wants to go in and train, quickly open the entrance. The Undying said indifferently. Yes, the Sector Lord Pinnacle guards immediately waved their hands. Rumble, the huge statue's entrance rippled with intense energy, the transparent space suddenly seemed to be torn apart as a huge crack appeared. The waiting aboriginals all opened their eyes. The Undying who was escorting Zhou Hao couldn't help but remind, Your Highness, there are some Undyings amongst these aboriginals, you must be careful, I hope you come back alive, I'll guard here for 100 days. Zhou Hao nodded. Su. He immediately flew to the side of the huge crack, a suction force surged from within. He didn't resist and was sucked into the crack. Just as he entered, waves of heat washed over him. The heat was even scarier than a star, it could easily melt a normal universe-level warrior. Zhou Hao quickly scanned his surroundings. This was a cave. The cave was tens of thousands of kilometers tall and tens of thousands of kilometers wide. It was very spacious. There were countless cracks on the walls of the cave. The heat waves were surging out from these cracks. There was no life around. He swiftly transformed the Sector Lord Pinnacle metal life form into armor, disguising it as the aboriginal red armor he saw at the entrance. The blade in his hand was also changed to a dark red long blade. The imperial armament embedded in the armor on his back was changed to the same color as the armor. The core within was handed over to the thousand-deep ancestral tree. He then scanned the surroundings. After confirming that there were no life ripples, he took out the Undying automaton ship, disguising it as a red rock that was being blown by the heat waves. The clone of the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree that carried the original core stayed inside obediently. After doing all this, Zhou Hao walked towards the center of the cave. The reason why he knew the direction of the center was because there was a huge symbol at the top of the cave. Having learned the language of the Purgatory Abyss, he naturally knew that this symbol represented the direction of the arrow. Sizzle. Large amounts of cracks and heat waves rolled over. Some regions were so hot that even normal Sector Lords couldn't withstand it. Luckily Zhou Hao had the Sector Lord Pinnacle metal life form to protect his body, within it was a true treasure armor. This bit of heat didn't threaten him at all. After walking for about an hour, he frowned. Purgatory Abyss was extremely dangerous. According to the Virtual Universe Company's introduction, there was killing almost every moment here. However, he didn't even discover a single aboriginal life form. The situation was out of his expectations. However, it wasn't long before his expression changed. Through his senses, the Undying automaton ship that was left in its original spot was suffering from an even more terrifying temperature. The heat was enough to destroy an Undying's cells and genes. In other words, if he stayed in his original spot, his main body would be completely melted. Another half an hour passed. Zhou Hao reached the center of the cave. There were beast god diagrams carved here. In the center was a stone pillar covered in gold engravings, on it were aboriginal words. He quickly stood on the pillar. Rumble. The engravings on the pillar instantly lit up. Following which, the stone pillar quickly rose up. It was as if Zhou Hao was riding an elevator. The ceiling of the cavern also had a corresponding beast god pattern. Just as the stone pillar was about to reach the ceiling, the pattern cracked and the stone pillar completely rushed out of the cavern. Ka! The moment the pillar came out of the cave, it suddenly stopped. Howl howl! Zhou didn't even have time to observe his surroundings before he heard a deafening roar. This roar was accompanied by the shaking of the armor. It was extremely rhythmic, as though welcoming a victorious army. At this time, his gaze swept his surroundings. This was a huge spiral-shaped space. There were a large number of stone steps floating above his head. Every 8 steps formed a platform. The platform was also engraved with strange beast god patterns. Platforms like this were densely packed in this space and extended to the top in the shape of a pyramid. And near Zhou, there were millions of aboriginal people exuding a tyrannical aura. Among these aboriginals, there were also some like Zhou who had just entered the spiral space with a puzzled look on their faces. Step onto the platform. Every time you defeat or kill an enemy, you'll gain 2 hours of time to comprehend and the right to proceed to the next platform. Only those who reach the top can leave and proceed to the next space to continue fighting. If you fail once and don't die, you need to defeat or kill 2 enemies before you can go to the next platform. If you fail more than 2 times, you will be directly eliminated. Soon, the beast god diagram that Zhou was standing on sent out a message. His pupils shrank slightly. The platforms above were densely packed. How many enemies did he have to kill to successfully reach the top? And even if he reached the top, he had to continue fighting. With such cruel rules, he was afraid that not many people could succeed. After all, no one could guarantee that they could keep winning. So this is Purgatory Abyss, no wonder the death rate is over 99%. Only by continuously winning and becoming the strongest in Purgatory Abyss can one leave. Zhou couldn't help but take in a deep breath, his face revealing a bitter smile. He was only universe level. Even if his law comprehension was comparable to an official level Undying, he could at most kill a Sector Lord Pinnacle. Against an Undying, he had no confidence at all. Looking at the excited aboriginals around him, he shook his head. Purgatory Abyss was indeed terrifying. Only 1 out of 100 geniuses who entered and left. I'm afraid they didn't use normal methods. Zhou said helplessly. He wasn't too afraid. After all, the core was with the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree. Even if the body died, it would at most lose some external items. As for leaving, by then, he could only rely on the automaton Undying ship to force his way in. He guessed that the genius who left used the same method. They stayed there for about a day. The large number of beast god diagrams at the bottom of the spiral space were all filled with people. Howl howl. The aboriginals who were already standing on the platform were howling madly slapping their armor, challenging Zhou and the others. Most of those who entered Purgatory Abyss were Sector Lords and Undyings. There were also some Domain Lords. However, there wasn't a single universe level like Zhou. Looking at the mad provokers, Zhou's gaze grew determined. Since I'm here, let's see what level 1 can reach. Immediately, he stepped out of the beast god diagram and quickly stepped onto the platform. Haha, universe level actually dares to come to Purgatory Abyss. You sure aren't afraid of death. After killing you, I can head to the next platform. The Sector Lord Aboriginal on the platform laughed excitedly. In his eyes, Zhou was here to die. Rumble. The moment Zhou stepped onto the platform, the Sector Lord Aboriginal made his move. He raised the huge hammer in his hand and quickly stepped onto the platform, instantly smashing down on Zhou. Kai. At this time, a flash of a blade appeared. The Sector Lord Aboriginal's eyes were filled with shock as he fell heavily onto the platform. First, Zhou's expression was calm. Chapter 131. The pyramid-shaped killing platform had the most battles at the bottom. In Zhou, a universe-level fighting against a Sector Lord, the result was destined to be obvious. The losers on the upper platform didn't pay attention to Zhou's situation. Zhou was happy to keep a low profile. He walked straight to the center of the beast god engraving. After standing there for a while, the beast god engraving spoke, "Congratulations on your victory. You will now have 2 hours to comprehend. Please choose the battle scene you wish to watch." Shua shua shua. The surroundings suddenly changed. Zhou found himself in the vast universe. There were many balls of light floating in front of him. Each of the balls of light was flashing with the scenes of huge beast gods fighting each other. These beast gods all represented the universe laws. Every movement was infused with the power of the laws. His eyes gleamed. So this is the reward. He casually chose a light ball. Rumble. The surroundings changed once more. On a vast continent, a beast god representing the fusion of water and space was fighting with a huge beast of the same size. The two beasts clashed with their claws and tails, bringing with it a terrifying power that caused the skies to change color. This video was very short, only a few breaths of time. However, Zhou Hao's consciousness seemed to descend onto the beast god's body. Not only could he clearly see the beast god's movements, he could also see how the beast god triggered its presence and easily killed its opponent. And the so-called beast god presence was actually the fusion of the laws. However, the fusion of the laws was harder to study and comprehend than space and time. If it were any other winner, even with such a clear experience, they would only be able to imitate the basics. However, Zhou Hao was different. His other Finhun Serai often imitated the water and space beast god engraving. Hence, the first time his consciousness descended, he understood that this was the fusion of the water and space laws. He immediately asked Sai Lai, the other split soul who was staying in the Demon Mountain, to find a safe place, and then began to comprehend the water and space beast god statues. One light ball could be viewed 10 times. Combined with the beast god engraving, the feeling completely changed. It was as though he had truly become a beast god. It wasn't just a viewing experience, but a true immersion. In a short 2 hours. However, Zhou Hao felt as if 100 years had passed. The problems that he had encountered in the past when he was comprehending the fusion law were quickly solved in these 2 hours. This feeling was as if he had been constipated for a long time, and then it suddenly cleared up, making him feel refreshed. Balls of light, I want a lot of balls of light. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. All these years, he had been trying to fuse time and space together to create a secret technique that suited him. But even with the great Tao proverb, he still could not comprehend even the slightest bit of it. The main reason was that he didn't have any experience to rely on. Secondly, he didn't have anything like the beast god statue to study at any time. Under such circumstances, he didn't have any foundation at all. He only had a general direction, and this kind of exploration by himself was naturally very slow. Moreover, the beast god statues were all dead, and each statue only had one posture. To mix these 8 postures together and create a secret technique that was suitable for the fusion of the laws of space and time was extremely difficult. However, now it was different. The beast deity in the winning ball of light on the platform was actually alive. Furthermore, different balls of light had different fighting postures. After watching it 10 times in a row, one's consciousness could still immerse themselves in it and experience it. Without a doubt, this was a huge help. Even in large numbers, he might really be able to create a fusion of the laws of space and time. Rumble. After the 2 hours of comprehension ended, Zhou Hao's platform had a stone staircase extending down. He quickly walked up the stone steps and arrived at the platform of the 2nd level. The aboriginals of this level were still sector lords. However, they were much stronger than the one Zhou Hao killed in one move. However, they still couldn't block Zhou Hao's move. He won twice in a row. Many of the victors of the platforms around all noticed Zhou Hao, who had reached the 2nd level and was about to reach the 3rd. Even though these sector lord aboriginals were shocked, they didn't take it to heart. After all, a universe level like Zhou Hao couldn't keep winning. Who knows, he might stop at a certain level and be killed. The chances of them meeting him were too low. Only the native life form from the previous level, who had just been defeated, stared at Zhou Hao, as he was going to fight Zhou Hao, who was at the universe level, in 2 hours. Zhou Hao didn't think so much, nor did he pay attention to the other sector lord battles. After winning, he rushed to the center of the beast god picture. As expected, after standing there for a while, he once again saw the balls of light floating in the vast space. The beast god within the balls of light was different. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhou Hao. He had been observing the 8 beast god statues every day. Naturally he could recognize the fusion of the laws. This level, he chose gold, the effects of the beast god battle. At the same time, he took out the special recording device he had gotten from signing in at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters and recorded the battle scenes. Although this sort of recording could only record the movements of the fight and couldn't reflect the laws of the universe that the fight revealed, it was enough for Zhou Hao as long as there were movements of the fight. Very quickly, he arrived at the 3rd level. The sector lord aboriginal who had failed at the 3rd level stared at Zhou Hao. Universe level can actually kill 2 sector lords. You are very strong, however against me. Kai. Zhou Hao couldn't even be bothered to speak with him, immediately making his move. Just a Sector Lord Aboriginal, he wasn't his match at all. It was just a matter of 1 or 2 moves. After killing the enemies on this level, he stood on the Beast God picture, however he didn't immediately enter the vast space. Instead, he saw the surface of the platform sink in and a stone pillar rise up. On top of the stone pillar was a treasure box. Other than the balls of light, there's also an item reward. Zhou Hao was stunned, walking up to open the box. There wasn't any mystical item within. Instead, there was a round item similar to a copper coin floating in the air. Beast God coins, a type of currency used to exchange for items exclusive to Purgatory Abyss. Seeing the round item, a message appeared. Zhou Hao realized, every 3 wins, one would receive an extra Beast God coin. Beast God coins could be exchanged for some special items of Purgatory Abyss, as well as many treasures left behind by substitute god generals. Simply put, this Purgatory Abyss was actually a place to nurture Beast God guards. However, the nurturing method was extremely cruel. Shua, entering the vast space again, other than large amounts of balls of light, there were also many treasures. Amongst which, Zhou Hao even saw the gold soul fruit, Luo Fuqi board. These items all had a price tag of Beast God coins. He glanced at them. 1 Beast God coin could only be exchanged for a ball of green energy. He hesitated. He immediately exchanged for it. The green energy flew to his hand. He wasn't in a rush to open it. He first used up the number of balls of light. Only after killing the Aboriginal on the 4th level did he open the green energy. The green energy quickly turned into a fruit. The fruit was green and translucent. One could clearly see the flesh inside. Green soul fruit, a mystical fruit of the universe second only to the gold soul fruit. The gold soul fruit is only produced once every 3,000 eras, while the green soul fruit is equivalent to an unripe gold soul fruit. It also has an effect on the soul, making it easier to comprehend the balls of light. When the green energy appeared, a message naturally entered Zhou Hao's thoughts. He simply started to sign in. The rewards he received from sign-in were a bunch of garbage. Obviously, the items that Beast God coins could exchange for were in another space. He slapped his head and scolded himself for only looking at the balls of light and forgetting the habit of sign-in. I can only wait until tomorrow. Zhou Hao sighed helplessly and walked to the center of the Beast God pattern. Because there was no loser on the platform after killing the enemy, the winner of the next level had to wait for an extra hour before continuing. After the first day of fighting ended, Zhou Hao stood on the platform of the 8th level. Chapter 132. Looking up, the pyramid-shaped platform extended out. A total of 100 levels. This meant that there were 100 opponents. However, every time he defeated 10 opponents, he would gain an additional hour of comprehension time. Every time he defeated 20 opponents, he would gain an additional 4 hours of comprehension time, and so on. When he reached the top, he would gain an additional 10 hours of comprehension time. After defeating the 8th opponent, Zhou Hao found that the opponents in this spiral space seemed to be limited to the immortal rank and below. This made him sigh in relief. As long as he was at the Sector Lord level, it would be very easy for him to reach the top. Standing in the center of the Beast God pattern, he quickly entered the reward space. System, sign in, as he said in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in the Purgatory Abyss special space. You have obtained 10 Beast God comprehension images. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Beast God weapon. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Beast God armor. Quote. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Luofu plate. Quote. Ding. You have obtained a golden soul fruit. Quote. Quote. There weren't many rewards in the Sector Lord space. Only 18 consecutive explosions. What Zhou Hao cared about was not the reward items, but the Beast God comprehension images. This was the most precious thing, the Beast God specially used to train guards. There were thousands of opponents set up. In other words, there were thousands of light balls that could be watched. And every time he watched, Zhou Hao would gain a lot of enlightenment. He believed that after watching all the Beast God images, he would have a high chance of successfully fusing a part of space and time. Thus, next, he didn't hide anything and directly exploded with all his strength. From the 8th floor to the 98th floor, on average, he defeated 7 opponents a day. It took him 14 days to reach the 98th floor, and in these 14 days, except for the first day, he continuously signed in and obtained 130 light balls of influence. At the same time, Zhou Hao didn't continue to comprehend, but used the time to record all the light balls to ensure that he didn't miss anything. Anyway, as long as he left the purgatory abyss, he would have enough time to comprehend these images. The recorded images didn't fuse with the concept, but the images obtained from signing in did. The opponent on the 98th level was a 5 meters tall giant dressed in red armor. He gave off the aura of a pinnacle sector lord. You are very outstanding. Even among the 5 great forces of the human race, you are the top genius. Unfortunately, you have met my beast mountain. Today, I will make you understand. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling saber light condensed into a strange giant beast that pounced over. The 5-meter-tall giant's eyes were filled with shock. He hurriedly blocked the attack, but found that his movements had become extremely slow. Whoosh! The saber light penetrated his body and shattered his life core. As he watched the 5-meter-tall giant collapse on the stone platform, Zhou Hao's face was expressionless. Although he had been constantly recording the battle scenes of the beast gods for the past 14 days, he had to watch them from beginning to end every time he recorded them. Watching the battle of the beast gods continuously, even though he had yet to comprehend the true mysteries of the combination of space and time, he had completely grasped the intricacies of it. Just this meridian alone increased his blade's strength by tens of times. Facing a sector lord pinnacle who wasn't even as strong as Baki, he naturally dealt with him in one slash. The other 3 platforms on the 98th level were still in intense battle. Zhou Hao didn't even look. No matter how strong their techniques were, they wouldn't be able to take one slash from him. One could say, if he faced Baki again, he had the confidence to end the battle in one slash. This was the power of time and space laws. Even a single meridian was comparable to passing the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Once a portion of time and space was successfully fused together, forming the concept and laws, the explosive power would be much stronger than the first level of the Nanshen 7 forms. However, to successfully fuse them together, it was extremely difficult. Firstly, he had to clarify the direction. This was the most important step. Just for this step, he had to refer to the fusion laws of the 8 beast gods. He had to study the fusion laws of the 8 beast gods and figure out part of the fusion laws. He had to understand how they fused together, such as how many types of metal essence and space essence there were. He had to understand all 8. Only by understanding it in his heart could he attempt to fuse part of the essence of space and time. The second step, that was under the premise that he was confident. He had to attempt the fusion. However, the fusion laws weren't as simple as just fusing 2 essence laws together. Simply put, it was like 2 magnets. The attraction of each other was the result of the correct combination of law essence. The rejection of each other was the result of the wrong combination of law essence. And the correct combination of laws was hundreds of millions of times more complicated than mathematical permutations. If any of them were in the wrong order, they would repel each other. After the second success, it didn't mean that he had complete control of this partial fusion. This involved the third step. He had to test the power of the fusion laws. After all, the comprehension of laws didn't represent power or combat strength. He had to fully display the laws he had comprehended and create a secret technique to be considered a true success. Therefore, overall, the fusion of laws required 3 big steps, each of which was extremely complicated. For example, the 8 beast god statues represented the fusion of laws. There were still traces to be found. Many almighty beings had created the most suitable sects and secret techniques, such as the Nanshen 7 transformations. However, the fusion of time and space did not have any secret techniques that could be referenced, not even the beast god statues. Therefore, this was destined to be a path that couldn't be completed even if he spent a lot of effort. But Zhou Hao didn't retreat at all. With the sign-in system, the 8 beast god statues, Tao proverbs and other methods, if he still couldn't complete it, then no one in the entire universe could. The meditation time passed. Zhou Hao stepped onto the 99th platform. His opponent was still a sector lord pinnacle, but this opponent's face was extremely serious. He immediately shouted, "I admit defeat." Zhou Hao's battle on the 98th level ended too quickly. This opponent thought that he couldn't beat Zhou Hao. Rather than being killed by Zhou Hao, he might as well admit defeat and wait for the next opponent. If he only lost once, he would only need to win twice before he could move on to the next platform. Zhou Hao nodded and walked towards the beast god statue. He wasn't worried about a sneak attack, because as long as he stood on the statue and triggered the reward space, the statue would emit a transparent energy to protect the winner. The meditation time passed. He once again headed to the next level, which was the 100th level. This was the top level of the spiral space. The moment he defeated his opponent, Zhou Hao would successfully reach the top. This time, the opponent didn't admit defeat. Its strength was comparable to the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Relying on its comprehension from the Beast God battle, it was enough to pass the primal region Sky Mountain. However, it was a pity. It was too confident. The result was obvious. The Sector Lord Pinnacle indigenous life form on the 99th level saw Zhou Hao's opponent fall instantly, his face filled with fear. Fortunately, he had followed his heart. Otherwise, if he had been hot-headed, he would have ended up like this guy. After successfully reaching the top, Zhou Hao had obtained an additional 10 hours to comprehend the technique. After finishing, a voice resounded from the Beast God statue. Congratulations, the warrior who successfully reached the top. You have two choices now. 1. You can defend for 10 days. After defeating every opponent, you can choose to leave. 2. You can head to the next space to fight. There are a total of 3 spaces: Sector Lord, Undying and Night. The battle levels are 100 levels, 50 levels, and 30 levels respectively. Quote. Hearing the voice, Zhou Hao realized, so after successfully defending for 10 days, one could leave. However, to defend for 10 days, the difficulty wasn't small. Unless one was like him, who could suppress a Sector Lord Pinnacle. And the universe level seniors in the primal region definitely couldn't do it. Only when one's law comprehension exceeded the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and was able to pass the primal universe level Sky Mountain, would one have the confidence to defend and leave safely. This meant, only the geniuses of 10 million eras would have the chance to complete the mission in Purgatory Abyss. The others would just be sending themselves to their deaths. And from the rewards of the first 100 levels, the rewards of Purgatory Abyss were indeed incredibly plentiful. Not mentioning the Beast God battle scenes, just the items alone were worth at least 100,000 mixed elements. After reaching the top, one would get 30 over Beast God coins, which was enough to exchange for a few million mixed elements worth of items. Chapter 133. The Beast God engraving didn't rush him either. Zhou Hao stood there in deep thought. The other indigenous life form that reached level 100 could only stand outside the Beast God engraving. However, his expression was anxious, afraid that Zhou Hao would choose to stay behind. After all, Zhou Hao was too strong. What a freakish movement technique, what a breathtaking saber technique. None of his opponents were able to withstand a single slash. I haven't finished collecting all the light balls in the reward space. Even if I continue for 10 days, I can at most get 200 or so. Thinking about this, he spoke slowly, I choose to head to the next space. The voice resounded. The Beast God engraving emitted a glaring gold light. The gold light condensed into a long bridge that extended upwards. Zhou Hao immediately stepped onto the bridge and left the spiral space. The indigenous life form on the platform let out a sigh of relief. This killing god had finally left. The undying battle space was shaped like a pagoda. This pagoda had a total of 50 levels, every level had a large number of rooms. Only by defeating the opponent could one enter the next level. Unlike the Sector Lord battle space, here, one couldn't see any opponents. As long as one stepped onto the stairs, one would appear in a random room. At the same time, defeating an opponent would give him 30 days of study time. Compared to the tight Sector Lord space, this undying space had more time to rest and study. After understanding this rule, Zhou Hao was excited. What he lacked was time. After all, there were a total of 2,300 Beast God battle images in the reward space. Every time he checked in, he would only get 10 images. And in this undying battle space, as long as he defeated an opponent, he would be able to check in and get 300 Beast God battle images. Haha, I made the right choice. As long as there are 7 to 8 undying opponents, I'll be able to check in all the images. Immediately, he didn't hesitate to step onto the stairs. Shua. When he reappeared, Zhou Hao was already in a separate room. His opponent was an undying indigenous life form. When this indigenous life form saw Zhou Hao, a universe level, he didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, he was excited. Tisk tisk, you must be the genius that entered this purgatory battlefield. I am so lucky to meet you in my first battle. The immortal rank native revealed a creepy smile. Zhou Hao narrowed his eyes. Yes, you are indeed very lucky, but at the same time, you are also very unlucky. While speaking, he moved. The royal god armament on his back instantly disintegrated. Swoosh, swoosh, a large number of blue and purple light spots converged to form a strange giant beast. Facing an immortal rank native life form, he no longer used his battle blade. One had to know. Immortal rank experts had already comprehended a basic law and could use a law domain. This type of domain was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than a sector lord's world projection. Under the pressure of the law domain, as a universe level, he couldn't use it at all. Therefore, if he wanted to win, he had to use a spirit weapon. Roar! The strange beast formed by the royal god soldier roared and charged towards the immortal rank native life form. Zhou Hao, who had mastered the fusion of time and space, once again used the royal divine armament's illusory image, which was much more solid. Whoosh! The strange giant beast's claws suddenly tore forward. Space itself seemed to be torn apart. The immortal rank native life form's expression changed. He immediately roared and his body expanded. Clenching his fists, the flame laws he comprehended became a towering giant, using all his strength to attack the strange giant beast. Rumble! This fist caused the strange giant beast to tremble violently. However, the beast formed from the royal god armament didn't disintegrate at all. Such a situation caused the undying flame giant's expression to change. Zhou Hao laughed loudly. His huge spirit energy surged out and enveloped the strange giant beast, connecting to the engravings on it. Rumble! The strange giant beast's tail flashed like lightning, whipping the undying flame giant's body with shocking speed. This ferocious attack caused the undying flame giant's undying body to be reduced by 70%. The undying flame giant was shocked silly. He completely didn't expect this universe-level genius of the virtual universe company to be so strong. He shouted anxiously. However, before he even finished, the strange giant beast pounced on him and completely obliterated him. This undying flame being didn't even have time to self-destruct. Clang! The weapons and space equipment in his hands all fell to the ground. Zhou Hao waved his hand and kept them all. In truth, he had no use for them. Instead, they would only benefit other undyings. After all, this body was fated to die in this undying battle space. The undying flame being before him, even though it was an undying, its overall strength was only at the 11th level of the heavenly bridge. It couldn't even compare to the 97th level of the sector lord battle space. However, the higher the level, the stronger the undying. A total of 50 levels. He estimated that the first 20 levels were all normal undyings. The last 10 levels were all pinnacle undying. Maybe in the past, this planet not only had emperors, but also knights. However, after the virtual universe company took over, the highest level of aboriginal life forms here was pinnacle undying. Hence, after testing the power of his royal god armament, Zhou Hao's expression relaxed. The first 20 levels, he should be able to easily defeat his opponents. Of course, if he was unlucky enough to meet someone who was hiding their strength, his body would fall early. However, Zhou Hao didn't take it to heart. This human body, the only valuable things he had were the rewards he exchanged for with beast god coins. The other most valuable things were his metal life form and royal god armament. He didn't even bring his space equipment. Defeating an opponent gave him 30 days to study. Hence, Zhou Hao studied the beast god battle scenes and checked in the reward space. The undying battle space rewards were more than 10 times more valuable. The cheapest was 2 million mixed elements. The first time he checked in, he got over 30 rewards. Of which, there were 15 beast god battle scenes. According to this situation, he only needed to kill 5 opponents to get all the beast god battle scenes. And the truth was just as he had expected. The undyings he met in the first 20 levels were at most at the Shi level of the bridge. He relied on the royal god armament's strange beast to defeat these undyings. However, the further he went, the harder it got. The power of his law attacks was strong. However, as the strength of the undyings increased, even if their comprehension level wasn't high, they couldn't withstand the strength of their godly bodies. As long as Zhou Hao didn't kill these undyings in 2 or 3 attacks, they would counterattack crazily. Fortunately, his comprehension level of the space law was very high, and he had comprehended the essence of space. Even with the undying law domain, his speed was still astonishing. Facing the powerful undying attacks, he was able to dodge them several times. However, on the 21st level, Zhou Hao met an undying general-level aboriginal life form. After failing to make it fall asleep 3 or 4 times, he finally died under the other's desperate counterattack. At this time, he had been in the Purgatory Abyss for nearly 2 years. As he spent most of his time studying the beast god battle scenes, he rarely appeared in the virtual universe. So much so that the entire primal and absolute beginning regions were rumored to have fallen. In the absolute beginning region's public class explaining the mysteries of space. Aoka rushed into the classroom. Luo Feng, you're finally here. Have you heard about Zhou Hao? Luo Feng asked curiously. Aoka, what happened to my third brother? These 2 years, he had been hunting in Blood River World, collecting Blood River crystals while studying the beast god statue. His improvement was fast, hence he didn't pay attention to other things. Occasionally, he would send emails to Zhou Hao, Aoka, Sari and the others. Aoka was speechless. She said anxiously, you really don't know anything. It's rumored that Zhou Hao fell in the Purgatory Abyss. What? My third brother fell in the Purgatory Abyss? Luo Feng stood up in shock, shaking his head. Impossible. Half a year ago, I sent emails to third brother. If the Purgatory Abyss was dangerous, he would have told me. Aoka couldn't help but say, Luo Feng, that's the Purgatory Abyss. It has the highest death rate in the impossible level. And Zhou Hao hasn't appeared in the virtual universe for half a year. Me, Aiken, Buren, Rongjun and Qian Shui have all sent him emails, but he hasn't replied. Quote. Luo Feng's expression changed. He closed his eyes and immediately sent an email to Zhou Hao. However, after a while, there was no reply. How is it? Aoka asked anxiously. Luo Feng shook his head. He hasn't replied. Usually, my third brother replies very quickly. However, he occasionally replies after a few months. This doesn't mean anything. He was much calmer than Aoka. Aoka, don't worry. Don't forget that my third brother is the direct disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. If third brother really falls, the Primal Chaos City leader will definitely know immediately. Aoka heard and couldn't help but pat her head. That's true. Why do you think Zhou Hao went to the Purgatory Abyss and didn't appear for half a year? It's worrying. When he comes out, I'll definitely rip him off. Yes, rip him off. My third brother is a rich man. Luo Feng agreed. However, he sent several emails to Zhou Hao. Although he believed that Zhou Hao wouldn't fall so easily, he was still worried. Third brother, nothing must happen to you. Chapter 134. Purgatory Abyss Spiral Space. 100th level platform. A resplendent blade light flashed. The Sector Lord Pinnacle indigenous life form fell heavily on the platform. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. To leave Purgatory Abyss, under normal circumstances there was only one way, and that was to reach the Sector Lord battle space. After the first human body died, Zhou Fan, who was waiting at the teleportation point, swiftly reformed and entered the Sector Lord battle space, fighting his way from the first level to the 100th level. 20 hours of study time passed. A voice resounded from the beast god picture. This time Zhou Hao chose to defend for 30 days. Hence, the following Sector Lord aboriginals were unlucky. They stepped onto the 100th level platform. Even if they admitted defeat, the result would be the same, as every participant could only lose once. If they lost twice, they would be eliminated. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hao successfully defended. Standing in the center of the beast god picture, with a golden light shining down, he saw a similar long bridge extending into the sky. He frowned, but still flew towards the bridge. After a while, reaching the end of the bridge, Zhou Hao saw a palace door. After pushing it open, he stood on the surface of the desolate planet. He let out a sigh of relief. He smiled. Staying in Purgatory Abyss for close to 2 years, he had completely absorbed the beast god's study of the images, after which he only needed to focus on studying the beast god's battle scenes, combining them with the beast god statue, and with the great Tao proverb's terrifying amplification, he had a high chance of grasping the direction of time and space fusion. Retrieving the undying automaton ship, he stepped into the cabin and arrived at the luxurious hall. His entire body relaxed. It wasn't easy. The difficulty of the Purgatory Abyss was indeed beyond imagination. The first level of the Sector Lord battle space, to completely reach the peak and successfully defend, one had to have the strength to pass the universe-level primal sky mountain. Luckily he entered the Purgatory Abyss, otherwise any other universe level would have never returned. Unless he used the undying automaton ship to break through the teleportation cave, however that would cause him to be surrounded and attacked by the official level undyings of Purgatory Abyss. At that time, he might not be able to escape. Rumble. The undying automaton ship rushed into the sky, swiftly tearing through the skies and heading towards the defense layer of the planet. At the same time, Zhou connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. After all, the entire Purgatory Abyss was sealed. If one wanted to leave, they had to inform the virtual universe company. Zhou had stayed in the Purgatory Abyss for nearly 2 years, so the pickup and delivery staff had long since left. Virtual universe, primal region villa. Whoosh. A figure appeared out of thin air. The large number of Sector Lord and Immortal guards in the manor were shocked. Seeing that it was Zhou, they all excitedly saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness." Swish swish. His personal teacher, the Prince of Seven Colors, and the Immortal Guard leader, Huoi, appeared together. "Your Highness, you've finally shown yourself. That's right, the entire Yushang Mountain is saying that you've fallen." The two of them could not help but ask. Zhou was stunned. "Me, fallen?" Quote. He immediately understood. That's true. Staying in an impossible level world like Purgatory Abyss and not entering the virtual universe for half a year, it was normal for there to be rumors of him falling. After all, he was too dazzling, and he was the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. His every move attracted attention. Things like entering the Purgatory Abyss to do missions could not be hidden. The Prince of Seven Colors asked, "Your Highness, what's your current situation?" Zhou smiled. "I've already left Purgatory Abyss and am preparing to submit the mission." The Prince of Seven Colors and Huoi were overjoyed. "Your Highness, then we won't disturb you any longer, go submit the mission." The two of them quickly left. Zhou was speechless. However, he understood their feelings. They were worried that something would happen to him at the last moment. Actually, during this half a year, he had reached a crucial point in combining the Beast God statue and studying the Beast God battle scenes. Hence, he did not enter the virtual universe. He returned to the 3-story house. He sat in his study and logged in to submit the Purgatory Abyss mission. Not long after, a tunnel opened in the entire Purgatory Abyss defense layer. A fish-shaped ship swiftly entered. Zhou kept the undying automaton ship and floated in space. Shua, the red-scaled undying that sent Zhou before, flashed to Zhou's side and said passionately, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for successfully leaving Purgatory Abyss." Zhou smiled. "I was just lucky." The undying said, "Your Highness is too humble, let's go." The two of them swiftly entered the ship and left Purgatory Abyss. Returning to the docking port, he received confirmation from the Virtual Universe Company's mission personnel. Only then did he officially complete the mission. His account had an additional 1 million points. The red-scaled undying was envious. The Virtual Universe Company's points were incredibly precious. If he wanted to get them, he would have to exchange for them. A few days later, Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain Public Region. Zhou, Seri, Luo Feng, Auka and the other Absolute Beginning and Primal Region members gathered. This gathering was naturally to celebrate Zhou's successful escape from Purgatory Abyss. Zhou wasn't stingy. He spent some points and bought quite a bit of good wine. The group drank happily. As they chatted, he talked about Purgatory Abyss. In truth, the details of such a mission world, even geniuses with good relationships wouldn't casually talk about it. After all, the mission worlds were dangerous. If it affected one's judgment, the result would be terrible. However, Purgatory Abyss was the #1 impossible level mission. Zhou guessed that other than Luo Feng, no one else would take on such a high death rate mission. After listening to Zhou's explanation, Auka, Luo Feng, Burin and the others were all speechless. Damn, that's too sick. Only when one's law comprehension reaches the 12th level of the Heavenly Bridge would they have a chance of reaching the top. Other than Zhou and Seri, you two sick geniuses, I'm afraid no one else will succeed. Auka was shocked. Burin frowned. She originally had some thoughts of taking on the impossible level mission, especially the Purgatory Abyss, but now she had completely dispelled it. As for Icon, Qian Shui, Zhongmo and the others, they didn't even need to talk about it. They probably wouldn't even consider the impossible level mission. Normally, only those who had trained in the universe level for thousands or even tens of thousands of years would gradually begin to take on the impossible level missions. People like Zhou and Sai Lai, who had stayed in the universe for less than 20 years, began to take on the impossible level missions. These geniuses were extremely rare. Zhou Hao teased, hence, don't learn from me. It'll be hard to come out once you enter. Auka shook her head, hearing you say that, I don't even dare take on the impossible level missions. Auka, don't get careless. We should honestly start from the hard level missions and slowly move on to the dangerous level. Rongjun reminded. I understand. Auka nodded. They knew their limits and wouldn't learn from Zhou Hao, Seri and Luo Feng, taking on the dangerous level missions right off the bat. The others like Icon and Qian Shui all silently reminded themselves. At this time, Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, third brother, you've finished the Purgatory Abyss mission, what do you plan to do next? Hearing that, the others all looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled, I'm prepared to stabilize for a few decades before breaking through to the Domain Lord level. The first qualification battle has no meaning to me. Seri said, me too, I'll break through to the Domain Lord level before the first qualification battle. Luo Feng, Burin and the others' eyes gleamed. Auka laughed loudly, Zhou Hao, Seri, if you two break through to the Domain Lord level, wouldn't there be an empty spot? Burin, Luo Feng, your chance has come. Luo Feng shook his head, Auka, don't forget there are still the 3 universe level seniors from the Primal region. Of the Primal region universe level seniors, only Fei Tuo has passed the 8th level. The other 2, Mo Luo and Simian are still at the 7th level. Rongjun glanced at Luo Feng and Burin, Luo Feng, you've passed the 7th level long ago. If you maintain your improvement speed, you might have a chance. As for Burin, she should definitely be able to make it into the top 3 of the Absolute Beginning. As for the Absolute Beginning universe level seniors, currently only 5 have passed the 7th level. Hence, Luo Feng, Burin, you two have to defeat a total of 6 people. Burin said softly, the 5 universe level seniors from the Absolute Beginning cannot be underestimated. Auka said, I've been hanging around the arena area recently. I heard the seniors say that of the 5 Absolute Beginning warriors that have passed the Heavenly Bridge, that Wolfman K. Luo Fu is the strongest. It's very possible that his true strength has reached the 8th level. Hence, Luo Feng, you've got to work hard. Luo Feng drank a cup of wine. He was clear about his own situation. With the beast god statue Luo Feng had given him, these 2 years, his improvement had been shocking. He estimated that in at most 20 years, he would be able to attempt the 8th level. The moment he did, by then, the only ones competing for the Primal Region slot would be Burin and Wolfman K. Luo Fu. Zhou Hao glanced at Qian Shui, Zhangmo, Long Yun and the others, smiling, Auka, don't stare at Luo Feng. Burin, you guys have to work hard too. There's still quite a bit of time before the qualification battles. If you all give it your all, you can stay in the Absolute Beginning region. Auka confidently gripped her fist, I will definitely stay in the Absolute Beginning region. His talent was above Icon, Qian Shui, Zhangmo and the others. He wasn't far from the 6th level. Of course, just passing the 6th level didn't mean he would be able to stay in the Absolute Beginning region. Qian Shui, Zhangmo and Long Yun's comprehension was rather low. The main reason was that back in Primal Chaos City, they had listened in late. Currently, they were the furthest from the 6th level. Zhou Hao drank a mouthful of wine and stood up, Auka, Icon, Qian Shui, you guys have to work hard. Before I break through to the Domain Lord level, I will occasionally share my comprehension. Whether or not you can grasp it will depend on yourselves. After which, then, his figure disappeared. Seri followed. Rongjun sighed, Zhou Hao, Seri has helped us enough. We have to work hard ourselves. Auka nodded her head, they were all geniuses and didn't want to rely on others. However, they were helpless. Zhou Hao Sai Yal's comprehension had helped them a lot. Burin stood up and looked at Luo Feng, the next time Zhou Hao Sai Yal wants to share, I won't listen. After saying that, Burin left the pavilion. Icon wanted to say something too but was interrupted by Auka, Icon, don't learn from Burin. Burin is arrogant and wants to compete fairly with Luo Feng. Rongjun nodded, Auka is right. Facing such an opportunity, there's no need to care about face. It's meaningless. What we need to do is to work hard and improve ourselves. That way, we won't waste Zhou Hao and Seri's help. Black Dawn Continent, Primal Region Villa. Zhou Hao's consciousness exited the virtual universe and sat in front of his desk. He suppressed the thoughts in his mind and began his life of training. The gold and space beast god statue's first fusion, he had already comprehended 60% of it in the 2 years he had spent in Purgatory Abyss. In the following 10 years, he planned to completely comprehend the remaining 60%. After completing the Golden Space Law's initial fusion, he would then study the more familiar water and space laws. After that, it would be fire and space fusion, wood and space fusion, earth and space fusion. After the initial fusion of the 5 great fusion laws of the space element was fully comprehended. After that would be the 3-time fusion laws. According to the Golden Space Beast God statue's speed of comprehension, he estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years to comprehend the first fusion of the 8 laws. And this was still an optimistic speed. The moment he fell into a predicament or was blocked by a difficult problem, it would take even longer. Studying and comprehending the fusion laws of the 8 great beast gods was only the most important prerequisite. Hence, Zhou Hao's time was still rather tight. For him to use the great Tao proverb to help Luo Feng, Aoka and the rest improve their comprehension was already extremely benevolent. Time passed quickly. While Zhou Hao and Seri were completely immersed in their life of training, Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon, Rongjun and the rest were similarly immersed in studying the laws and techniques. Because they all understood that whether or not they could benefit more from Zhou Hao and Seri's exchange was built on their own comprehension of the laws. Hence in the following time, they practically stopped accepting missions. Every day, they spent their time studying the laws and attending public classes. Their days seemed to have returned to the leisurely life they had when they first entered the absolute beginning region. To this, their teacher even specially reminded them not to keep training in class. Doing missions and training at the same time was the easiest way to improve. However, Aoka, Icon and the rest only agreed on the surface. In truth, they were still doing things their own way. Under their teacher's questioning, they could only helplessly tell him that Zhou Hao and Seri might have an exchange. After listening, their teacher went silent. Even though these emperor-level teachers really wanted to scold Aoka and Icon, they ultimately didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed. There were still 60 years to the first qualification battles. Within these 15 years, Rongjun followed Icon and passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Aoka also tried to pass the Heavenly Bridge, but failed. This made him work even harder. Within the study, Zhou Hao fiercely opened his eyes. He revealed a bitter smile. Fusing the laws was much harder than he had expected. These 15 years, other than using the great Tao proverbs to study the essence of the space laws, the rest of his energy was spent on studying the gold and space fusion laws. However, he was still a bit away from the first step. Forget it, I'll break through first. After 15 years of hard work, he had accumulated many problems. However, this was after all a gold and space fusion problem. He had no way of finding Gui Yi Knight or even the Primal Chaos City leader to help him solve his problems. If they knew that he was studying the gold and space fusion laws, and was even planning to study the other 7, they would definitely remind him not to waste time. After all, even knights found it hard to study one fusion law. As a universe level, no matter how much of a genius he was, to study all 8 was simply a dream. Chapter 135. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. At the top of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace shrouded in chaos airflow. Within the hall, Zhou Hao stood there respectfully. Ready to break through, a voice said. Yes, teacher, Zhou Hao said. Wah! The chaos airflow rippled, and Primal Chaos City leader walked out in a golden robe. He looked at his youngest disciple calmly and sighed. The other universe knights could see from the video of Zhou Hao's heavenly bridge that Zhou Hao was trying to merge time and space. As a pinnacle being of the human race, how could he not see it? But it was one thing. Should he persuade him? Primal Chaos City leader was still in a dilemma. He had seen too many peerless geniuses, like KD, who was so confident. After choosing the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, he studied time and space origin laws at the same time and broke through to Sector Lord level. At the time when his law comprehension speed was improving rapidly, he also tried to merge them. In the end, KD had only grasped a tiny bit of the meridians and hadn't even scratched the surface of the fusion of the time and space laws. Even so, he had still made a name for himself in the Outland battlefield, and his name had shaken the entire battlefield. In fact, not only did peerless geniuses like KD walk the path of merging, but most universe knights would walk the path of Beast God when they just broke through. This was because the 8 Beast God paths had experiences to follow, and there was also the Beast God inheritance of the Ancestral God School. This was the fastest way to become a universe overlord and rival a universe master. Besides, among the top-tier universe overlords, although many of them relied on their powerful godly bodies, most of them followed the path of beast gods. However, the path of merging laws was much more difficult than the path of controlling time and space. Many universe knights spent countless years and energy, but they couldn't even comprehend the first step of merging, so they had to give up. Even the paths of the beast god schools were so difficult to follow, let alone the fusion of the time and space origin laws. It could be said, most universe masters were unable to fully understand the fusion of these two origin laws. The primal Chaos City leader knew that his youngest disciple was extremely monstrous. Even his special avatar was able to pass the Shi level of the heavenly bridge with just the water and space laws. Furthermore, he was able to communicate with other geniuses and increase their comprehension of the laws. Such a stunning and peerless talent, this was the peerless genius with the most ridiculous comprehension ability he had ever seen. But because of this, he had high hopes for Zhou Hao and really didn't want to see him waste time. However, geniuses were all stubborn. If they didn't run into a wall themselves, it would be very difficult to persuade them. The primal Chaos City leader knew this very well. Therefore, when Zhou Hao passed the 14th level of the heavenly bridge, he didn't try to persuade him. Even now, he had been thinking about it for a long time, and he also didn't intend to persuade him, because the time wasn't right. Some roads, only by personally experiencing it once and suffering a severe setback would one understand that the road ahead was bleak. Disciple, the city leader's voice was calm. When you break through to Domain Lord, before you leave the primal region and head out to the universe country, come to Primal Chaos City. Zhou Hao hurriedly said, yes, teacher. However, after that he heard the city leader's words, disciple, try to walk the path of time and space fusion. As your teacher, I won't stop you. This path is far more difficult than you think. I'll give you 3,000 years. Within these 3,000 years, if you have any problems, any law or technique requirements, you can come find me in the palace. However, after 3,000 years, if you haven't even scratched the surface of time and space fusion, don't be so stubborn on this path. Zhou Hao was helpless within. As expected, he couldn't hide it from the city leader. However, the city leader being willing to give him 3,000 years was out of his expectations. After all the difficulty of time and space fusion, the city leader was definitely more clear than him. Thank you, teacher, he said gratefully. You're still young, there are some paths you have to try yourself. Primal Chaos revealed a smile on his face, saying meaningfully, however, I can give you time, but your other teacher might not. Zhou Hao exclaimed, scratching his head, teacher, you already know. Towards this, he wasn't surprised. Back when he entered Primal Chaos City to choose the tablet, the city leader who controlled space should have already seen through it. The city leader couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time you entered the primal universe. When you were choosing the tablet in the city leader's residence, I could already see through you and Seri. I control space and time, naturally I could see through it. If others wanted to see through it, they would have to personally sense your core consciousness. As he said that, he exclaimed, the universe is filled with miracles, you're not the only absolute genius to possess a space beast. However, to have 2 space beast clones, your luck is not bad. However, you have to understand that clones aren't omnipotent. The stronger the bloodline of your clones, the harder it will be to break through to the undying level. Everything, this is the balance of the universe. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Zhou Hao heaved a sigh of relief. So the city leader thought that the Ice Mountain Beast was his clone and didn't see the difference between the two. Of course, from another perspective, the soul-peeling technique in reincarnation was actually the same as clones. The only difference was the strength of the soul. Under normal circumstances, life forms in the universe with the clone talent had the same amount of soul as their clones. However, his clones had their souls separated. Primal Chaos City leader controlled space and time, so he could see the core and soul form of his internal world. As for whether he could see the strength of the Tufenhun's souls, Zhou Hao wasn't sure. After all, he relied on another soul protection technique to slowly raise the souls of the Tufenhuns to the same level. Teacher, Ice Mountain Master hasn't seen me before, Zhou Hao was confused. The moment he opened his mouth, Primal Chaos City leader waved his hand and interrupted him. Disciple, Ice Mountain naturally can't see that you and Seri have the same soul. I told him this, and I was the one who suggested he take you as his disciple. Two universe masters taking two clones of the same genius as their disciples. This is indeed the first time in the history of the human race. Primal Chaos City leader smiled. If the trillions of races in the universe knew about this, they'd laugh at us. Luckily, you didn't disappoint me in Ice Mountain. In less than 30 years after leaving the primal universe, both of your clones passed the Shi level of the bridge. Especially this body of yours, it even passed the 14th level. Staying at the universe level, there's not much meaning. If you want to break through to the domain lord level, you should do it quickly. The universe level is just a small matter, the domain lord level is the true beginning of the trials and hardships. Go, Zhou Hao said respectfully. Yes, teacher. 2 months later, in Ice Mountain secret region, far away from the headquarters of the virtual universe. Within an extremely cold palace, Finhun Sere stood quietly and waited. Wah, endless cold air gathered, and a handsome figure gradually formed on the throne in the main hall. He had white hair, carried a sword on his back, and wore ancient armor with bloodstains. His eyes were as cold as snow, and he took one step forward to stand before Seri. Teacher. Seri immediately bowed. Ice Mountain Master nodded slightly and looked at his disciple. He felt strange. If Primal Chaos City leader hadn't told him that the two most dazzling geniuses of the virtual universe company were the same person, he wouldn't have believed it. However, he was antisocial and cold. Even if he knew about this, he didn't care much. If Primal Chaos City leader hadn't asked him to take a disciple, he wouldn't have taken a universe level as his disciple. However, this Seri in front of him was indeed very outstanding. After studying the Ice Peak Chaos Tablet, including the 30 years in the primal universe, he had comprehended the first 5 pictures in just over 60 years. Even Ice Mountain Master had to admit that such a talent and comprehension was very suitable to be his disciple. Disciple, I'm not good at teaching disciples, Ice Mountain Master said coldly. Even if I take a disciple, I won't provide too much help. However, I won't be stingy with what I need. Ice Mountain Master's voice was cold. His handsome face looked cold, but when he talked to Seri, his tone was gentler than when he talked to other universe masters. Since you're walking the path of combining water and air laws, I won't stop you. It's your choice whether you can walk it or not. After that, a palace surrounded by ice and snow slowly condensed in his palm. This is a top-tier palace-type treasure, and it requires an extremely strong willpower to refine it. Once you refine it, even universe knights can't break it. Besides, it can greatly weaken external attacks. You're about to be sent to the universe country for training. I believe you can protect yourself after refining it. The ice palace slowly expanded and sat in the hall of the palace. Go in and you'll find the core. As for whether you can refine it or not, it's up to you. Seri immediately said, yes. However, when he walked into the palace, he showed a trace of joy on his face. Of course, he wasn't happy about this top-tier palace-type treasure. After all, he had taken 60% of what his teacher, Ice Mountain Master, owned by checking in. Even if Ice Mountain Master hadn't given it to him, he could have gotten this treasure. Ding! Special check-in mission activated. Mission 1. Sit down and discuss Dao, second stage. Make Auka, Icon, and other members of the Absolute Beginning region successfully stay in the Absolute Beginning region during the qualification battle. You'll be randomly rewarded with 3 types of initial stages of combining laws and 18 types of mysteries after the Essence of Time Origin Law. Mission 2. Create an initial technique suitable for your path. You'll be rewarded with an advanced version of Star Tower Fragment in the first volume of the advanced version of 9-volume manual. Quote. That was why Zhou Hao and Finhun were so happy. Every special check-in mission improved his power greatly, and his cultivation time was greatly reduced. And this special check-in mission also had rich rewards. Chapter 136. Half a month later, Zhou Hao and Finhun walked out of the palace surrounded by ice and snow. Ice Mountain Master, who was wearing ancient armor stained with blood, showed a rare smile on his cold face. This top-tier palace-type treasure was specially chosen by him to be refined by Sector Lord level willpower, and during the refining process, it would be eroded by the cold willpower, which would slowly improve the willpower. If Zhou Hao and Finhun had weaker willpower, they would have had to improve their willpower to Sector Lord level before they could refine it, which would have taken at least half a year. However, Zhou Hao and Finhun had taken half a month. Undoubtedly, the latter was not only talented, but also had strong willpower. Willpower was a requirement to become a great being. If one's willpower was weak, even if he became a universe knight, he would only be an ordinary knight. Every universe overlord who could make a name for himself in the universe had strong willpower. Ice Mountain Master actually valued willpower more when he took in disciples. In his opinion, it didn't matter if one's talent and comprehension were weak. As long as one's willpower was strong enough and believed that he could reach the pinnacle without being affected by the outside world, he would eventually become a great being. Shua, Zhou Hao and Fanheng waved their hands, and the ice palace shrank and floated in his palm. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, teacher, for giving me this treasure. Actually, it only took him 5 days to refine the treasure. In terms of willpower, he had been through soul stripping several times in the evil aura whirlpool, so his willpower wasn't any weaker than Luo Feng's. In the remaining 10 days, he checked in continuously and took all the resources of Ice Mountain Master's palace. However, he was still really grateful to Ice Mountain Master. When he was refining it, he realized that this treasure had been carefully chosen by his teacher. Ice Mountain Master's face became cold again. If you can refine it, this treasure belongs to you. Also, if you have any questions about the fusion of water and space laws, you can ask my third disciple, Snow Master. She's very good at the fusion of water and space laws. Finally, at the Domain Lord level, I suggest that you don't study the fusion of laws yet. Instead, focus on law comprehension. You can buy Snowy Flame 18 styles in the Virtual Universe Treasure Trove. There's a lot of experience there. Quote. Zhou Hao and Fanheng hurriedly nodded. Yes, he could feel the concern in Ice Mountain Master's words. It was already not easy for his reclusive teacher to do this for him. Go. With that, Ice Mountain Master disappeared. The news of Fanheng Saray breaking through to Domain Lord level quickly spread throughout Yushang Mountain. The seniors of the Absolute Beginning and Primal Region all let out sighs of relief. Especially those who could compete for the Primal Region slots, the pressure within them was lifted. Simultaneously, they were all paying attention to the other abnormal Zhou Hao, wondering when he would break through to Domain Lord. Virtual Universe, Primal Region Villa. Zhou Hao's face was filled with joy. The reward for this special check-in mission was even better than the previous one. Once he completed the first reward, he would be able to shorten his comprehension time by hundreds or even thousands of years. Moreover, he had already comprehended 54 types of time essence. Including the 18 types of time essence rewards, he would completely comprehend the entire essence of time. Therefore, he didn't need to use Great Path Proverbs to comprehend the essence of time essence anymore. This freed up some energy for him to study other fusion laws. The second mission was more difficult, but if he completed it, he would have the foundation to travel the universe and even help his original body get out. Therefore, even though Zhou Hao had received so many treasures, he couldn't help but feel excited this time. I can break through to Domain Lord at any time, he muttered. There's no rush. I promised to share my comprehension of laws before I leave, so I have to fulfill my promise. This time, I'll use Great Path Proverbs. I hope Aoka, Rongjun, and the others won't disappoint me. He sent emails to Luo Feng, Aoka, and the others one by one. Actually, Zhou Hao wasn't worried about Aoka, Rongjun, and Icon. For example, Icon and Rongjun had already passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. As for Aoka, she could pass the 6th level in the remaining 60 years of the qualification battle. As long as he gave them a little push, the three of them would have a 70% chance of staying in the Absolute Beginning region. The only ones he was worried about were Qian Shui, Zhangmo, and Long Yun. Long Yun was more low profile, her talent and comprehension wasn't any weaker than Aoka's, but she, Qian Shui, and Zhangmo were still a bit late. Until now, the three of them were still some distance away from passing the 5th level. If not for Zhou Hao's help, the three of them would have been eliminated to the Absolute Beginning region. Shua, Yushang Mountain Public Region Pavilion. Other than Bolin, the other 7 members of the Absolute Beginning region had already gathered together. Everyone had a look of joy on their faces. They naturally knew why Zhou Hao had gathered them here. In these 15 years, they had immersed themselves in studying laws, all for this moment. The cultivation world missions could be done at any time, but the chance to listen to Zhou Hao share his comprehension of laws was extremely rare. Third brother, Zhou Hao, you're here. The moment Zhou Hao appeared, Luo Feng, Aoka, Rongjun and the rest all went up to greet him. Luo Feng said helplessly. Third brother, Buren wants to compete with me fairly, so he didn't come this time. Zhou Hao wasn't surprised at all. With Buren's personality, he would really do such a thing. No matter, just inform him next time. The moment he said that, Aoka, Rongjun, Icon and the rest's eyes lit up. There would be a next time. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Sitting at the stone table in the pavilion, looking at Aoka, Rongjun and the rest, Zhou Hao smiled. Seems like everyone is prepared. Aoka chuckled and rubbed his hands. Zhou Hao, since you've spoken, how can we not be prepared? Aoka, you're getting better at talking. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Rongjun, Icon and the rest laughed. Among them, Aoka was the most active, and he could be considered the lubricant of their small group. Without Aoka, Qian Shui, Zhongmo, Buren, Long Yun, and Icon would be embarrassed to listen. After all, they weren't familiar with each other in the beginning. But now, their small group was very familiar with each other, and they would occasionally joke with each other. Aoka would often talk about the 8 absolute beginning heroes and the primordial 2 perverts, making Buren, Icon and the rest speechless. Zhou Hao clapped his hands. All right, let's stop chatting. This time, Seri broke through to Domain Lord and will be sent out to the Gu Lun Universe country. After a while, I'll break through to Domain Lord as well. At that time, there won't be many chances for us to meet, so let's not waste time. As he spoke, his expression turned serious. This time, when I share my comprehension of the laws, I will start from the most basic of space and explain it in 4 parts. I Chen, you can listen at the side first. Later, when Bolin comes, I will take out a portion of the time to explain the time. Icon's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. She nodded lightly. Thank you. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Aoka, Rongjun and the rest couldn't help but reveal their excitement. Even Luo Feng was excited. He had studied the Beast God statue and copied the Beast God presence. It was already easier for him to study the space origin laws. Now that he had Zhou Hao's comprehension, his speed of studying the space origin laws would rise rapidly. When that time came, even if he had to compete with Buren, he had the confidence to surpass her. What is space? Very quickly, Zhou Hao's voice slowly resounded. At the first moment of his explanation, he used the Great Tao proverb, his voice carrying a mysterious sound of the Great Tao. Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon and the rest were all affected by the Great Tao proverb. After listening for half an hour, they all closed their eyes as though they had a sudden epiphany. The problems they had accumulated over the past 15 years were all solved at this moment. Even though Zhou Hao started from the basics of space, it still had a huge impact on them. Firstly, it was because of the effects of the Great Tao proverb, and secondly, it was because Zhou Hao used an easy-to-understand method to allow them to quickly accept the basics of space. This caused their comprehension of the space origin laws to become more condensed and solidified, allowing them to quickly settle down. This was like an answer sheet. Aoka, Icon, Rongjun and the rest started off with 70 points, however there were still some points that were based on their intuition. After listening to Zhou Hao's detailed explanation, they completely understood the correct way to answer all the questions on the answer sheet. Combined with the explanations of the emperors and universe country leaders in the open classes, they all had a sudden realization and began to understand the entire answer sheet. In order to complete the special sign in mission's second stage, Zhou Hao had delayed his breakthrough to Domain Lord level for a total of 2 years. These 2 years, he had split into 4 different stages of space to explain. Whether it was Luo Feng, Buren, Aoka, Rongjun and the rest, they all benefited greatly. Like Qian Shui, Zhongmo and Long Yun, they all passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge on their second listen. Aoka passed the 6th on her first listen. Luo Feng, Buren, Icon and Rongjun didn't attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Instead, they focused on digesting their gains from the 4th listen. When it was time for the 4th explanation, he asked about Qian Shui, Zhongmo and Long Yun's comprehension of the space laws, and then explained based on their comprehension. Facing such a situation, Aoka, Icon and Rongjun were all clear that Zhou Hao shared his comprehension of the laws so that they would all stay in the absolute beginning region. Such kindness made every one of them feel very touched. One could say, if Zhou Hao ever broke through tonight and wanted to recruit subordinates, they would all unhesitatingly become Zhou Hao's helpers. There were still 61 years to the qualification battles, the day before Zhou Hao was about to break through to Domain Lord level. Qian Shui, Long Yun, Zhongmo, Auka, Icon and Rongjun all entered the heavenly bridge. Luo Feng and Burin also appeared on the island. There was still time at night. Chapter 137. You all want to attempt the heavenly bridge? Overseer Bevin looked at the genius members of the Absolute Beginning region with a smile on his face. Auka grinned. Lord Baffin, can't I? Baffin shook his head. Of course you can, however you've just attempted the heavenly bridge not too long ago. I suggest you all consolidate your comprehension and train before trying again. The moment the heavenly bridge reaches the 5th level, it'll take at least a few decades to pass each level. After leaving the primal universe, it's already not bad for all of you to be able to pass a level. When Luo Feng and Burin appeared, Baffin was shocked. Luo Feng, Burin, you all want to attempt it too? Luo Feng and Burin nodded. One of you passed the 7th level, the other the 8th. It'll be very hard for you to pass the next level before the qualification battles. Baffin said. When they were in Primal Chaos City, the Virtual Universe Company encouraged the geniuses to frequently attempt the Heavenly Bridge, as they were able to attend classes in the Emperor's residences and study the Primal Chaos tablets. Combined with the experience from the Guardians of the Heavenly Bridge, their training speed was very fast. However, after leaving the Primal Universe, to attempt the Heavenly Bridge so often, it would seem impatient. This sort of mentality was undesirable. Auka laughed. Lord Baffin, I might surprise you a little this time. Baffin was stunned. Surprise me. After which he laughed. All right, Auka, you go first. Rongjun and Long Yun, you two line up behind. I want to see how much Auka has improved in this year. Qian Shui, Zhangmo, you two discuss amongst yourselves, who will go first. Luo Feng, there's no one on the 9-universe heavenly bridge, you can go try. Burin, Icon, there's no one on the space bridge, you two discuss amongst yourselves. He swiftly arranged it. Haha, Rongjun, Long Yun, you two wait a while, I'll go first. Auka said as she flew towards the huge axe bridge. Very quickly, Baffin couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. He actually passed. How is this possible? He just passed the 6th level last year. In such a short time, he passed the 7th level. Is he another genius of a few 100,000 eras? Quote. However, the shock on his face hadn't even subsided, as his eyes widened once more. Luo Feng actually made it through. This is the 7th to 8th level. Wait, he can't possibly make it through the 9th level. Phew, he didn't make it through, but he almost defeated the Guardian. Just what is going on? At this time, wrong to go to the huge axe bridge. While Qian Shui went to the ice bridge. Bolin went to the universe bridge. Not long, Rongjun successfully passed the 7th level. Qinshui successfully passed the 6th level of the heavenly bridge and almost defeated the Guardian of the 7th level. Burin didn't succeed, but she was about the same as Luo Feng, only a hair's breadth away from passing the 9th level. Watchman Baffin was completely stunned. He had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen such a situation before. Last time in the Primal Universe, Auka's batch of geniuses had collectively passed the bridge. But this time, less than 40 years after leaving the Primal Universe, they had once again collectively passed the bridge, and it had only been a year since the last time. This was definitely not normal. At this time, only Long Yun, Zhang Mo, and Icon were left in the square. The three of them looked at Lord Baffin's shocked expression, and they found it quite interesting. Icon stepped forward. Lord Baffin, can I go to the space bridge now? Long Yun and Zhang Mo both spoke. Watchman Baffin was speechless. Looking at the three, he said helplessly, you guys must have done it on purpose. Go on, I admit I was wrong before. The three couldn't help but laugh. After which, Lord Baffin received the news of them passing the bridge. Incredible, incredible. In such a short time after leaving the Primal Universe, this batch of geniuses have all surpassed the Absolute Beginning seniors in terms of law comprehension, especially Luo Feng and Burin. They are even stronger than the three seniors in the Primal region. I'm afraid the Virtual Universe Company will adjust the rules for this qualification battle. Lord Baffin exclaimed. In the Virtual Universe Company, the more dazzling a genius was, the more attention and resources they would receive, and the upper echelons wouldn't stick to the rules. Just like the genius battle, the previous batches only recruited one member, but because of Zhou Hao Sai Yal's dazzling performance, the rules were adjusted. And this time, Luo Feng and Burin were just a hair's breadth away from passing the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. With such improvement speed, they could definitely enter the Primal region. Send them all. This batch of geniuses are improving too quickly, it might be related to Zhou and Seri. These absolute geniuses of over 100 million eras are truly different from the rest. Baffin exclaimed, sending all the mail out. Almost at the same time. Yuan Cheng Universe Country Leader, Xinyan of Silla, Rainbow of Swords and the other teachers of Rongjun, Luo Feng and Buran all received the mail. Seeing the videos, they all went silent. No one was clearer than them on the reason why Aoka, Buran and Luo Feng were improving so quickly. Luo Feng, come to my palace. Xinyan of Silla couldn't help but send a mail to Luo Feng. Rainbow of Swords and the other emperors all summoned Buran and the other geniuses to ask questions. After all, this was a huge matter. One had to know that teaching disciples was something that couldn't be said for sure. Some warriors were extremely powerful, but they didn't have many talented disciples under them. Some had average strength, but were extremely proficient in theory and teaching, and the disciples under them were all intrepid. And other than the standard of the teachers, the disciples, comprehension and talent as well as their hard work was also a huge factor. To be able to enter the absolute beginning region, Luo Feng, Aoka and Rongjun were naturally all absolute geniuses. However, even with the universe country leaders who were proficient in teaching their disciples personally, it was impossible for Aoka and the others to pass 2 levels of the heavenly bridge in such a short amount of time. Zhou and Seri, that level of genius was another matter. Geniuses like Buran could pass 2 levels of the heavenly bridge within 100 years. However, geniuses like Aoka, Icon and Qian Shui, that level of genius was impossible. Unless they met with a huge opportunity. However, if 1 or 2 met, it could be a coincidence. But if they met together, that definitely wasn't a coincidence. Within the Xinyan of Silla's palace, the moment Luo Feng appeared, the Xinyan of Silla couldn't help but ask, Luo Feng, tell your teacher the truth. Your batch of geniuses being able to pass 2 levels of the heavenly bridge within 2 years, including you being able to pass the 8th level so quickly, is it because of Zhou and Seri? Luo Feng hesitated. The Xinyan of Silla's expression was serious. My disciple, don't hide it, this is a huge matter. Teacher, it is indeed because of Zhou and Seri. Luo Feng saw that his teacher was so serious, he couldn't help but say, these 2 years, Zhou has been sharing his law comprehension with us, especially giving pointers to Qian Shui, Zhongmo and Long Yun. His goal was for us to stay in the absolute beginning region during the qualification battles. Speaking up to this point, he hurriedly continued, Teacher, Zhou is thinking for us. The Xinyan of Silla raised his hand to cut him off, saying with disbelief, I didn't expect the universe to have such geniuses adept at teaching. Last time in Primal Chaos City, that Zhou and Seri were exchanging their comprehension. You all listened from the side, and many emperors had such a premonition. However, your improvement speed back then wasn't too exaggerated. Zhou Sai Yal could be said to have pushed your training forward. However, this time it's completely different. Once you leave the primal universe, your training speed will slow down. Even without mentioning the opportunities you met in the mission worlds, you all improved so quickly. Without a doubt, this proves that Zhou and Seri are even more adept at teaching than many universe country leaders. Luo Feng nodded heavily. Teacher, to be honest, when I listen to you answer my questions and go to the public classes, even though I have some feelings, it's not like when I listen to my third brother. Every time I listen to my third brother share his comprehension, I feel like I've been enlightened. Speaking of which, his face was filled with doubt. Sometimes, the same law explanation, when spoken by my third brother and the public class teacher, the feelings are completely different. The Xinyan of Silla completely understood after hearing this. This is talent, a talent that specializes in teaching disciples. And Zhou talent is even more important than the Cosmic Chaos Tablet to a certain extent. Don't spread this out for now, I believe the upper echelons of the company will take action soon. Luo Feng was stunned. Teacher, you mean? Zhou and Seri themselves are absolute geniuses. They were able to pass the Shi and 14th levels of the Heavenly Bridge at universe level. Now that they've revealed their talent in teaching, the other races definitely won't let them grow. The Xinyan of Silla let out a long sigh. My disciple, think about it. If the one listening to Zhou and Seri's exchange wasn't you geniuses, but an emperor-level undying like me, if the results were the same as yours, wouldn't I be able to take the final step and break through tonight? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Teacher, this is impossible. Knights were the pillars of a race. In some of the weaker races, they were even the pillars of the race. How could such a level be broken through just by listening to one exchange? The Xinyan of Silla shook his head. Of course I know it's impossible, but what if? The other races won't let such a thing happen, hence they'll definitely try to assassinate Zhou Hao and Seri at all costs. Luo Feng couldn't help but get anxious after hearing this. What do we do, teacher? I have to remind third brother and the others. After which, he vanished. The Xinyan of Silla smiled bitterly, however his expression grew serious. Auka, Luo Feng, Buran and the other geniuses showed shocking improvement speed. Not only did it shake the upper echelons of the virtual universe company, but the Bug Clan, Demon Clan and Automaton race as well. There was a space layer in a remote area of the wild universe. The Bug Clan once again hid within the palace of the Undying Mother. The gold-robed man appeared once again. Master, that Zhou Hao and Seri are too terrifying. If their exchange can help the emperors of the human race, the number of humans breaking through to the universe night level will increase rapidly. This is a huge threat, the gold-robed man said anxiously. The beautiful dreamy figure on the throne said, I understand. This Zhou Hao and Seri are far more threatening than KD back then. I've already sent a message to the Great Queen, I believe there will be news soon. At the same time, the Demon Clan, Automaton race as well as the other pinnacle races all held high-level meetings to discuss how to get rid of Zhou Hao and Seri, these two potential threats. The human race similarly held a high-level meeting for this. Great beings at the level of universe masters gathered in the floating palace at the highest point of Thunder Island, which was a rare sight. In the endless darkness, there were specks of starlight in the distance. The simple palace floated amidst the starlight. Within the palace, there were rows of stone chairs. At this moment, there was a towering figure sitting on each of the stone chairs. However, these figures were casually chatting away. In reality, matters like Zhou Hao and Seri weren't qualified to hold a huge axe meeting. However, because Zhou Hao and Seri were the disciples of Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain Master respectively, and because of the actions of the other races, Primal Chaos City Leader suggested holding a meeting to discuss Zhou Hao and Seri. Shua, one figure after another appeared. Finally, a wild giant with disheveled hair appeared. The palace suddenly quieted down. Huge Axe Creator looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader, please tell us the details. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded and gave a brief introduction of Zhou Hao and Seri. Actually, other than the Universe Masters who were busy traveling in Universe Ocean, everyone else had heard about this. Deserted Mirror Master of the Universe Mercenary Alliance smiled. Primal Chaos City Leader, I've heard about this too. Your virtual universe company is quite lucky to be able to recruit peerless geniuses like Zhou Hao and Seri. However, they're only at universe level, so it's not a big deal. Isn't it a bit of a fuss to hold a meeting for this? Primal Chaos City Leader didn't say anything. Long Yan Master said, the other races are making a huge move, and we humans don't even care about it. If this gets out, won't we become a joke? Qing Dong Master of the Universe First Bank said casually, every time a genius appears in 10 million eras, the other races will do something about it. However, Long Yan is right. If the other races pay attention to it, we should pay more attention to it. Besides, Zhou Hao and Seri were able to influence the progress of other geniuses of the same batch. This is really important. They're only at universe level now, but when they become emperors or universe knights in the future, they'll have a huge impact on the human race. Quote. Quite a number of universe masters nodded lightly. Deserted Mirror Master shook his head. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? I still think it's a bit of a fuss, but since it's held, let's have a good discussion. Then, he looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. Primal Chaos City Leader, Zhou Hao and Seri's law comprehension should have reached the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge, right? That's right, Zhou Hao's law comprehension is higher. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Geniuses of the same batch as Zhou Hao and Seri improve at an abnormal speed, Deserted Mirror Master said. If Zhou Hao and Seri can influence them, can they influence the law comprehension speed of domain lords or even sector lords? Deserted Mirror Master smiled. If we can be sure that he can influence the law comprehension speed of domain lords and sector lords, then it'll be very worthwhile for us to hold this supreme meeting. The moment he said that, Qing Dong, Peng Gong, and the other universe masters couldn't help but whisper to each other. Actually, they all knew how big the impact of Zhou Hao and Seri's incident would be. They were only at universe level now, but in the future, who knew if Zhou Hao and Seri could influence Undying, Emperors, or even Universe Knights? What were the limits of such a teaching talent? That was the main reason why they agreed to hold this supreme meeting. Primal Chaos City leader frowned. Deserted mirror, teaching is a private matter. Zhou Hao and Seri can influence geniuses of the same batch because they're good friends. Letting him try to teach domain lords and sector lords, let's not talk about whether these domain lords and sector lords will really listen. I don't recommend this kind of behavior. Deserted mirror explained, Primal Chaos City leader, I'm not saying that we should force Zhou Hao and Seri to teach. I'm just saying that there's a possibility. If we can be sure that he can influence domain lords and sector lords, then there's no doubt that Zhou Hao and Seri have this kind of talent. It's very important to our human race, and it can be elevated to the level of our race. I agree with Deserted Mirror. Indeed, we can give it a try. After all, Zhou Hao and Seri can communicate in the virtual universe, and it's only for domain lords and sector lords to listen in. Previously, they communicated in Primal Chaos City on a large scale. I agree. This is more important. If we can be sure, then it'll be of great significance to our human race. The rest of the universe masters all nodded. From their point of view, this matter was completely feasible. Huge Axe waved his hand. The palace quieted down. He looked at Primal Chaos City leader. Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Mountain, Zhou Hao, and Seri are your direct disciples. What do you think? Primal Chaos City leader hesitated. We can give it a try. He was fair in everything he did, and he always did things for the sake of the human race. Besides, this matter wouldn't affect Zhou Hao too much. Ice Mountain Master frowned. This kind of thing still depends on Zhou Hao and Seri's own wishes. Huge Axe smiled. Of course, Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Mountain, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Follow Zhou Hao and Seri's wishes and make the arrangements. Besides, since the other races are taking action, we humans have to deal with them. Geniuses like Zhou Hao and Seri are not stingy with the resources they deserve. How about this? I'll personally provide a soul-type true treasure, and Primal Chaos City leader, you provide one. Give one to Zhou Hao and Seri, respectively. The virtual universe needs to make the appropriate arrangements for them to be sent out. It was indeed a bit overboard to give a domain lord soul-type true treasure. However, it was Huge Axe himself who had said this. The other universe masters couldn't say anything more. After the meeting, Primal Chaos City leader and Ice Mountain Master had strange looks on their faces. They knew that Zhou Hao and Seri were the same person, so it would be a waste to give two soul-type true treasures. Inside the palace of Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Mountain Master showed up. Brother, I've already given Sai Yal a palace-type top-tier true treasure. In terms of defense, he should have no problem. Besides, even if he dies, it's not a big deal. What he meant was that the soul-type true treasure should be exchanged for another type of true treasure. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. I'll talk to Huge Axe. When Zhou Hao becomes a sector lord, I'll give him another soul-type true treasure to exchange for another type of true treasure. Zhou Hao didn't know that Aoka, Luo Feng, and the others had caused a huge commotion when they passed Sky Bridge. Even the human race held a high-level meeting about it. At that moment, he had officially become a domain lord. There were still more than 60 years before the qualification battle. With Aoka, Qian Shui, and Zhang Mo's current law comprehension level, as long as they maintained their previous speed of improvement, they would definitely be able to stay in the absolute beginning region. Hence, it was only a matter of time before they would be the first to sit down and have a discussion. Teacher is calling me, quote. His expression changed. Shua. Soon, he arrived at Primal Chaos City leader's palace. Disciple, Aoka, Luo Feng, and the others were able to pass Sky Bridge because of you, right? Primal Chaos City leader didn't ask directly before. Instead, he made an accurate judgment through the teachers of Shinyan of Silla and the others. Zhou Hao didn't deny it and nodded. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao with satisfaction. He didn't know how Zhou Hao did it, but that wasn't important. What was important was that Zhou Hao was willing to share his comprehension without hiding anything. Then, he simply explained the results of the high-level meeting. Of course, he didn't mention the high-level meeting. He just said that he wanted to arrange some domain lord-level members to listen in. Disciple, are you willing? Zhou Hao didn't hesitate and immediately said, Disciple is willing. As long as they were in the virtual universe, it would be fine. And it would only be for 2 to 4 hours. He could also explain to Aoka, Luo Feng, Qian Shui and the others before he left the primal region. That way, he would have more confidence in completing the mission. Primal Chaos City leader didn't expect Zhou Hao to agree so easily. After all, this involved his personal feelings. This meant that Zhou Hao cared about the big picture. He looked at Zhou Hao with even more satisfaction. You can decide on the time, no need to rush. Also, since you've broken through to Domain Lord level, come to the primal universe first. You can leave after you've settled the matters outside. Yes. Chapter 138. Half a month later. Dark energy revolved, space cracks could be seen everywhere in the sky. At the sides of the cracks, large amounts of law threads repaired the cracks, at the same time, more cracks appeared. Within the fish-shaped ship hall, many undyings that came to the primal universe for the first time looked up at the sky. Very quickly, the ship stopped above Primal Chaos City. Many silhouettes flew out. Zhou Hao was also among them. Seeing the black-robed emissary flying towards him, a smile appeared on his face. Primal Universe Primal Chaos City. After 40 years. He was back. Shua. Landing on the streets of Primal Chaos City, there were many warriors training on the rooftops of the two buildings. They were studying the laws in the sky, sometimes frowning, sometimes carving pictures. They acted like they didn't see Zhou Hao and the others, immersed in their own training. Zhou Hao looked at them and couldn't help but think back to his life in Primal Chaos City. This was the sacred land of humanity. Almost every undying and sector lord that came in would naturally forget about everything outside and focus on training the universe origin laws. Like Xinyan of Silla and Red Sword Emperor, these near-invincible emperors, they stayed in Primal Chaos City for a long time to train. Until the day they broke through to Knights, only then would they be able to shake the world once more. Stepping on the moist limestone streets, he first found a pale white door in an area near the city lord's mansion and placed his hand on it. When the color turned dark gray, he became the owner of this small building. This time, he wouldn't stay for long. After all, Domain Lord level missions were an important part of the Virtual Universe Company's nurturing of geniuses. During this time, other than the point missions, the most important thing was to experience the trials and hardships. Also, the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company would use the point missions to test the geniuses' character. Even though Zhou Hao was extremely powerful, he still had to follow the nurturing process step by step. After a while, he walked towards the city leader's residence. The main doors of the city leader's residence were always open, but within, there were undying guards standing guard. As the disciple of the city leader, Zhou Hao didn't need to report, the guards let him in. Entering the residence, he wasn't in a rush to sign in. Instead, he came to a quiet courtyard. This was the Primal Chaos Ruins. He stepped in, time and space rotated, and the aura of the vast earth gushed out. Numerous gigantic skeletons emitted a terrifying pressure. Last time, with second senior brother Venerable Guiyi leading the way and protecting him, Zhou Hao did not feel too much pressure. Whoosh! An invisible energy separated the aura. The Primal Chaos City leader appeared in front of Zhou Hao in his dark red armor. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, teacher. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and raised his hand. No need to be so polite. As for Zhou Hao, he was very satisfied. Although the latter was only in Domain Lord, he was able to see the big picture and was willing to contribute to the human race. This was something that many weak geniuses did not have. There were even some absolute warriors who did not see the big picture and were extremely selfish. Why would an area lord level mission test one's character? They were afraid that after wasting countless resources, they would end up nurturing an ingrate. Not only would they not contribute anything to the human race, they would even turn against them and become the enemy of the human race. This was something that the huge powers like the Huge Axe Dojo did not want to see. Disciple, your talent and comprehension are extremely good, and at the universe level training level, you passed the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge. You also made the same batch of geniuses improve at a shocking speed. Such a dazzling sight, you will definitely attract the attention of the other races. Back then, my disciple KD was too dazzling, and the Bug Clan used all sorts of methods to kill him. The Primal Chaos City leader said, he could not help but feel rage within. The Bug Clan, Demon Clan and Automaton race, these three pinnacle races, as they were neighbors to the human race, they fought and killed each other for resources. Over countless years, their hatred had grown. And the Bug Clan's infiltration methods were the strongest. Many of humanity's dazzling geniuses had fallen to the Bug Clan's assassinations. This was also the reason why absolute geniuses had such a low growth rate. After all, against an undying Bug Clan queen who specialized in soul attacks, if they were determined to kill her at all costs, it would be hard to defend against. Zhou Hao naturally understood that the Bug Clan and Demon Clan would definitely try to assassinate him. However, he wasn't too afraid. After all, he had his soul-peeling technique, reincarnation technique, 9 life-amplifying technique and many other soul techniques. Even if the Bug Clan or Knights tried to kill him or enslave him, he could still self-destruct at the last moment to escape. The city leader's voice resounded, "I originally wanted you to train at the universe level, and then come to Primal Chaos City to train at Domain Lord level. However, I didn't expect you to break through to Domain Lord level so quickly. If I let you train any longer, you will be lacking too much. You have to know that you can't cultivate a powerful being in a greenhouse. Every powerful being rose from slaughter. Therefore, I hope that you won't be afraid of challenges. You can treat the assassinations of the strange races as training. Only by experiencing all kinds of hardships and growing up can you become an existence like me." Hearing the city leader's words, Zhou Hao could feel the hope within. He said quickly, "Yes, teacher, I won't be afraid." The city leader smiled, "You have to go through hardships, but you have to prepare well too. I don't want to see my new disciple fall to the other races again." With that, he waved his hand, and the space around him shook. A treasure floated before Zhou Hao. It was a round pearl, and it was glowing with purple light. "This is a purple soul pearl," the city leader said. "It's a true treasure that can protect your soul. Even if you meet a universe knight who is good at using his soul, it can protect you enough time to self-destruct. Remember, if you encounter a soul attack that you can't defend against, you have to self-destruct. It's okay to lose some treasures, but if your soul is enslaved, even I can't go back in time to revive you." Zhou Hao nodded heavily. This purple soul pearl wasn't in the arrival list he had signed in for. And since the city leader had given him this soul-type true treasure, it didn't have high requirements for refining it. As expected, Primal Chaos City leader continued, "Most of the treasures only require the consciousness and willpower of a sector lord to refine them. Master of Ice Soul told me that your other clone can refine top-tier treasures. I believe you should be able to refine this purple soul pearl, which has a lower requirement. Refine it now." "Yes, teacher." The process of refining a soul-type true treasure was still quite difficult. However, Zhou Hao's willpower had already reached sector lord level. Although it took him more than 20 days, he still managed to refine the green soul pearl. In fact, after becoming a domain lord, among the rewards he had received, there were many true treasures and some ordinary true treasures that he could refine. The only problem was that it was difficult for him to unleash the power of these true treasures. It was like a child holding a huge sword that was 3 meters tall. He couldn't even hold it firmly, let alone swing it. The refining was complete. Zhou Hao also signed in at the Chaos Ruins. This time, there were also a lot of items dropped. There were a total of 32 items. Compared to the previous time, there were only a few fewer true treasures. However, he was very calm about this. Now, he wasn't excited about signing in and getting ordinary true treasures. After all, just by doing the special check in mission alone, he had obtained the incomplete part of the chaotic golden wings. And in the uncompleted special check in mission, he had obtained the Star Tower fragment. These 2 treasures alone were enough to crush all the other treasures. "Disciple, you should cultivate in Primal Chaos City these few days. Use up the Primal Chaos tablet qualifications you obtained from passing the Heavenly Bridge. Once you've settled your matters outside, I will inform you. Also, if you want to share your law comprehensions with me, you can tell me in advance." "Yes, teacher." Zhou Hao replied respectfully and didn't leave. Primal Chaos City leader was curious, "Disciple, what else do you want?" Zhou Hao thought about it and said, "Teacher, disciple wants to walk the path of time and space fusion, so I want to comprehend other tablets. Of course, disciple will use the number of times I passed the Heavenly Bridge." Primal Chaos City leader looked at Zhou Hao and revealed a smile, "So it is for this matter. Okay, I will raise your authority and you can go to any Chaos Tablet chamber to comprehend. But you have to know that there are 52 tablets. Even if you want to comprehend those related to time and space, you will need at least 5 or 6. With the number of times you pass the heavenly bridge, it is far from enough. Also, this will delay your comprehension of the cosmic chaos tablet. Have you considered it clearly? Disciple has considered it clearly. Zhou Hao said. Primal Chaos City leader sighed. He was still stubborn. Forget it, when he hits a wall and understands how difficult the path of time and space fusion is, he will give up. With his disciple's talent and comprehension, even if he wastes some time, it won't affect him much. Maybe wasting some time to reduce his brilliance is a good thing for him. Go, Shua. Zhou Hao quickly appeared outside the quiet courtyard. He bowed. He then turned and left the inner house. He came to the outer house. He immediately walked towards the bronze door. However, this time, he didn't enter the Universe Primal Chaos Tablet's secret room, but the Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet's secret room. Lord Kandri. He walked in front of the three-eyed old man and bowed respectfully. The three-eyed old man looked at Zhou Hao and reminded, Zhou Hao, your talent is outstanding. You can only go further if you specialize. Are you sure you want to continue comprehending the Huge Axe Tablet? Zhou Hao nodded, yes. The three-eyed old man shook his head, there's no one in the Huge Axe Chaos Tablet chamber, go in. Su. He quickly stepped into the Huge Axe Chaos Tablet chamber. Inside the secret room, he didn't look at the tablet at all. Instead, he waited for the number to refresh. He immediately chanted in his heart. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations host for signing in at the Huge Axe Chaos Tablet chamber. You have obtained a Huge Axe Tablet. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained the first axe marked comprehension plus 20. Quote. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained the second axe marked comprehension plus 20. Quote. Quote comma quote. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. Chapter 139. He stayed in the primal universe for close to a month. Zhou Hao made use of the time to check in with the primal chaos tablets. Huge Axe Primal Chaos Tablet, Ancestor Mother Primal Chaos Tablet, Travel Dragon Primal Chaos Tablet, 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, adding on the Cosmos Primal Chaos Tablet, and Ice Peak Primal Chaos Tablet. He already had 6 Primal Chaos Tablets. On the 29th one, he once again stood in front of the three-eyed old man Kandri. This time, he chose the less than Wind Shadow Primal Chaos Tablet greater than. Kandri didn't even look at Zhou Hao, there's no one inside, go in. Zhou Hao hurried in. After signing in, the less than Wind Shadow Primal Chaos Tablet greater than was in his hands. Primal Chaos Tablet combined with the Beast God statue, along with the Great Tao Proverbs and the images of the Beast God fighting and comprehending. Even without any special sign-in missions, he believed he could grasp the direction of time and space fusion. But just as he was prepared to sign in with the last 2 Cosmic Chaos Tablet regarding light, time, thunder, and time, the Primal Chaos City leader sent someone to inform him that he could leave the Primal Universe. Helpless, Zhou Hao could only pack up. Looking at the Primal Universe, he thought to himself that he could only wait for the next time. Hong. He entered the fish-shaped flying ship. With a swing of his tail, he swiftly left the Primal Universe. Following a chaotic spacetime flow, Zhou Hao once again returned to the reception hall of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. After waiting for about an hour, Yi Zichen finally came out. A sword-shaped flying ship landed on the lawn outside the oval-shaped hall. What made Zhou Hao surprised was that the one who sent him to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom was actually the Nine Swords Venerable. Zhou Hao, your current identity is more important. Because I'm your direct subordinate Venerable, the upper echelons of the company specially asked me if I'm willing to send you to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom and stay in your hometown for 100 years to ensure your safety. Coincidentally, I have some matters over at the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, so I'll make this trip. The Nine Swords Venerable who was dressed in a green robe smiled. When Zhou Hao Sai Yal and the group of geniuses left the Primal Universe, he had invited the three-eyed old man Kandri to a newly discovered universe secret region. However, due to the small number of people and some internal information, he planned to invite the Ganwu Universe country leader to explore it. The reason why he invited the Ganwu country leader. Firstly, it was because the Ganwu clan had fallen many times and owed the clan quite a lot of contribution points. They were in urgent need of treasures, so it was easier for them to agree. It was also because he had high hopes for Zhou Hao, and the Ganwu Universe country leader was the Universe country leader of Zhou Hao's hometown. He might be of some help in the future. Thank you, Venerable. Zhou Hao naturally knew that the Nine Swords Venerable was investing in him in advance. The Nine Swords Venerable laughed and waved his hand. Don't mention it, I'm just passing by. Let's go, you and your undying guards will board the ship. Su, Zhou Hao, Huoi, and a group of undying guards immediately boarded the Nine Swords Venerable's ship. There was a universe knight protecting them. Arriving at the Ganwu Universe Kingdom was still relatively safe. Even if the other races knew Zhou Hao's route, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the bug race still sent some hidden undyings to Zhou Hao's hometown in the Milky Way to wait for an opportunity. The demon race's movements were also very frequent. After all, Zhou Hao's threat was too great. This time, even if they had to sacrifice their emperor-level undyings, they had to eliminate Zhou Hao in advance. The journey to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's Jade Dome planet was on the second year. Virtual Universe, Yushang Mountain, Primal Region Manor, 3-story building. Zhou Hao slowly stood up and stretched. He walked to the window of the study room and looked at the various buildings in the manor. He couldn't help but sigh. Combining the Juyu Hunden steel, the gold and space beast god statues, and the images of the beast gods fighting, plus the terrifying boost from the Great Tao proverb, he finally fully comprehended the initial fusion of the gold and space beast god statues in this 1 year. Overall, the first fusion of the gold and space laws was the combination of 9 gold origin laws and 18 space origin laws. The levels involved were simply too complicated. If it wasn't for the images of the beast god statues and beast gods fighting, allowing him to accurately simulate the presence of the beast god, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Like in the original plot, Luo Feng had completed the first scale of the Nanshen 7 forms. Even then, it took him a total of 800 years in Primal Chaos City. And this was when Luo Feng's golden horn beast body was already sector lord level and the beast god statue could be used to study it. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, had only used 18 years. The reason why he was so fast was mainly due to the images of the beast gods fighting in the Great Tao proverb. Amongst which, watching the images allowed Zhou Hao to comprehend the presence of the beast god even faster. After all, that experience was akin to becoming a true beast god. Also, with the Great Tao proverb's boost, he could clearly see the intricate combination of the laws. However, even though it only took a short amount of time. However, Zhou Hao wasn't too excited. The more he studied the fusion laws, the more he felt the difficulty within. The first fusion, with so many boosts, was already so difficult. The subsequent ones would be even harder and require even more time. I still have to quickly finish the mission. Looking at the Sector Lord Undying guards within the villa, he muttered to himself. In fact, he only needed to wait for the qualification battle to arrive to complete the first type of the special sign in mission this time. However, there were still more than 50 years before the qualification battle. If he completed the mission and the reward was gold, space, and the fusion law he was preparing to comprehend next, then his comprehension during this period of time would be purely a waste of time. He made his decision. He stepped out and arrived at the highest palace of Thunder Island. Within the palace hall of the city leader, very quickly, a figure walked out of the chaos energy. "Disciple, what's the matter?" A gentle voice resounded. To be able to arrange for a knight to send Zhou Hao out of the universe country, part of it was because Zhou Hao had agreed to let the other domain lords listen in. Zhou Hao said respectfully, "Teacher, I'm prepared to share my law comprehension in the public region of Yushang Mountain in 3 days. This time, I'll be sharing the Space Law Foundation." To complete the first type of mission early, he estimated that Qian Shui, Zhang Mo and Long Yun would have to pass the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The moment they did, then the 8 members of the Absolute Beginning region would all have passed the 7th level and would be able to stay in the region. The city leader's eyes gleamed. "Okay, I'll arrange for some domain lords to listen in." Zhou Hao nodded and quickly left, and the news of him sharing his law comprehension spread at a terrifying speed throughout the upper echelon of humanity. Whether it was the universe masters, knights or emperors, they all paid close attention to this matter. Even though they all agreed that Zhou Hao's comprehension sharing wouldn't have much of an effect on the domain lords, they all looked forward to it. At the same time, many domain lords from the Primordial region, Absolute Beginning region, Heaven and Earth region and Apocalypse region all applied to listen in. Their teachers all rushed over. After all, if it did have an effect, then the domain lords listening in would have profited greatly. Hence, even though they didn't think it would have much of an effect, many were still very enthusiastic. One had to know. Luo Feng, Rongjun, Buran and the other absolute beginning universe level members all improved at shocking speeds, causing many to be envious. In the absolute beginning public class, a portion of the geniuses listening in, before the emperor teachers arrived, all gathered beside Luo Feng and Aoka. Luo Feng, tomorrow Zhou Hao will begin sharing his comprehension. I heard you and Zhou Hao come from the same planet and have a good relationship. Can you tell Zhou Hao and let us listen in? Aoka, we're considered acquaintances now, can you bring me along tomorrow? Luo Feng Uka was speechless within. These 3 days, the entire Yushang mountain was filled with undercurrents. Many geniuses greeted them and tried to pull strings, with only one goal, to listen in. After all, the virtual universe company had already set the quota, only 500 domain lords were allowed to listen in. Many geniuses wanted to go but didn't have the chance. However, even if it was just for a sliver of hope, they didn't want to give up. The public class ended. Aoka was still shocked. My god, Zhou Hao has caused such a huge commotion, these people are trying to find ways to get in. Luo Feng calmed down instead. Aoka, this is normal. Think about it, if we didn't listen into my third brother and Seri's exchange, we wouldn't even be able to pass the 6th level, much less the 7th. You're right, if it wasn't for Zhou Hao, Seri, Luo Feng, you and Rongjun might have passed the 6th level. However, me, Aiken, Qian Shui, Zhangmo and Long Yun might not even be able to pass the 6th level during the qualification battles. When the battles begin, there's a huge chance we'll be eliminated to the Heaven and Earth region. I've heard that many geniuses in the past were the same. Aoka nodded. If it was me, if there was such a chance in front of me, even if it was small, I would grab hold of it. As he said this, he lowered his voice. Luo Feng, if Zhou Hao's exchange had the same effect as ours, the entire virtual universe company would be shaken. Luo Feng took a deep breath. If that's the case, then it won't just be the virtual universe company. However, such a situation shouldn't be possible. Even though I'm confident in third brother, most of the domain lord level members have already passed the 8th level of the heavenly bridge. After Bolin passed the 8th back then, he listened in twice, until now he hasn't passed the 9th. There will definitely be some effect, but it won't be as big as we think. Aoka laughed. We'll know tomorrow. Let's hope that Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, Long Yun and the rest give it their all and try to pass the 7th level after listening in. That way, the 6 heroes and 2 perverts will all be able to stay in the absolute beginning region. PFFT, my third brother is the pervert, I'm far from him. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. The next day, Primal Region Manor. Zhou Hao had finished his 3 days of training. He stepped out of the 3-story house and headed towards the public region of Yushang Mountain. Leaving the manor, he realized that many of the sector lord guards were looking at him with worship in their eyes. The guard leader Huoi stood at the entrance of the manor and smiled. Good luck, your majesty. Zhou Hao shook his head. I don't need any encouragement. He flew swiftly. Leaving the primal region, he quickly arrived at the public region of Yushang Mountain. It was the same pavilion. Luo Feng, Aoka, Qian Shui and the rest of the 8 members of the absolute beginning region were already seated. Around them were 500 domain lord level members. Zhou Hao was also in domain lord now, and his law comprehension far surpassed them. Hence, they all wanted to greet him. After all, no matter what, sharing law comprehension was a form of teaching. Strictly speaking, Zhou Hao was like a teacher now. Facing a teacher, even if Zhou Hao was only in domain lord, they still had to show respect. This was the least they could show respect to their teacher. Zhou Hao, third brother, Zhou Hao. Walking into the pavilion, Luo Feng Uka and the rest all stood up and greeted him. Zhou Hao replied to them one by one and smiled. Are you all prepared? In truth, when the Primal Chaos City leader suggested this, he had already informed Qian Shui, Zhangmo and the rest, saying that he might have another chance. Hence, in the past year, they had pushed aside many things, cramming themselves into studying large amounts of laws and secret techniques, all for this moment. Luo Feng, Aoka and the rest all smiled and said in unison, we're all prepared, just waiting for you. Since that's the case, let's begin. Chapter 140. As his voice landed, the gazebo instantly went silent. Luo Feng, Aoka, Rongjun and the other absolute beginning geniuses, as well as the other 500 domain lord-level geniuses, all held their breaths. The surrounding energy isolated everything. Everyone looked towards Zhou Hao. His expression was calm. After sharing law comprehension so many times, facing such attention, he was long used to it. Great Tao proverb was used. Bang! A formless law mystery spread out from his body. The fundamental essence of space. The moment Zhou Hao opened his mouth, he naturally entered the Great Tao proverb state. But this time, as soon as he started, he could clearly see the combination of the earth and space laws that he was studying, like a projector, appearing in his sea of consciousness. Before, he had experienced this many times before. Every time he used the Great Tao proverb, his sea of consciousness would enter a mysterious state of comprehension. But this mysterious state of comprehension was a gradual increase. It wasn't like this time where he directly entered the final state of comprehension. Obviously, this time, the Great Tao proverb's effect on comprehending the laws had increased by 10 times. Under such circumstances, it caused Zhou Hao's mind to go blank. His intuition told him that this change was most likely related to the sudden increase in the number of spectators. Or rather, the Great Tao proverb was a natural talent technique. The more people there were, the better the effect. But at this time, he could only suppress the confusion in his heart, and seize the time to comprehend the combination of the earth and space laws. After all, the duration of the Great Tao proverb was relatively short. He had to seize every second. If he could comprehend more combinations, he would be able to shorten the time. Zhou Hao's change, Luo Feng Wuxia and the others naturally didn't know, but at this time, even if someone told them, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Because the moment Zhou Hao opened his mouth, they had directly entered a mysterious state of comprehension. Yes, comprehension. It was like the accumulation of hundreds and thousands of years of hard work. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to have this kind of epiphany, because every epiphany must have gone through countless accumulations before it could be triggered at the moment of opportunity. But this time, there were many domain lords who had accumulated thousands or even tens of thousands of years of comprehension and cultivation. They were like the last moment when dripping water could penetrate a stone. What they lacked was the last drop of water that was about to fall. If they didn't have any external stimuli, it might take them thousands of years to cultivate just by relying on their talent. However, under the effects of the Great Tao proverbs, the Great Tao proverbs' effects were overlaid. This drop of water fell in advance. At practically the same instant, almost 100 region lords directly comprehended, and the laws and concepts produced by their comprehension swiftly enveloped all the geniuses who were listening. Thus, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Like dominoes, there was a chain reaction. Everyone, including Luo Feng, Aoka, and Buren, who were not supposed to have an epiphany, had an epiphany. Only Zhou Hao's voice echoed in the silent pavilion. His voice was like a catalyst. It catalyzed the comprehension of all the geniuses. Thunder Island, the highest palace on the mountain peak. The city leader's gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of space, landing on the pavilion in the public region of Yushang Mountain. Even though he saw Luo Feng, Aoka and the others with their eyes closed, even he wasn't sure if this kind of law comprehension teaching would be effective. Simultaneously, Xinyan of Silla, Rainbow of Swords and the other emperors were all paying attention to the public region. Their emotions were much more complicated than the knights and universe masters. Because they were hoping that Zhou Hao's law-sharing teaching would be effective. That way, when Zhou Hao became an emperor or a universe knight, they might be affected and break through the bottleneck that stopped countless emperors from becoming undyings. Not just the universe masters, the knights and emperors, large amounts of sector lords and domain lords were all waiting for the 4 hours of sharing the results. In the past, they all felt that time passed quickly after training for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. However, at this moment, a short 4 hours felt like an eternity to them. The universe masters from the Huge Axe Dojo, Universe Star River Bank, Universe First Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance were all paying close attention. This had a huge impact on the future of their race. Even Deserted Mirror Master, who felt that it was a big deal, couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhou Hao's law sharing wasn't hidden from the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race. The other races all knew that at this time, this absolute genius of humanity was using his own special method to teach the domain lord level members of the virtual universe company. 4 hours passed quickly. After the Great Path Dictum's effect disappeared. The sound above the pavilion came to an abrupt end. Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes. When he saw all the geniuses closing their eyes and entering a state of comprehension, he was shocked. Before the lecture, he didn't think it would have much effect on the domain lord level geniuses. The purpose of the lecture was to let Qian Shui, Zhangmo, and Long Yun pass the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge faster, so that he could complete the special signing mission earlier. However, the situation now, it seemed to be out of his expectations. However, Zhou Hao reacted quickly. After all, even he himself could feel that the effect of the Great Path proverb had soared by too much. Presumably, Luo Feng, Wuka, and the others who were listening by the side felt the same way. Thinking about this, he suppressed the doubts in his heart and exited the virtual universe link. 9 Swords Venerable, in the main hall of the ship. He opened his eyes and frowned, muttering to himself, this great Tao proverb technique doesn't seem to be the same level. Could it be that the more people there are, the better the effect? Forget it, let's take a look first. Quote, time passed slowly. Luo Feng, Wuka and the others stayed in the pavilion to listen, a whole half a month later. One genius after another broke free from the state of comprehension. Their faces were all filled with unconcealable joy. 3,000 years, I've been stuck at the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge for 3,000 years. Who would have thought that listening to Zhou Hao's law comprehension would have such a deep impact on me? I have confidence in passing the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge. So this is Zhou Hao's comprehension sharing. The effect is too good. Just listening in once actually made me improve faster than thousands of years of hard work. No wonder the universe level Luo Feng, Aoka, Burin and the others all improved so much. To be able to listen in on such a lesson, it's worth it no matter how much I pay. Each of the geniuses glanced at the gazebo excitedly. There was no sign of Zhou Hao within. However, these domain lord level geniuses all bowed in unison. They bowed as a teacher. To be able to enlighten them with just one listen, this kind of teaching was worthy of being called a teacher. Shua shua shua, all the geniuses quickly vanished. At the same time, Heavenly Bridge Plaza, Baffin looked at the domain lord level geniuses that appeared, his body shaking madly. Of course he knew what was going on. Send them all. He quickly sent mail to the emperors and knights that were paying attention. Actually, he didn't even need to send the mail. These knights, even the Primal Chaos City leader and Ice Mountain Master had all sent their underlings to the Heavenly Bridges Island. The emperors even came directly to the island. Shua shua shua. One after another, powerful emperors appeared. Xinyan of Silla, Rainbow of Swords, Suzhong of Gojoseon, King of the Black Mist and the other emperors were all silent. However, their eyes gleamed. Even some of their breathing became hurried. Baffin began to swiftly arrange for the domain lords to attempt the Heavenly Bridge. 500 of them lined up. After a while, the first batch of domain lords that entered the Heavenly Bridge had either passed the 8th or 9th level, some even passed the 10th. Even with their guesses and mental preparation, Xinyan of Silla and the other Undyings were all shaken. Let's wait a while more. Many of these domain lords have been stuck at the 8th and 9th level for thousands of years. They just lack an opportunity to pass. To be able to pass means that Zhou Hao's teachings have some effect. Xinyan of Silla said seriously. Hence they continued to wait. Of the 500 domain lord level geniuses, some were very close to the next level of the Heavenly Bridge, some were very far. Not all of them had passed the Heavenly Bridge, about 70% of them had passed the next level. The remaining 30%, even though they hadn't passed it, from their battles with the Guardians, it could be seen that each of them had improved greatly. Until the last domain lord left the Heavenly Bridge, Xinyan of Silla, Rainbow of Swords and the other emperors couldn't help but get excited. Universe-level listening in could increase one's improvement speed. Domain lord level listening in could also increase one's improvement speed. Without a doubt, Sector Lord and Undying could also increase one's improvement speed. And what about the emperors who were stuck at the last step? All the emperors had thought about this question many times. Now they finally got the answer. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Within a simple palace at the peak of the mountain. The huge axe meeting was held again after a year and 2 months. Shua shua shua, one after another, universe masters exuding terrifying auras appeared in the palace. Every one of them was deep in thought. Before Zhou Hao shared his law comprehension, none of them took it seriously. However, now the situation had changed. Zhou Hao's innate talent and comprehension were already extremely abnormal. Now that he had displayed such a terrifying teaching talent, this was no longer just a matter of potential. Now, Zhou Hao's influence could rise to the height of the race. It could be said, at this moment, in every universe master's heart, Zhou Hao's potential value to the human race was no less than a supreme true treasure. He could now influence universe levels and domain lords. Would he be able to influence undying, emperors, knights in the future? Or even universe masters? Shua, huge axe with messy hair appeared at the front of the round table. He sat down casually and glanced at all the universe masters. Say something. Deserted Mirror Master was the first to speak. I apologize to Primal Chaos City Leader. Zhou Hao's matter isn't a big deal. We can even hold a supreme meeting. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. There's no need to make such a big move. After all, Zhou Hao is only domain lord level. It's not necessarily a good thing to pay too much attention to him. Qing Dong Master nodded. Yes, I agree with Primal Chaos City Leader. We can discuss it, but we'd better not show that we're paying too much attention to it. Now that Zhou Hao's growth is related to the future of the human race, we have to consider everything. The rest of the universe masters all spoke. Basically, they all agreed with Primal Chaos City Leader that Zhou Hao shouldn't be paid too much attention to at this stage. Huge Axe raised his hand and pressed down. The main problem now isn't how our race should treat Zhou Hao or how to cultivate Zhou Hao. It's the other races. This is the biggest problem. If we can see the value of Zhou Hao, how can the other races not see it? At this point, he threw out a suggestion. The bug race will definitely take action. I believe everyone is very clear about what they're capable of. That's why a few universe knights in Ganwu Universe Kingdom aren't enough. Primal Chaos City Leader, there's nothing important here in Universe Ocean right now. Ask Darkness to come back. Go back to the original universe and take charge of Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Chapter 141. Hearing Huge Axe's suggestion, all the universe masters were slightly taken aback. They hadn't expected Huge Axe to take this so seriously. One had to know. Darkness Master was a universe master who kept a very low profile in the virtual universe company. There wasn't even any information about him in the files. The powers of the universe didn't even know about this universe master. And in terms of power, Darkness Master was very scary. He was very famous in Universe Ocean, and all the disciples he taught had become universe masters. Letting such a great being return to the original universe to guard the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, all the universe masters, including Primal Chaos City Leader, felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Even Darkness Master himself was a bit shocked. Primal Chaos City Leader couldn't help but say, Huge Axe, you can let Remote Lord Master go to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. If my junior, Darkness Master, returns and is exposed, the loss will outweigh the gain. The other universe masters all nodded. That was right. If Remote Lord Master could guard the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, it would be enough to protect Zhou Hao. After all, no matter how crazy the bug race and the demon race were, they wouldn't send a universe master to invade the human race and kill Zhou Hao. The price would be too high. Huge Axe glanced around and said with a grin, I'm just making a suggestion. Zhou Hao's value is huge. He can influence universe levels and domain lords now. In the future, he'll be able to influence universe knights and universe overlords. Once he becomes a universe master, he might be able to influence everyone here. We can see it, and so can the Bug Clan and the Demon Clan. If the Bug Race sends a universe master here, Remote Lord Master won't be able to protect Zhou Hao. What I'm thinking is that since we're sending a universe master to guard the human race, we might as well send a powerful one to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Quote. Then, he lowered his voice. It's our luck that a genius like Zhou Hao can appear in our human race. We can't afford to lose him. The moment he said that, Primal Chaos City Leader and the other universe masters were all silent. They admitted that Huge Axe's words made sense. It was better to be safe than sorry. The brain circuits of the bug race couldn't be judged by common sense. Who knew if they would suddenly allow the undying Bug Clan Queen to bring along the Universe Master and sneak into the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, enslave Zhou Hao's soul in an instant, and then quickly teleport away through God Country. Although the possibility of this happening was extremely low, it was not impossible. As for Remote Lord Master, his power was slightly weaker, so he was unable to react in time. At the same time, when faced with a Universe Master level bug slave, he did not have the power to deal with it. The Lord of Darkness was different. He had made a name for himself in Universe Ocean by relying on a special secret technique he had created. This secret technique was able to resist and weaken soul attacks. Overseeing the Ganwu Universe Kingdom was absolutely appropriate. The Master of Darkness said in a low voice, "Huge axe, I'll go. However, it will take me several years to get back from Universe Ocean." During this time, Zhou Hao's safety. Huge axe looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. The Primal Chaos City Leader understood. I'll inform the Nine Swords Venerable and ask him to wait a little longer. Their spaceship's route is top secret, and neither the insectoids nor the shifters know about it for now. Huge axe glanced at the other universe masters. What else do the rest of you want to say? Huge axe, Primal Chaos City Leader, since we've confirmed that Zhou Hao can also speed up law comprehension of the Genius Domain Masters, should we arrange for the Sector Lords and Undying Fighters? Deserted Mirror could not help asking. Deserted Mirror, Primal Chaos City Leader said, shaking his head. I think we should take things a little slower. After all, Zhou Hao has such an influence on law comprehension, and it is highly likely that he has a rare sound-type talent technique. Such techniques require a long time to perform, and according to Zhou Hao's previous exchanges in Primal Chaos City and the virtual universe, he will need at least 2 years. Qing Dong Master smiled and said, 2 years is not a long time, but let's take Zhou Hao's personal wishes as the main priority. We can't force him. Yes, we can't force him. If we rush things like this, we might end up making a fool of ourselves. Yes, we have to give Zhou Hao a certain amount of time. The rest of the universe masters all agreed. Deserted Mirror did not mind. He looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and continued, Primal Chaos City Leader, I'm just going to mention that Zhou Hao is your disciple, so you'll be in charge of the specific arrangements. Of course, if he wants to share his comprehension next time, you have to let us know in advance. Your virtual universe is in luck this time. We can't let you take all the advantages. You have to leave some for us, even if it costs us some money. Deserted Mirror said. The rest of the universe masters, like Qing Dong Master and Peng Gong Master, said, yes, Primal Chaos City Leader, we can't let the geniuses of the virtual universe company listen in every time. The universe level members of this year's genius competition have already improved tremendously. They have to settle down. And in terms of the quota, shouldn't we expand it a little? 500 or 1,000 people are still listening. Suddenly, the round table meeting became rowdy. The universe masters were arguing about the expansion of the quota and the allocation of the quota. On this kind of matter, none of them wanted to take a step back. After all, if they listened in once, they might be able to pass the heavenly bridge and improve their law comprehension by a huge margin, reducing the thousands of years of hard work. If they listened in a few more times, the geniuses under their command would be able to break through to Undying in just a few tens of thousands of years. This was more ridiculous than any inheritance in the universe. More importantly, if they decided on the quota now, there would be rules for future emperors and universe knights to listen in. Hence, they argued strongly. Primal Chaos City Leader was helpless. He had expected this. However, he still felt a little proud that his disciple could have such a big impact. After a while, Huge Axe raised his hand. All right, let's stop arguing. Primal Chaos City Leader, listening in is a huge boost to the entire human race. The virtual universe company should give up some of it. Don't be biased, I believe you can handle it well. As for the quota, I'll have to trouble you to ask Zhou Hao. Of course, the race can't let Zhou Hao do this for nothing. Don't be stingy with what you have to give. Consider Zhou Hao's personal feelings. This is the end of the meeting. Dismissed. After that, he disappeared. However, the other universe masters didn't leave. They all looked at Primal Chaos City Leader, wanting to finalize the quota in advance. Void Gold Master and the others of the Huge Axe Coliseum also wanted more spots. At that moment, a universe master suddenly said, Primal Chaos City Leader, Ice Mountain, I remember you saying that Zhou Hao and Seri can influence the geniuses of the same batch when they're in Primal Chaos City. Does this mean that Seri is also talented in this area? Shua. The palace suddenly quieted down. All the universe masters looked at Ice Mountain Master. Ice Mountain Master said coldly, no. Zhou Hao Sai Yal is communicating mainly because of Zhou Hao. The other universe masters heard that and shook their heads in disappointment. Primal Chaos City Leader was speechless. We're lucky to have one of these talents in our race. Don't expect too much. In the Nine Swords Venerable spaceship. Zhou Hao didn't know that the human race was holding a huge axe conference just for him. They were not only worried about his safety, but they were also fighting for the quota. However, he guessed that the use of Great Path proverb would cause a huge sensation. Luo Feng had told him that among the 500 domain lords, more than 60 to 70% of the geniuses had passed the heavenly bridge. At the same time, Qian Shui, Zhang Mo, and Long Yun were also preparing to pass the 7th level of the heavenly bridge after half a month of sorting out what they'd learned. Such a terrifying effect. Zhou Hao was shocked after hearing that. One had to know, many of the domain lords were stuck on the 10th floor overpass. The difficulty of passing from the 10th to the 11th level was extremely high. Normally speaking, even a primal region domain lord level member would need thousands or even tens of thousands of years to pass. Even if they had an epiphany, they needed to accumulate enough. In the end, the Great Path proverb actually allowed the accumulation to be completed earlier. This effect was too huge. My God, and this is only 500 people. If it's 5,000, 50,000, what level would the effect be? Zhou Hao was speechless. He even had the urge to test it out. However, he suppressed it. After all, there was a time limit to the Great Path proverb. He had just used it, so he had to wait at least half a year. And he had gotten quite the limelight this time. It was best to keep a low profile for a while. Of course, the main thing was that he had to study and accumulate. Using the Great Path proverb had the best effect. Shua. At this time, the 9 Swords Venerable appeared. In reality, the energy of a knight was extremely terrifying. Normal sector lords would find it hard to defend against it. However, at this moment, 9-Blade Knight had completely retracted his energy. He had a smile on his face, and it was a very warm smile. Zhou Hao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He casually sat on the sofa beside, waving his hand and retrieving a bottle of wine. He then poured a glass for himself and Zhou Hao. The wine cup floated in front of Zhou Hao. This action shocked Zhou Hao. A knight was pouring wine for him. Zhou Hao, no need to be so formal. You are the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Your status is naturally different from the other Primal Region domain lords. What's more, this time, you've caused quite a commotion. The 9 Swords Venerable took a sip and exclaimed, to be honest, when I saw so many domain lords passing the heavenly bridge, I couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced. The stronger one is, the harder it is to break through. Not only do they have to spend countless years, they also have to risk their lives to enter the universe's secret regions or other life or death situations. Even though the strong all rise from killing, everyone wants it to be easier. Zhou Hao nodded as he listened. Indeed, the strong needed to go through life and death situations to break through. However, life and death situations might not necessarily lead to a breakthrough. And if one was unlucky, they might really die. The 9 Swords Venerable looked at Zhou Hao. Hence, the commotion you've caused this time is earth-shattering. Just as those domain lords passed the heavenly bridge, I instantly received emails from close to 80% of the knights of the human race. As he spoke, his voice was low and deep. Because I'm your direct venerable. If they want to contact you, they can't avoid me. And this is just the human race. The alien races that have good relations with the human race are even crazier. Zhou Hao was silent. He indeed didn't expect the commotion to be so huge. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. The knights had long lives. They could afford to wait. Hence, they were fighting to get closer to him. The moment he grew, their chances of listening would be higher. Chapter 142. The 9 Swords Venerable didn't stay for long. Before he left, he told Zhou Hao that this trip to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom would take a little longer. Even though he didn't tell Zhou Hao exactly why, Zhou Hao could guess that it had something to do with the other races. In the following time, he didn't enter the virtual universe, instead staying in the ship's lobby, occasionally training while waiting for the results of Qian Shui, Zhang Mo and Long Yun. Half a month later, the 3 of them didn't disappoint Zhou Hao, successfully passing the 7th level. The universe-level seniors of the virtual universe company were all howling. This batch of absolute beginning newbies were too ferocious. With Luo Feng and Buren, it was fine, but now even the slowest amongst them had passed the 7th level. This made them feel despair. The 5 seniors who had passed the 7th level were even more helpless. They had originally wanted to try their luck in the qualification battles and see if they could enter the primal region, but now they couldn't. They could only stay in the absolute beginning region. After all, this batch of newbies, Luo Feng and Buren, had both passed the 9th level, the two were definitely going to enter the primal region. These seniors howled helplessly. However, a smile appeared on Zhou Hao's face. As expected, as he had guessed, after Qian Shui, Long Yun and Zhang Mo passed the 7th level, the first special mission had been completed early. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission. You will be randomly rewarded with the preliminary comprehension of the fusion of water, space, thunder, time, wood, and space laws, as well as the next 18 mysteries of the essence of time. Quote. Rumble. As the voice in his mind sounded, Zhou Hao immediately felt large amounts of information rush into his mind. It was almost as if the information had long existed in his mind. After digesting the information for close to a month, only then did he completely convert the information into his own. The preliminary comprehension of the 3 fusion laws would save him hundreds of years of study, especially the last 18 mysteries of the time essence. After comprehending them, the 2 most unfathomable origin laws of time and space would have no secrets in front of him. The 6th picture of the cosmic chaos tablet was only a matter of time. The 7th picture was slightly harder, it involved the entire space, it was still difficult to cross over. However, Zhou Hao's main focus was on studying fusion laws. Hence, he was much slower in studying the cosmic chaos tablet and the time-space truth. There was no choice. His energy was limited. The Thousand Abyss ancestral tree was used to study gold, wood, water, fire and other foundational laws. Finhun's side was used to study the cosmic chaos tablet, while Finhun's side was used to study the battle scenes of the beast god and used Tao proverbs. The schedule was very tight. Even if he squeezed time, he could only occasionally spend 2 or 3 hours to cultivate the time-space truth in the cosmic chaos tablet. Fortunately, I didn't spend too much time studying the fusion of the water and space laws. Otherwise, I would have wasted my time, Zhou Hao muttered to himself in relief. He was relatively fast when it came to the water, space, and fire space laws. This was because he had the deepest understanding of the water and fire origin laws. This was especially true for the water origin law. It had long since been acknowledged by the origin law, while the fire origin law was only a hair away from being acknowledged by the origin law. When the special sign-in mission was activated, he, who was originally studying the water and space beast god statues and studying fusion laws, immediately stopped and focused on the chaos tablet. Now that I've finished comprehending the initial fusion laws of water, space, thunder, time, wood, space, metal, and space, I'm only left with the 4 fusion laws of fire, space, wind, time, light, time, earth, and space. He temporarily put aside the fusion laws he had comprehended and used the remaining energy to study the other 4. Of course, the so-called comprehension was mainly watching the beast god statues and experiencing the beast gods fighting. These 2 were the most important and used up close to 80% of Zhou Hao's energy. Using the Tao proverbs was just the icing on the cake. Time passed just like that. 2 years later, the 9 Swords Venerable appeared in the hall again and smiled. Zhou Hao, we've arrived at Jade Dome Planet. We're here. Zhou Hao's face was filled with joy. They were finally here. Jade Dome Planet was a light blue planet. Its scenery was similar to Earth. It was one of the 9 first-class administrative planets of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. It was used to control the universe countries. Jade Dome Planet was a man-made planet within the God Country. Its diameter was 980,000 kilometers, even bigger than some stars. The ship's cabin door opened. The 9 Swords Venerable said, Zhou Hao, I'll send you off here. I still have to go see the Ganwu Universe Country leader. I won't be accompanying you. Zhou Hao hurriedly said respectfully, thank you for sending me off. The cabin door closed and they quickly disappeared into the universe. Zhou Hao, the Undying Guard leader and a group of Sector Lord guards all became beams of light and flew towards the glowing planet. As Zhou Hao's journey was top secret, the entire Ganwu Universe Kingdom only knew that Zhou Hao would be sent over. As for the exact time, they didn't know. Su. After breaking through the atmosphere, they directly landed in one of the 100 ancient cities, Zihuo City. Many residents of the city raised their heads to look at the black mass of people flying in the sky. They were all very shocked. Zhou Hao and the rest naturally didn't care about these residents. After casually buying a mansion in the city, the group moved in. The architecture of this ancient city was very ancient. From the outside, one couldn't see any traces of technology. However, After entering the spacious hall and guest rooms, one would discover many advanced technologies. Zhou Hao casually chose a room and let the AI modify it into his usual Earth room. He then sat in front of his desk. Huoi, the Undying Guard leader, stayed beside Zhou Hao. If there was any movement, he would be able to protect Zhou Hao immediately. Just as Zhou Hao and the rest entered Jade Dome Planet, the Ganwu Universe Kingdom welcomed a Universe Master. Ganwu Universe Country Master and Nine Swords Venerable didn't even know that Darkness Master had arrived. They only knew that the Virtual Universe Company had sent a super great being to guard Ganwu Universe Kingdom and protect Zhou Hao. With the power of Darkness Master, he quickly appeared on Jade Dome Planet silently. He looked at the mansion that Zhou Hao had chosen and felt a little emotional. He had been wandering Universe Ocean for countless years, but this time, he had to protect Zhou Hao, a Domain Lord level genius. However, when he thought of the latter's power, he felt relieved. I hope you can grow up quickly. To Darkness Master, even if tens of thousands of eras had passed, it was just a blink of an eye. When adventuring in Universe Ocean, sometimes it would take a long time just to travel. Every Universe Master was very patient. Purple Crystal Island of Ganwu Continent. This island, like Black Dragon Mountain Island, was located at the edge of Ganwu Continent. Purple Crystal Island was an island made entirely of purple crystals, and there were palaces made of purple crystals on it. The tallest palace was over 10,000 kilometers tall, and it was the most dazzling one. It was also the office of the Ganwu Universe division of the Virtual Universe Company. Inside the office, the three leaders of the Ganwu Universe division, Purple Lightning, Gold Feather, and Black Yan, were discussing around a huge round table. Black Yan was a barefoot lady in a black veil. She said softly, Zhou Hao, who is sent by the Virtual Universe Company, is the disciple of the great Primal Chaos City leader. More importantly, I heard from a good friend at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company that Zhou Hao's position in the Virtual Universe Company is no less than that of a Universe Knight, or even higher. Gold Feather was shocked. Black Yan, are you sure your friend is not joking? Yes, I admit that the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader has a high status. However, he is after all only Domain Lord level. At most, a knight would treat him slightly better. Quote. Right, Black Yan official, aren't you overestimating Zhou Hao too much? Don't worry, even if you didn't mention it, we wouldn't dare to offend this genius. After all, he is the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. The only troublesome thing is that if he really wants to investigate, we can only obediently let him investigate. The Purple Lightning Marquis laughed. The lady shook her head. Purple Lightning, Gold Feather, I'm not exaggerating. My good friend told me personally, and told me to welcome him warmly. He also said that if I could get closer to Zhou Hao, then many emperors would come to me for help. From his tone, he seemed to be envious that I could welcome Zhou Hao. Purple Lightning and Gold Feather stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Even though Black Yan official was also an official level Undying like them, in terms of background and potential, he was far stronger than them. The latter was even in charge of the army, his connections were very strong. Hence for him to say that, they naturally knew he wasn't joking. Do. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm resounded. Black Yan official, Purple Lightning and Gold Feather's expressions changed. He's here, let's go welcome him. Remember, not only do we have to be warm, we have to worship him. For my good friend to specially take the time to remind us, that means this Zhou Hao's status is definitely special beyond our imagination. Black Yan reminded. Purple Lightning and Gold Feather nodded. The group quickly contacted all the workers in the office and gathered at the center of the plaza. Over 300 Undyings and over 8 billion workers were gathered there, forming a blur that stretched as far as the eye could see. The lady's cold voice resounded. The great being of the Virtual Universe Company, the disciple of the Primal Region Domain Lord Zhou Hao, is about to arrive at our Ganwu department. You all have to remember to be respectful and kneel. Yes, the Undyings and 8 billion workers all replied. One of the Undyings man Luo shuddered within. Zhou Hao, is he that Zhou Hao from the killing fields back then? He's broken through to Domain Lord level. And he's even become the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader. Quote. My god, if it's really him, that's too incredible. Just as Man Luo was shocked, a silhouette landed in the plaza. Welcome Examiner Zhou Hao Mr. Black Yan official smiled warmly. Dressed in a black dress and barefoot on the ground, her actions had a sense of enticement. Immediately, The 8 billion workers all knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings Your Majesty Zhou Hao." The 300 undyings all bowed, "Greetings Your Majesty Zhou Hao." Man Luo was shocked, "It really is Zhou Hao." Zhou Hao naturally saw Man Luo. He first smiled and exchanged a few words with Black Yan Marquis, Purple Lightning Marquis, Golden Feather Marquis and the others. Then, he smiled and looked at Man Luo, "Lord Man Luo, we meet again." Man Luo immediately said, "Your Majesty Zhou Hao is too kind, I don't dare call myself Lord, you can just call me Man Luo." Black Yan official's eyes gleamed, "Zhou Hao, you know this Man Luo?" "Lord, I was in charge of the Black Dragon Mountain killing fields back then. I was fortunate enough to see His Majesty Zhou Hao train there." Man Luo replied immediately. "So it's like that, Man Luo, your luck is not bad, you actually got to know Zhou Hao. You can move to the army department in the future." Black Yan official smiled. Man Luo was happy within. The army department was a good place, it had plenty of resources and connections. He thanked, "Thank you Lord." The other undyings looked at him enviously. Zhou Hao didn't expect Black Yan official to promote Man Luo right in front of him. The other party was undoubtedly using such a small matter to express goodwill. Following which, Black Yan official, Purple Lightning official and Gold Feather official brought Zhou Hao to tour the various parts of the virtual universe Ganwu department. They were still worried that Zhou Hao would insist on looking at more detailed things. However, Zhou Hao didn't even mention it, making them relax. When the three tycoons learned that Zhou Hao had already arrived on Jade Dome Planet, they were shocked at first. After which, they immediately expressed that they wanted to hold a welcome banquet for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't reject them. However, he emphasized that it had to be a small-scale banquet. Also, the invitations had to be carefully screened. Simultaneously, the three tycoons also received a mail from the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Chapter 143. Ganwu Department. Primal Region Domain Lord Member, Zhou Hao, has already arrived on Jade Dome Planet. He is the Virtual Universe Company's dazzling genius that passed the universe-level Sky Mountain before breaking through easily, and also the great being Primal Chaos City Leader's disciple. You all have to be careful, under the precondition of ensuring his safety, arrange a welcome banquet. Remember to carefully select the invited emperor. The moment there are any accidents, the Virtual Universe Company will punish you severely. Within the Amethyst Palace, around the huge round table, Purple Lightning official, Black Yan official and Gold Feather official opened the mail and browsed through it, their expression serious. However, before they could even speak, the Ganwu Universe Kingdom country leader had sent the mail. The three of them were shocked and quickly opened it. Content: Ganwu Department attention, Virtual Universe Company's Outer Domain Lord Member, Zhou Hao, has already arrived on Jade Dome Planet. You all have to take care of him well. If there's anything you need, Ganwu Universe Kingdom will fully cooperate. Ganwu Universe Country Leader. After reading it, silence reigned in the hall. After a while, Black Yan official and the other two couldn't help but reveal shock in their eyes. Before Zhou Hao came to the Virtual Universe Amethyst Island, they had already paid attention to him. They even found out from Black Yan official's member in the Virtual Universe Company headquarters that Zhou Hao's status wasn't any lower than a knight. However, from the looks of it, they had still underestimated Zhou Hao's status. As the heads of the business department, the warrior department and the army department, they naturally knew about sending geniuses, and had experienced it many times before. However, they had never seen such a situation. Not only did the Virtual Universe Company send the mail, even the Ganwu Universe Country Leader personally sent one. That was the Ganwu Universe Country Leader, a high and mighty knight, a being that ruled over an entire universe country. And now he personally sent them a mail asking them to take care of Zhou Hao. Even if Zhou Hao was Primal Chaos City Leader's disciple, there wasn't a need to pay so much attention to him. The Ganwu Universe Country Leader didn't seem to care so much about Primal Chaos City Leader's other disciples. Without a doubt, there was definitely some unusual information in this. Marquis Black Yan took a deep breath. From the two emails, it can be inferred that my good friend was not exaggerating when she revealed Zhou Hao's identity. In fact, she might not even know Zhou Hao's honorable status. The Purple Lightning Marquis and the Golden Rain Marquis nodded heavily. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. This was the virtual universe, and they were all official level undyings. However, at this moment, they were extremely nervous. Because they had read the hidden message in the 2 emails. That was, if they made the slightest mistake in the process of receiving Zhou Hao, then the consequences that awaited them would be even more severe than discovering some of the private affairs of the Ganwu branch. Phew. What is the origin of this Zhou Hao? The direct disciple of the primal chaos city leader is incomparably honorable, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Marquis Goldfeather couldn't help but feel suffocated. Purple Lightning Marquis glanced over. No matter what Zhou Hao's origin is, we have no right to know. The main problem now is the welcome banquet. How should we handle it? This is no longer just related to our future. Black Yan Marquis agreed. Purple Lightning is right, the key is the welcome banquet. Everything else is easy, we just have to cooperate with Zhou Hao. According to the Virtual Universe Company's email, they want us to carefully select the marquises. This means that there may be other race infiltrators trying to assassinate Zhou Hao. But we are only official level. If the other race really wants to assassinate him, we can't stop them. Marquis Golden Feather said helplessly, F***CK, why do you think Zhou Hao broke through so quickly for no reason? Now, if he were to encounter an assassination attempt by the foreign races, he would die, but we would also be implicated. Black Yan Marquis said coldly, Goldfeather, we've worked together for so many years. Let me remind you, the Virtual Universe Company and Ganwu Country Leader have sent out emails, indicating Zhou Hao's status. When the other race assassinates him, even if we die, we have to block them and help him escape. If we don't block them, I'm afraid we will suffer a fate worse than death. Marquis Goldfeather and Purple Lightning Marquis were shocked. They completely understood what Black Yan Marquis meant. The welcome banquet must be held according to Zhou Hao's wishes, a small-scale one. However, the 300 marquises of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom must all be present. Also, didn't Zhou Hao come from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Invite Black Dragon too. As for screening, HMPH, each marquis can only come in person. No undying is allowed, only sector lords and those below. Black Yan Marquise's eyes were cold. With our strength, as long as a sector lord acts strangely, we can easily sense it. As for the 300 marquises of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, even if they bring other races, they have to wait for them to destroy their world rings before they act. Right, we can't bring undying. If an undying wants to self-destruct, we won't be able to stop it. No matter how fast we react, we won't be able to protect Zhou Hao. Purple Lightning and Marquis Goldfeather nodded. After the discussion, the 3 tycoons immediately sent out emails to the 300 marquises of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom, specifically stating the requirements. Other than that, when they found out that Zhou Hao was living in Swamp Fire City, they immediately ordered all residents and even undying to move out of Swamp Fire City within half a day. All losses would be compensated double by the Ganwu Division. What exactly happened? Why did the Ganwu Division want us to move out of Swamp Fire City so quickly? No idea, they didn't say anything specific. However, this was an order from the Ganwu Division's 3 tycoons. I heard that some marquises expressed their dissatisfaction and told the Ganwu Country Master about this. However, they were reprimanded by the Ganwu Country Master. Damn, is this true? Who knows? Let's just move out quickly. Since we can get double the compensation, that's not bad. A large number of residents in Swamp Fire City quickly moved out. Some undying and some marquises who didn't usually show their faces in Swamp Fire City all moved out. Darkness Master, who lived not far from Zhou Hao, couldn't help but shake his head. However, he didn't say anything. From his point of view, the Ganwu Division's 3 tycoons didn't do anything wrong. If another race was hiding in Swamp Fire City and tried to assassinate Zhou Hao, that would be a very serious matter. Of course, with his protection, even if a Universe Knight or even a Universe Overlord came, nothing would happen to Zhou Hao. Half a day passed. All the residents had moved to other cities. At the same time, the entire Swamp Fire City was transformed into a huge manor by the Ganwu Division, becoming Zhou Hao's private manor. Zhou Hao was told by the undying leader Huoi on the second evening. This made him speechless. He originally wanted to keep a low profile and live in Swamp Fire City quietly. Who knew that the Ganwu Division would transform the entire city into his? Your Majesty, the Ganwu Division's 3 tycoons are trying to curry favor with you. Huoi smiled. They're trying to curry favor with me because they're afraid I'll investigate them. However, I can't be bothered to do such things. Zhou Hao said casually. He didn't have the time or energy to investigate the Ganwu Division's 3 tycoons. There was no point. So what if he destroyed the Ganwu Division's 3 tycoons? When the time comes, the new ones sent by the Virtual Universe Company, after a period of time, they would become the 3 tycoons again. This was human nature, there was no way to avoid it. After all, these officials sent to the universe country all had huge power. And they didn't need to go to the outer region wars to fight. As time passed, everyone would be tainted. Huoi said, "Your Majesty's thinking is right. There's no need to target these officials. Your Majesty's potential is extraordinary, your energy should be used in other areas." Speaking up to this point, he lowered his voice. "Right now there are rumors outside that your law comprehension sharing is even stronger than the Primal Chaos Tablet study room. They even say that as long as one listens to your comprehension a few times, a sector lord breaking through to Undying, an official breaking through to Emperor is an easy matter." Zhou Hao stared. "Is it that exaggerated? Even I didn't know I was that powerful." Quote. Huoi laughed loudly. "There are even more exaggerated things than that." Zhou Hao was completely speechless. He finally understood that the 8 diagrams wings had nothing to do with strength or region. "That's enough, Huoyi, just ignore these words. Also, restrain the other guards. Don't let them talk nonsense." Huoi said, "Don't worry your majesty, I will definitely restrain them." When the Welcome Wind banquet begins, remind me." "Yes, 3 days' time." The 300 Emperor officials of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom all received the invitation from the Ganwu Division. When they learned that this was the great being Primal Chaos City leader's disciple Zhou Hao, they were all extremely excited. To be able to attend such an absolute genius banquet, they felt extremely proud. Only the contents of the invitation made them feel weird. You can only bring sector lords and below, no more than 4. When you see the examiner, you must be extremely respectful, no disrespect at all. You must maintain your distance from the examiner, no one is allowed to get close, this will be seen as a provocation to the Virtual Universe Company. Especially at the end, it made the 300 Emperor officials of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom frown. However, some of the Emperor officials understood why there was such a change in Zephyr City. So it was because the Virtual Universe Company had sent out an examiner. These 3 tycoons of the Ganwu Division sure know how to suck up. Domain lords are sent out, and they only stay on Jade Dome planet. They even have to go out and do missions. In the end, they actually turned the entire Zephyr City into an examiner's manor, even bigger than our 300 official residences. How can they not suck up? These 3 tycoons have been embezzling a lot of resources these few years, they are probably afraid the examiner will find out. No choice, we need the resources of the Ganwu Division, we have to lower our heads and bear with it. I was wondering if I could get close to the examiner, in the end the 3 tycoons won't even let me get close to the examiner. How can I get close to him, and since it's the Welcome Wind banquet, they should at least let us speak. They said we can't get close, but they didn't say sector lords and domain lord members can't get close. After the 300 Emperor officials received the invitation, they all gathered and discussed. Simultaneously, they began to prepare and pick the younger generation geniuses to head to Jade Dome planet. Silver Snow official GTN Kang was amongst them. As the 3 tycoons specifically said they couldn't bring Undyings, they could only bring sector lords and weaker members, the best being universe level. Hence, he picked 3 sector lords and 1 universe level. This universe level was Ji Qing, the most exceptional member of the Ji Shi family universe level. GTN Kang's goal was to get Ji Qing to get close to the examiner. After all, the examiner was the great being Primal Chaos City leader's disciple. Such an absolute genius, if they could get close to him, then the Ji family would prosper. Chapter 144. The Welcome Wind banquet was held in Zephyr City. However, Zephyr City had already been modified into Zhou Hao's villa, even its name had changed to Supervisor Envoy Zhou's villa. The invitation was sent out a month in advance. The 300 officials and some of the stronger Undyings of the Ganwu universe, along with the Black Dragon Undying from Zhou Hao's hometown, all rushed to Jade Dome planet in their universe ships. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu universe personally sent out the invitation. Other than those who were adventuring and couldn't make it, the rest who received it all rushed over. After all, the 3 tycoons controlled close to half of the Ganwu universe kingdom's resources. Every official wanted to meet the 3 tycoons to fight for resources. That day, Jade Dome Planet welcomed incomparably expensive universe ships. These ships all flew above Joe's villa and stopped at a parking spot specially prepared by the virtual universe workers. Emperor Undyings walked out one by one, each emitting a tyrannical energy. The banquet hall was in the East District of Joe's villa. There were birds chirping and flowers blooming, the scenery was beautiful. Every bonsai mountain and waterfall had been bought over by the 3 tycoons from the Ganwu universe. It could be said that just the decorations of this villa alone cost close to half of an Undying's wealth. It was extremely extravagant. To make Zhou Hao feel comfortable, the 3 tycoons had spent a lot of effort. Purple Lightning official, Black Yan official and Gold Feather official stood on both sides of the main hall, their faces filled with rare passionate smiles. Huoi accompanied Zhou Hao as he walked over. Black Yan official rushed forward and smiled, "Supervisor Envoy, your status is high. Even though this is your banquet, you can just sit inside and rest. The 3 of us will welcome you." Purple Lightning official said, "Right, these officials don't have the right for you to personally welcome them." Yes, the 3 of us have already arrived," Marquis Golden Feather hurriedly said. Zhou Hao could clearly feel that their attitude towards him had risen by more than a level. Their smiles were warm and filled with flattery. "That's not too good," he hesitated. "Don't worry, the 3 of us will follow the etiquette. If you personally welcome them, these nobles won't be able to accept it." "That's right. The 300 nobles from the Ganwu country are generally weaker than the nobles from the 5 top forces. They are barely qualified to be your immortal protectors. How can you welcome them personally? They won't be dissatisfied. Being able to attend the banquet is already giving them face." The 3 of them spoke one after another. Seeing this, Zhou Hao could only sit inside. Huoi transmitted his voice, "Your Highness, the 3 heads of the Ganwu world might have heard some information about you, which is why they suddenly changed their attitude." Zhou Hao nodded. Back then on Amethyst Island in the virtual universe, even though the 3 tycoons of Ganwu were very enthusiastic, but that enthusiasm was obviously faked. From some details, he could tell. However, just now, their enthusiasm wasn't just for show. Actually, what he didn't know was that the 3 heads of the Ganwu world were afraid that something would happen to Zhou Hao. Hence, they would rather put down their pride to ensure Zhou Hao's safety. Very quickly, the 300 nobles and a few Undyings walked in from the banquet entrance. They all gave off heat, cold, lightning and other energies. Every one of them had laws around them, causing the space around them to warp. These Undyings were all dressed in long robes or bloody armor. They were all different in height and appearance, however they all had smiles on their faces. At the same time, they tried their best to hide their energy. After all, they didn't bring Undyings or Sector Lord Pinnacle, but Sector Lords, Domain Lords and even Universe levels. Normally speaking, for such a banquet, Sector Lords who weren't recognized by the laws didn't have the right to attend. However, the 3 tycoons of Ganwu wanted to save themselves some trouble, so they simply allowed them to bring the weaker juniors. Anyways, below Sector Lord level, they didn't have to worry about anyone assassinating them right under their noses. Shua, the first to arrive at the main hall, was Dragon Wing Emperor. When he saw that only Purple Lightning, Gold Feather and Black Yan were there to welcome them, his expression didn't change much. However, he was curious within. Such a banquet, why didn't the main character come out? Black Yan Marquis said indifferently, "Dragon Wing Monarch, the supervisory envoy has a high status. Remember the rules in the invitation letter. If you want to greet the supervisory envoy, just send a domain lord level member. Also, you must instruct him to be respectful when meeting the supervisory envoy." As she spoke, she glanced at the Dragon Wing Monarch. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If the people you bring here make the supervisory envoy unhappy, then don't think of asking us for help with anything related to your family in the future." Dragon Wing Emperor's expression changed. He was shocked within. He didn't expect Black Yan to actually place such importance on Zhou Hao. Even though the latter was the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, he was still only a domain lord. Whether or not he could break through to Undying was still unknown. As a tycoon in charge of the resources of the 3 departments, there was no need to place such importance on him. Suppressing his suspicions, Dragon Wing Emperor said, "I understand." He waved his hand and an excited domain lord member rushed to the front of the main hall. Dragon Wing Emperor said a few words and the domain lord member walked excitedly into the main hall. "Supervisor Envoy, you are the pride of our Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Back then during the Genius Battle, I watched your battle. It really made my blood boil. Even our leader Dragon Wing Emperor kept saying that for a genius like you to appear in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. This domain lord level member walked in front of Zhou Hao and started to flatter him, saying all kinds of words. However, Zhou Hao could tell that even though he was praising him, he was still very excited. After all, in terms of position, he was even higher than many Undyings. And in terms of strength, his law comprehension had long reached the 15th level. This level was already comparable to some official level Undyings. Hence, even though they were both domain lords, the difference was huge. After which, many Emperor level members sent their domain lords and sector lords over to greet him. Most of them were just praising him, they weren't embarrassed at all. Not long after, Silver Snow official GTN Kang appeared at the entrance of the main hall. He said a few words to Black Yan official and sent a short-haired lady over. This lady was Ji Qing, an extremely strong lady. In the original storyline, she had feelings for Hong. However, at the last moment, because of her teacher Fantasy Spirit Emperor's promise, she gave up on the relationship. However, right now, her big brother Hong hadn't followed the Time Sector Lord Luo to Jade Dome Planet. Naturally, he wouldn't have any relationship with her. As Zhou Hao was sizing her up, she was naturally looking at Zhou Hao too. She was a Universe Level 9 and similarly a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. She had even taken Fantasy Spirit Emperor as her teacher and was an exceptional disciple. Fantasy Spirit Emperor's strength wasn't any weaker than Xinyan of Silla. She was a powerful emperor proficient in illusions. However, she was after all only an emperor level Undying. As she walked to Zhou Hao, the family leader Silver Snow official's instructions resounded in her mind. As long as she could form a relationship with this supervisor envoy, she would be able to control the entire Ji Shi family in the future. Supervisor envoy, I am Silver Snow official, a member of the Ji family. Ji Qing, I really admire you. My ancestor Silver Snow official often tells me about you. Zhou Hao finished listening and said with a smile, I also admire some of Marquis Silver Snow's deeds. These words were of course just to brush her off. Just like before when he replied to the other domain lords and sector lords. However, Ji Qing's eyes gleamed, Supervisor Envoy, I didn't expect you to admire my ancestor too. My ancestor Silver Snow official followed the Ganwu Universe country leader back then. Zhou Hao listened on the surface. However, within he was rolling his eyes. What did he admire? If it wasn't for his big brother Hong, he probably wouldn't even have heard of the Silver Snow official's name. Only this Ji Qing didn't seem like a slow lady either. How could she not tell that he was just brushing her off? Thinking carefully, he understood that Ji Qing probably just wanted to say more to attract Silver Snow official's attention. It was definitely because Silver Snow official had promised something to make Ji Qing flatter him against her will. To this, Zhou Hao wasn't surprised. For a strong woman like Ji Qing, in order to reach the pinnacle or some other goal, she would eventually sacrifice many things. He didn't speak again. Instead, he looked at the next sector lord who walked over to greet him. Ji Qing immediately understood that this super genius of the virtual universe company didn't have any feelings for her. Feeling disappointed, she turned and left. In the distant wild domain, within the majestic god country, over 10,000 undying bug soldiers were roaring. In the center of the palace, a beautiful dreamy silhouette gazed down at the gold-robed man. Her alluring voice resounded, we've already confirmed that Zhou Hao has appeared on Ganwu Universe Kingdom's Jade Dome planet. Immediately send out spies to eliminate him. Pay close attention to his movements. We must kill him before he completes the Virtual Universe Company's point mission. As she spoke, her alluring voice became cold. This Zhou Hao is the most threatening of the humans. The moment he grows, the number of knights in the human race will increase. It's not good for our bug clan. The queen has sent news, kill him at all costs. Yes, master. The gold-robed man finished and quickly left the palace. At the same time, within the demon race's floating palace in the vast universe, a huge wolf silhouette appeared. Humanity's genius Zhou Hao's location has been confirmed. I'll leave the assassin to you. You must complete the mission. Below the silhouette on the ground of the palace, the black silhouette immediately replied, yes, great being, I will definitely complete the mission. After the three tycoons of the Ganwu department hosted the welcome wind banquet for Zhou Hao, the news of Zhou Hao being on Jade Dome planet was quickly spread to the other races within the human race. Large amounts of them rushed towards Ganwu Universe Kingdom's Jade Dome planet, waiting for the next order. Chapter 145. Within the main hall of the banquet, close to 80% of the 300 Ganwu officials and Undyings that received the invitation were all present. The rest that couldn't make it all sent their sector lords and domain lords over. Normally, such actions were disrespectful to the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department. If it were any other time, these officials wouldn't dare do such a thing even if they had 10,000 guts. However, it was different this time, as the 3 tycoons had made it clear that everyone that received the invitation had to be present, even if they sent their core family members. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire Undying was the only Undying allowed to get close to Zhou Hao. The main thing was that the Black Dragon Undying was too weak, plus he was an Undying from Zhou Hao's hometown, hence the 3 tycoons specially instructed him to do so. This made the rest of the officials envious. The Black Dragon Undying who enjoyed such honor was so excited that his entire body trembled, his dragon tail couldn't help but shake. After a round of congratulations, Black Yan official stood beside Zhou Hao, raising her wine glass and smiling, "Your Majesty the Supervisor Envoy Zhou Hao, to be sent to our Ganwu department is our honor. Similarly, Your Majesty Zhou Hao's arrival brings light to our entire Ganwu department. Come, let us toast to the Supervisor Envoy." The rest of the officials were speechless. This Ganwu department was giving too much face to Zhou Hao. They admitted that Zhou Hao's status wasn't low, however they were all official-level Undyings. To treat him so warmly was already giving him face, and now they were toasting. However, they could only grumble within. The 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department had already put down their pride. If they didn't do as they were told, they would definitely be remembered by the 3 tycoons. Hence all the officials stood up and raised their wine glasses, smiling. The other sector lords, domain lords and even the universe levels all stood up, shocked within. This supervisor envoy's face was too big, even the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department and their ancestor personally toasted him. The Marquis of Black Yan had a warm smile on her face. She faced Zhou Hao. "Your Majesty Zhou Hao, I, the Marquis of Black Yan, formally welcome you to the Ganwu department. In the future, the entire operation of the Ganwu department will depend on your guidance." The Purple Lightning Marquis also hurriedly raised his wine cup and similarly said, "I, the Purple Lightning Marquis." The Marquis of Golden Feather followed suit and raised his wine cup. Looking at Zhou Hao, he displayed his most exquisite passion, "I, the Marquis of Golden Feather." Very soon, the rest of the nobles also suppressed the discomfort in their hearts and raised their voices in unison. Zhou Hao was a little confused. This was too grand, but he quickly raised his wine glass. Gulp. Everyone drained the cup in one gulp and a smile appeared on their faces. After the toast, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, the 3 heads of the Ganwu faction still did not allow the other nobles to come close. However, they personally led Zhou Hao forward one by one and introduced the nobles to Zhou Hao. Then, they could not avoid a round of toasts. Now, no matter how stupid the Ganwu nobles were, they could smell something different. It was obvious that the 3 heads of the Ganwu world were not just worried that Zhou Hao would cause trouble for them. There was definitely a reason they did not know why they were so enthusiastic and respectful. After regaining their senses, they hurriedly urged the younger generation of their families to use the excuse of personally toasting Zhou Hao to build a relationship with Zhou Hao. Ji Qing, the 3 heads of the Ganwu faction have great power and control half of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom's lifeline. They did not even put the 300 nobles in their eyes. They would only be respectful to the Ganwu faction's country master. However, now that they are facing a Zhou Hao, they are so respectful and even shameless. This shows that this Zhou Hao's position is not ordinary. Silver Snow Marquis Gtn Kang had lived for countless years. How could he not see through this? He hurriedly transmitted a message to Ji Qing. Even your teacher Fantasy Spirit King might not be able to make the 3 heads of the Ganwu faction so enthusiastic. Hence, this is an opportunity. Your opportunity, and also my Ji family's opportunity. In the universe, it was normal for the strong to have a large number of wives. Some families even made arrangements in advance to befriend some of the core members of the 5 giants who had not yet grown up. However, such members were usually very difficult to establish a relationship with because they did not lack anything. Now that he had such an opportunity, Silver Snow Marquis naturally had to grab hold of it. He was glad that he had brought Ji Qing along. If it were any other younger generation, they would not even have the qualifications. Only Ji Qing, who was a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, had the qualifications to catch Zhou Hao's eye. Go on, go toast to Zhou Hao. You can slightly reveal your identity. Your teacher Fantasy Spirit King will also reveal a bit. Ji Qing was helpless. However, she was similarly shocked by Zhou Hao's identity and position. As a core member of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, and a disciple of Fantasy Spirit King, her identity was not high. The three heads of the Ganwu faction didn't even look at her. Even though this had nothing to do with her reputation, everything she saw today made her understand that the three heads of the Ganwu faction were all trying to curry favor with Zhou Hao. Hence, she braced herself and continued forward. A pity. There were many who wanted to build a relationship with Zhou Hao. The other emperors weren't stupid, how could they not see through it? The three heads of the Ganwu faction looked at the younger generation who were continuously toasting, smiling to one another. They didn't even care that their intentions to curry favor with Zhou Hao had been seen through. What was face? Didn't they see that the Ganwu faction country leader had personally sent an email? Even the virtual universe company had sent an email. As long as they could satisfy Zhou Hao, that was more important than anything else. They themselves were official level undyings. Even if the emperors of the Ganwu universe kingdom were weaker, under normal circumstances, their statuses weren't too different. However, because they controlled the Ganwu faction, their statuses were much higher than the other emperors. Hence, the emperors tried to curry favor with them. The banquet lasted for 2 days. If it wasn't for Zhou Hao's insistence, the three heads of the Ganwu faction would have been able to organize for half a month. Returning to his residence, Zhou Hao couldn't help but say, "Huoi, don't you think the three heads of the Ganwu faction are being overly friendly?" Huoi smiled and shook his head, "Your Majesty, I think they've probably heard some news about you. Hence, they're a bit more friendly. However, this is a good thing. At least it'll be easier to interact with them in the future. Even if you want to nitpick, they won't try to hide anything." Zhou Hao nodded. He had such a guess too. However, he didn't plan on nitpicking at them at all. Right now, his time was extremely tight. The 8 great fusion laws, time and space fusion, no matter which one it was, they all required a huge amount of time. Even if he took the first step, there would be countless more steps after that. How would he have the energy to deal with the Ganwu faction's mess? Of course, he still had to go through the motions. After all, he was the supervisory special envoy sent abroad. If he didn't leave for a long time, it would be a little too disrespectful of his position as the supervisory special envoy. After thinking through all this, in the following time, he would occasionally head to the virtual universe Ganwu faction's Amethyst Island for a spin. The three heads were extremely friendly too. Especially after seeing Zhou Hao's attitude of going through the motions, their smiles grew even wider. Such a supervisor envoy, they loved him too much. Ganwu Universe Kingdom, a very normal life planet about tens of thousands of light years away from Jade Dome Planet, Vero Planet. This was one of the core headquarters of the other races. Deep within the planet's underground base, a group of hidden members dressed in special uniforms were busy. Within the large hall were countless large screens. On the screens were large amounts of information on the 5 great leviathans of humanity. At this time, the upper echelon leaders and core members of the hidden organization were all gathered in front of a large screen. This screen displayed Zhou Hao's information. "Leader, the organization's information department has already sent a portion of number 1's information over through the virtual universe network. After 1127 consecutive translations and the corresponding character changes, we've successfully completed the data." A bald three-eyed man dressed in a silver uniform had a serious expression. The translation of the hidden organization was incredibly strict and complicated. The more translations there were, the more important the information was and the more frequently it was checked by the virtual universe. And over 1,000 translations, it definitely represented the highest level of information. The black uniformed bald three-eyed leader, upon hearing the number of translations, immediately took it seriously and looked at the screen displaying Zhou Hao's information. Even though there weren't many of them, any one of them was enough to shock the hidden members. This Zhou Hao sure is devilish. He passed the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge at universe level. He's even more dazzling than the geniuses of 10 million eras. No wonder the upper echelon listed him as number 1 in bold red. Many of the core members took in a cold breath. The black uniformed leader said seriously, "The target is currently on Jade Dome Planet. That's one of the 9 core planets of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. There are large amounts of undyings there, along with the 3 heads of the Ganwu department. Our chances of infiltrating there are very low. However, the organization has requested us to ensure that we don't reveal ourselves and pay any price to find out number 1's whereabouts. This mission is extremely important. The organization has already sent many Emperor-level undyings to assist. If necessary, they can self-destruct. The moment he said that, the entire hall was filled with the sound of air being sucked in. Every single undying in the other race's hidden organization was extremely important. Official-level undyings were the core and wouldn't be easily abandoned, much less Emperor-level undyings. The moment these level of undyings were used, the impact would be huge. After the mission, the virtual universe would definitely conduct a large-scale sweep. It could be said that the hidden Emperor-level undyings only had one chance to be used. The other organizations would even have to be mentally prepared to be buried along with them. As the target is the most dazzling genius of the virtual universe company, the virtual universe company will definitely have all sorts of protection. Hence, the organization has requested that we succeed in one hit and enslave his soul. Before we act, we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It doesn't matter if we die, the important thing is that we complete the mission. The black uniformed bald 3-eyed man said coldly, I'll now announce the mission plan. Send out 2 little teams to the target's hometown to gather information, and send out another team to hide in Jade Dome Planet to find out his whereabouts. This is the first step. The second step, when we complete the first step, we'll send you a message directly. Yes, leader. Jade Dome Planet. Within the vast Zhou family villa, there were only a few thousand members. After a few months of hard work, Zhou Hao walked out of the study like he was relaxing, arriving at the beautiful garden. He didn't know that large amounts of the hidden other races were currently gathering. Whether it was the Bug Clan or the Demon Clan, they had all invested heavily in this mission. They were willing to pay the price of their hidden races being destroyed just to kill Zhou Hao, this genius with the potential to be a threat. As this villa was bought at the last minute, compared to the garden outside the banquet hall, it was much more normal. The 3 heads of the Ganwu faction had also once suggested to move the garden of the banquet hall over here, but it was rejected by Zhou Hao. Standing in the pavilion at the waist of the mountain, one could see the entire villa. At this time, the undying leader Huoi was resting with his eyes closed. The other sector lords and domain lords along with the universe-level guards were all chatting or training. The sector lord guards were all pinnacle level recognized by the origin laws. The domain lords and universe levels were all elites of the virtual universe company. Huoi, after standing in the pavilion for a while, he suddenly spoke. Shua, the red-haired Huoi appeared beside Zhou Hao. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Zhou Hao pondered and said, get the guards to prepare. In an hour, I will share my comprehension of the laws. You can also listen. Huil's body shook, he couldn't help but reveal a look of glee. However, very quickly, he forced a smile and shook his head. Your Majesty, even though this opportunity is hard to come by, you still have to seriously consider it. As guards don't have the right to listen. He really wanted to listen, however he also knew that with the 5 Leviathans, there were many domain lord level members and even sector lord level geniuses who couldn't wait to listen. Their positions couldn't compare to these geniuses. Zhou Hao glanced at Huoi, saying indifferently, whoever I want to listen, I should be able to decide. Huoi immediately bowed, Your Majesty, it's my fault. No worries, you're just thinking for me. Zhou Hao waved his hand, saying casually, if it wasn't for the slow progress of his law fusion training, he wouldn't have had the sudden urge to let the guards listen. Of course, the most important thing was that he had long wanted to test whether or not the great Tao proverb had a greater effect the more people there were. And the 1,000 guards in front of him were the best test subjects. As for wasting the great Tao proverb, he didn't care at all. Gather here. Huil's voice resounded in the ears of every guard. Shua Shua Shua, 10 sector lord pinnacle, 100 domain lords and 1,000 universe levels all flashed to the garden below the mountain. Huil's voice was solemn. After an hour, His Majesty will begin sharing his law comprehension. You all are incredibly lucky to be able to listen in. Remember, don't make a ruckus, don't communicate, and don't reveal anything. Even if you gain something this time, you must suppress it. Rumble. The moment he finished, the group of guards trembled with excitement. They never would have thought that such a chance to listen in would fall upon them. One had to know, even many undyings and emperors wanted to reserve a spot in the future. They even used their connections and resources, etc. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving us this chance. The guards shouted together. Zhou Hao smiled. Prepare yourselves, rest up and be in your best condition. As for whether or not you can gain anything from listening in, that will depend on your own comprehension. Yes, Your Majesty. They were all excited. Zhou Hao turned and looked at Huoi. You can sit by the side. Huoi said immediately, thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of me. Very quickly, the guards all closed their eyes and rested. Zhou Hao's expression was relaxed. He sent his consciousness into the virtual universe and reorganized his comprehension of the fire and space fusion first step. After an hour, Shua, he sat down crossed-legged. At this time, the 1,000 guards all held their breaths. The land and skies went silent. Zhou Hao didn't know about these universe level, domain lord level and even sector lord level law comprehension levels. He only knew that Huoi had been stuck at the 14th level for countless years, his strength barely reaching official level. However, his law comprehension wasn't enough. Thinking about it, he decided not to restrict himself to a certain level of law comprehension. He was prepared to familiarize himself with all the laws he had comprehended, from the basics to the highest levels. It could be considered a summary. As for whether or not the guards would be able to listen in, truthfully, Zhou Hao wasn't sure either. He was just testing out what level the great Tao proverbs could reach. Space theory, the emphasis is on the basics. The moment he started, he used the great Tao proverb. This was the first time he used it in reality. The others were listening in. Rumble, his voice reverberated. The great Tao proverb's effect immediately expanded and enveloped all the guards. Even though Zhou Hao's space law comprehension was like a general outline, extremely vague, after his voice spread out, the air reverberated with an incomparably profound and majestic voice. This was the great Tao proverb. Every word, every sentence, carried with it the great Tao of the universe's operating laws. This great Tao naturally had a strong infectious effect, especially in the real world. Everyone who listened could be immersed in a mystical concept that suited them. Simply put, it was like a large amount of resources and films, with many different types. Everyone could quickly find what they liked to watch. And the moment they opened it, they would all be top-quality films, bringing about an instant immersion. At the same time, Zhou Hao too, in an instant, his consciousness entered a mystical state. Before the lecture, the problems of integrating the fire and space laws were all placed in front of him. Then, the mystical state gave him a standard answer. The two reflected each other, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. And with the other guards' comprehension, more and more mystical states continued to enter Zhou Hao's consciousness. It made him even more clear on the direction of the first step of the fire and space law fusion, its composition and why. There was a direction, an answer, and a reason. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon, tearing apart the outer skin of the fusion law step by step, allowing you to see what was inside. Throughout history, countless venerables had walked the beast god school. Why was it that most of them found it difficult to cross the first step, even if they had secret techniques like the Nanshen 7 forms, and the Nanshen 36 layers, that were specially used to analyze the beast god fusion law? They were still unable to cross the threshold, and even if they did, they were dissuaded by the harsh difficulty of the follow-up. The main reason for this was that these secret techniques were too obscure and abstruse, and couldn't accurately describe the direction of the beast god's fusion of laws. Secondly, and most importantly, the secret techniques used the outline of the beast god's scales to describe the combination of the fusion of laws. It was equivalent to a deep analysis from the final combination of the combination method. In this situation, unless one's innate talent and comprehension were extremely high, or like Luo Feng who had the beast god statue that could be copied at any time, it was very difficult to comprehend. It was like giving a theorem formula. You only knew that the theorem formula involved some knowledge, but you didn't know how to prove it. You still needed to spend a lot of energy and time to sort out the broad knowledge, and then compare it one by one. Therefore, not to mention Zhou Hao, even the most ordinary genius could quickly comprehend the fusion law after seeing such a clear analysis and artistic conception display. In Xianxia City, which was adjacent to the Zhou family's villa. Darkness Master stayed in an ordinary mansion. He disguised himself as an undying fighter and didn't go out every day. He was leisurely in his mansion. When one reached his level of power, simple hard work was meaningless. One could only keep fighting with great beings of the same level or even higher, and then sum up the experience to trigger the secret techniques that he created himself. Finally, he could improve himself. That was why most universe masters would go to Universe Ocean to explore. Only in Universe Ocean could they meet a large number of great beings from the first and second reincarnation eras. In the original universe, there was no such environment at all. Now that Darkness Master had returned from Universe Ocean, his main purpose was to protect Zhou Hao. With his power, he could easily sense everything in Zhou Hao's mansion. However, he was a universe master, so naturally, he wouldn't be so bored as to sense it every day. In the beginning, he was still watering the flower bed, but soon, he sensed a mysterious great path from the unseen world. He couldn't help but look up. Through layers of space, he saw Zhou Hao sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, sharing his comprehension of laws. To think that Zhou Hao would actually use his innate talent on his guards, that's quite thoughtful of him. The Darkness Master laughed involuntarily. He was about to look away. He was stunned. Zhou Hao's voice entered his ears, and his eyes seemed to darken. All kinds of mysterious origins were like streams, gathering from all directions to form an extremely complicated pattern. This was the path that he had walked. It was extremely difficult for a universe master to break through to become a universe supreme master. There was no experience to follow on this path. One had to find and walk a completely different path on his own. As for the entire human race, except for Huge Axe, no one could walk their own path. They couldn't even figure out which path they should take. Primal Chaos City Leader was like that, and so were the other universe masters. And it was the same for the human universe masters. He, Darkness Master, was no exception. Without a direction, how could he walk his own path? But now, Darkness Master saw the picture of darkness, but it was extremely blurry. However, there was a storm in his heart. This picture of darkness was a secret technique that he had created himself, but it was more complete than the one he had created. It was as though it had always been so complete. Even though the picture of darkness was blurry, it was only an outline. But Darkness Master completely understood that the secret technique he had created had flaws. There were many areas that needed to be fixed. There were many oversights. Just this one point alone was enough to make him extremely shocked. A secret technique created by a universe master was created with all his might. Without a lot of practice and fighting, it was absolutely impossible to discover the flaws of the secret technique. One would naturally feel that the secret technique was perfect. This was a kind of confidence, but at the same time, this kind of confidence also bound every universe master. So they needed to fight. They needed to fight with opponents of the same level or even stronger opponents to let themselves jump out of this confidence and discover the flaws of the secret technique they had created. However, this method required a long time of accumulation. Darkness Master originally wanted to discover the flaws of his secret technique, and it would take at least hundreds of millions of eras. But now, he had only inadvertently listened to Zhou Hao's sharing of comprehension, and he had already discovered his own flaws. Darkness Master was dumbfounded. Completely and utterly dumbfounded. He was sure and certain that he hadn't had an epiphany or been immersed in it. But he still saw the flaws. Chapter 146. In the Manor. In the pavilion on the rockery, Zhou Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the guards, who were immersed in the mysterious state, he was delighted. The effect of the Great Path proverb was beyond his expectations. His comprehension of the laws of fusion was so clear and thorough that he managed to solve all the problems of the laws of fire and space in just 4 hours. He even understood how to better study the laws of fire and space. He was confident that he could completely comprehend the first step of the fusion law in 10 years. As expected, the effect of the Great Path proverb is related to the number of people, and it's even stronger in reality than in the virtual universe. He muttered to himself, "Last time, there were more than 500 people, but the effect was only a few dozen times clearer. This time, not only was it clear, but it also revealed the direction and essence. There was also a certain level of artistic conception. This meant that while he was comprehending the fusion law, he could fully unleash the fusion law through artistic conception and form his own technique. Originally, he was still worried about how to complete the second task of the special sign-in. After all, studying the first step of the fusion of time and space was already very difficult. To create a technique for the first step of fusion was even more difficult. For a universe overlord like Shi Luo Duo, It took him countless years to create the Nanshen 7 forms. No matter how talented he was, it would take him thousands of years, and the technique he created might not be strong. However, after using the Great Path proverb this time, he had a clear idea. He calmed himself down. He glanced at Huoi and the other guards. Zhou Hao disappeared from the pavilion. He had gained a lot from this comprehension, and he needed some time to digest it. While Huoi and the other guards were immersed in the mysterious state, Darkness Master was still in a daze. As a Universe Master, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. However, this time, he was completely stunned. The more powerful one was, the more one understood the direction of the path, the more difficult it was. Most of the paths below Universe Masters could be followed. As long as one's talent and comprehension weren't bad, one could reach the pinnacle. Even if one wasn't good enough, one could still know the direction of the future. However, after becoming a Universe Master, one had to explore everything by himself in the dark without any reference. Sometimes, the direction of effort was wrong. This was also why there were so many Universe Masters but so few Universe Supreme Masters. Even among the human race, after the progenitor was suppressed, Giant Axe was the only one who made a breakthrough. One had to know, Teacher Origin was so talented, yet none of the disciples he had taught had broken through to become Universe Supreme Masters. After a long while, Darkness Master came back to his senses. He glanced at Zhou Hao's mansion and took a few deep breaths. He suppressed the shock in his heart and connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. Whoosh! He went straight to the Thunder Point Primal Chaos City Leader's palace. The chaotic airflow separated. The Primal Chaos City Leader walked out. "Junior brother, what's the matter?" Seeing the solemn expression on the Darkness Master's face, even his tone became low. "Senior brother, let's convene the Giant Axe Conference. The opportunity for the rise of our human race is likely to come." Hearing the words of the Lord of Darkness, Primal Chaos City Leader's body trembled slightly. The rise of humanity. Since the progenitor was suppressed, the human race had been striving to rise again. However, countless years had passed, and the human race still maintained its power as a pinnacle race in the original universe. In Universe Ocean, it had completely lost its former glory. The Primal Chaos City Leader didn't ask why, but he vaguely guessed that it might have something to do with Zhou Hao. So, he immediately sent an email to Giant Axe. Very soon. After a few years, the Giant Axe Conference was convened again. This was already the third time in 100 years. In the past, the Giant Axe Conference was only held once every few 100 million eras. Whoosh, 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 Universe Masters appeared one after another. Giant Axe appeared in advance because the email from the Primal Chaos City Leader was very urgent. After all the Universe Masters sat down, they all looked confused. Zhou Hao's matter was basically solved. With the protection of the Darkness Master, nothing could happen to him. They didn't understand why the Primal Chaos City Leader wanted to convene the Giant Axe Conference again. Primal Chaos City Leader, the Supreme Conference isn't a game, Giant Axe couldn't help saying. Darkness Master glanced at the Primal Chaos City Leader and whispered, "Let me say it." The Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Whoosh! All the Universe Masters looked at Darkness Master. Darkness Master slowly said, "This time, I'm the one who proposed to convene the Supreme Conference. This is related to the opportunity for the rise of the human race." Wah! The moment he said that, many Universe Masters were in an uproar. Deserted Mirror Master was the first to lose his temper. "Darkness, this is not a joke." Qing Dong Master also frowned and said in a low voice, "If the human race wants to rise, it won't be achieved by just shouting a few slogans. Unless the human race can have another Universe Supreme Master, or Giant Axe can get a suitable Supreme True Treasure for himself." The other Universe Masters all nodded. Indeed, the human race was actually relying on Giant Axe. It was precisely because of Giant Axe that the human race had the confidence to venture into Universe Ocean. And once there was another Universe Supreme Master, the human race would have too, and its status in Universe Ocean would skyrocket. Other powers would have to think twice before encountering a Universe Master of the human race. Darkness Master didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and the air above the round table surged and formed a dark picture. The other Universe Masters, including the Primal Chaos City Leader, were confused. They didn't understand what Darkness Master meant. They could tell that the picture of darkness was a powerful secret technique. But Giant Axe, who was sitting in the center of the round table, suddenly stood up and stared at Darkness Master. Darkness, you've found your own path. Shua. The moment Giant Axe said that, all the Universe Masters were also staring at Darkness Master. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Everyone knew what it meant for a Universe Master to find his own path. It meant that with time, he would be able to break through and become a Universe Supreme Master. It was difficult for Universe Supreme Masters to find their own path. Darkness Master smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, this dark picture is just a framework. Giant Axe didn't look disappointed. He was still excited. Darkness, don't be discouraged. This picture of yours already has its own path. As long as it's perfected, I believe you'll be able to find your own path. Then he laughed loudly. He was a Universe Supreme Master, so he could tell what this dark picture meant. Even though it was just a framework, at least Darkness had grasped the context, and following this context, there was a high chance of finding his own path. Haha, Darkness, so this is the opportunity you were talking about. Even Giant Axe said so. Darkness, you have the best chance of breaking through and becoming a Universe Supreme Master after Chaos. Tisk, you guys from the virtual universe are really powerful. The other Universe Masters were envious and happy at the same time. The Universe Masters from the Virtual Universe Company were even more surprised and happy for Darkness Master. The Lord of Darkness stood up and said, "Everyone, I'm not referring to myself when I talk about the opportunity for the rise of the human race. The picture of darkness that I just simulated was impossible for me to simulate several hours ago." Shua. The plain palace went silent. All the Universe Masters' pupils shrank. They vaguely understood what Darkness Master meant. This was because everyone present knew that the Darkness Master was currently protecting Zhou Hao. Darkness Master's voice continued to be heard. 4 hours ago, Zhou Hao shared his comprehension of the laws again in a manner on Jade Dome Star. This time, it was his guards and me who were listening. Hong. The moment he said that, all the Universe Masters stood up abruptly. Giant Axe, who had just sat down, stood up again. Piercing gazes were all fixed on the Darkness Master. Giant Axe placed both his hands on the round table and spat out word by word in a low voice. Darkness, you're saying that you were able to simulate the picture of darkness just now because you listened to Zhou Hao share his insights. All the Universe Masters were breathing heavily. They stared at Darkness Master with great concentration. Darkness Master nodded heavily. He scanned the Universe Masters one by one. He spoke very slowly, so slowly that each word took several breaths of time. It was as if he was talking to himself. At first, I didn't deliberately listen. However, when Zhou Hao's voice of sharing his comprehension of laws flooded in, I suddenly had a very wonderful flash of light in my mind. Then, subconsciously, I listened. The moment I listened, the flash of light in my mind exploded. It was as if I was suddenly enlightened. At that moment, I was very clear that I wasn't in an epiphany, but my mind was dozens of times clearer. I saw the outline of the dark picture that I created myself. It was blurry, but I was sure that it was influenced by Zhou Hao sharing his law comprehension. And I had a feeling that if I continued to listen to it dozens of times, I would be able to completely grasp the framework. His voice died down. All the Universe Masters around the round table were breathing heavily, and they were all dumbfounded. They wanted to believe it, but the logic and worldview that had been accumulated in their minds over countless years kept stopping them. Darkness Master didn't say anything. He sat down quietly and looked at the expressions of the Universe Masters around him. He understood completely. He still couldn't believe it, even though he was experiencing it himself. After a long time, all the Universe Masters sat down in their seats and exhaled heavily at the same time. But they still seemed to be in a trance, looking ahead. Primal Chaos City Leader was the first to speak. Huge Axe, this is extremely important. Just as Darkness said, it concerns the rise of our human race. Huge Axe nodded. The other Universe Masters all nodded. How could it not be important? Even a Universe Master like Darkness Master, who had made a name for himself in Universe Ocean, was enlightened just by listening inadvertently, and he almost grasped the direction of his future path. Wouldn't they be enlightened if they were to listen at the side? Previously, they valued Zhou Hao only because they thought that when Zhou Hao grew up to be as powerful as them, he might be able to give them some inspiration. As for whether it was certain, no one was sure. After all, at the level of a Universe Master, it was extremely difficult to improve. They didn't believe it could be enlightened just by listening. Therefore, this was just a possibility. But even if it was a possibility, the race had to take it seriously. It was like fighting for a supreme true treasure. Even if they knew it was a hopeless situation, countless universe masters and even universe supreme masters would take the risk. But now, this probability, this possibility, had completely become reality. Zhou Hao was only at the domain master level, but he could already affect universe masters. According to Darkness Master, he needed to listen dozens of times before he could grasp it. But it was enough. After all, Darkness Master was a universe master. He needed to grasp the direction of becoming a universe supreme master. Such a difficult path, and he could grasp it just by listening. If they weren't sure that Darkness Master was calm and wouldn't joke about such things, they would have doubted it if it were anyone else. However, even though they knew it was the truth, they couldn't believe it. They didn't even dare to get excited. Huge Axe glanced at all the universe masters and said, "I'll rush back from Universe Ocean immediately. It'll take more than 10 years. The other universe masters can rush back a little. Once I confirm this, all the universe masters will return to the original universe." With that, he lowered his voice. "Now, anything related to Zhou Hao will be classified as the top secret of the race. Other than us, no one is allowed to look up any information about Zhou Hao. Chaos, you'll be in charge of this." Huge Axe looked at Darkness. "Darkness, I'll leave Zhou Hao's safety to you." "I know, Huge Axe," Darkness Master whispered. "Don't worry, even if I die, Zhou Hao can't die." Chapter 147. 10 days later, within the fake mountains of the manor, Huoi and the other guards all broke free from their mystical states. Their faces were all filled with joy. During this period of time, the matter of Zhou Hao sharing his knowledge had been discussed quite a bit, and after countless versions of it, it was already a miracle. The most exaggerated version was that as long as one listened to Zhou Hao share his knowledge once, they would immediately break through a huge level of the heavenly bridge. Initially, they didn't believe it, but as the rumors got more and more exaggerated, these guards couldn't help but half believe it. However, at this moment, they completely believed it. His Majesty's law sharing was even more miraculous than the most exaggerated version. This time, every one of them had huge gains. Passing the next level of the heavenly bridge was practically set in stone. Like some sector lord pinnacle who were recognized by the laws, they could even break through the threshold of normal undying. And Huoi, who was standing in the pavilion, had a look of excitement on his face. He had been stuck at the law level for countless years, and now he had broken through. If he were to attempt the heavenly bridge now, he would definitely be able to pass the 15th level and truly reach the official level. So the rumors weren't exaggerated. Huil's face was filled with joy. He was happy that he could become Zhou Hao's undying leader guard. If not for this, to truly break through to official level, he would need at least tens of thousands of eras, maybe even longer. His gaze swept below, looking at the excited and joyful guards. Huo Yi understood that these guards had also broken through. "Everyone listen up, don't make a ruckus, stand outside His Majesty's room and wait, we owe him a bow." When the 1,000 guards heard this, their expressions became solemn. For them to be able to break through, it was all because of Zhou Hao's sharing of knowledge and guidance. Even though His Majesty was only domain lord level, to be able to give them pointers, it was enough for them to call him a teacher. Of course they knew His Majesty wouldn't accept them as disciples, but that didn't stop them from bowing. This was the basic etiquette and respect for the favor of teaching the laws. Shua shua shua, all the guards flashed outside the room, quietly waiting. Within the study, Zhou Hao was eagerly digesting the gains from using the Tao dictum. A full month passed. He had just finished digesting the fusion of fire and space laws. If this effect were to appear 2 or 3 more times, then I would have completely grasped the first step of fusing the laws of fire and space. However, I still have to be careful with the great Tao proverb. I can't abuse it, I have to use it wisely. Zhou Hao muttered to himself. Only after accumulating countless problems would the effect be the best. He stretched himself. He walked out of the room in a good mood. Comprehending the fusion nomological laws was difficult, but it gave him confidence. "Greetings, Your Highness." Just as he walked out of the door of the hall, Huil's guards bowed in unison. Zhou Hao was stunned. "Huoi, you guys." Huoi hurriedly said, "Your Highness, because of your sharing of insights, we have benefited greatly, so we must thank you." Zhou Hao shook his head. but he didn't say anything. In fact, he knew that it was useless to say anything. After all, if it were him, he would also insist on the favor of teaching him. Huoi, get the guards to prepare. After a while, we will leave Jade Dome Planet and return to my home. Huoi nodded, yes, Your Highness. Counting it, it had been over 100 years since he left Earth. Like Luo Feng, his family was filled with children and grandchildren, reaching his 6th generation. Thunder God, Hong and the others' families had also begun to grow. Only his Zhou family was still relatively small. Hence, it was time to go back and take a look. At least he had to stay by his mother's side for a while. And when the homesickness entered his mind, Zhou Hao immediately changed his mind. That night, he brought the guards and left Jade Dome Planet. Virtual Universe. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay District. When he was heading to his home Earth, Zhou Hao's consciousness had connected to this place. Shua. The moment he appeared, Luo Ping and Luo Hai, who were chatting not far from the lawn, subconsciously turned around, saying with surprise, Uncle Zhou Hao, how come you have the time to come here? Zhou Hao laughed loudly and waved his hand. Luo Ping and Luo Hai immediately ran over. The two of them were already universe-level warriors, however in front of Zhou Hao, they were still juniors. I've been sent to Ganwu Universe Kingdom and will be returning to Earth soon. I'll be able to come back here often. Hearing that, Luo Ping and Luo Hai immediately said excitedly, that's great, we'll immediately return to Earth. Uncle Zhou Hao, you have to occasionally give us some guidance. My father said that in terms of law comprehension, Uncle Zhou Hao is the best. Zhou Hao patted Luo Hai and Luo Ping's shoulders, your father didn't lie to you. Alright, no problem, teaching you two little guys is very easy. Luo Ping and Luo Hai immediately laughed. Shua. At this time, a silhouette appeared, it was Luo Feng. He seemed to have heard Zhou Hao's words and smiled as he walked over, third brother, don't spoil them. Your sector lord guards are enough to teach them, don't waste your time. Zhou Hao shrugged, no worries, I'll just take it as a distraction. At this time, another silhouette appeared, it was the bald Thunder God. When Zhou Hao left for Earth, he had sent them separate mail. Thunder God looked at Zhou Hao and Luo Feng and clicked his tongue, how rare, you two busy people actually appeared together. Let's go, we haven't gathered in a while. Let's take this chance to drink. Luo Ping and Luo Hai left. Luo Feng smiled and asked, second brother, where's big brother, you didn't call him over. The three chatted as they walked to a stone pavilion not far away and sat down. Only then did Thunder God sit down, big brother has something to do. He might only have time to come to the virtual universe tomorrow. After which, he looked at Zhou Hao, 3D, hurry and get your good wine. I've heard fourth brother mention it more than once. Luo Feng laughed. Zhou Hao shook his head and said helplessly, I knew you were thinking about my few bottles of wine. As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Immediately, a cold and refreshing aroma spread out. This was wine simulated by the virtual universe. Even though it couldn't compare to reality, it still had some flavor. Thunder God smelled it and his eyes gleamed, haha, good wine indeed. If Big Brother knew, he would definitely regret not coming today. Come, let's drink first. The three of them drank and chatted with each other. They mainly talked about some of their own comprehensions of the laws and some of their experiences. Then, the conversation turned to Zhou Hao. Hearing Zhou Hao talk about Jade Dome Planet, Thunder God couldn't help but say, 3D, Big Brother told me that after he finishes his business there, he would follow his teacher to Jade Dome Planet for a while. If you leave now, it'll probably be hard for you to meet him in reality. Zhou Hao said casually, virtual meeting is the same. If I really want to meet him, I'll just make a trip back to Jade Dome Planet. But second brother, if you have time, come back to Earth. Ever since the genius battle, Thunder God had stayed on Earth for a while before heading out to explore the universe, mainly in Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Okay, I'll be back soon. The three chatted for a while more before leaving. Zhou Hao returned home and spent some time with his mother before his consciousness exited the virtual universe. 2 months passed. Earth. They had arrived on this azure planet. This is my home. The ship entered the solar system. Zhou Hao stood in the hall and looked at the blue planet that was getting bigger and bigger. Whether it was the previous life or the present, Earth was his home. Huoi smiled, Your Majesty's home is indeed beautiful. Zhou Hao smiled. Even if it was flattery, he was still happy. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. Shua shua. As the ship got closer, they all flashed out of the ship. Huil's appearance was similar to that of Earth, just that he was more muscular. The rest of the guards all had different appearances. After changing their appearances, they flew into Earth's atmosphere. And after they left, another figure appeared in the solar system. Darkness Lord looked at the planet in the distance and felt that it was different from other life planets. However, he didn't think too much about it. Right now, his main focus was to protect Zhou Hao and wait for Huge Axe to arrive. Chapter 148. Earth. West Lake Courtyard Castle. Zhou Hao's group of over 1,000 people silently landed on the castle's rooftop. Huoi sized up the surroundings and smiled. Your Majesty, this is where you train. Zhou Hao nodded. He didn't speak and just strolled around the castle. After over 100 years. Looking at this familiar yet foreign environment, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He was clear. This was the nostalgia of returning home after a long time. Huoi and the other guards all stood quietly by the side. Suddenly, a voice resounded from within the castle. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile and shout, "Mom, I'm back." Very quickly, Wang Rong walked out of the castle and saw Zhou Hao. She stopped at the castle entrance. Even though she had seen him many times in the virtual universe, seeing him in real life once again, her eyes started to blur. "Son, why are you still standing there like a fool? Come over and let Mom take a good look at you." Zhou Hao rushed over. Wang Rong touched his face. "You've been outside for over 100 years, how come you've gotten thinner?" Zhou Hao laughed. "Mom, you've gotten thinner too. It's not like I haven't seen you in the virtual universe before." Wang Rong smiled and shook her head, after which she looked at Huoi and the other guards and said, "Son, these are your friends." Zhou Hao explained. Wang Rong suddenly realized, even if they're guards, you can't let them stand. Quick, come in. As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Hao. "You child, you didn't even tell me in the virtual universe that you were coming back today. I could have prepared some of your favorite food, you loved it when you were young." Zhou Hao smiled and did not interrupt his mother's nagging. To be honest, he felt a little guilty. After all, he and his sister were not married. Luo Feng's family was happy and harmonious with many children and grandchildren, but his mother was all alone. Although she had her adopted daughter to accompany her, it was still a little lacking. However, when it came to partners, it all depended on fate. His mother, Wang Rong, chatted for a while and then began to prepare the ingredients. With the current power of the Zhou Hao family, she only needed to make a phone call to have the ingredients delivered to the castle. However, his mother still personally went to the market to buy a lot of food that Zhou Hao liked to eat. Then, he asked Huoi what they liked. Huoi hurriedly said, "Anything is fine." Therefore, a meal was prepared for thousands of people. Of course, only Zhou Hao's meal was cooked by his mother. After dinner, her mother naturally talked about her sister, Zhou Ying. Regarding the news about his sister, Zhou Hao naturally knew about it. After all, one of his clones stayed by his sister's side. Moreover, for more than 100 years, when his sister wandered the universe with Sister Shen and the others, he had helped a lot. "Mom, don't worry, my sister has returned this time and does not plan to leave again." Wang Rong's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Of course it's true. My sister has also wandered outside for some time. It's time for her to settle down and go home." Now that he had the great Tao proverb, he did not have to worry about Zhou Ying, teaching him about comprehending the laws. It could be said that even the worst talent could become a genius under the influence of the great Tao proverb. Therefore, Zhou Ying, did not need to wander the universe anymore. His mother was instantly overjoyed. She did not intend to urge Zhou Ying, and Zhou Hao to get married. Now, she had seen through it. Anyway, she still had a long life ahead of her. She could take it slow. 3 to 4 days passed. Zhou Hao accompanied his mother and did not go anywhere. After which, he brought Huoi around Earth. At the same time, he talked about the virtual universe company's plans to modify Earth. In truth, when they came to Earth, the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu department had specially looked for Zhou Hao. They all said that the Ganwu department's business department would do their best to modify Zhou Hao's Earth and solar system. Regarding this, Zhou Hao did not reject. The virtual universe company had a special department to modify the home of the geniuses. This was to prevent the other races from infiltrating. Of course, what he didn't know was that the other races were unable to infiltrate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Thunder God, Luo Hai, Luo Ping and the others had all returned. Even his sister and sister Shen had returned to Earth. West Lake Villa rooftop, Zhou Hao and Thunder God were basking in the sunlight, leaning on the chairs. 3D, you sure have a lot of good wine on you. This time I can drink a few times. When Big Brother returns, I'll make him drool. Thunder God laughed. Speaking of Big Brother, a few days ago he told me that he was going to come back early this time. He also said that since you have returned to Earth, he would first go back to Earth and stay there for a while before going to Jade Dome Planet. Zhou Hao's expression changed slightly. Hong's plan was indeed out of his expectations. Originally, the reason why Huge Axe had discovered Earth's secret was mainly because of Hong. The latter, due to his relationship problems with Ji Qing on Jade Dome Planet, had accepted Fantasy Spirit Emperor's 18 levels of Lust Illusion and soared into the skies, becoming Huge Axe's disciple in name. It was because of this. Huge Axe had discovered Earth's secret. However, now that Hong had returned early and wanted to return to Earth, Zhou Hao wondered if he should convince his big brother to let him stay on Earth for a period of time. Of course, doing so would delay Hong's future. Moreover, Zhou Hao was sure that if he were to talk about some things on Earth, Hong would definitely not show his talent in illusions again. Forget it, I'll see how it goes. He shook his head. Even if Hong returned early, it would still take a few decades. By then, he would most likely have to leave Earth to do the chain mission. In a villa far away from the West Lake Castle, Darkness Master, who was disguised as a normal person, looked up at the sky. When he entered Earth, he felt the entire Earth emitting a special energy. However, with his ability, he still couldn't see through this special energy. This situation greatly surprised the Lord of Darkness. Could this be the reason why Zhou Hao is so special? And that Luo Feng, a normal life planet, actually gave birth to two super geniuses. This is indeed strange, Darkness Master muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes turned and looked through the layers of space towards the distant solar system. There, two silhouettes appeared, emitting powerful undying energies. Other races. Darkness Master could tell that these two emperors were enslaved by other races. Shua, his body flashed, he appeared in front of the two emperors. The two emperors looked at the silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of them, and they were shocked. They wanted to self-destruct, but even their minds stopped working. Knight, at least a knight. That genius Zhou Hao actually has a knight protecting him. Many thoughts flashed through their minds the moment they stopped thinking, but they couldn't send out any information at all. Soon, their bodies turned into dust and dissipated in the universe. Almost at the same time, the Bug Clan undercover organization knew that the two enslaved emperors had just broken through the space coordinates outside the solar system when they encountered a great being. They didn't even have time to send out any information. Such a great being had to be at least a knight. Hence, the intelligence department used thousands of waves to translate the information and reported it to the core of the Bug Clan undercover organization. Wild Universe Country. In a remote mountain ranges space crevice. Within the Grand God Country, the gold-robed man anxiously passed through over 10,000 undying bug soldiers and arrived at the center of the palace. Master, the two emperors we sent out just now have fallen. Even though these two emperors were enslaved by humans and cultivated slowly, the enemy was able to make them unable to resist at all. He must be at least a knight, or even a high-level knight. On the throne, the dreamy silhouette's voice resounded, I already know about this and have reported it to the queen. Even if the human race really sent out a knight to protect Zhou Hao, it's not impossible. Those two emperors were originally bait, and now their deaths have value. At least it proves that the human genius Zhou Hao has a knight protecting him. The golden-robed man said anxiously, Master, with the Supremacy's protection, it will be very difficult for us to succeed in our assassination. If we allow this human genius, Zhou Hao, to share his comprehension of laws, the human race's geniuses will improve at an incomparably fast speed. Furthermore, Zhou Hao's talent is also very abnormal. The human genius Zhou Hao's threat, I'm very clear. This matter will be decided by the queen, I believe news will come soon. Another half a month passed. The Bug Clan undercover within the queen's palace. The dreamy silhouette summoned the gold-robed man and conveyed the queen's will. Through the queen's decision, within a few years, she will send a knight to infiltrate the human race and assassinate him. This is a huge matter, you all have to arrange it properly. Any loss of a knight would be a huge loss to our race, there cannot be any mistakes. Yes, Master. The gold-robed man was extremely excited. With a knight assassinating him, there would be no mistakes. That human genius Zhou Hao was dead for sure. Chapter 149. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. In a magnificent palace surrounded by dark airflow. The 5 great beings of the virtual universe gathered together at this moment. Actually, since the last Huge Axe meeting, these Universe Masters had been meeting frequently. Universe Masters from the Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe Star River Bank, Universe First Bank, and Huge Axe Dojo had already discussed Zhou Hao's matter. It was considered late for the Virtual Universe Masters to meet each other. As for the topic of discussion, of course, it was Zhou Hao. Although Huge Axe had said that he would wait until he returned to the original universe and fully ascertained the authenticity of the matter before making specific arrangements, these Universe Masters all understood that the matter of Zhou Hao being able to affect the comprehension of Universe Masters to a certain extent was practically set in stone. After all, Darkness Master wouldn't joke about such things. And the reason why these Universe Masters were meeting so quickly was not because they were impatient, but because this matter was too big, too broad, and too many things. First of all, everything else aside, if the other races were to find out about this, one could only imagine how crazy the other races in the entire primal universe would be. Once the news spread to Universe Ocean, the great beings from the first and second reincarnation eras would be even crazier. Zhou Hao could affect Universe Masters, and maybe Universe Supreme Masters too. And for those powerful races in Universe Ocean, in order to transcend, even if there was only a slight possibility, they would do whatever it took, even if they had to sacrifice 90% of their entire race. Therefore, the Universe Masters of the human race knew very well that this matter was like a bomb, and if they were not careful, it could explode completely. By then, the human race would be sitting on top of a bomb. Because of this, when the Huge Axe meeting ended, Huge Axe asked all the Universe Masters to return. Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, Ice Peak, Long Yan, Remote Lord. The 5 Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe. It was rare for them to gather together. But now, because of Zhou Hao's matter, they gathered together. Primal Chaos City Leader, Zhou Hao is your disciple. You go first. The burly Long Yan Master smiled and looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. This time, they were mainly discussing the arrangement of the points mission after Zhou Hao was sent out to the Universe country. This matter had divided the Universe Masters into 2 groups. One side insisted that Zhou Hao continued to do points missions. On the one hand, it was a training, and on the other hand, it was a test of his temperament. The other faction felt that with the current situation, there was no need for Zhou Hao to follow the Virtual Universe Company's genius nurturing process. The 2 factions each held their own views. They even started to quarrel. The quarrel was getting more and more intense. The members of the Virtual Universe branch had no choice but to meet and discuss this matter. Originally, this kind of arrangement could only be done by Venerable Ones, but Zhou Hao was too special. Anything related to him could be raised to the level of a race. He had to be cautious. Primal Chaos City Leader glanced at the 4 Universe Masters and whispered, "My personal opinion is that it's better for Zhou Hao to continue doing the points mission. This disciple of mine has had too much of a smooth journey, and he hasn't been through enough hardships. There's no need to test his temperament, but he still needs to grow in other aspects. However, considering the importance of my disciple, we can make some changes to the points mission. He has to do the points mission under the premise of ensuring his safety." The rest of the Universe Masters nodded. The Primal Chaos City Leader's opinion was quite objective. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at his junior brother and said, "Ice Mountain, what do you think?" "I agree with senior brother," Ice Mountain said calmly. Zhou Hao was Sari, and he was also his direct disciple. On this matter, he would naturally agree with the Primal Chaos City Leader. After Ice Mountain finished speaking, Darkness Master was the first to speak. "I'll go first. After all, I've personally experienced this matter. From my personal opinion, I'm leaning toward Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain. Zhou Hao's power is still too weak. Sector Lords are the real growth period. He's a domain lord now, so a lot of training is necessary. Otherwise, even if he becomes a knight in the future, he'll suffer a great loss because of the lack of training during his weak period." Speaking of this, he looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and Ice Mountain and continued, "But from the perspective of the race, I don't agree with letting Zhou Hao continue to do points missions. His talent is too important to the race. I've only listened to it once, and I vaguely have a trace of confidence in my own path. If I listen to it a few more times, this confidence will be more accurate. If Primal Chaos City leader listens to it, perhaps he'll find the opportunity to become a universe supreme master. Then what about knights and undying emperors? Won't they have greater breakthroughs after listening to it? According to this situation, what we should do is to immediately make a comprehensive plan for the true rise of the human race with Zhou Hao as the core. There are too many things involved, but without a doubt, Zhou Hao entering the primal universe now is the safest and most reliable way to go. Darkness Master's words fell. Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Mountain Master, and the rest of the universe masters were all silent. Indeed, in the end, Darkness Master spoke from the perspective of the race, which was most in line with the interests of the race, and also the fastest way for the rapid rise of the human race. Once they listened to Zhou Hao share his insights, it could increase the probability of undying emperors becoming knights. Then it was foreseeable that the number of knights in the human race would increase rapidly in a short period of time. And if the knights listened to it, they could be promoted to universe overlords, and the impact would be even more terrifying. By then, the human race would have a great advantage in the universe secret regions and in other aspects. However, in this way, Zhou Hao's personal development would be greatly restricted. After all the universe masters present understood that only by going through hardships and going through blood and fire could one become a great being. Hence, Darkness Master's discussion from two perspectives was, in fact, the point of contention among the universe masters of the human race. Should they focus on Zhou Hao's growth, or should they lean towards the development of the race? Then it was Long Yan Master's turn. He thought for a while and said, basically, Darkness Master has said what he needs to say, but I feel that Zhou Hao's personal growth might not be in conflict with the rise of the race. On the contrary, they might complement each other. The moment he said that, Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Mountain leader, Darkness Master, and Remote Lord all looked at Long Yan Master. Long Yan Master smiled and said, everyone should know that some of the geniuses in the same batch as Zhou Hao improve at an astonishing speed. There's a problem here, and that is whether Zhou Hao's power will affect the effect of his talent. Simply put, he's now at Domain Lord level, so wouldn't the effect of a Domain Lord listening in be stronger than an undying being? Actually, this is what we thought before. However, Darkness Master personally experienced it once, so everyone thought that it wouldn't be affected. After all, he's only a Domain Lord, and what he shares is only law comprehension below the level of an official undying, but it still has an impact on universe masters. This result makes it easy for everyone to overlook some things. Quote, after listening to Long Yan Master's discussion, Primal Chaos City leader and the other three were deep in thought. Darkness Master pondered and said, this problem is indeed worth paying attention to. Primal Chaos City leader, I feel that if we listen in the next time, we can arrange for Domain Lords and Sector Lords, or Sector Lords and undying beings at the same level of law comprehension. Then we'll see if they can improve by listening in. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and looked toward Remote Lord Master. Remote Lord Master was the disciple of Darkness Master and was also the youngest universe master of the virtual universe. He was filled with a murderous aura, and when he saw Primal Chaos City leader looking over, he shook his head and said, I agree with teacher's point of view. After listening, Primal Chaos City leader then continued, I'd like to add something. Zhou Hao's personal growth also belongs to the interests of the race, so from the point of view of the race, we should also include Zhou Hao's personal growth. We have to fully consider Zhou Hao's personal feelings and not blindly look at it from an overall perspective. The other universe masters all nodded. They knew Primal Chaos City leader's considerations. After all, Zhou Hao was a member of the Virtual Universe Company, so when it came to his interests, they, as universe masters, should at least be on the same page. And the purpose of this meeting was for them to first settle this dispute among themselves. Primal Chaos City leader, the other races have already started to take action. A few days ago, 2 undying emperors were killed by me, but the other races won't give up so easily. If you want to carry out the point assignment, try to arrange it properly. Also, the virtual universe system needs to carry out a round of inspection of the entire Ganwu universe kingdom. Primal Chaos City leader's expression turned solemn. When Huge Axe returns to the original universe, we'll finalize the final arrangement. Besides, other than the point assignment for Zhou Hao, regarding the allocation of the quota for the next listening session. Earth, Yangzhou City, West Lake Villa Castle. On the rooftop, Of course, Zhou Hao didn't know that his point assignment wasn't arranged by the knight but by the universe masters of the human race, and they were even quarreling over it. At this time, after spending some time with his mother and sister, he went back into the state of cultivation. However, occasionally, he would sit on the rooftop and enjoy the scenery like he was doing now. However, even if he was enjoying the scenery, he would still think about his own training arrangements and future plans. This had almost become a habit. After 1 or 2 points assignment, I can give up and go to Primal Chaos City to cultivate. The most important thing now is to finish the special sign in mission as soon as possible. Only then will I have a chance to reactivate the special sign in mission. He muttered to himself. If he wanted to keep getting Star Tower fragments and the upgraded 9-volume manual, he needed to sign in missions. It was hard to get them just by signing in. Like the broken part of the chaotic golden wings, he didn't get it in the chaos ruins where his teacher was. This meant that some items couldn't be obtained. He had to rely on the special sign in missions. Shua. Suddenly, Huoi appeared on the rooftop. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and looked at Huoi. Your Highness, the Virtual Universe Company has sent people over to modify the solar system, Huoi said respectfully. Do you need me to send some people over to supervise? No need, Zhou Hao said casually. Just send some assistant AI robots. Huoi nodded. The solar system modification was a huge project. The people sent by the Virtual Universe Ganwu department were all people who often did such things. In terms of materials, there would be some problems. However, this wasn't a big deal. The key was that they were afraid of cutting corners. Such things didn't only happen on Earth, the universe was no exception. After all, it involved a huge amount of money. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Zhou Hao had already spent 10 years on Earth. These 10 years. With the help of the great Tao proverb, he finally comprehended the first step of the fusion of the fire and space laws. However, he also discovered that if he used it alone, the effect was very average. If he didn't experience it before, this feeling wouldn't be too obvious. However, after experiencing the effect of the last time, using the great Tao proverb again, he immediately felt like he had just tasted the sweetness of having a girlfriend and didn't want to go back to being single. Looks like I still have to continue sharing my law comprehension. However, teacher hasn't mentioned it these past few years, so I'll continue sharing my law comprehension. Next time, I'll do it in the virtual universe. Thinking about this, he began to organize the books related to the fusion of the Earth and space laws, as well as the effects of the Beast-God battle. Chapter 150. Distant Vero Life Planet, Underground Base. The core of the infiltration organization. A large number of people were busy. As the core of the infiltration organization, they had to deal with a huge amount of information every day and carefully translate it before transmitting it to the various infiltration divisions in Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Especially when it came to carrying out an assassination plan, it was the busiest period. I thought Earth had space techniques to cover its coordinates, and Zhou Hao had night-level guards around him, so it would be hard to infiltrate. I didn't expect the Ganwu division to send out so many people to modify the solar system, so we sent in some infiltrators. However, it's still very difficult to get close to Earth. Since that's the case, we'll continue to wait. The higher-ups have already sent out stronger assassins, so we have to make sure nothing goes wrong. The leader ordered, keep a close eye on any information from Earth. If necessary, activate the A33 detection crystal to carry out a comprehensive surveillance. Very soon, many messages went through layers of codes and were sent through the virtual universe. After giving out the orders, the leader looked serious. Recently, the virtual universe has been screening all information from Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Everyone has to be careful when transmitting messages. Add another layer of codes. Yes, as early as 6 years ago, a night-level assassin had already arrived in Ganwu Universe Kingdom and disguised himself as an Undying. As long as he found the right time, he would be able to kill Zhou Hao with one strike. And just in case, this night-level assassin was already prepared to self-destruct. For the sake of success, the other races were willing to pay a huge price. Solar system. A wild huge man with messy hair appeared. He looked at the blue planet in the distance, and his eyes revealed a strange light. Shua. Darkness Master sensed the energy and flashed to the side of the wild huge man. He laughed. Huge Axe Creator, I'm completely relieved now that you're here. Huge Axe Creator laughed. In Universe Ocean, you're not afraid of anything. In the original universe, what's there to worry about? Darkness Master looked at Earth. Zhou Hao is too important to our race. I'm always worried that something might happen. Huge Axe Creator shook his head. Then he and Darkness Master flashed to the outer space of Earth. Big Axe, have you noticed that something is wrong with Earth? Dark Lord asked when he saw Big Axe Creator walk around Earth. The Huge Axe Creator nodded and carefully checked a few more times before returning to the side of the Lord of Darkness. He smiled. No wonder Earth, a planet with life, could give birth to two super geniuses. One of them even has such an incredible talent. The Lord of Darkness asked, Giant Axe, what's going on with Earth? Although he could feel that the Earth was different, he could not discover the secrets hidden deep within. The Huge Axe founder did not deliberately keep them in suspense. He immediately said, this Earth has been modified before, and it seems to involve the soul level. I have carefully examined it several times and went deep into the life forms on Earth. I found that some life forms born from embryos have more special souls. In the history of Earth, there have been many geniuses in the state of mind. I believe it has something to do with the special soul. Mental state, soul influence. The Lord of Darkness was stunned and couldn't help but say, to be able to transform a planet like this expert is probably not a nobody. The Huge Axe Creator's face was solemn. From the traces of modification, it should be closely related to that sitting mountain guest. The moment the Lord of Darkness heard that, his face also turned solemn. Sitting mountain guest was the most mysterious powerful being of another race in the universe. He was good at making valuables, but he had never joined any power. Many true treasures were made by him, and he had a strong influence on the various races in the universe. The Huge Axe Creator continued, however, even if that sitting mountain guest is mysterious and powerful, he is at most at the same level as me. He used special means to modify Earth, but it is impossible for him to create a genius like Zhou Hao. Even I find it unbelievable that a domain lord can affect universe masters. If that sitting mountain guest could do this, he would have been able to cultivate many universe masters, or even universe supreme masters. The Lord of Darkness nodded. Indeed, the Huge Axe Creator was right. Zhou Hao's talent was most likely caused by a special mutation. After all, the universe was mysterious and gave birth to many special life forms with talents. For example, space beasts and many special life forms in the ancestral god secret region all had incredible talent techniques. Zhou Hao's talent, which could affect others by sharing his own comprehension, was extremely abnormal, but not incomprehensible. Huge Axe, what should we do now? The Lord of Darkness said, Earth has such an effect, and its value is no less than a pinnacle true treasure. Wait a little longer, the Huge Axe Creator said slowly. Earth is special, but if we can confirm the extent of Zhou Hao's influence, even if it is just like what you said, his value is far greater than Earth. The Lord of Darkness was naturally aware of such a value. Not to mention a pinnacle true treasure, even if the human race was given a supreme true treasure, the human race wouldn't exchange it. After all, although true treasures helped greatly in improving combat power, how much power could be unleashed depended on the individual. The Huge Axe Creator closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. At the same time, he came to the Primal Chaos City Leader's palace. Chaos City Leader, I have arrived on Earth. Find a time to talk to Zhou Hao about sharing comprehension. The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. Huge Axe, what a coincidence. Just now, my disciple came to the palace and took the initiative to talk to me about sharing comprehension. Huge Axe's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Not bad, your disciple's temperament is indeed good. He took the initiative to bring it up. Your disciple is thinking for the race. Previously, I was a little hesitant, but now, even if Zhou Hao's comprehension sharing doesn't have any effect, Earth will always belong to him. The Primal Chaos City Leader was confused. Giant Axe immediately told him about the situation on Earth. The Primal Chaos City Leader was enlightened. I see, I didn't expect Earth to have been transformed by Sitting Mountain Guest. Back then, he created the Flame God race, and the Flame God race's physical talents were extremely strong. Now, he created geniuses like Zhou Hao and Luo Feng. When Luo Feng first entered the Absolute Beginning secret region, he went to the Fantasy Ocean and caused quite a stir. Now, it seems that it has something to do with the transformation of Earth. What about Zhou Hao? How's his state of mind? Huge Axe couldn't help but ask. Zhou Hao has never gone to the Fantasy Ocean. The other geniuses have more or less gone to the Fantasy Ocean, but my disciple rarely goes there. However, in terms of state of mind, although it helps, it's still not as good as the law talent. The primal chaos city leader shook his head. Extraordinary law talent could allow a genius to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in a very short time. The consciousness comprehending the laws of heaven and earth would be tempered and influenced by the universe origin. Therefore, the more talented a genius was, the deeper the law comprehension, and the less likely he would be affected by the fantasy ocean. Of course, the stronger one's state of mind, the higher the limit one could reach. The primal chaos city leader more or less understood this. However, the state of mind was too illusory, and the training effects were slower. The huge axe founder waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. The matter of earth, find a chance to talk to Zhou Hao and see his attitude. See if he will allow others to live on earth. If he isn't willing, then forget it. Compared to Zhou Hao's own value, earth's value is nothing. The primal chaos city leader smiled. Okay, I'll find a chance to mention this to Zhou Hao. Regarding the matter of listening in, now that everyone is arguing, we still need you to make the decision. Primal chaos city leader, you know I'm not good at this. The huge axe founder said casually, you can deal with this matter as you see fit. If the other parties have any dissatisfaction, let them come find me. Not long later, the news of Zhou Hao once again sharing his comprehension spread like a hurricane through the entire Yushang Mountain, and even the Virtual Universe Company, the Huge Axe Dojo, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance's upper echelons. And it swiftly spread, no choice. This sort of thing couldn't be suppressed. Everyone knew that listening in could allow one to improve quickly in a short amount of time. There were still over 40 years before the qualification battles, and Luo Feng and Burin from the same batch as Zhou Hao had already passed the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And the Primal Region Universe level seniors were only at the 8th level. What's more, the Domain Lords had all passed the 1st level of the Heavenly Bridge. Hence, facing such a huge temptation, no one could remain calm. At this time, the entire human race was in turmoil. Virtual Universe, Lightning Island, Xinyan of Scylla's residence. Luo Feng appeared in a flash. Teacher, why are you looking for me? Luo Feng appeared carrying wine. The Xinyan of Scylla laughed loudly. Disciple, you know what your teacher likes. Let's go, we'll talk at the side. The two of them flashed to a stone pavilion not far from the palace. They drank a few mouthfuls of wine. The Xinyan of Scylla said directly, Disciple, last time when Zhou Hao shared his comprehension, it allowed the 500 domain lords to improve greatly. This time, many of them can't sit still. Many of them who have good relationships with me have asked me to use your connections to see if they can listen in. Luo Feng was stunned. Teacher, this can't be right. My third brother's law comprehension level is around official level. He's at the same level as you. He's already an emperor, yet he wants to listen in. Disciple, according to my good friends, this time it's not just emperors. Many knights are madly trying to use their connections to get a spot to listen in. What, knights also want to listen in? Luo Feng was stunned. That was a high and mighty universe country leader level warrior. When they entered the primal universe, Rongjun was taken in as a disciple by a universe country leader. This caused many geniuses to be envious of him. In the public classes, the universe country leaders' classes were the most popular, with the most students attending. Yet now, such a warrior also wanted to listen into his third brother's class. Luo Feng felt like his brain couldn't process this. Chapter 151, The Xinyan of Scylla sighed. Back when Zhou Hao and Seri were exchanging insights in the primal universe, with many geniuses of the same generation listening, at that time, he already felt that Zhou Hao would very likely cause a storm in the future. However, he didn't expect it to happen now. No one was an idiot. Even the knights were crazily trying to get a spot to listen in. There must be some important information within that they didn't understand. Hence, even if many emperors weren't clear on the reason, they were still moving frequently. And in just these 2 days, the Xinyan of Scylla had received over 100 emails from emperors, of which some were training in Primal Chaos City like him, like Flame Dragon Emperor, Blade Emperor, Dunan of Goguryeo, even the King of the Black Mist who didn't like to move personally came to visit. All for a spot to listen in. After all, everyone knew that he was the Xinyan of Scylla's disciple, Luo Feng, who came from the same planet as Zhou Hao, and they were even sworn brothers. With this relationship, naturally many emperors came. Hence the Xinyan of Silla called Luo Feng over. No choice. Those he wasn't familiar with, he didn't need to care. However, the King of the Black Mist, Blade Emperor and other emperors from the Nine Universe bloodline, as well as his good friend Dunan of Goguryeo, how could he not respond? Luo Feng gulped down a large mouthful of wine, recovering from his shock, looking at the Xinyan of Silla. Teacher, do you wish to listen in? The Xinyan of Silla's body shook. He didn't reply immediately. Instead he stood up and walked to the stone pavilion, looking at the mountain side of Thunder Island. He was silent for a while and sighed. Disciple, your teacher has been training in Primal Chaos City for trillions of years. How could I not wish to see the scenery of the night level? Virtual universe, within a palace surrounded by dark energy. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at the male and smiled bitterly, which was a rare sight. This disciple of his was so dazzling that even he almost couldn't suppress her. This time, Zhou Hao was present. Even though these universe masters were trying to suppress the news, the speed at which the news spread was still far beyond their expectations. The main reason was that the temptation of being an observer was too great. Everyone wanted to be like those domain masters who were observers. They wanted to cross that huge threshold in one go and save countless years of hard work. Therefore, the news was first leaked from the universe masters. Every universe master had their own factions, and similarly, they had their own personal disciples. Naturally, they would want their own knights, emperors, and emperors with excellent potential to listen in. Thinking about it, if a universe master had expressed it so vaguely, it meant that it might be effective for knights and emperors like them. As a result, the news spread extremely quickly. Under such circumstances, who could still sit still? Swish swish, several figures appeared. The universe masters from the virtual universe branch gathered again. Primal Chaos City leader, can we add a few more places? Long Yan Master was the first to speak. He had the most seniority, and he had the most number of knight disciples, including pinnacle emperors. However, he wasn't good at teaching disciples, and he only had a few ordinary universe overlords under him. Primal Chaos City leader shook his head slightly. Long Yan, it's not that I don't want to add more places, but if I do, universe masters from other factions will inevitably have opinions. They'll also ask for more places, so this isn't a matter of 1 or 2 places. Hearing what Primal Chaos City leader said, Long Yan Master didn't insist. Darkness Master smiled. Long Yan, don't be so anxious. This time, we're mainly judging the effect of the observers, and then we'll compare and analyze. Long Yan Master nodded, looked at Darkness Master, and joked, Darkness, of course, you're not anxious. You already have a Universe Master disciple, and I want one too. The moment he said that, Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, Remote Lord, and Ice Mountain all laughed. That's right, who wouldn't want their disciples to break through and become Universe Masters? When the time came for them to explore Universe Ocean together, the feeling would be completely different. However, very soon, their expressions turned solemn. Last time, 500 domain masters had listened in. Although they had taken it seriously, they all knew that it was just a small experiment waiting for the future. This time, however, it was completely different. Not only domain masters, but also sector masters, undying fighters, emperors, knights, and even universe masters like them. It could be said that for every level of power, they had all added some places, mainly to judge the effect of each level listening in. Everyone, Primal Chaos City leader said solemnly, we've specially opened a dimension in the virtual universe, and tomorrow, we'll be listening in. But you'd better be mentally prepared. After all, this is the virtual universe, not reality. The rest of the universe masters nodded one after another. They had all considered this point. Darkness Master had inadvertently listened in reality and produced an incredible effect, but this time, in the virtual universe, the effect might not be the same. Yushang Mountain, pavilion in the public area. The moment Zhou Hao appeared, Auka, Burin, Icon, and the others, who were waiting, stood up together. Everyone's here. Zhou Hao waved his hand casually, indicating for them to sit down. However, Auka and the others didn't sit down. Luo Feng smiled and said, Third brother, you're now a governor of a territory. We have to treat you with caution. We can't be as casual as before. Wuka hurriedly said, That's right. Zhou Hao, your status is different now. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. All right, hurry up, if you're not going to sit, I'm leaving. The moment he said that, Luo Feng, Auka, and the others quickly sat down. Zhou Hao laughed. That's right, Shua. He waved his hand. The stone table in the pavilion was filled with wine and fruits. They started chatting. Rongjun couldn't help but grin. Zhou Hao, you've caused quite a ruckus this time. Even my teacher Yuan Chen Country Emperor has received a large amount of mail, all from knights. Auka, Icon and the others all nodded and looked at Zhou Hao. Their teacher was the same too. Zhou Hao said helplessly, I'm not too sure about this. You all know that I've always been sharing my thoughts or interacting with Seri. It's always been you all listening from the side. Last time it was a group of domain lords, and their law comprehension levels weren't too high. However, this time, a large group of undyings, emperors, and even knights are listening from the side. Honestly, I'm still nervous. He was speaking the truth. On Jade Dome Planet, only the undying guard leader Huo Yi was listening. The latter's law comprehension wasn't too high, and the other guards were only sector lords, domain lords and universe levels. Hence, it was normal for them to be affected by the Tao proverbs. However, Emperor and Knight strength far exceeded his own law comprehension. Whether or not it had any effect, he wasn't sure. Hearing Zhou Hao say that, Luo Feng couldn't help but say, maybe it's an experiment by the Virtual Universe Company, similar to the last time. Since we're just listening from the side, it's best if there's an effect, but if there isn't, it won't affect anything. Madman is right, we're just listening from the side. With such a huge improvement, how could the Virtual Universe Company not do anything? Last time they sent 500 domain lords, it was just a small matter. This time they added a few thousand, and the strength of the listeners increased greatly. They definitely want to experiment. Even though we understand, the commotion is too huge. Ever since we received news that you, Zhou Hao, wanted to share your comprehension, we haven't dared to come to the virtual universe these few days. We've all relied on our connections, both those we know and those we don't. Auka, Icon and the others all spoke. Zhou Hao laughed, I'm not affected, however the teacher gave me some slots and let me decide for myself. If you all want to listen from the side, you can all come together. Anyways, it won't take up much space. The more people there were, the stronger the effect. He couldn't wait for them all to come. After he said that, Luo Feng Uka and the others all went silent. They naturally knew how precious the slots were. Zhou Hao said it so casually because they were in the same batch and had a good relationship. However, this was indeed a huge favor. Hehe, third brother, even if you didn't say it, I would have asked you if you had any slots. Luo Feng laughed. Auka, Icon and the others all laughed too. After chatting for a while, Zhou Hao stood up, alright, I'll go back and prepare. You all should stop chatting and get ready. Shua. With that, he disappeared. Luo Feng Uka and the others all glanced at each other and saw the gratitude in each other's eyes. The next day, in a newly opened square in the virtual universe. Shua. With the appearance of many figures, the square suddenly became lively. Haha, Xing'an, thank you so much this time. Rainbow of Swords, thank you so much. Yuan Chen, thank you. 9 Swords, thank you. Even though there weren't many knights and emperors, they all formed a circle. Other than the slots set by the universe masters, the rest were basically obtained through Auka, Rongjun and the other geniuses. On the other hand, Zhou Hao also gave the 9 Swords Venerable 10 slots. After all, the 9 Swords Venerable personally sent him to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom before. He had indeed given him face. Su. Very quickly, sector lords, domain lords and universe levels all appeared in the square. Seeing so many powerful warriors in the square, they immediately went up and bowed. Alright, you punks don't have to be so polite. We're all here to listen, regardless of status. The knights all smiled, their attitudes warm. The emperors were like elders too, sitting with the sector lords, domain lords and universe levels in the square. After all, those who were able to listen in this time were either geniuses or outstanding juniors with potential, or were related to Zhou Hao. Hence, everyone didn't care about status. Of course, the knights still sat with the knights. The emperors also formed a circle and sat together. Like Luo Feng, Auka and the other universe-level geniuses, their numbers were the least, but they were the most important. There was a building around the square. At the same time, inside the building, great existences exuding terrifying auras were chatting with each other. They were the universe masters of the human race. Shua. Huge axe appeared. Looking at the square, he asked, Primal Chaos City Leader, is everyone here? Primal Chaos City leader nodded, a total of 3,050 slots, everyone is here. The Universe Masters had set a quota of 3,000 people. Compared to the human race, this was too little. Even the knights had a few thousand slots, not to mention the emperors. However, Primal Chaos City leader still limited it to 3,000 and gave Zhou Hao another 50 slots. In fact, even if Zhou Hao added another 100 slots, Primal Chaos City leader wouldn't say anything. Since everyone is here, let's inform Zhou Hao to come. Primal Chaos City leader immediately sent a mail to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, who was already prepared, went through the private portal and appeared in the square. Wah! The square quieted down. Chapter 152. Knight, Emperor Undying, Sector Lord, Domain Lord, and Universe Level. Numerous gazes gathered on Zhou Hao. The square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Universe Masters of the human race stopped their idle chatter. They all looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, who had wanted to say something, was also affected by the atmosphere. He sat down cross-legged. He glanced down and smiled as he used Great Path Proverb. And this time, he shared the essence of Earth and space. Stars contain all living things, including the vast land. His voice was slow and soft, but everyone present could hear it. As Zhou Hao spoke, the effect of Great Path Proverb was triggered. His voice carried a mysterious aura, and it covered all the listeners in an extremely short amount of time. Hong! Within a few breaths, everyone in the square contracted their pupils. They felt as though they were standing in front of a tsunami, and the waves were about to drown them. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. The mysterious conception brought about by Great Path Proverb engulfed the entire area. At this moment, everyone trembled. They saw it. They saw the clear combination of the laws, the fusion of the essence of the path they walked. The difficult problem that had blocked them for countless years, the threshold that had blocked them, seemed to have found the answer at this moment. They seemed to have found the step to take. Everyone was enlightened. So it was that simple. So it was that way. Their accumulation, their comprehension, under the catalysis of Great Path Proverb, all turned into inspiration and exploded from the bottom of their hearts. They felt as though they were standing on the top of the waves. Even if they didn't deliberately study it, the turbulent waves under their feet were pushing them forward. 1, 2, hundreds, thousands, they started to comprehend. The light of epiphany and the mysterious concept of epiphany formed a tidal wave that quickly engulfed everyone. Some of those who hadn't yet had an epiphany were directly pulled into this state. So at this moment, everyone was infected by the mysterious state of epiphany. Inside the building, Hujax looked at the over 3,000 people in the square who had entered this special mysterious state and was silent. Primal Chaos City leader and the other Universe Masters of the human race were all silent. When they heard Zhou Hao's comprehension, they didn't feel much. Even the Lord of Darkness, who had been in that incredible state before, didn't feel anything. But at this moment, no one spoke. They all watched the knights, emperors, undyings, sector lords, domain lords, universe levels, etc. They knew that these people were entering a state of epiphany that was hard to come by. This was simply unbelievable, even if he saw it with his own eyes. All of these universe masters were shocked to the core. Enlightenment. It was an explosion of spiritual light formed from countless accumulations. If one said that the knights and emperors who were stuck at the bottleneck were all in a state of enlightenment, it was still understandable. However, people like Luo Feng, Aoka, Rongjun, these geniuses who had just passed the heavenly bridge not long ago were all in a state of enlightenment. That was too ridiculous. Not to mention those undying, sector lords and domain lords who couldn't improve in a short period of time. Time passed by bit. Giant Axe and the others watched quietly until Zhou Hao, who was sharing his insights, opened his eyes. Only then did they withdraw their gazes. The sharing was over, but they knew that this matter was far from over. It was just the beginning. Shua. Zhou Hao disappeared and left the square. Universe Masters walked out of the building and looked at the 3,000 people who were still in the state of enlightenment. They looked at each other and all disappeared. In the sky above the palace on Thunder Island. In the Plain Palace. Many figures appeared. Huge Axe, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, Deserted Mirror and the other Universe Masters didn't speak. They were waiting for the knights and emperors to wake up. Time passed slowly. Half a month passed. The first venerable opened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Hao who had disappeared. He was dazed at first, then he stood up and hesitated for a while. He bowed to the empty space and disappeared. Then the second, the third, the 100th. After everyone woke up, they did the same thing as the first night. In the stone pavilion of Xinyan of Silla's palace. After the two figures left the square, they quickly appeared here. There was a pot of wine and 2 wine glasses on the stone table. But Luo Feng and Xinyan of Silla didn't move. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Obviously, this time, the effect of listening was far beyond their expectations. Luo Feng had listened several times, so he knew that this time, the effect was dozens of times better than before. Xinyan of Silla heard it for the first time, but he experienced it himself. He was so shocked that he couldn't calm down. Because he was going to make a breakthrough. Xinyan of Silla, who had been stuck at the last step for hundreds of millions of years, couldn't rely on himself to make a breakthrough. This time, after listening to Zhou Hao share his comprehension, he felt the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Moreover, this opportunity was not an illusory feeling, but a real path. He did not even find the direction to break through, but had completely stepped onto this path, and stood on this path with one foot on this path of Venerable One. Xinyan of Silla poured the wine into the wine glass very slowly, then looked at the palaces on the mountainside far away from Thunder Island and said, "Disciple, half a month ago, I said here that I wanted to see the scenery on the mountainside, but now I'm afraid I'm going there very soon." Luo Feng was stunned. He looked at his teacher blankly and didn't say anything for a long time. He thought his improvement this time was already very exaggerated. But his teacher was even more exaggerated. The threshold from Invincible Emperor to Knight was huge. He was going to cross it just like that. Half a month. Only half a month. The plain palace. Around the huge round table. All the universe masters who were resting with their eyes closed opened their eyes one after another. Huge Axe, who was sitting in the most central seat, could clearly sense the emotional fluctuations of every universe master. Huge Axe completely understood. After all, he couldn't calm himself down at the moment. Even though he had expected it. But when he really saw it and heard the effect he wanted to see, he was still shocked. Extremely shocked. Primal Chaos City leader took a deep breath. He quickly glanced at every universe master of the human race and said slowly, "Let me start first." Just now, Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo, and King of the Black Mist all broke through the threshold from Emperor to Knight and became knights. More than half of the sector lords and undying fighters directly crossed to the next level of Heavenly Bridge. The rest of the audience more or less showed shocking improvement in law. As for the knights. Speaking of which, Primal Chaos City leader paused for a while and then continued, but his voice was trembling. This time, among the 72 knights, 22 of them have perfected their self-created techniques, and their combat power is estimated to be at the level of an ordinary universe overlord. As for the other 50, according to what they said, they all have different levels of improvement. As soon as he finished, the plain palace fell into dead silence again. It was what Primal Chaos City leader said. They had all received it, but hearing Primal Chaos City leader repeat it with their own ears still made them feel incredulous. After all, whether it was Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo, or King of the Black Mist, they had all been stuck at this level for countless years. This time, they had all been enlightened and entered a state of epiphany. It was within their expectations that they would be able to break through to Knight level. However, the progress of the Venerables was very exaggerated. 22 of them had become universe overlords right away. The shock that this brought to them was no less than the shock that they felt from the Lord of Darkness. One had to know, universe overlords were the pillars of every race, and to a certain extent, universe overlords were the main force of a race. They were fearless and could charge and fight at the forefront. That was why the more universe overlords there were, the more resources a race could fight for in the entire universe. The human race was originally weaker in this aspect, mainly because it was limited by its life genes, so its godly body was not as strong as those of other races and special life forms. That was why most of the universe knights of the human race relied on self-created techniques and true treasures to fight those knights with strong godly bodies. But they were usually at a disadvantage. After all, it was not easy to create one's own techniques. It required countless battles and accumulations. But now, the human race had gained 22 universe overlords all of a sudden. Although they were only ordinary universe overlords, the overall combat power of the middle level had definitely improved a lot. The most important thing was, the source of all this was just listening to Zhou Hao share his insights once. No one spoke again. Huge Axe said, "This is a good thing, just as we had hoped. Now the results are out. Although we weren't enlightened, the influence of Zhou Hao's talent has far exceeded our expectations. Don't forget that the darkness can only be enlightened in reality, which means that great beings at the level of universe masters and above will have to listen in reality if they want to be enlightened. I believe everyone is mentally prepared for this." Quote. Primal Chaos City leader, Darkness Master, and the other universe masters heard what Huge Axe said and came back to their senses. They all nodded. Indeed, they had considered this before they came to listen to the lecture. After all, the virtual universe wasn't the real original universe, so some talents would be weakened. This was normal. Zhou Hao's sharing of insights in the virtual universe through his talent had touched so many people, which was already beyond their expectations. Huge Axe's voice became serious. Now, all the universe masters still in Universe Ocean should return to the original universe. The human race should be prepared for battle at all times. Some news can't be hidden, but we have to do everything we can to suppress this news for as long as we can. Besides, Primal Chaos City leader, make a detailed plan for all the follow-up arrangements for Zhou Hao, and we'll continue to discuss it. Now everyone can see that Zhou Hao's influence on the race is far beyond our expectations. So I officially announce that everything about Zhou Hao can be elevated to the race's interest, including his personal growth. Quote. Chapter 153. Earth, Yangzhou City, West Lake Villa rooftop. Zhou Hao's consciousness exited the virtual universe and didn't connect again. This close to a month, he had spent all his time digesting the comprehension of the great Tao proverbs. There were knights and emperors listening. The great Tao proverbs, amplification effect far exceeded his expectations. Like the time when he shared it in the villa, he thought the amplification effect was already very strong, but this time it was even more terrifying. The first step of the Earth and Space Law fusion, in a short half a month, he had completely understood the essence of the combination. Combining the Beast God battle scenes in the Huge Axe tablet, in the remaining half a month, Zhou Hao had already begun to try to fuse them. One had to know, according to the other fusion laws he had studied before, this step would require at least 5 to 7 years of time before he could attempt it, but now he only used a month. Such an effect, even he himself couldn't believe it. Fast, too fast. After all, this was fusion laws. And according to this speed, he estimated that within a year, he would be able to completely comprehend the first step of the Earth and space fusion laws. If this were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Even the ancestral god school might send an envoy over. Those warriors that walk the beast god path, even if they went to the beast god inheritance grounds to receive it, would require a large amount of time. While Zhou Hao was focused on digesting the comprehension, the entire upper echelon of the human race was in an uproar. Especially when Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo and King of the Black Mist broke through to the night level, all the emperors couldn't sit still anymore. When Zhou Hao began to share, although they were all moving, they were actually moving in confusion. Some of the people who didn't have connections only sent 1 or 2 emails. It was naturally good if they could get a spot, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. They didn't think that just by listening to Zhou Hao share his comprehension, they would have huge improvements. If that was the case, then the human race wouldn't need to train anymore. However, Xinyan, pupillary dystonia and black mist broke through. When such news spread, it was like an earthquake, shaking many emperors to the core. Any emperor who was well informed and had a wide network knew about Xinyan, pupillary dystonia, and black mist. These 3 emperors had been cultivating in Primal Chaos City for billions of years without breaking through. It could be said that their potential was something that even their races didn't have much hope for. Just like Xinyan, he had applied for the Beast God Order many times, but the race didn't respond. However, it was this invincible emperor with no potential that made a breakthrough after just listening to it once. Under such circumstances, who could sit still? Who could sit still? Even a strong-willed expert would inevitably become restless after hearing this. After all, listening for 4 hours was more than billions of years of bitter cultivation. No one would be able to endure this. As for the circle of universe knights, the commotion it caused was even bigger and crazier than the titled Emperor Circle. Far away in the outer space of Blood River World, in the vast starry sky, there was a majestic palace. This was the Heaven Erosion Temple. It was the cultivation palace of Tian Shi Palace Leader, a top-tier universe overlord of the human race. At this moment, in the 9th level of the palace, dressed in a silver robe, with a mark on his forehead, the Heaven Erosion Temple leader listened to his underling's report. Palace leader, it's all crazy outside. That Xing'an, pupillary dystonia and black mist are really lucky. Because of Luo Feng, they didn't have a spot to listen in, but they managed to get an extra spot. The moment they heard it, they broke through tonight. I heard that all the knights listening in have made huge improvements. Palace leader, you've been in Blood River World for so many years and have been stuck at the last step, unable to break through to Universe Master. If you go listen, you may be able to break through and become a great being. The most trusted underling of the Heaven Erosion Temple leader knelt on the ground, his voice resounding. How can it be easy to break through to Universe Master? The Heaven Erosion Temple leader's elegant voice, like a gentle breeze, resounded slowly. His underling couldn't help but say, Palace leader, it's hard to break through from Emperor Invincible tonight. Even if you don't break through once, you can do it twice or thrice. A few years ago, when Luo Feng came out of Blood River World, you even taught him personally. With such a relationship, I think that Luo Feng wouldn't reject. The Heaven Erosion Temple leader shook his head. He was a top-tier universe overlord, asking a universe-level genius for help, that was ridiculous. His underling gritted his teeth. Palace leader, this is a chance to break through to Universe Master. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll go beg Luo Feng and ask him to ask Zhou how to let you go next time. The Heaven Erosion Temple leader continued to shake his head. Don't mention this again. I don't know when the next time Zhou Hao shares his insights will be. His underling sighed. Although the palace leader was gentle, he was too thin-skinned. He knew that some of the weaker universe overlords had gone crazy this time. They went to visit Zhou Hao's knight, Nine Sword, personally, and some even went to find universe masters. However, the Heaven Erosion Temple leader didn't do anything, which made him anxious. But soon, he heard a voice. No rush, I've been guarding Blood River World, and I've worked hard. I believe there'll be a spot next time. If not, I'll go talk to Primal Chaos City leader, Universe Master. I've been stuck at this step for so long that I can't even remember how many years it's been. It's time to move. His underling's face lit up. Not only the Heaven Erosion Temple leader, but the other two top-tier universe overlords of the human race, Star Prison Demon Master and Ancestral Tree Knight, couldn't sit still anymore. As top-tier universe overlords, they were relatively well informed. Naturally, they knew that among the universe knights who were present, there were more than 20 universe knights whose combat powers had broken through to the level of ordinary universe overlords. In the face of such a shocking effect, they could no longer hold themselves back. Thunder Island, Virtual Universe. Halfway up the mountain, Xing'an Knight, who had just become a universe knight, chose a place and built his palace. A large group of universe knights came to visit him in advance. Even the Black Shadow Venerable and Tong Nan Venerable who had broken through came over. Xing'an Knight smiled bitterly. Although the universe knights who came to congratulate him didn't say anything, he knew that they had already given him a lot of face by coming over to congratulate him. With this face, when Zhou Hao shared his insights, they could more or less build a relationship with him. After the universe knights left, Luo Feng entered the palace with wine. He laughed and said, Teacher, what do you think? The scenery on the mountainside isn't bad, right? Xing'an Knight stared at him. You're making fun of me, my disciple. It's all about giving face. There are even a few universe overlords who came to congratulate me. If they mention it, I won't be able to refuse. Luo Feng couldn't help laughing. Teacher, you're worried about happiness. Xing'an Knight said impatiently, drink. In the plain palace, around the huge round table, great beings who were emitting terrifying forces sat there casually. During this period, they had held a lot of meetings with huge acts. Attending such high-level meetings had become a common occurrence. They mainly discussed Zhou Hao's growth plan and Point's mission. At the beginning, they quarreled fiercely. After all, Zhou Hao was too important to the race. Almost half of the universe masters didn't want Zhou Hao to take risks. If there was an accident, the human race would suffer a great loss. In the end, huge acts spoke up and stopped the quarrel. This time, the meeting was held to announce the arrangement of the Point's mission. Primal Chaos City leader glanced around. This chain of Point's mission was made by me, Darkness, Ice Peak, and Long Yan. We fully considered Zhou Hao's personal safety and his strength. We tried to let him hone himself while he was safe. The points mission is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to kill the Undying Emperors, an Undying with a law level of level 11, and kill more than 100 million targets covered by the mission. This first part is basically similar to the missions of the previous members. The key is the second part. After careful investigation by the Virtual Universe system and the cooperation of the Intelligence Department, the Bug Race sent a knight to assassinate Zhou Hao. Currently, he's lurking in Ganwu Universe Kingdom. We don't know his exact location yet, so the second part is to lure this knight out and get rid of this hidden danger in advance. The third part was originally a test of temperament and character. Later, I discussed with Darkness and Huge Axe and decided to cancel this test and change it to a test of law comprehension. I believe you all know that Zhou Hao shared his comprehension last time and explained the fusion law of Earth and space. Primal Chaos City Leader sighed. Actually, Zhou Hao didn't only study Earth and space, but he also studied and comprehended the other 8 fusion laws. His goal is to fuse time and space. The moment he finished speaking, the other universe masters couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Huge Axe, who was sitting in the main seat, said, "Say whatever you want." Deserted Mirror Master took the lead and said, "Primal Chaos City Leader, I don't object to the arrangement of the second part. Although Huge Axe and Darkness are in the Ganwu universe, Zhou Hao's safety isn't a problem. However, in terms of safety, we have to consider everything. Lastly, there's the problem of law comprehension. We all know how difficult it is to fuse time and space. It's harder than becoming a universe master. Zhou Hao is the hope of the human race. We can't let him waste time on this." The other universe masters all nodded. They still hoped that Zhou Hao could grow quickly. After all, based on the situation, they would have to deal with him in the future. When his power increased, it would be easier for them to communicate with him. Obviously, the path of time and space fusion was destined to be long, not to mention the lack of direction. Once there was a slight mistake, it was very likely that he would be stuck at a certain level for the rest of his life. Many geniuses in the human race had such precedents. Chapter 154. The strong would always be strong. This was a principle that every universe master knew. Since Zhou Hao was extremely talented in both time and space origin laws, he should focus on these 2 origin laws. He should first comprehend one of them before moving on to the other. This was the path that most knights in the universe took. This was the fastest and safest way. Even if something went wrong, he could adjust in time. But the path of time and space fusion was completely different. Just like the direction Zhou Hao had taken, he would first comprehend the remaining 8 fused laws before studying the space-time fusion. As long as he got stuck in one area, his comprehension of the overall laws would come to a complete standstill. If it were not Zhou Hao but any other genius, these universe masters would not even bother to mention it. They knew that those who took this path were destined to hit a wall. After wasting some time, they would obediently go back to their original path. Huge Axe looked at Chaos City Leader. "Chaos City Leader, since you know that Zhou Hao beat up time and space fusion, you must have told him about the difficulty in this area." Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. "I gave him 1,000 years. If he can't even grasp the sequence of time and space fusion, he has to give up voluntarily." Hearing this, all the universe masters relaxed. 1,000 years is very fast. With Zhou Hao's talent, even if he wastes 1,000 years, the other geniuses won't be able to catch up. It's a good thing to let him experience some setbacks. If everything goes well, it's inevitable that there will be problems with his state of mind. Chaos City Leader, since you know what you're doing, it's fine. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. "I gave him 1,000 years to let him know how difficult it is. However, judging from Zhou Hao's current situation, he's planning to go down the path of Earth and space fusion first. It's been 15 or 16 years since he left the primal secret region. When he shared with me, he just grasped a bit of the sequence of Earth and space fusion. I believe he'll soon understand how difficult it is to fuse the laws." The other universe masters were all smiling. They had all cultivated step by step since they were weak. Naturally, there were times when they were stubborn and hit a wall. They knew that persuading him at this time would have the opposite effect. It was better to give him trust and let him know how difficult it was. Now, let's discuss in detail the safety of Zhou Hao during the points mission. Time passed quickly. It was the 12th year back on Earth. Zhou Hao once again comprehended the first step of the fusion of the laws of Earth and space. Among the 8 great fusion laws, only wind, time, light and time were left. For wind and time, he had the Wind Shadow Primal Chaos Tablet to comprehend. He also had the images of the beast gods fighting in the Wind Shadow Beast God statues to comprehend. For light and time, he didn't have any Primal Chaos tablets to refer to. His cultivation speed was much slower. Because through the comprehension of the previous fusion laws, strictly speaking, the Primal Chaos tablet was a huge help to him. It was like a solid foundation, and the beast god statue and the images of the beast god fighting was like building a house on the foundation. Without any foundation, if one were to observe the beast god statue, one would only be able to barely imitate its form, but not its spirit. I'll focus on the fusion of wind and time first, and then I'll work on light and time, but before that, I need to rest for half a year. Zhou Hao rubbed his forehead and mumbled to himself. Ever since he had left the primitive secret realm and decided to begin the fusion of time and space, he had not rested for even a moment. Even though his speed of comprehending the laws was extremely fast, the continuous tension of his mind still made him feel exhausted. Such a situation appeared when he was comprehending fire and space. But with the great Tao proverbs, he did not continue to immerse himself in such exhaustion. Phew, when he decided to relax, it was as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. He directly jumped down from the rooftop and came to the willows of West Lake. Looking at the sparkling lake, Zhou Hao's heart slowly calmed down. It was just that he was used to comprehending the laws. Even if he was calm, his mind would automatically think about the laws. But this time, he forced himself not to think about it, but the effect was not good. In the end, he simply took out a bottle of wine and started drinking. The wine was not precious, but once a domain lord drank it, he would quickly become intoxicated. Zhou Hao drank 2 mouthfuls and directly passed out on the shore. Shua Huoi appeared. Smelling the strong alcohol smell in the air, he laughed helplessly. But he did not do anything, and just stood quietly by the side. The rest of the guards also stood by the side to guard. In a villa in Yangzhou City, seeing this scene, Huge Axe in Darkness could not help but laugh. It was quite interesting to see a junior genius get drunk. 10 days later, Zhou Hao woke up, but he was already lying on the sofa in the castle. Beside him, a beautiful woman was holding her chin, thinking about something. Shaking his head, he asked, "Sister, did you bring me to this castle?" Zhou Ying nodded casually. "Your guards don't dare to casually move. But you are also a peak domain lord expert, but you still drank so much." "I just wanted to rest for a while." Zhou Hao stood up and stretched. He felt that the fatigue of his mind had lessened by a lot. This wine is really not bad. He glanced at Zhou Ying and sensed that she seemed to be troubled. "Sister Shen, haven't the two of you started playing Ash Snow World with Mom and the rest recently?" "No, after wandering outside for hundreds of years, playing this kind of virtual game is really boring." "But Sister Shen doesn't seem to plan to go out again." Zhou Ying said helplessly. Zhou Hao heard this. "Sister, you still want to continue wandering?" He understood Zhou Ying's troubles. It was very obvious. His sister liked the life of adventure, but Sister Shen wanted to return to Earth to settle down. Actually, when they were wandering, his clone had sensed it. Zhou Ying smiled. "Experiencing all kinds of things in the universe is really interesting. Earth now has the family guards, so there won't be any danger at all. If you stay for too long, it will inevitably be too comfortable. Then let's go, but the prerequisite is that you have to bring my clone." Zhou Hao said. Zhou Ying nodded. "Okay, but I will try to persuade Sister Shen. When the time comes, let's go out together. As for Mom, you should talk to her." Zhou Hao was helpless. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, his sister Zhou Ying wasn't in a rush to leave Earth. Even though she had made her decision, she still wanted to stay on Earth for a while longer. After all, she didn't know when she would be able to return again. Therefore, Zhou Hao simply accompanied Zhou Yinger to tour the Earth once again, visiting every city as if they were traveling. After they finished, the trace of fatigue in Zhou Hao's mind completely disappeared. At this time, the Virtual Universe Company's chain mission had arrived. Chapter 155. Yushang Mountain Primal Region. Within the vast villa, there was a 3-story house. Study. Zhou Hao received the mail notification and mentally connected to the virtual universe. After staying on Earth for over 10 years, the missions were given out. This was much faster than he expected. The Domain Lord missions varied in speed, but most of them took an average of 50 years and above. Compared to the universe levels, they could take the initiative to do the missions and earn points. Domain Lords had it harder. They could only wait patiently for the virtual universe company to give them missions. And the points were incredibly precious. The stronger one was, the more points they needed. Secret techniques like spacetime scribbles, spacetime true explanation, black hole evolution that had huge auxiliary effects to cultivation required astronomical amounts of points. Not to mention secret techniques like Nan Shen 7 forms that involved fusing laws and unleashing combat power, which required even more points. Zhou Hao had passed the universe level Sky Mountain and obtained 100 million points. And if he passed the Domain Lord level Sky Mountain, he would obtain another 3 billion points. However, these points would only be given out when he became a Sector Lord. Hence, in truth, he didn't have many points now. However, as he had been studying the 8 great fusion laws, the time-space explanation was something that helped with time-space comprehension. As for the other treasures and resources to nurture the cloud contact vine, he didn't lack them. Hence currently, he didn't spend much points. Shua. He opened the mail. A large amount of content was refreshed. Glancing at it, Zhou Hao revealed a look of shock. This mission was actually the highest point mission. The entire mission was split into 3 segments. First segment, max 1 million points, according to the degree of completion, if 70%, 700,000 points. Second segment, max 2 million points. Third segment, max 4 million points. Additional reward, completing all 3 segments, with completion over 70%, an extra 5 million points would be awarded. Overall, the highest point mission this time was 12 million points. This point reward was definitely a big deal. The other Primal Region members' highest point missions were normally around 2 million points, yet he had gotten 6 times that. It should be the virtual universe company taking care of me. After all, the last time I shared my thoughts, even an Emperor-level Undying was greatly affected, Zhou Hao understood. Before the race's geniuses grew up, the race would spend resources to nurture them. But now, he had begun to feed back to his race. The contribution of Xinyan of Silla and the others to breaking through to become Universe Knights was not small. As such, he was not surprised to see the generous reward for the mission with the highest points. He continued to look down. In the attachment, the first part of the mission was the trial. Details. There is an ancient emperor in the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. While enjoying resources, he didn't think about improving himself. Instead, he used his power and authority to take advantage of the laws of the Universe Kingdom. He wantonly seized large amounts of resources and established the Wind Wolf organization. He secretly sold some important resources and seriously damaged the interests of the Universe Kingdom. This ancient emperor is called Zhenjian Emperor. He was one of the earliest emperors to follow the Ganwu Universe Kingdom leader, Zhou Hao. What you need to do is to quickly get rid of this emperor's Wind Wolf upper echelon, through collecting evidence of him violating the interests of the universe country, then conduct a fair trial. The trial punishments were 1. Death penalty, 2. 100 years in prison, 3. 10,000 years in prison, and 4. 1,000,000 years in prison. You have the power to decide everything for all the members of the trial, including the Zhenjian king. No one is allowed to interfere. During the entire mission, you have to maintain synchronized transmission within the virtual network. Everything you do must be synchronized. If the completion of the first part reaches 80%, you can proceed to the second part. If it's lower than 80%, the mission will end prematurely. Zhou Hao saw this and smiled. Actually, he already understood the purpose of the first part of the mission. It was to see if he would be unfair in the face of power and authority. And the other parts of the mission were basically arranged according to the highest points mission. All the trials and arrests had to be done by himself, the guards were not allowed to interfere. However, other than this attachment, there was another one. He opened it and his eyes were filled with surprise. Contents. After careful consideration by the Virtual Universe Company, due to your special situation, Zhou Hao, we will send an extra guard team to ensure your safety. Hence, please wait for the team to arrive before proceeding with the highest points mission. Virtual Universe. Halfway up Thunder Island. 9 Swords Venerable's Palace, hallway. A few Universe Knights were chatting. 9 Swords, This time, the race plans to send a guard team to ensure Zhou Hao's safety while he's doing the highest points mission. You are Zhou Hao's direct subordinate knight, so the race has given you the right to make suggestions. We have a good relationship, so this time, you have to consider me. A universe knight who was so cold that even space itself seemed to freeze said softly. And just as he finished speaking, another knight who was as hot as a volcano immediately said, "That's right, 9 swords. Back then, we were considered to have gone through the universe secret region together. This time, there are a total of 8 spots for the guard team. You have to at least help us fight for a spot." 9 Swords Venerable looked at his 2 friends who were ice and fire knights and felt helpless. This time, other than the 2 of you, there are already more than 100 universe knights who have approached me. There are only 8 spots, and the race has already decided on half of them. Although the other half has given me the right to make suggestions, I have to take responsibility for this matter. You 2 are still too weak. It's not that I don't want to give them to you on purpose. You just don't know that in order to fight for these 8 spots, more than 30 universe overlords have applied. The 2 knights who were cold and hot were dumbfounded. 9 swords, this is too exaggerated. They had thought that they were proactive enough to visit 9 swords in person and put aside their pride to ask for 9 swords' help. But in the end, even a universe overlord had come personally. That was a universe overlord. Even an ordinary universe overlord had the power to crush them. 9 Swords Venerable smiled bitterly. This is not exaggerated at all. The Battle Axe Coliseum, Universe Star River Bank, Universe First Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance have all been fighting for these 8 spots. If not for the fact that Zhou Hao is on the Virtual Universe Company's side, it would be good enough if we could get 2 out of the 8 spots. That's why, even though I have the right to make suggestions, I really don't dare to make any careless suggestions. Quote. The 2 universe knights immediately understood and laughed. 9 swords, it seems like you're in for a headache. With more than 30 universe overlords, no matter who you suggest, it'll be a thankless task. It's good that you understand. Right now, I am indeed in for a headache. Not only 9 Swords Venerable, but other knights who usually did not show their faces for millions of years or even tens of thousands of eras had also come out of their palaces. As a result, Thunder Island on Yushang Mountain was almost like a wet market. Every day, a large number of universe knights would frequently drop by. As for the universe overlords, although they were relatively more concerned about their reputation, when it came to the last day of confirming the spots, none of them could sit still. Actually, they all knew that protecting Zhou Hao was one of the reasons. The other reason was to let the guard team build a relationship with Zhou Hao. If they could build a relationship with him, naturally, they would be able to get a spot to listen in when Zhou Hao shared his insights. If they could not build a connection, then they had no one to blame. It was such an obvious opportunity. If they did not seize it, then they could only blame the higher-ups of the race. Many ordinary universe knights were extremely speechless when they found out that there were so many universe overlords fighting for the spots this time. They could not help but sigh. They were not given a chance at all. If even a guard team was so competitive, it would be even more difficult to get a spot to listen in the future. The Virtual Universe Company was very efficient this time. Zhou Hao originally thought that he would have to wait for another 1 or 2 years. Who knew that half a month after the highest point mission was sent out? The guard team collectively used God Country transportation and arrived at Jade Dome planet of Ganwu Universe Kingdom. This was because the main location of this mission was Jade Dome planet, where the 9 core planets were located. A few months passed. Zhou Hao took a universe ship and arrived at Jade Dome planet again. However, when he saw the guard team, he was obviously shocked. This was because there was only one person in the guard team. Your Highness Zhou Hao, I am Li Yanhu, who is in charge of the guard team this time. Due to the special circumstances, the guard team will temporarily not appear in the real world. You can enter the virtual universe. The guard team members are already waiting for you at your manor. Chapter 156, Primal Region Manor. The 8 special guard squads, each emitting a tyrannical aura, were chatting with each other. The other guards in the manor didn't even dare to get close. Prince of 7 Colors held his breath, as any one of the 8 guards was stronger than a universe knight. Your Majesty. After Zhou Hao appeared, the guards hurriedly saluted respectfully. He nodded lightly. When he saw the 8 special guards, his face revealed a look of surprise. My God, this guard's strength was simply too strong. But their auras were way beyond that of Universe Knights. Although he had guessed that the Virtual Universe Company would send a strong team, he hadn't expected it to be a team of Universe Knights. Such a team could definitely go to the original star. When the 8 Universe Overlords saw Zhou Hao, who was a domain lord, they didn't put on any airs. After all, they knew what this genius represented, and this time, they were fighting for a slot in order to establish a relationship with such a dazzling genius as Zhou Hao. They tried their best to smile and introduce themselves gently. I'm Heavy Wood Knight, I'm Gold Axe Knight, I'm Cold Fire Knight. Quote. The team members smiled and introduced themselves. Among them, there were those who had listened to Zhou Hao's comprehension, such as Primal Chaos City Leader's disciples, Golden Axe Knight and Light Knight, who had attained the power of Universe Overlords through listening to Zhou Hao's comprehension. Besides, they were more prominent in the virtual universe, which was why they had successfully applied to join this special protection team. Zhou Hao hurried to greet the Universe Knights one by one. He made a mental note of them. To be able to apply to be the protector of a domain lord like him, this was undoubtedly a huge favor. Even though they also came with a goal in mind, friendship was friendship. In fact, many Universe Knights and Overlords knew this, which was why the competition was so intense. The relationship between Venerable Gold Axe and Zhou Hao was naturally closer. Little junior brother, our mission this time is to protect you from any accidents when you carry out the mission with the highest points. However, we will not help you complete the mission. Everything will depend on you. Zhou Hao nodded. Senior apprentice brother Golden Axe, I understand. Big Axe Knight said with a smile, it's good that junior brother understands. We'll stay in a world ring for the time being. You can carry this world ring with you. Don't worry, as long as there's any energy fluctuation outside that exceeds what you can bear, we'll instantly tear the small world space apart. When Zhou Hao started to do the mission with the highest points. Tens of thousands of light years away from Jade Dome, in the underground base of Varro Planet. The uniformed three-eyed bald man said solemnly, Target number 1 has already returned to planet Jade Dome. According to the gathered information, he should be doing a point mission, and the point mission is directly given by the Virtual Universe Company. We have no way of obtaining any information, hence from now on you have to focus all your attention on the target, report his every move. Yes, sir, all the spies replied in unison. The three-eyed bald man continued, we can't easily make a move on Earth, however during the point mission, that human genius will have to take the initiative to attack, even fighting with some undyings, this is the best chance to assassinate him. The upper echelons have given us such a huge mission, we have to make sure we succeed without any mistakes. Yes, after giving the orders, the three-eyed bald man used a special communication method to send the news to a Universe Knight hiding in the depths of a desolate planet in Ganwu Universe Kingdom. The organization has already made preparations, Lord please head to Dream Underworld Empire immediately and wait for your chance. After the Universe Knight received the news, he immediately headed to Dream Underworld Empire, and the founding emperor of Dream Underworld Empire, Yao Hai, was an official level undying enslaved by the Bug Clan. For the sake of their plan, the Bug Clan purposely leaked the news and lured the Virtual Universe Company to send a human genius over. They could take him. To achieve their goal, the Bug Clan easily gave up on an enslaved undying. Dream Underworld Emperor Yao Hai didn't know about all this, as he was still happily accepting the Bug Clan's resources and swiftly increasing his power. Regarding this, Zhou Hao naturally didn't know. After meeting up with the special team, he headed towards Zhenjian Starfield, which was closer to Jade Dome Planet. And the judge of this trial, Zhenjian official, lived in this starfield. Within the ship's hall, Zhou Hao browsed through the information provided by the Virtual Universe Company regarding the Zhenjian official family. Within it was information on the Wind Wolf organization. The Zhenjian official family has billions of direct descendants spread throughout the entire Zhenjian starfield, and the number of side descendants is even more numerous. Of which, the grandson of Zhenjian official, Jian Yu official, is the core leader of the entire Wind Wolf organization. Finished browsing, Zhou Hao sat on the sofa and pondered. Actually, the first point mission wasn't difficult, especially regarding the collection of evidence. The Virtual Universe Company had already prepared for it, and there was no need for a Domain Lord level member to spend so much time on it. Hence, the entire mission was mainly about capturing and judging people. After all, Zhenjian official was one of the more famous ancient officials of the 300 in Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Last time, during Zhou Hao's welcoming banquet, the latter even personally went to his villa and sent his geniuses to build a relationship with Zhou Hao. And the Ganwu Universe country leader was also close to Zhen Jian. This was the most difficult part of the mission. Of course, if it were any other geniuses, they would definitely have a headache when faced with such a mission. However, Zhou Hao didn't have any problems at all. According to the intel, even though this Zhen Jian emperor didn't directly participate in the clan's invasion of the universe country's benefits, however he allowed his grandson and his family to do as they pleased, his crime wasn't small. If Zhen Jian official really didn't know about it, then it would be fine, but she was very clear about the situation of the entire family. Under such circumstances, she still allowed them to do as they pleased, which was not worthy of forgiveness. Rumble. The universe ship directly entered the core of the Zhen Jian starfield, the Zhen Jian planet. Countless citizens looked up at the universe ship that suddenly appeared in the sky above the planet's tallest building and were shocked. This was the Zhen Jian planet, and all outside ships couldn't get close to the planet. They had to stop at the port in space. And Jian Yu official's grandson, who was waiting in the building, frowned at the universe ship outside and shouted, "Who is trespassing on my Zhen Jian planet?" Shua Shua. Zhou Hao and the Undying Guard leader Huoi along with the other Sector Lord guards all appeared. This great-grandson of Marquis Jian Yu was only Sector Lord level. Previously at the welcoming banquet, he even specially spoke a few words to Zhou Hao. However, this great-grandson was the true upper echelon of the Wind Wolf organization. Many of the organization's matters were decided by him, and he didn't even need to report to Marquis Jian Yu. All he needed to do was provide resources to Marquis Jian Yu every year. "So it's your Majesty Zhou Hao, sorry for not going out to welcome you." Seeing Zhou Hao, this great-grandson's face immediately revealed a warm smile, after which he flashed out of the building and bowed respectfully. The rest of the workers all flashed out. Zhou Hao looked at the great-grandson of Marquis Jian Yu, who had fiery red lines on his face, and said lightly, "You should know that the Wind Wolf organization sells prohibited items, right?" Rumble. Hearing those words, large amounts of sweat dripped from this great-grandson's forehead. I. Before he even finished, Zhou Hao's cold voice resounded, "You use the Wind Wolf organization to sell slaves, wantonly killing and eliminating the enemy powers. However, you actually gave illegal bug beasts to the other races, and even leaked information about the universe country. Your other crimes are even worse. I sentence you to death." After he finished, he immediately raised his hand and punched out. His fist brought with it a sharp space law. It was shockingly fast and enveloped this great-grandson, instantly destroying his internal world's life core. The latter was only a Sector Lord pinnacle. With Zhou Hao's current strength, he could easily kill him with one punch. It didn't take much effort at all. After all, he had studied the 8 fusion laws and had comprehended 6 of them. His understanding of the origin laws was very deep. Many knights couldn't even compare to him in terms of basic law understanding. And as long as he was willing, he could easily pass through the domain Lord Primal Sky Mountain. After killing this great-grandson, Zhou Hao didn't stop to rest. Following the information, he consecutively sentenced the 12 upper echelons of the Wind Wolf organization. He sentenced them all to death. None of the upper echelons were innocent. After killing them all, Zhou Hao then arrived at Zhen Jian's mansion. And the core leader of the Wind Wolf organization, Jian Yu Marquis, was currently waiting within, extremely nervous. "Head ancestor, he is coming." Jian Yu was filled with fear. He was extremely clear on what the Wind Wolf organization he created had done. Zhen Jian's energy was sharp, almost like an unsheathed blade. She stared at him and said coldly, "I'm not dead yet. What are you afraid of? He's a domain lord genius. Do you think he dares to sentence you to death?" Hearing Zhen Jian's words, Jian Yu calmed down a little. "Relax, I've already sent a mail to the emperor. Right now, it's just a small problem with the Wind Wolf you created. It's all my fault for spoiling you too much. This time, you have to reflect on yourself and stay in your mansion." Marquis Jian Yu said immediately, "I will definitely stay in the manor to cultivate." As the two spoke, Zhou Hao brought a large group of guards and headed straight for Zhen Jian's mansion. Many members of the Zhenjianwang family looked at Zhou Hao with astonishment. They had never seen such a group of guards barging in like this. After all, this was Zhen Jian's mansion. Usually, even other emperors had to report before coming in. And the leader was only a domain lord. Just where did he come from? Haha, it's rare for your majesty to come to my mansion. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Chapter 157. The laughter reverberated from the depths of the mansion, exploding in the air. Many of the Zhenjian clansmen looked towards Zhou Hao, their eyes filled with shock and joy. It's actually the supervisor envoy. The supervisor envoy from the Ganwu department has come to our Zhenjian star field. I heard that only the most dazzling genius of the virtual universe company can take up the position. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Many of the Zhenjian clan members were stirred. They rushed over from all over the mansion, wanting to pay their respects to the supervisor envoy. After all, the supervisor envoy was the fourth tycoon of the Ganwu department, such a big figure, these clansmen usually didn't get to see him. Shua, Zhenjian brought Marquis Jian Yu and a group of direct descendants to the entrance of the hallway to welcome Zhou Hao. Your Majesty Supervisor Envoy, if you wanted to come to our Zhenjian mansion, you only needed to give the order. It's an honor for you to come personally. Zhenjian had a head full of white hair. Every strand of hair had a thread of sharp sword intent, causing one to be stunned just by looking at him. Even though the emperor level of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom couldn't compare to the emperors or officials of the five tycoons, this Zhenjian emperor had followed the Ganwu Universe country leader for a long time, hence his strength was still there. However, ever since he became an emperor and trained in his family's star field, this Zhenjian emperor rarely showed himself. Only at the banquets of the upper echelon of the Ganwu country could this white-haired lady be seen. Zhou Hao looked at Zhenjian emperor. The reason why her family was able to occupy a few star fields worth of resources was all because of this person. It was a pity. Too much pampering and spoiling was often the start of a family's downfall. Zhenjian emperor, I believe you should know why I'm here. I don't like to beat around the bush. Your lowly matters have already gone against the interests of the universe country. I'm here to judge you. Zhou Hao went straight to the point. Marquis Jian Yu, who was standing behind Zhenjian emperor, shuddered. He had already received news that the core upper echelons of the Wind Wolf organization he had created, as well as his direct descendants, had all been executed by this domain lord-level supervisory envoy. At the thought of the consequences, Marquis Jian Yu hurriedly looked at the clan ancestor. She said softly, Supervisor envoy, back then at the welcome banquet, I was there personally. On account of that, can you make an exception? My grandson did make a small mistake, however, to the level of violating the benefits of the universe country, that's a little too much. Don't worry, before you came, I've already severely punished him, and punished him to not leave his residence for a few 100,000 years. At this point, she stared at Zhou Hao. What do you think? Zhenjian King believed that he had given Zhou Hao enough face. Even if the three tycoons of the Ganwu department supported Zhou Hao, he was still only a domain lord genius. So what if he was in the primal region? The number of dazzling geniuses of the virtual universe company that could break through to the undying level was extremely small. Too many geniuses had fallen on the path of the immortal realm. Not to mention the huge threshold of the undying level, just the assassination of the other races was a huge threshold. And she, Zhenjian, was an emperor of the Ganwu country, and she followed the country leader. Her position and strength were not normal. To be able to do such a thing, she felt that this Zhou Hao definitely knew how to appreciate her kindness. Zhou Hao laughed. He ignored Zhenjian emperor and looked coldly at Marquis Jian Yu. Marquis Jian Yu, the Wind Wolf organization you created, you once sold 319 forbidden items. Every one of them caused the 7th and 9th Army to lose tens of thousands of universe levels and over 1,000 domain lord level soldiers. The Virtual Universe Company had long investigated the Wind Wolf organization and Marquis Jian Yu thoroughly, not leaving out any information. And according to the evidence, even if Marquis Jian Yu died over 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. Marquis Jian Yu, do you know your crimes? Zhenjian saw that Zhou Hao was going his own way and her expression went cold. The surrounding 10,000 meters of blade energy surged, her hair fluttered as she stared at Zhou Hao. Supervisor Envoy, I've said before, these are just small problems that can't be brought to light. I can fork out 1 million mixed elements to cover all the losses caused by my grandson's sale of the forbidden items, as well as the other crimes. Zhou Hao didn't even look at Zhenjian Emperor and continued, Marquis Jian Yu, it's fine if you don't make a sound. I'm sure you know your crimes well, hence I sentence you to death. The undying guard Huoi beside him made his move. This mission, he only needed to personally deal with the core members of the Wind Wolf organization, the founder and Zhenjian Emperor, he only needed to give the verdict. Rumble. After the last time at the villa, Huil's law comprehension had already reached the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he had completely become an official level being. Hence, killing Marquis Jian who hadn't reached the undying body level was extremely easy. Zhen Jian didn't move, she just watched as her favorite Marquis Jian died before her eyes. A family needed countless resources to nurture an undying, much less an official level undying. Even though the official level title was just Marquis Jian trying to make himself look good, he was still the heir of the entire Zhen Jian family. And now that bloodline had been cut off. The only thing was that she didn't dare move. Not to mention the fact that the Undying Guard leader's strength wasn't any weaker than hers, just his identity as the supervisor envoy was enough for her to not move. The moment she moved, she might be able to kill Zhou Hao, but her entire family would be buried along with him, including her. Send the guest out, she said coldly. Zhou Hao however looked indifferently at her. The trial isn't over. Zhenjian King laughed. What? Are you going to judge me? Zhen Jian, you've been training in the family all these years, allowing your grandson Marquis Jian to do whatever he wants. You've even used your power to destroy 2 domain lord armies. You've also leaked some important information about the Ganwu Universe Kingdom and the Virtual Universe Company to your grandson, causing the other races to know about it and causing huge losses to the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Do you admit to this crime? Zhou Hao's voice resounded. He didn't purposely suppress it, hence the countless Zhen Jian family members all heard it. They were all shocked. In fact, when Huo Yi killed Marquis Jianyu with lightning speed, it was already hard for them to believe. This was Marquis Jianyu, a tyrannical existence in the entire family except for the patriarch. Even some of the geniuses in the family had to look up to him and flatter him. However, now he was dead. He was sentenced to death by the supervisor envoy. Zhen Jian's eyes shrunk. She had indeed leaked a lot of information to her grandson. Some of it was unintentional while some of it was purposely leaked. The main reason was to help her grandson develop his power and gather resources to improve himself. However, she didn't expect her grandson to leak information to the other races. This was a huge crime. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company would arrange for Zhou Hao to come. I don't admit to it. Zhen Jian said coldly. She couldn't admit to this crime. Not to mention whether she knew or not, just this crime alone couldn't be borne by her. The entire Zhen Jian family couldn't either. Zhou Hao shook his head. Zhen Jian, you should be clear that whether you admit to it or not, I can still judge you. There's no point in holding on. You're one of the 300 emperors of the Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Don't tell me you can't even bear this bit of responsibility. Zhen Jian said coldly. I don't admit to it. Even if you want to judge me, you'll have to get permission from the Ganwu Universe country leader. I, Zhen Jian, have followed him to expand his territory and killed countless other races. Why would I leak information to the other races? Actually, getting Zhen Jian to admit to it was also a part of the points. However, he couldn't be bothered to continue with the nonsense. He said directly, Zhen Jian, I sentence you to 1,000,000 years in jail. 1,000,000 years in jail was a very severe punishment. After all, one couldn't enter the virtual universe while in jail. One could only stay in one place, and even an emperor would go crazy if he stayed there for too long. Zhen Jian didn't make a sound. However, she was anxiously waiting for the Ganwu Universe country leader's reply. She knew that once she was sentenced to prison, the entire Zhenjian family would be humiliated, and all kinds of connections would be completely severed. Only when she was released from prison would she be able to slowly recover. This was a very heavy blow to a developing family. Rumble. At this time, the undying general of the Third Army arrived with his guards. Zhen Jian saw the Third Army leader and her eyes gleamed with joy. She had worked with him for a period of time before, and they had a good relationship. The Third Army leader's arrival must have been arranged by the Ganwu Universe country leader. Zhen Jian, I've been ordered by the Ganwu Universe country leader to escort you to the 9th starfield. The Third Army leader said coldly. Zhen Jian, you refused to admit to your crimes and looked down on the supervisor envoy. The Ganwu Universe country leader punishes you to stay in the 9th starfield jail for 1,000 eras. The entire family will be sent to the logistics department of the Outer Region Wars. After he said that, Zhen Jian's mind went blank. Chapter 158. In an unknown universe secret region. Several figures exuding terrifying auras were gathered in a palace. Ganwu, you've done well this time. Although that Zhenjian has followed you since the beginning, her strength hasn't even reached the threshold of being bestowed the title of king. Only you gave her the title of king on account of your relationship, allowing her family to enjoy many resources. Humph, she even dared to look down on Zhou Hao. Punishing her 1,000 eras would be considered a light punishment. You are, after all, the universe country leader of Zhou Hao's hometown. I believe he can feel your sincerity. They were none other than 9 Blades, the three-eyed elder Candely Body, Ganwu country master, and another universe knight who was guarding the primal chaos tablet study room. The 4 of them had come to a newly discovered universe secret region. Ganwu country master looked at 9 Swords and said enviously, I'm only the universe country leader of Zhou Hao's hometown. Even though I'm taking care of Earth, it's only a slight relationship. You're different, you're Zhou Hao's direct knight. If other knights want to build a relationship with Zhou Hao, they can't avoid you. The other knight nodded. That's right, 9 Swords, you're really lucky. You're just casually in charge of a genius battle, and Zhou Hao appeared. And he can even affect our law comprehension. Don't flatter me. 9-Blade Knight shook his head. Although I am a direct knight, the last time I sat in, I have already used up some of my connections. It will be difficult for me to sit in again. Sigh, speaking of which, it is because I have not accumulated enough. If I had accumulated enough, I might have been able to become a universe overlord. Ganwu country master sighed. Accumulation is indeed very important. Even though we knights knew this before, due to our long lifespans and the fact that it's getting harder to study the laws, our progress is slow. We've been practicing step by step, and we don't have the drive we had before becoming knights. Now, it's different. We have to work hard. Otherwise, even if we get the spot, we might not be able to improve much. The three-eyed old man Kandri and the other venerable nodded in agreement. For example, Kandri had been in charge of the primordial cosmic chaos tablet for countless years, and his strength had long reached a bottleneck. His original goal was to continue accumulating strength step by step, occasionally going to the universe secret realms to seek opportunities through killing to break through his current bottleneck. This path was stable, but it was incomparably slow. He had even been prepared to not be able to break through. However, now that Zhou Hao was here, everything had changed. I can't believe that the little guy who just entered the primal universe has grown to the point where we need to suck up to him. Speaking of which, when Zhou Hao left the primal secret area and entered the primal universe again, I didn't treat him well in the chaos tablet chamber. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. If I had known, Kandri sighed. It was a spot to listen in. Even an existence like him who was in charge of the primordial chaos tablet couldn't help but lose his composure. The 9 Swords Venerable looked at Kandri. Don't worry, the race will definitely take care of you. However, you have to be more careful in the future. When Zhou Hao returns to the primal universe in the future, he can try to comprehend the primordial chaos tablet. Even if you don't like it, you can say it out loud. There's no need to give him any face. Kandri said helplessly, I'm still worried about it. I'm worried about it too. I have a feeling that if I listen in one more time, just one more time, I should be able to reach the level of a universe overlord. At this point, the 9 Swords Venerable couldn't help but sigh. And if I can reach the level of a universe overlord this time, I might be able to reach the level of a top-tier universe overlord in the future, or even the level of a great being. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Now, all I need to do is listen in and accumulate, and there's a high chance of me breaking through. Ganwu country leader stared. 9 Swords, you're saying that Zhou Hao can still affect the level of a great being. This is too unbelievable. The 9 Swords Venerable glanced at Ganwu country leader. The 22 universe knights who listened in the last time all became universe overlords. Who would have thought that this would happen? And don't forget, this time, the ones who spread the news and arranged for universe knights to listen in are all great beings. If they weren't sure of the results, why would they arrange for universe knights to listen in? Moreover, Golden Axe Knight, who just broke through to become a universe overlord, immediately applied for it the moment he heard that his race was forming a special team to protect Zhou Hao. Golden Axe Knight is already a universe overlord. If he wants to take another step forward at this level, which one of them wouldn't need countless years of accumulation? Yet he's so eager. Quote. The moment he said this, the auras in the palace became chaotic. The 9 Swords Venerable suddenly lowered his voice. Besides, among the universe overlords who applied for it, 3 top-tier universe overlords from our human race applied. I'm guessing that the reason why our race didn't approve it was mainly because they were worried that their powers would be too strong. If they were to make a move, it would shake up the other races. Ganwu country leader, Kandri, and the other universe knight were all dumbfounded. But they came back to their senses. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. That was, how could they establish a better relationship with Zhou Hao? After all, this was the easiest path to the heavens. In the vast starry sky, a universe ship was traveling at high speed. Within the ship's hull, Zhou Hao leaned on the sofa, holding a crystal-clear wine glass in his hand, slowly swirling it. Your Majesty, that Zhenjian Emperor didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. Please don't take it to heart. She's already gotten the punishment she deserved. Huoi said softly beside him. Zhou Hao smiled. I didn't take it to heart. Now that the first round of the mission is over, I'm thinking about the next round. Huil's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, what's the completion rate of the first round? 85%, Zhou Hao said, his expression a little strange. He felt the completion rate was too high. After all, he didn't even wait for Marquis Jianyu and Marquis Zhenjian to admit their guilt and directly started the trial. And this first point mission was too simple. Even the core leader of the Wind Wolf organization was at most a normal undying. It was practically giving out points. And now the completion rate was so high. How could Zhou Hao not know that this time, the person with the highest point mission evaluation was not really fair, but it didn't matter. For this kind of point mission, even if he failed, it didn't matter. A few million points were too little for his needs. However, the second round was much more important. The content of this mission was to find the spy hidden within Ganwu Universe Kingdom. Dream Underworld Empire's Yao Hai family ancestor, and his disciple Jeffries. These two were both undyings and had been soul enslaved by the Bug Clan warriors, becoming their claws. Their family had over 100 million elites under their control, of which there were close to 40 sector lords, 800 domain lords and close to 100,000 universe levels. Other than the official level Yao Hai, the others including the high-class undying General Jeffries needed Zhou Hao to personally kill them. Simply put, the second part of the mission was to sharpen Zhou Hao. However, this mission allowed him to use some resources. Like the 9 armies of Ganwu Universe Kingdom, he could use any one of them. Other than that, the special team would also act when needed. Hence Zhou Hao's true opponent was the high-class undying General Jeffries. Making him, a pinnacle domain lord, kill a high-class undying, this was indeed something only the Virtual Universe Company would do. Firstly, Jeffries' law comprehension was only at the Shi level of the Bridge of Heaven. To be able to reach the high-class undying level, he relied on some powerful techniques from the Bug Clan. Hence, in terms of law comprehension, the Virtual Universe Company believed that Zhou Hao had long suppressed this Bug Clan enslaved general. The only difference between the two was their genetic energy. And considering this point, the Virtual Universe Company allowed Zhou Hao to let the special team act and suppress this undying general, making him only able to use 1% of his undying energy. Dream Underworld Empire, Emperor Star, the outsider lord, who had been lying in ambush with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light was reflected in his pupils. He had received a message from the hidden organization. The human genius was about to reach Dream Underworld Empire. This meant that he was about to act. As a universe knight from a subordinate race of the Bug Clan, he was clear that no matter if the assassination was successful or not, he wouldn't be able to return. However, the Bug Clan had already promised that the great universe master would quickly revive him. And if he could successfully complete the mission, the Bug Clan would give him a true treasure. To kill a human genius for a true treasure, it was worth it. Human genius, you should be proud that you can make a venerable like me die with you. The venerable from another race was waiting for Zhou Hao's arrival. Chapter 159. Virtual Universe. Within the villa in the Primal region, Gold Axe Knight, Chen Mu Knight and the other universe overlords were chatting. They knew the layout of their race, and the other races only had one universe knight. Even if they used God Country transportation to send a few more universe knights, they could easily deal with them. That Jeffries has the power of an upper-class undying general, Gold Axe Knight said casually. Do you think Zhou Hao can't kill him? If we don't restrict his undying energy, it'll be difficult for Zhou Hao to fight as a pinnacle domain lord, said Gold Axe Knight. The suppression of undying energy is very strong, and the moment it burns, it'll make Jeffries more powerful. Combined with the law domain, it'll be easy to restrain Zhou Hao. Right, Zhou Hao's advantage is that his law comprehension far surpasses this Undying, however the difference in strength between the two is huge. However, if he restricts his Undying energy, Jeffrey's overall strength would drop by at least half. His only advantage would be the law domain suppression. Chen Mu, Huo Lin and the other universe overlords laughed. They were shocked that the virtual universe company used an upper-class Undying to train Zhou Hao. If a sector lord reached the 14th level of the Heavenly Bridge, killing an Undying wouldn't be difficult. However, it was more difficult for a domain lord. The difference in body strength was too great. Shua. Zhou Hao appeared. He respectfully walked to the 8 universe overlords and greeted them one by one, then went to the villa to wait. After a short while, a member of the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department came personally. Your Majesty, Dream Underworld Empire Yao Hai and his disciple Jeffries are currently on the Imperial Capital Star. The 5th Army leader and a few emperors are already on standby a few light years away. They'll meet you at any time. They'll be in charge of clearing out the other members in Yao Hai. The remaining disciples and the few sector lords will need you to deal with them personally. The member of the intelligence department said respectfully. Normally, it was already not bad to be able to mobilize the 9th Army and some subservient races. However, after news of Zhou Hao's mission spread, many knights sent their pinnacle emperors to request to head over to the Ganwu Universe country to assist. As for the army leaders, the competition was even more intense. Originally, this mission was supposed to be assisted by the 3rd Army Commander, but since the 3rd Army Commander was escorting the Zhenjian King, the mission fell to the 5th Army Commander. Zhou Hao nodded. Then, his consciousness broke the connection. Several days later, in the vast space a few light years away from the Empire of Dream Underworld, a huge universe battleship floated in the air. Everyone in the 5th Legion was on standby. The 3 pinnacle emperors looked at the ship that suddenly appeared, their eyes gleaming as they swiftly rushed forward. The 5th Army's commander hurriedly followed behind. Zhou Hao smiled at the 3 pinnacle emperors. In truth, only one emperor was needed to kill Yao Hai. But this time, there were 3 of them. It was more or less making a big fuss out of nothing. However, he also understood the meaning behind it. I'll have to trouble the 3 of you for this mission, he said respectfully. Your Highness Zhou Hao is too polite. This is our responsibility. It is our honor to be able to help His Highness Zhou Hao. The 3 pinnacle emperors were extremely passionate. Following closely behind, the 5th Army Commander had received a mail from the Ganwu Universe country leader, telling him to take this mission seriously and pay attention to his attitude. However, seeing the scene before him, he was still shocked. One had to know that standing before him were 3 pinnacle emperors, and they weren't even officials from the universe countries, but true emperors from the 5 tycoons. With such power, coming to assist a primal region domain lord member on a mission was already ridiculous enough, who knew their attitude would be even more ridiculous. They were practically trying to suck up to him. However, Zhou Hao didn't have much of a reaction to this. It wasn't that he was used to it, but after seeing the attitude of the 8 universe overlords, he didn't feel any discomfort from the 3 pinnacle emperors. What's more, this was all a favor. 5th Army Commander, I'll have to trouble your soldiers to clean up the large number of elite members this time, don't let a single one escape. Zhou Hao looked at the 5th Army Commander. The 5th Army Commander immediately said, Your Highness Zhou Hao, don't worry, we will do our best to complete the mission. Zhou Hao nodded and smiled as he ordered, let's go. Rumble. The huge space battleship carried large numbers of sector lords, domain lords and universe-level soldiers, along with Zhou Hao's ship etc., heading towards Dream Underworld Empire. Emperor Planet. Yao Hai and Jeffries, who were holding a banquet, still didn't know that they had been betrayed by the Bug Clan. To guide the Virtual Universe Company's mission, the Bug Clan didn't hesitate to expose these 2 enslaved Undyings. In the beautiful outer space of the planet, ripples rippled outwards. Very quickly, Zhou Hao's silver-white automaton ship was the first to appear, followed by the 3 pinnacle emperors' ships, followed by the huge space battleship. Looking at the mist before him, the entire light green atmosphere, he turned around and said, Lords, I'll leave Yao Hai to you. As for the normal citizens on the planet, it's best if you can avoid getting involved. The 3 pinnacle emperors all smiled. Your Highness Zhou Hao, don't worry, we'll make sure Yao Hai dies instantly. Yao Hai was only an official level Undying. With their strength, any 1 or 2 attacks would be enough to destroy Yao Hai. Zhou Hao looked at the Fifth Army commander. The Fifth Army commander immediately said, "Your Highness, I'll immediately send my army to lock down the entire planet." Zhou Hao nodded. "Let's move now." Su su su. The three pinnacle emperors became silhouettes and swiftly entered Dream Underworld Empire's skyscraper. Empire skyscraper. Dream Underworld Empire founder Yao Hai, even though he was smiling, within he was suspicious. The spy organization had sent news that he was to hold a banquet in the next 2 days, and there would be a huge figure arriving. However, the 2 days of banquets were about to end and the huge figure still hadn't arrived. Not far from the skyscraper, the knight with his energy hidden looked through the layers of buildings and saw Yao Hai. What a pitiful undying. The moment he's enslaved, he'll lose his freedom. He doesn't even know he's been betrayed. Soon, that genius will be like him. First enslaving the soul, then killing it. That way, even the great human universe masters would find it hard to revive him. Shua shua. 3 silhouettes appeared within the main hall of the Empire skyscraper. The knight's eyes gleamed with madness when he saw this. They're coming. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to wait for the best time to strike. After all, according to the reports, this domain lord level genius had a knight protecting him. Rumble rumble. After the 3 pinnacle emperors unleashed their terrifying energies, Yao Hai's expression changed. He didn't even have time to react as the 3 incredibly powerful attacks instantly broke through his armor and destroyed his body. Jeffries, who was wearing jade green armor, was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect 3 emperors to appear at the banquet, and to use their full strength to kill his teacher. After reacting, he didn't flee, as he knew he couldn't. Lords, what crime did my teacher commit to receive such a punishment? The upper echelons of the Dream Underworld Empire were all shocked. However, with the 3 pinnacle emperors' energies, none of them dared move. Jeffries, your identity has been exposed. You dare betray humanity, surrender and await your death. The leading pinnacle emperor roared and flashed to the side of Jeffries, whose expression had changed. Looking at the 3 emperors beside him, Jeffries smiled bitterly. To be able to instantly kill his teacher who had an undying body, it was obvious that amongst the 3 emperors, one was proficient in soul attacks. His teacher Yao Hai was instantly able to destroy his entire soul imprint. Against these 3, he couldn't even self-destruct. Beyond the space, Huo Yer smiled and said, "Your Highness, Yao Hai is already dead. Among the 3 Regis Lords, one of them is proficient in soul attacks." Killing Yao Hai and trapping Jeffries didn't cause too much of a commotion. Zhou Hao nodded lightly. This time, the assassination mission went smoother than expected. Immediately, he ordered the Fifth Army to enter the capital planet and kill the elites. Simultaneously, he rushed down and arrived before Jeffries. The virtual universe network's synchronized teleportation had long been activated. As long as he personally killed this high-class undying, the mission would be complete. All that was left was to kill the sector lord targets. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, Jeffries' undying energy can only be used partially. However, you have to be careful. The leading pinnacle emperor reminded. Just you, a pinnacle domain lord wants to kill me. Jeffries stared wide-eyed. Right, I'll personally kill you. Jeffries laughed malevolently. Before I die, I'll drag a domain lord genius down with me, that's not bad. Zhou Hao smiled. You want to drag me down with you? You don't have the ability. His voice resounded. He moved. The Imperial God armament on his body flew out in a single file under the effect of his immense mental power. In the blink of an eye, it formed a peculiar beast. Go! With a roar, the strange blue and purple beast roared as it charged at Jeffries. Rumble! Jeffries' law domain exploded from his body and enveloped the beast. However, the beast that should have been easily restrained suddenly rushed forward, almost like tearing through space itself, its claws slashing down. This claw, almost like the universe laws, it directly pierced through the law domain and hit Jeffries, causing him to lose 50% of his undying energy. How is that possible? Jeffries stared wide-eyed in shock. The other 3 pinnacle emperors all looked at Zhou Hao in shock. Zhou Hao controlled the Imperial God weapon, and the strange beast's tail was like a whip, and it tore through the air and attacked again. Jeffries quickly blocked, however the whip was too fast, and its power was terrifying. His remaining undying energy was instantly destroyed. His pupils gradually lost their luster. Zhou Hao's expression was calm. He was already able to kill Undyings in the Purgatory Abyss, Undying Battle Space. Now that he had comprehended the first step of the 6 fusion laws, he was able to unleash the time and space fusion meridians long ago. In just a thread of the time and space fusion meridians, power was comparable to passing the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge. With the Imperial armament, killing a normal Undying naturally didn't take much effort. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The 3 Pinnacle Emperors regained their senses and quickly congratulated him. Zhou Hao smiled and waved his hand. Just as he was about to kill the remaining Sector Lord targets, he subconsciously looked up and saw a blurry light 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 160. Very quickly, layers of ripples appeared in the space around the misty light, and one after another, ferocious figures appeared. Then, one after another, golden insectoid warriors flew out, and in the center of the golden insectoid warriors was a pyramid-shaped nest that was over 100,000 kilometers tall. The surface of the nest was filled with holes, and there was a large amount of poisonous gas inside. Not good, it's an Undying bug mother nest. Your Majesty, run. At this moment, the 3 Pinnacle Emperors all shouted anxiously. Within Zhou Hao's world ring, Gold Axe Knight and the other universe overlords who had been waiting for a long time couldn't help but laugh. I'll go out first. Gold Axe Knight didn't break the world ring, but instead, he let Zhou Hao out. Hong. The terrifying energy of a knight emanated from his body. It engulfed the entire Emperor Star. The Undying bug mother nest's mother emitted a shrill scream. A large number of golden insectoid warriors felt an instinctive fear. The dazzling golden pillar of light that was just about to erupt disappeared abruptly. However, when they tried to escape, they realized that the space around them was completely frozen. Gold Axe Knight took a step forward and came before the Undying mother nest. He looked at the mother queen within the nest and pressed down with his finger. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The mother queen's body collapsed, and the other golden bug soldiers tried to escape, but they all collapsed. Facing a universe knight, they couldn't fight back at all. The 3 Pinnacle Emperors and Huoi stared with their eyes wide open. They didn't expect a universe knight to protect Zhou Hao. Actually, their authority was quite high, but the human race only sent universe overlords as special teams, and that was only limited to the circle of knights. Just as the Zerg clan's broodmother was killed, the eyes of the alien venerable hidden on the capital star flickered with excitement. The mother nest was just a bait to attract the attention of the knight protecting Zhou Hao. He had been waiting for this moment. Hong. His energy exploded. The universe knight of the other race flashed to Zhou Hao. Looking at the dumbfounded Zhou Hao, he burst into laughter. Human genius, die. Along with the use of the secret soul technique, a terrifying attack spread out. For the race, for the treasure, you deserve to die. The universe knight of the other race sneered. He could already imagine how the higher-ups of the human race would be enraged after losing such a brilliant talent. It was just like how Primal Chaos City leader had been enraged when the Bug Clan killed KD. But at this moment, at the same time, a more terrifying aura erupted from Zhou Hao's body. Shua 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 shua. 7 figures appeared consecutively. Every single one of them carried a pressure that made one's heart palpitate. The universe knight's pupils shrank to the extreme, and his brain froze. 8 universe knights were protecting him. At this moment, he couldn't think straight anymore. A primal region domain lord level member, no matter how strong his potential was, no matter how great his influence was, he was still only a domain lord level member. Why would he need the protection of 8 universe knights? He was the one who was crazy. Or had the human race gone mad? Boom boom, Heavy Wood Knight, Cold Fire Knight, and the other universe overlords struck at the same time. Heavy Wood Knight, who was good at souls, first performed his soul technique to block the soul attack of the universe knight, then counterattacked. The other universe overlords, including Cold Fire Knight, performed their strongest attacks. In an instant, this universe knight of the other race was attacked by 7 universe overlords at the same time. His godly body shattered and reassembled, then shattered and reassembled again. Within half a breath's time, his godly body was damaged to the point where it couldn't be reassembled. Humans, you're ruthless, ruthless. With unwillingness and madness. This universe knight of the other race finally died. Gold Axe Knight flashed over and stood before Zhou Hao. He smiled and said, "Zhou Hao, the crisis is over." Zhou Hao said respectfully, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, Heavy Wood Knight." Heavy Wood Knight and the other universe overlords flashed over and waved their hands. "Don't mention it, We were just trying to get rid of this hidden knight, and now our mission is complete. But just in case, we'll continue to protect you for a while. Zhou Hao hastily said, "Thank you for your trouble." Shua shua shua, Gold Axe Knight and the others quickly disappeared. The three Pinnacle Emperors, the leader of the Fifth Army, and the large number of Sector Lords, Domain Lords, and Universe levels were all stunned. Everything that had just happened was beyond their imagination. First, the Bug Clan Undying Mother Nest had arrived, and just as they were about to die, a human Universe Knight had appeared. Then, a knight of another race had appeared to assassinate them, and finally, 7 Universe Knights had appeared. These were Universe Knights, and every one of them was as terrifying as Ganwu Country Master. Normally, they wouldn't even be able to see them. Even the leader of the Fifth Army rarely saw a Ganwu Country Master, but now, they had seen 8 of them. Who? The 3 Pinnacle Emperors looked at each other and were all shocked. However, thinking of Zhou Hao's influence, they quickly understood. In the underground base of Vero Planet, the core of the other race organization, the bald three-eyed man and the other members of the team were all silent. They had received the news. The target was still alive. And the Universe Knight who had assassinated them was already dead. Such a meticulous plan, even sacrificing an Undying Bug Clan Queen and 2 other hidden Undyings, yet it had all been for naught. The human race was indeed insane. To protect a Domain Lord level genius, they had mobilized 8 Universe Knights. This was something none of them had expected. After a while, the three-eyed man said seriously, "Immediately report the news to the race. Tell them this is a trap set by the humans." Rumble. Before he even finished, the entire planet shook. The hidden members guarding outside immediately shouted in shock, "It's the cleanup army of the Virtual Universe Company, we've been discovered." The three-eyed man's face suddenly changed. "Hurry up, destroy all the information and code ban translations." Pung pung pung. The members all acted, destroying large amounts of items in the underground base, and immediately choosing to self-destruct. By the time the cleanup army rushed over, they had already discovered that the core base of the other races had been reduced to rubble. In a desolate region of the wild universe. God Country Palace. The gold-robed envoy rushed into the palace anxiously. Master, the mission has failed. The Universe Knight from the subordinate race is completely dead. Our core base in Ganwu Universe Kingdom has been discovered by the Virtual Universe Company and has been destroyed. As for what exactly happened, there's no news to report. The dreamy being on the throne slowly condensed. We actually failed. We lost an Undying Bug Queen and a Universe Knight, yet we still failed. The ethereal voice seemed to have a hint of disbelief. This time, the Bug tribe had paid a great price in order to get rid of Zhou Hao, a genius who posed a great threat. They had thought that the success rate would be extremely high, but in the end, they had failed. The gold-robed man hurriedly said, "Master, maybe something happened during the assassination. Otherwise, with that knight's power, he could easily kill the human genius. Even if he couldn't enslave him, he could still destroy his body." The misty being shook his head. "I'll report this immediately and ask the Great Queen to resurrect him. Then everything will be clear." A few months later, in a distant territory, a Universe Master looked not far away and said indifferently, "Is this the place?" The Universe Knight from the subordinate race of the Bug Clan nodded immediately. "Yes, Kaitu appeared here with me tens of thousands of years ago." This Universe Master closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. His body emitted terrifying power, and everything around him started to reverse time. A large number of sceneries started to recede, and time started to reverse. At the same time, the error correction and recovery operation of the universe backfired on this Universe Master. He frowned, and suddenly, he saw Armor Map and the knight beside him walking. He raised his hand and grabbed, forcibly grabbing Armor Map from the long river of time. At this time, the backfire of the enormous universe operation law was even more intense. The Universe Master couldn't help but groan. Very soon, the Universe Knight from the other race, Kaitu, who had tried to assassinate Zhou Hao, appeared. At first, he was confused, but then he realized that he had been resurrected. This Universe Master took one look at Kaitu and disappeared. "Kaitu, what happened when you tried to assassinate Zhou Hao?" The Universe Knight beside Kaitu asked immediately. Kaitu went crazy when he heard that. "This is a trap set by the humans. They obviously knew that I wanted to kill that genius, so they sent 8 Universe Knights to hide in the World Ring. First, an undying fighter from the Bug clan appeared. I thought it was time to kill him, and then, 7 Universe Knights showed up. The Universe Knight beside him was dumbfounded. Kai-Tu, you mean there are 8 Universe Knights protecting that human genius? Yes, that's why I said it's a trap set by the humans. Kai-Tu clenched his teeth. This is extremely important, said Kai-Tu's good friend. We must report this to the great being of the Bug clan immediately. 8 Universe Knights protecting a human genius. This wasn't as simple as a trap. After all, 3 or 4 Universe Knights were enough to set up a trap. Chapter 161. In the core territory of the Bug clan. Inside the huge Mother Nest Palace. Behind her back was a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's. Her face was beautiful and dreamy. She sat on the throne of her palace and looked down at Kai-Tu and the other Universe Knight. They were both Universe Knights from the subsidiary races. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Hao was involved, they wouldn't have been qualified to meet the great being of the Bug clan. That beautiful and enchanting figure mesmerized the 2 Universe Knights. Kai-Tu, the Bug clan sent a Universe Master to revive you, but you didn't complete your mission, said the Mother Queen. Her voice was ethereal and light, like the most beautiful voice in the universe. Kai-Tu came back to his senses and said, Great being, I have important news to report. I hope you'll fulfill your promise. If it's really important, I can promise you the true treasure. Kai-Tu was only a Universe Knight from a subsidiary race. The Bug clan was a pinnacle race, and they had many true treasures, but they wouldn't give them to the subsidiary races for no reason. Kato and the other venerable exchanged glances, then recounted what had happened in the Empire of Dream Underworld in detail. Mother Queen, Kai-Tu guessed, although it's a trap set by the humans, 8 Universe Knights ambushing him is very strange. That human genius is only a domain lord, and it's unbelievable that they're taking him so seriously. There must be a deeper reason. The Mother Queen's dreamy figure became clearer. Are you sure it was an ambush by 8 Universe Knights, Kai-Tu? Mother Queen, Kai-Tu said, I wouldn't dare lie about this. Besides, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many Universe Knights ambushing him, I would have had time to react and spread the news. I wouldn't have had to wait until I was revived to report to the great being. The Bug clan queen nodded. She and the other Bug clan queens were all shocked when Armor 2 died. Even though Armor 2 was weak, he was still a Universe Knight. Only a Universe Overlord could kill a Universe Knight in an instant. But as Universe Overlords, the humans wouldn't lower themselves to protect a Domain Lord level genius. It was almost impossible. Therefore, they immediately sent Universe Masters from their subsidiary races to resurrect Armor 2. They wanted to find out what had happened. From the looks of it, Kai-Tu was probably telling the truth. You may leave first. The Bug Tribe Queen Mother's voice returned to its ethereal and dreamy state. Mother Empress, that supreme treasure, Kai-Tu couldn't help but remind her. I've already ordered my subordinates to retrieve a supreme treasure from the treasury. You'll be able to get it once you leave the palace. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Kato's face lit up and he hurriedly nodded. Yes. It was only a Universe Knight from a vassal race, and it was already good enough to have a true treasure set. If it wasn't for the temptation of a true treasure, it wouldn't have gone to the human race to kill a Domain Lord. After I-2 and the other Universe Knight left, the Bug Clan Queen closed her eyes, and her consciousness entered the Bug Clan's virtual bug domain that was specially created to mimic the human race's virtual universe. He informed the other Queen Mothers of the news from Armor Map. They started to discuss among themselves. That human genius Zhou Hao is able to influence the progress of other geniuses of his generation. His importance is self-evident. It's not unreasonable for the human race to send 8 Universe Knights to protect him. If it were us, if we had such a genius, we'd do our best to protect him. After all, once Zhou Hao grows up, he'll be able to influence undying fighters, emperors, and even knights. His value won't be lower than a pinnacle true treasure. That's right, the value of a pinnacle true treasure is enough for universe masters like us to go crazy over it. It's not surprising that the human race would have such a reaction. I still think this is weird. There's nothing wrong with protecting that human genius, but 8 Universe Knights are taking this too seriously. We have to find out the reason. Yes, we have to find out the reason. But one thing is, what should we do about Zhou Hao? The Bug Clan Queen Mothers were all discussing. They all knew how terrifying Zhou Hao would be when he grew up, so they had to nip Zhou Hao in the bud. They couldn't let him grow up or even become a sector lord. After all, With Zhou Hao's speed of influence, once he became a sector lord, he'd be able to make a large number of human sector lords improve rapidly. This was a huge threat. In the end, after a unanimous agreement, they decided to use the last of their spies to investigate the specific information of the human Zhou Hao. In the outer region battlefield, after receiving the order from the Bug Clan Queen Mother, some of the enslaved human emperors started to hide and sneak back to the human race. On one hand, they were active again. On the other hand, they were secretly spying on the human race. However, these emperors weren't strong enough, so the information they got was just scraps. After Zhou Hao's sharing of his insights, Xinyan of Silla, Dunan of Goguryeo, and King of the Black Mist became Universe Knights, and other knights became Universe Overlords. Universe Masters of the human race sealed off the information completely. Only the circle of pinnacle emperors and above could know about it. Besides the Bug Clan was shocked by the failed assassination. The Demon Clan was also shocked. Like the Bug Clan, they also planned to send Universe Knights to assassinate him. However, the Universe Knight of the Bug Clan made the first move on Dream Underworld Empire's capital star. The Demon Universe Knight originally thought that Zhou Hao was dead for sure, but when the news got out, he was terrified. Sky Wolf Master of the Demon Clan received the news and immediately discussed with the other Universe Masters. Their decision was similar to that of the Bug Clan, which was to stop the assassination and find out more about the situation first before making a decision. Although they were hurt by the loss of Universe Knights, as long as they could kill Zhou Hao, it was worth it. However, given the current situation, after Zhou Hao was assassinated, the human race would definitely put more effort into protecting him. Even Universe Knights might not succeed in assassinating him. Ganwu Universe Kingdom, Milky Way Galaxy, Earth. Zhou Hao, who completed the second part of the mission, returned home. The third part of the mission was special, as it didn't require him to travel back and forth within Ganwu Universe Kingdom. On the rooftop of West Lake Villa Castle, Zhou Hao, who was lying comfortably on a deck chair and bathing in the sun, opened the email sent by the Virtual Universe Company. Third part of the mission. Primal Region member Zhou Hao, due to your uniqueness, after careful consideration, the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Company have decided to test your law comprehension in this part of the mission. Domain Lord level geniuses are still growing, and it's more difficult to comprehend the origin laws at this time. Zhou Hao, although you're talented and improving fast, and you even passed Sky Mountain at universe level, you should strengthen your strengths. However, through our observation, we've discovered that you're walking the Beast God path. It's undeniable that the Beast God path is a path to the pinnacle, and there are many emperors and even knights walking this path. However, this path is incomparably difficult. Hence, according to the Virtual Universe Company's suggestion, when you break through to Sector Lord, your law comprehension speed will be the fastest, and the time taken will be the longest. At this time, you'll be able to cultivate the Beast God path with half the effort. The Virtual Universe Company doesn't force any geniuses, but Zhou Hao, you're an exceptional genius, we don't wish to see you waste your time. Hence, during this mission, if you can reach the first level of the Beast God path within 1,000 years, the Virtual Universe Company will stop trying to persuade you. At the same time, we'll give you the highest reward of 4 million points, and provide the most suitable techniques for you to study. Virtual Universe Company. After browsing the email, Zhou Hao revealed a look of shock. He didn't expect the third level to be a law comprehension test. This had never happened before in the past missions. After all, law comprehension was the most important thing for geniuses, and there was no need for it to be a mission. However, through this third level, he finally understood why this mission was the highest point mission. It was probably because the Primal Chaos City leader had interfered. And needless to say, the city leader wanted to use this mission to persuade him to give up on the time and space path. 1,000 years to reach the first level of Earth and space was almost impossible. After all, this was 1,000 years in the outside world, and not in the Primal Chaos City. Even in Primal Chaos City, 1,000 years was hard to complete. In the original storyline, the city leader had arranged for Luo Feng to train in the fusion of gold and space, the Nanshen 7 forms, giving him 3,000 years of time. The Virtual Universe Company's mission gave him 300 years of time in Primal Chaos City. Its intention was to make Zhou Hao back off. Of course, what made him back off wasn't the true Beast God path, but the time and space path. Chapter 162. Yangzhou City. while Zhou Hao was browsing through the third round of the mission. In an ordinary house, Huge Axe and Darkness Master were chatting. Both of them were disguised as ordinary men from Earth. Even if they were standing in front of Zhou Hao wouldn't be able to sense anything. Hun Dun has put in a lot of effort. Every genius is prideful in their bones, let alone a genius like Zhou Hao. If he were to be persuaded directly, I'm afraid it would have the opposite effect. This method of using points to complete the mission is more tactful and easier to accept. If Zhou Hao can't even complete the first level of the Beast God Tao of Earth and Space within 1,000 years, I believe he will voluntarily give up. Huge Axe sighed softly. As for Zhou Hao, the tribe held him in high regard. Naturally, his growth would attract a lot of attention. Under such circumstances, Primal Chaos City leader had originally planned to give Zhou Hao some time to make mistakes, but he had to change his mind and turn the third round of the mission into a test. Darkness Master looked at Zhou Hao on the rooftop of West Lake Courtyard and couldn't help but say, Huge Axe, if this Zhou Hao completes the mission, by then, are we really going to let him walk the extremely difficult path of time and space? Generally speaking, completely comprehending time and space origin laws would allow one to break through and become a universe master, and universe masters themselves could control time and space, so even most universe masters wouldn't study the more profound fusion of time and space origin laws. This led to the fact that there were very few techniques related to the fusion of time and space, and most of them were just bits and pieces. The only one who had studied and achieved a high level in this area was Primal Chaos City leader. But Primal Chaos City leader didn't combine time and space origin laws. Therefore, almost all the universe masters of the human race knew that Zhou Hao wanted to walk the path of fusion, and their first reaction was to ask Primal Chaos City leader to persuade and stop him. After all, even universe masters couldn't try to fuse them. No matter how monstrous Zhou Hao was, and how high his comprehension talent was, it was impossible for him to succeed. Instead, it would waste a lot of energy and time. Giant Axe was silent for a moment, then said, if he really completed the first level of the fusion of Earth and space in 1,000 years in the outside world, this means that Zhou Hao's talent is stronger than we expected. Such a genius is no longer someone we can arrange. We can only guide him. The Darkness Master nodded. Indeed, if Zhou Hao could really do it, then if they forcefully interfered, it was very likely that it would affect Zhou Hao's future growth. Cultivation was a very private matter. The elders and teachers could do their best to guide their disciples and juniors to avoid detours. However, when they encountered a situation that they did not understand, allowing their disciples to grow freely was the best choice. Judging by the time, Primal Chaos, Desolate Mirror, and the others should be returning from Universe Ocean soon, right? Huge Axe changed the topic. Yes, Primal Chaos City leader and the others need to gather together, so it took some time. In less than 3 years, they will be able to enter the original universe. There was a hint of eagerness in Darkness Master's voice as he spoke. The last time I listened in, I vaguely saw my own path. When Primal Chaos City leader and the others arrive, if I listen in again, perhaps I can truly see my own path. Huge Axe seemed to be very casual about this matter. He himself was already a Universe Supreme Master, and it was extremely difficult for him to make further progress at this level. To him, the only way to improve himself was to find a supreme true treasure that was suitable for him and look at the secret engravings on it. As for listening in, he did not think that it would be of any help to him. Even if it was touched, it would only have some effect. However, Huge Axe was very concerned about the effect of a universe master of his race listening in. Darkness, you and Primal Chaos City leader have the best chance of breaking through to become universe supreme masters. If the effect of listening in is really strong, then you can truly find your own path. Then I can also go to the depths of the 3 most dangerous lands in Universe Ocean with peace of mind. Darkness Master knew that Huge Axe had not dared to go too deep. He was afraid that once he died, his race would be besieged by the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race. Although he also wanted to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master as soon as possible, this kind of thing was unpredictable. Even if he found his own path, it would take a long time to improve and accumulate. The time of cultivation always passed by without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On the shore of West Lake. It was March, and the willow tree sprouted tender shoots. Gusts of spring wind blew, making people feel relaxed and happy. Zhou Hao and Huoi walked along the shore casually. Your Highness, the scenery of your hometown is indeed very beautiful, Huoi said with a smile. I've been here for more than 10 years, and I want to buy a villa to live in. Zhou Hao, of course, knew that this was Huil's flattery. The scenery of Earth was indeed beautiful, but it was not enough for an undying official like Huoi to live there. However, if the real secret of Earth was exposed, not only Huoi, but also many other undying emperors and knights would fight for the right to live on Earth. There are no spacious manors here. Zhou Hao smiled and sat cross-legged on the shore, enjoying the beautiful scenery of West Lake. In the past 3 years, he had been studying the remaining 2 types of fusion laws. His progress was not like at the beginning, when he could not wait to spend every minute and every second on cultivation and comprehension. Instead, every once in a while, he would take a break like now. This kind of state of cultivation was much more efficient than that kind of hard work. Even his state of mind had improved a little. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky. Zhou Hao did not need to sense to know that it was Thunder God. Ever since Thunder God returned to Earth, he had not left. Other than cultivating, he was drinking with Zhou Hao. His days were very comfortable. Thunder God stood beside Zhou Hao and first bowed respectfully to Huoi, then smiled and said, "Third brother, big brother will be back soon. He sent me an email the day before yesterday, saying that he will arrive in 2 months." Huoi flashed far away, not wanting to disturb the two's conversation. Zhou Hao's face lit up. Big brother is coming back. That's great, then the 3 of us will be able to reunite on Earth. Quote. Thunder God smiled happily. Right, I've been urging big brother. However, 4th brother can't come. Yesterday, when I mentioned this to him, his face was filled with bitterness. 4th brother's bitterness is not because he can't come, but because he misses my bar. Zhou Hao smiled. Thunder God could not help but laugh. 3rd brother, you really understand 4th brother. Actually, it's not his fault. Who asked your alcohol to be so strong? Zhou Hao shook his head. You guys, sooner or later you will strip me naked. Right, 2nd brother, how's your law comprehension progress? Don't mention it. These few years, my progress on Earth is far from being able to catch up with the universe. That old fogey keeps urging me to leave and explore. However, I have to at least wait for big brother to come back and see him before leaving. Thunder God said helplessly. Because of this, that old fogey has quarreled with me many times. Zhou Hao asked, what level are you at? According to the level of your virtual universe company's heavenly bridge, I'm currently stuck at the 2nd level. Quote. Zhou Hao nodded. That's not bad. Thunder God's talent was not bad among those of the same level, but compared to the law geniuses of the 5 great powers, he was undoubtedly inferior. Including Hong. However, Hong was very powerful in terms of mental state. The further he progressed, the more it helped with his training. This was also why Hong was the first to break through to Universe Supreme Master. Thunder God glanced at Zhou Hao. I can't compare to you and 4th brother. Both of you are sick. One of you has long reached the 14th level of law comprehension, and the other is about to cross the 10th level. I'm only at the 2nd level now. Compared to you, it's too much of a blow. Zhou Hao laughed. 2nd brother, after so many years, haven't you gotten used to it? Tisk. Don't tease me. Comma. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. Primal Chaos City Leader's Palace. Numerous figures gathered together. Primal Chaos City Leader, Long Yan, Darkness, Ice Mountain, Remote Lord, and the others all had smiles on their faces. Their other bodies and original bodies in Universe Ocean had all rushed back to the original universe. After wandering in Universe Ocean for so many years, returning to the original universe once again felt a sense of familiarity. It was like returning home. Of course, the most important thing was that they could finally head to Earth. Huang Jian, Void Gold, Qing Dong, and Peng Gong reminded us many times along the way. We should quickly inform Zhou Hao's side. I'm afraid they can't wait any longer. Haha, we're the same. Darkness, I hope the effect will be as you said. I can't guarantee it. After all, everyone's paths are different. The 5 of them from the virtual universe branch laughed at one another. This time, listening in on reality was still very important to them. If they could confirm the effect, the future of the entire human race would undergo drastic changes. Faced with such a major event, even though they were universe masters, their hearts were restless. Chapter 163. The Masters of the Virtual Universe gathered. Huge Axe Coliseum, Universe Star River Bank, Universe First Bank, Universe Mercenary Alliance, and other universe masters who had returned were all gathered. Actually, they were both anxious and worried about going to the real world. They were anxious because if it worked, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. They were worried because they didn't have enough experience, so the effect would be weaker and they'd make the wrong judgment. That was very likely to happen. After all, Darkness Master had accumulated a lot of experience, and he could vaguely see his own path just by listening in once. However, among them, only leaders like Huang Jian, Peng Gong, and Qing Dong had accumulated a lot of experience, and their power was in the first or second tier of the universe masters. However, they were already back in the original universe, so there was no point in discussing anything else. What they needed to do was to go to Ganwu Universe and Earth to listen. After a while, in the palace of Primal Chaos City Leader, after the other universe masters left, a being showed up. "Disciple, you're here." Primal Chaos City Leader smiled. "Yes, teacher. May I know why you called me here?" Zhou Hao walked up respectfully. Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Zhou Hao and found it hard to speak. He was the teacher, and he should be the one guiding the growth of his disciple, but now the situation was reversed. Zhou Hao was only at Domain Lord level, yet he had to help the higher-ups of the race and his teacher. This made Primal Chaos City Leader feel very guilty. However, for the future of the race and the overall situation of the race, he had to speak. "Disciple, the last time you shared your law comprehension in the virtual universe, it had a huge impact. Many universe knights and emperors, as well as undying fighters, sector lords, domain lords, and universe levels benefited a lot, so after some discussion, we think we should continue to expand the impact, especially not just in the virtual universe but also in the real world. From there, we can judge whether your comprehension will have a better impact in the real world." Primal Chaos City Leader finished and looked at his youngest disciple. Zhou Hao was dazed. He wanted to use Great Path Proverb in the real world, but he didn't expect his teacher to suggest it. Primal Chaos City Leader saw Zhou Fan's expression and said, "Of course, disciple, if you have any difficulties or needs, you can tell me." Zhou Hao shook his head. "Teacher, I don't have any requests. It's just that I don't want the people who came to listen in to disturb the residents of Earth." When the Primal Chaos City Leader heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was filled with emotions. This disciple of his was impeccable in terms of character. If it was anyone else with such talent, they would definitely take the opportunity to make some requests or ask for some treasures or resources. This was actually understandable. However, Zhou Hao did not make any requests. It was the Primal Chaos City Leader's fortune to be able to accept such a genius as his disciple. And having such a disciple made him feel honored. "My disciple, don't worry. In reality, I will strictly restrict all the observers. If anyone disturbs the residents of Earth, they will be severely punished. In addition, regarding the quota for this time, do you think?" After discussing with Zhou Hao for almost an hour, Primal Chaos City Leader finally allowed Zhou Hao to leave. At the same time, he sent a mail to the other universe masters. Inside the palace of Deserted Mirror Master, several universe overlords stood respectfully. 1 month later, all of you will follow me to Ganwu Country's Milky Way galaxy Earth. Each of you is allowed to bring only 3 subordinates. Remember, when you enter Earth, you must conceal your aura. Do not disturb any residents of Earth. If you offend anyone, you will be imprisoned in the 9th star sector for life." A majestic voice echoed. Several universe overlords hurriedly responded respectfully. After leaving the palace, everyone's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Now, everyone knew that Zhou Hao's hometown was in Ganwu Country, Milky Way galaxy Earth. Originally, many universe knights and universe overlords wanted to go to Ganwu Country, but without the order of the universe master, they didn't dare to disturb Zhou Hao. Now that the universe master said he wanted to go to Milky Way galaxy Earth, there was no doubt that this was the start of the second listening. This was the first time that these universe overlords were listening in, so they didn't pay much attention to it. It was mainly because Zhou Hao's power was too low. Even if a universe master had arranged it personally, they didn't think that Zhou Hao's sharing of laws would have any effect on them. When the second listening ended, there were more than 20 universe overlords. Then everything changed. These universe overlords could no longer cultivate in peace, and they could no longer venture into secret regions. They could only focus on finding out when the next audit session would be. At the same time, They had to keep an eye on all of Zhou Hao's actions, especially when their race wanted to form a special team. Each of them was more enthusiastic than the other. It was a pity that there were too few spots. But this time, the chance to listen in was finally here. Right away. Every universe overlord who received the news immediately selected 3 knights from their subordinates and waited for the news to arrive 1 month later. In the space outside Blood River World, on the 9th level of the lofty Xianxia Palace. Xianxia Palace leader, who had a vertical mark in between his eyebrows, also received the call of the great universe master and got the news of the second listening in reality. Sa Tuo, Huang Yu, the 3 of you, follow me to Ganwu country's Milky Way galaxy Earth in a month. Sa Tuo and the other 2 knights all looked up with surprise in their eyes. Palace leader, is this the second listening? Sa Tuo couldn't hide his excitement. Xianxia Palace leader smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Palace leader, congratulations. This time, Palace leader will definitely be able to break through the shackles of a universe overlord and become a great being. The 3 knights got the affirmation and congratulated him excitedly. They were usually calm and serious, and they didn't express their emotions easily. But this time was different. After the first listening, everyone knew that the opportunity to listen in meant a huge improvement, a breakthrough, and saving millions or even tens of millions of years of hard work. Faced with such an opportunity, no one could stay calm. Xianxia Palace leader knew that it was just flattery, but he still couldn't help but laugh. Master of the universe, this step had been stuck for countless years. Now, he could finally see the light. In less than half an hour, the news that the second auditing session had begun spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the human race. Large amounts of universe overlords, knights, pinnacle emperors, and emperor limits were all excited. Those who got the opportunity to listen in were excited, those who didn't were anxious. They all used their connections to contact Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon, Zhongmo, Buren, Rongjun, and the other geniuses. After all, Xing'an Knight, Pupillary Dystonia Knight, and Black Shadow Knight were able to listen in because of these universe-level geniuses. At this moment, no one cared about the status of the emperors or the reputation of the knights. Everyone was going crazy, especially those who were stuck at the threshold and couldn't break through. They were even more anxious and eager to get the opportunity to listen in. However, the opportunity to listen in was precious. Even if it was 10 times bigger than the previous time, it was still a drop in the bucket in the upper circle of the human race. Luo Feng, Aoka, Icon, and Buren realized when they received the first email that Zhou Hao was going to share his thoughts again. Hence, they quickly turned off the virtual universe network and hid in their manners or reality. They were geniuses from the same batch as Zhou Hao, and they had a good relationship with each other. But things like favors, once or twice was fine, but if they used them too many times, even if Zhou Hao didn't feel annoyed, they would still feel guilty. Large amounts of emperors and universe knights couldn't find Luo Feng and the others, so they could only ask Xing'an Knight and 9 Swords Venerable for help. However, the effect was minimal. Seeing that 1 month was about to pass, those who didn't get the opportunity could only sigh and wait for the next opportunity. After all, through this quota, they could see that the clan was trying their best to take care of every supremacy and king. Time passed bit by bit. The universe overlords, universe knights, emperor limit undyings, and a small number of sector lords and undyings who got the opportunity to listen in were all waiting. And the day finally arrived. Everyone went to Ganwu Universe Kingdom either through God Country teleportation or the temporary portal built by the Virtual Universe Company. Then they took the universe ship and rushed to Earth in the Milky Way. Another month passed. Earth welcomed a universe ship. Chapter 164. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere, it instantly vanished and a silhouette appeared. After which, it became a beam of light and swiftly landed on the balcony of the West Lake Castle. Zhou Hao and Thunder God, who were chatting with each other, turned to look at him. Big brother, Thunder, third, the 3 laughed and hugged each other. After which, they all sat at the table. Thunder God smiled. It's not easy. Ever since we participated in the genius battle, it's been 200 years since we last met in reality. Hong nodded gently, gazing at the distant Yangzhou city, looking at the familiar buildings, he couldn't help but say, Earth's scenery is still the best. I've followed my teacher to many planets in the universe and have seen many beautiful and dreamy life planets. Some planets are just like paintings, however when I return to Earth, these beautiful scenes completely disappear. This is home. Zhou Hao and Thunder God smiled. Home's beauty was definitely different from other planets. Big brother, let's not talk about emotions. Come, let's have a drink to welcome you back. Thunder God personally poured a glass for Hong. Hong sniffed the intoxicating aroma of the wine and his eyes lit up. So this is Lazy, the bamboo fire fruit wine that fourth brother can't forget. The taste is indeed extraordinary. Just a whiff is enough to make one intoxicated. Thunder God grinned. Nonsense, this is wine worth over 1,000 mixed elements. How can the effect be bad? Zhou Hao's space had many good wines. This bamboo flame fruit wine was just a normal wine, however it had the best effect on the universe level. Gulp. Hong downed it in one gulp, his entire body feeling a refreshing fragrance. Following which, he felt as though his entire body was burning. Every cell in his body was thirstily absorbing the wine's energy. The sweet taste of the wine filled his mind and he couldn't help but close his eyes. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. This wine is indeed very good. Hong couldn't help but say. Zhou Hao smiled. If it's good, then drink more. Hong shook his head. The better it is, the more you can't drink it too often. Otherwise, you'll lose that taste. Zhou Hao and Thunder God were speechless. They had drunk quite a bit of this wine during this time. Big brother, how long do you plan to stay this time? Thunder God asked. We'll probably have to leave in 10 days to half a month. My teacher still has to bring me to Jade Dome Planet to visit an Undying, hence we can't stay. Hong said softly. Thunder God's eyes widened. Ah, so short. Hong smiled. In the virtual universe, it's not like we can't meet. Thunder God curled his lips. That's not the same. This time, in order to wait for you, I stayed here for a few more years. Because of this, I was scolded quite a bit. Big brother, you have to compensate me. What do you want as compensation? At least stay for a few more days. Hong said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to stay. As they were talking, Zhou Hao suddenly stood up. Thunder God and Hong both looked at Zhou Hao. What's wrong? Some guests have arrived. Let's go welcome them, Zhou Hao said with a smile. Immediately, the three of them quickly flashed to outer space. Thunder God looked at the vast space and was puzzled. Third brother, what kind of guest is this? Why did they tell you beforehand to welcome them? Quote. Hong looked at Zhou Hao curiously too. The two of them knew that Zhou Hao was now an examiner. With his position, there weren't many in the entire Ganwu universe kingdom who could make Zhou Hao welcome them personally. Zhou Hao couldn't reveal too much. He could only say, Big brother, second brother, there are quite a lot of guests this time. And their identities are very special. When we meet them later, we have to be respectful. His teacher Primal Chaos City leader had said earlier that most of the guests were Universe Knights and Universe Overlords. Only a few were Undying and Sector Lords. As for Domain Lords and Universe Levels, there wasn't a single one. Su. As they spoke, ripples appeared in space and a silver-white automaton Undying ship suddenly appeared. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Very quickly, there were ripples in the vast outer space, and various colored universe ships, as well as automaton Undying ships, appeared one after another. Some even teleported to outer space. There were many of them. Seeing Zhou Hao, Hong and Thunder God floating outside Earth, they all suppressed their auras. These figures hurriedly retracted their auras. They knew very well how strict the rules were for attending the lecture. Shua. All of them flashed in front of Zhou Hao, greeted him with a smile, and then flashed into Earth. They were all universe overlords. The knights were much more polite and enthusiastic. Zhou Hao, this is your home Earth. It's a beautiful planet. No wonder it gave birth to geniuses like you and Luo Feng. Not bad, your home is very attractive. A place nurtures its own people. Zhou Hao, this is what you Earthlings say. It seems like it's true. Some came up to say a few words while others greeted him. Following which were the Pinnacle Emperors and Limit Emperors. They were even more enthusiastic. Some even called him His Majesty Zhou Hao. Silhouettes appeared one after another before disappearing again. Suddenly, 3 majestic beings appeared in the vast universe. Even though they tried their best to suppress their auras and eyes were enough to make one shudder. The 3 figures glanced in Zhou Fan's direction and smiled before disappearing into the void. Thunder God was stunned. Hong was also completely stunned. The two took a while to react. 3D, who are these people? I feel like one look from them could make me collapse. Even Sector Lords wouldn't be like this. Thunder God couldn't help but be shocked. Zhou Hao said softly, they are all knights and emperors. The moment he said that, Hong and Thunder God stared wide-eyed. After which they both looked at Zhou Hao. 3D, you, what did you do to make these knights and emperors come to Earth? And they seem to be very friendly to you. Hong said softly. He had followed his teacher Time Sector Lord and had visited many Undyings over the years. However, they were all knights and emperors. Each and every one of them had to be looked up to by him and his teacher, as well as the other Undyings that visited them. Now, they had come to Earth one by one and were being so polite. Even with his state of mind, he could clearly sense that at least half of the people who had flashed over had a hint of enthusiasm when they saw Zhou Hao. They seemed to want to build a relationship with Zhou Hao very much. Hong naturally knew that Zhou Hao had taken the Primal Chaos City leader as his teacher. His position was extraordinary. However, even so, it was impossible for so many of them to treat him like this. Let's go, we'll talk when we get back. Seeing that they were gone, Zhou Hao said and returned to Earth, sitting back on the balcony of the castle. Thunder God and Hong sat back down. However, their eyes were fixed on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't hide anything. After all, he couldn't hide such things. And this time, he planned to use the Great Tao proverb in reality because he wanted to help Hong and Thunder God. Chapter 165. After a while, only two sounds of heavy breathing could be heard on the rooftop. Thunder God and Hong sat there stunned, their eyes weak, their hands and legs hanging naturally. What Zhou Hao said was too unbelievable. If they hadn't seen so many great beings arrive, they would definitely have thought that Zhou Hao was joking, and a ridiculous one at that. However now, their minds were numb from the shock, they stopped thinking. My God, just by listening, one could level up. Universe level like Zhou Hao, domain lord level geniuses didn't matter, after all they knew that Zhou Hao's law comprehension was very deep. However, emperor level Undyings could also level up, and even knights could be affected. This was completely beyond their imagination, it overturned their worldview. Even though Hong's state of mind was infinitely tolerant and would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, he was still completely stunned at this moment. After a while, Thunder God and Hong let out a heavy breath. Their thoughts slowed down, their eyes regained their luster, turning to look at Zhou Hao. Third brother, I originally thought that you were a freak, a monster, but now I realize that I was completely wrong. You are not a freak, nor a monster. You are a monster from head to toe. Thunder is right, I feel the same. The two seemed to want to spit out the shock within, their tone was extremely exaggerated. Zhou Hao laughed, no matter how much of a monster I am, I'm still an earthling, your third brother. The moment he said this, Thunder God and Hong's eyes gleamed. They couldn't help but laugh. Yes, Zhou Hao was an earthling no matter what. He was sick, he was a monster, wasn't that what they hoped for? With such a genius on Earth, with such a being, what was there to worry about? Haha, come, let's drink to our third brother becoming a monster. Hong rarely laughed out loud. Yes, let's drink, let's kill our third brother and finish his entire stock. Thunder God grabbed his glass and gulped it down. Yangzhou City, there were tens of thousands of emperors, universe knights, and even universe overlords. There were also universe masters. Almost all the great beings of the human race had arrived. They looked at the balcony of the West Lake courtyard and looked at Zhou Hao and the other two. There was a trace of envy in their anticipation. With such a relationship, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them life and death brothers. In an ordinary courtyard, it was rare that all the universe masters at the top of the human race gathered together in reality. They chatted and chatted like ordinary people. The topic of discussion was naturally related to the upcoming audit. Huge axe, the strength of the residents on Earth is rather ordinary, and this time, the weakest one is a sector lord. Once they comprehend it, the energy they form will be extremely terrifying, so should we move all the residents to a faraway place or keep them in a world ring? Right, we have to consider this point carefully. Other than that, there's also the power level of the listeners, it's easy to be influenced. Including Zhou Hao and his two friends, they're still only universe level. Reality and the virtual universe are completely different. Many universe masters were talking about it. If what Darkness Master said was true, that the audit effect in reality would affect them, then there was no doubt that it would affect the top-tier universe overlords as well. Once a top-tier universe overlord had an epiphany, it might cause a huge impact. If these universe masters were only affected, they could easily restrain them. However, if they also entered an epiphany, the impact would be even greater. Of course, judging from the effect of Darkness Master's audit last time, Universe Masters wouldn't enter an epiphany state. However, no one could guarantee that this audit would be the same as last time. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Huge axe, use a Pinnacle Palace type true treasure and a top-tier domain type true treasure to separate everyone. This way, we can ensure that they won't be affected to the greatest extent. Huge axe glanced at all the Universe Masters and muttered, it's certainly safe to do this, but have you thought about whether this will weaken Zhou Hao's talent? After all, it seems that his talent needs to be transmitted through sound or some kind of special medium, and the restriction and effect of a top-tier domain type true treasure are very strong. We can't determine whether it will affect him or not. When all the Universe Masters heard that, they couldn't help but ponder. They hadn't figured out Zhou Hao's talent ability yet. They only knew the basics, and under such circumstances, it was better to be as natural as possible. Otherwise, if the audit effect was weakened because of some of their actions, the loss would outweigh the gain. Use godly power to separate everyone from the audit, said Primal Chaos City Leader softly. This way, we can ensure that they enter an epiphany and won't affect others. The other Universe Masters nodded one after another. Using godly power to restrain was indeed a very good method, but godly power could also receive a lot of information, including sound transmission. This required a Universe Master to automatically block such information. When all the Universe Masters thought about this point, they all went silent again. Blocking information meant that they would lose this opportunity to audit. They came all the way here from Universe Ocean, and they didn't want to miss this opportunity. Primal Chaos City Leader saw this and said again, let me do it. I have the strongest control over time and space, and it's easier for me to control. Darkness Master immediately said, Chaos City Leader, let me do it. I've already listened once before. The other Universe Masters all looked a little embarrassed. Huge Axe waved his hand. Don't argue, you two. I'll do it. I'm a Universe Supreme Master. Even if I audit, it won't affect me too much. Besides, this isn't the only time. Judging from Zhou Hao's behavior, he doesn't dislike this kind of audit. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After that, he turned around and walked into the room. Time passed, day by day. Universe Masters, Universe Overlords, Universe Knights, Undying Emperors, and tens of thousands of others who had been given the opportunity to audit were all waiting. Even though Zhou Hao spent every day either cultivating or drinking with Thunder God and Hong, with no intention of sharing his insights, they didn't feel impatient. They all knew that sharing like this required immersion and opportunity. Thunder God, on the other hand, was anxious for Zhou Hao. Big brother, so many important figures are waiting. Third brother can't hold on like this. Hong glared at Thunder God. What's the hurry? Third brother isn't in a hurry, and those important figures aren't in a hurry, either. Thunder God whispered, I'm just worried that third brother will upset those important figures. Hong didn't say anything else. Thunder God looked at Zhou Hao sitting on the rooftop and shook his head. Just like that, another 3 days passed. Zhou Hao, who was walking along the willows of West Lake, withdrew his consciousness from the virtual universe. Looking at the sparkling lake, he smiled and said, let's begin. During this period of time, he wasn't deliberately delaying. Instead, he was sorting out the remaining 2 types of fusion law problems. After all, there were many people who had come to audit this time, and the effect of the Great Path proverb might reach its peak. He wanted to completely understand the first step of fusion law research in one go. Shua. He sat cross-legged on the rooftop. Su. Almost instantly, numerous figures appeared. There were top-tier universe overlords like Heaven Erosion Palace Leader, Star Prison Demon Master, and Ancestral Tree Knight. There were also ordinary universe overlords like Sunken Wood Knight and Cold Fire Knight. There were a total of 30,000 figures densely packed together. Without exception, they all sat cross-legged below the rooftop of the castle. Even though Zhou Hao was only a domain lord, no one felt anything wrong or uncomfortable. After all, the favor of imparting knowledge was greater than one's identity and status. Zhou Hao didn't look at the figures below. Just their willpower alone was very frightening. Even if they were suppressing it, with his willpower, he would be greatly affected just by looking at them. And this time, he shared the fusion law of wind and time. Wind is originally formless. At the beginning of sharing, he used the Great Path proverb. His voice reverberated. Suddenly, it formed waves of great path sound that spread out at an extremely fast speed. Heaven Erosion Palace leader heard it. Sunken Wood Knight heard it. Sky Feather Emperor heard it. All the universe masters heard it. The moment the sound gathered around them, it swept out like a storm. Formless Tao ripples flowed. This Tao ripple seemed to let everyone enter the most mysterious land of origin in the universe and open a heavy door. Behind the door was the essence of the law fusion that they had racked their brains for, the extension of the secret technique that they had created after hundreds of millions of years, and the great path of origin that they couldn't see in the dark. What everyone heard and saw was completely different. But different paths led to the same destination. When the essence of the law, the structure of the secret technique, and the great path of origin were clearly displayed before their eyes, all of them were stunned. This kind of stupefaction was like finding the exit in a labyrinth with great difficulty, only to be told that the entrance was the exit. And after the stupefaction, everyone was agitated and excited. They were eagerly watching and comprehending. At this moment, everyone forgot about time and sound and was immersed in the new world behind the door. This was a world of laws, of secret techniques, and of the great path of origin. Zhou Hao was the same. At the moment of sharing, his consciousness clearly saw the combination of the first step of the fusion law of wind and time, and the embodiment of the different concepts of each combination, and even the comparison of the wrong combinations. The perfect combination of the first step of the fusion of the laws of wind and time, as well as the cause and effect of such a combination, allowed Zhou Hao to have a deeper understanding of how the laws were fused and operated. Time passed slowly. With 30,000 people listening, this piece of heaven and earth was silent. Only Zhou Hao's voice could be heard. At the moment when everyone was completely immersed. When the first person entered the state of epiphany, the incomparably mysterious tide of divine light began to erupt. It was like a spark that instantly started a prairie fire. Chapter 166. Pung. An endless amount of terrifying palms pressed down. Space froze. Time stopped. Tianxi Palace leader looked at the Blood River native who was trying to break free. He was calm, and a vertical mark between his eyebrows was shining. Pooh pooh pooh. The native's godly body collapsed, and his eyes were filled with despair. Suddenly, the shattered god body suddenly condensed into golden threads. The threads intertwined to form a strange pattern. This pattern looked like a beast god that had once fallen. It also looked like the natural laws of the universe were operating. It had a mysterious light that instantly drowned out the Heaven Erosion Palace master. He, who had been training for countless years. At this moment, he understood. He had been guarding Blood River World for countless years, and what he suppressed was not only the tens of thousands of great beings in Blood River World, but also the divine light in his heart. This divine light was the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood that he had fought. It was the law path that he had painstakingly comprehended. It was also the struggle that he had taken risks in the past, and it was his calm heart. When he smashed the great beings in the clouds, this divine light finally broke through the shackles, and the threshold of Universe Master that had trapped him for countless years quietly shattered. Tianxi Palace leader smiled. This time, his smile was no longer a peaceful smile, nor was it a smile as warm as spring. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Tianxi Palace leader's epiphany caused the divine light tide to explode even more violently. Like a raging fire, it spread out in all directions at an unparalleled speed. Almost instantly, those who were in the middle of epiphany, those who were not in the middle of epiphany, or those who were in the middle of an epiphany, were all violently influenced by this crazy tide of spiritual light. It was as if they were sitting on a rocket, directly entering an incomparably mysterious state of epiphany. The flow of Tao aura between heaven and earth was even clearer. In an ordinary courtyard, Huge Axe, who used his godly power to bind the aura of every listener, was the first to enter the state of epiphany, and the shock on his face kept increasing. Especially after seeing Tianxi Palace leader enter that mysterious state, his body trembled. But very quickly, that shock on his face completely turned into shock. Because after Tianxi Palace leader's epiphany, almost all the 30,000 listeners entered the state of epiphany within a short period of time. This kind of drastic change and influence. As a Universe Supreme Master, even if Huge Axe saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. 30,000 people were enlightened. Especially when there were top-tier Universe Overlords, and a large number of Universe Knights among them. Even if they did not make any breakthroughs in the end, they would definitely make astonishing progress in the years to come. At that moment, the overall strength of the human race would take a firm and powerful step forward. Hugh Jax raised his head subconsciously and looked at Zhou Hao, who was still sharing his comprehension. It was as though he had returned to countless years ago, when he had yet to become a Universe Supreme Master and was just an ordinary Universe Master. Similarly, there was another person, just like Zhou Hao, who was sharing his comprehension of the universe origin laws and his experience on the path of becoming a Universe Supreme Master. He was fortunate enough to be one of the spectators, and he was fortunate enough to finally break through to become a Universe Supreme Master. Unfortunately, before he could formally become a disciple, the ancestor of the origin was suppressed. It was also from then on. He had an additional burden on his shoulders, and this burden was called the tribe. A long time had passed. Such a human who suddenly recalled the preaching of the ancestor of the origin had appeared once again. Even though Giant Axe could not listen in, he could feel the power, the unstoppable power of the rise of the tribe. That's great. Hugh Jax smiled as brightly as the Heavenly Erosion Palace Master. The 4-hour effect of the Great Path proverb ended. Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at the 30,000 spectators, Thunder God, and Hong, who had entered the mysterious state, he could not help but sigh. The effect of the Great Path proverb was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that even he could not have predicted it. This time, I'm afraid it will cause an even bigger sensation. He shook his head helplessly and suddenly disappeared, leaving West Lake Castle in Yangzhou City. As he walked on the land of Wuxia, his consciousness entered the virtual universe and started to organize the comprehension. Half a month later, Darkness Master was the first to break free from the state of epiphany. He looked at the other Universe Masters in the courtyard, who were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. He looked up and met Hugh Jax's gaze. Neither of them spoke. They continued to wait. Shua. Another 2 days passed. In the courtyard, one Universe Master after another broke free from the mysterious state. They all smiled at the same time. However, when they sensed that there were still many spectators with their eyes closed below West Lake Castle, they did not speak. Even if they whispered to each other, it would not affect them, but still, no one spoke. Even when the consciousness of all the Universe Masters entered the virtual universe and entered the plain-looking palace to hold the meeting with Hugh Jax, no one spoke. Time passed slowly. After a full month, the last spectator broke free from the state of epiphany. He saw everyone's gaze turn to him. This spectator trembled all over, then he bowed to the empty balcony of the castle. Everyone chuckled. Obviously, they knew that the effect of this round of listening was very good. Almost everyone had made progress. Hugh Jax opened his eyes and looked at the 30,000 spectators on the balcony of the castle. He said calmly, "Everyone, leave Earth immediately. Do not disturb any residents of Earth." Yes, Hugh Jax creator. Soon, everyone flashed out of Earth. They either teleported or took a universe shuttle to leave Earth in the Milky Way galaxy, where they had stayed for a few days. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. In the virtual universe, around the round table in the plain-looking palace, a huge stone chair slowly formed. Soon, Heaven Erosion Palace leader, with a vertical mark between his eyebrows, appeared in the palace. Primal Chaos City leader and the others were not surprised at all. They were all smiling. The palace, which had been silent all this time, finally had a voice. Heaven Erosion Palace leader, congratulations on becoming a Universe Master, said Primal Chaos City leader with a smile. You will be the 19th Universe Master of our human race. Heaven Erosion Palace leader couldn't help but look curiously at the Universe Masters around him. When he appeared, he was already surprised. After all, with his authority, he didn't have that much information about the Universe Masters. However, there were a total of 18 around the round table. Including him, there were 19. Primal Chaos City leader explained, no matter which power it is, there will always be some secrets. Our human race is no exception. Now that you have become a Universe Master, your authority has increased, and you will know more. All the Universe Masters of our human race are here now. Let me introduce them to you. Right away, Primal Chaos City leader started introducing them to Heaven Erosion Palace leader. The introduction was complete. Hugh Jax, who was sitting in the main seat, said slowly, "Okay, since everyone is here, Primal Chaos City leader, tell us about the progress of the 30,000 people who are listening." Primal Chaos City leader nodded. This time, other than us Universe Masters, there are 3 top-tier Universe Overlords. Heaven Erosion Palace leader has successfully become a Universe Master, Star Prison Devil Master, and Ancestral Tree Knight haven't, but they are very close to the last step. As for the ordinary Universe Overlords, there are 32 of them, and 12 of them have created techniques that have been raised by 2 levels. Together with True Treasures, they are comparable to Universe Overlords of special life forms. The outstanding ones can barely reach the level of top-tier Universe Overlords. As for the 374 Universe Knights who are listening, more than 60% have become Senior Knights, 10% have become ordinary Universe Overlords, and the remaining 30% have made significant progress. Among the audience, there are dozens of Emperor Limits who have become Universe Knights, and 40% who have reached Emperor Limits. 10% who have made breakthroughs on the level of techniques are comparable to Universe Knights. Finally, there are Undying Fighters and Sector Lords who have made significant progress. Speaking of which, Primal Chaos City Leader looked at Huge Axe. All in all, the 30,000 spectators have made great progress. The most obvious is Heaven Erosion Palace Leader, and our human race has finally welcomed a new Universe Master. The rest of the Universe Masters laughed. The top combat power of a race was a Universe Master, and the more Universe Masters there were, the stronger the overall power of the race would have a say in the universe. However, the birth of a Universe Master usually took a long time. Originally, it was very difficult for Heaven Erosion Palace Leader to make a breakthrough. He had already accumulated enough, but he was stuck at the last step. This step stumped most Universe Overlords, and they might never make it. However, this time, thanks to Zhou sharing, Heaven Erosion Palace Leader finally had an epiphany and broke through the last threshold. Huge Axe was also smiling. It was indeed worth celebrating that the human race could improve so much. He glanced around and said, "So, Primal Chaos City Leader, tell us about your gains this time." Chapter 167. Primal Chaos City Leader continued, "The effect is more obvious than we expected." The Primal Chaos City Leader continued, "But this time, although I've entered a state of epiphany that I haven't encountered for countless years, the improvement isn't that great. It's just like what Darkness said last time, I vaguely saw a direction. I think it might be because my own accumulation is far from enough. After all, at my level, if I want to go further, not only do I need to find a direction, but I also need to work hard and accumulate for a long time in this direction before I can finally cause a qualitative change. But obviously, the direction I've been working on is a little off." Quote. Huge Axe nodded. "To be able to realize the deviation of the direction, this improvement is bigger than any other. Peng Dong, how about you?" Peng Dong Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm similar to Primal Chaos City Leader. I'm afraid I didn't accumulate enough this time. Now I know how far I'm from the next step." Soon, it was Deserted Mirror Master, Qing Dong Master, Void Gold Master, and the others. Without exception, the effect of their listening was mediocre. Even though Heaven Erosion Palace Master's comprehension had triggered the divine light tide and caused him to enter a state of epiphany, Universe Masters of the human race roamed Universe Ocean in search of true treasures. Even though they had not neglected their own accumulations, every improvement of a Universe Master was not something that could be achieved overnight. However, this time, at least they understood where their own gap was, which was undoubtedly the most precious. Huge Axe finally looked at Darkness Master. The main reason why he was left to the end was because the Darkness Master had listened in once. This was the second time he had listened in, and the effect was also the most important. Primal Chaos City Leader and the other Universe Masters, including Heaven Erosion Palace Master, all looked at Darkness Master. They all wanted to know if the effect would be weaker the second time. Darkness Master coughed and said slowly, "Well, I seem to have found my own path." His voice was trembling, and he couldn't hide the surprise in it. The other Universe Masters widened their eyes and stared at Darkness Master. "Darkness, are you serious? Darkness, didn't you say you only saw it vaguely last time? Darkness, the effect is so strong the second time." They couldn't wait to ask. After all, this was the path to becoming a Universe Supreme Master. They couldn't help but be anxious and nervous. There were so many Universe Masters in the original universe and so many Universe Masters in Universe Ocean, but there were very few who could break through and become Universe Supreme Masters. Just like the Divine Eye clan before the Reincarnation era. They had been so powerful in the original universe that they suppressed all the other races, but only a few Universe Supreme Masters had been born. And now, In the original universe, there were only 5 Universe Supreme Masters from the human race, demon race, bug race, and automaton race. It could be said, Universe Supreme Master was the level. It was the level, and it was the level's level. There was no direction. Even if he listened to the experience of others, the experience, the effect, it would be very little help to him. After all, if one wanted to become a Universe Supreme Master, the most important point was to carve out one's own path, a path that was completely different from others. Hence, one could not refer to the experiences of others for this path. One could only fumble about on one's own. That was why Giant Axe was so surprised when the Lord of Darkness said that he could vaguely see his own path. However, just as the Lord of Darkness had said, he could only vaguely see it. It was impossible for him to find it completely in a short period of time. In the end, he had only listened in for the second time, and he had already found his way. Such an effect shocked the Primal Chaos City leader and the others once again. Huge Axe stood up and looked at Darkness Master. Darkness, show us the picture of your self-created technique. He was a Universe Supreme Master, so naturally, he could tell if Darkness Master was truly on the right path. This was a crucial point. Universe Ocean was full of Universe Masters who had found their own paths, but they realized it was a dead end. It was scarier than having no direction at all. Darkness Master nodded and waved his hand to outline the picture of darkness. This picture of darkness was much clearer than the one he had shown last time. And after seeing the picture of darkness, Primal Chaos City leader and the others knew that Darkness Master had made great progress this time. But Huge Axe had to confirm it. Huge Axe looked at the picture of darkness seriously. He even waved his hand to form a huge axe and slashed at the picture of darkness. The picture of darkness shook violently, and the whole line flashed with dark light. Huge Axe laughed and said excitedly, "Great, that's great. Darkness, I didn't expect you to become the next Universe Master who is most likely to break through to become a Universe Supreme Master. You just have to continue down this path, and there's an 80% chance that you can break through to become a Universe Supreme Master. By then, our human race will have 2 Universe Supreme Masters." Primal Chaos City leader, Peng Gong, Deserted Mirror, and the other Universe Masters, as well as Heaven Erosion Palace leader, who had just become a Universe Supreme Master, all smiled excitedly. Without a doubt, once the human race had 2 Universe Supreme Masters, its overall power would improve rapidly. By then, whether in the original universe or in Universe Ocean, the status of the human race would improve rapidly. The great beings from other universe eras wouldn't dare bully the human race, and the demon race, automaton race, and bug race from the original universe would have to think twice before targeting the human race. At least, they wouldn't be so brazen. In the era of Teacher Origin, the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race didn't dare to provoke the human race. They could only guard their own territories. Even the top power of the original universe, the Ancestral God School, had to retreat. Congratulations, Darkness. Darkness, remember to treat us to drinks later. Primal Chaos City leader, you have to treat us too. There's going to be a Universe Supreme Master in the virtual universe. The other Universe Masters congratulated him one after another. Primal Chaos City leader, Long Yan Master, Ice Mountain Master, and the others were all delighted. Darkness Master shook his head modestly. It's still early. I've only seen the path I need to take. I don't know how many years it will take to make a real breakthrough. By then, you'll all have a direction. Haha, Darkness, I'll count on your blessings. That's right, if the effect is so good the second time, doesn't that mean that every one of us here can find our own path? That's unimaginable. By then, the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race won't dare to be so arrogant. Many Universe Masters were laughing, and their eyes were full of hope. Originally, there was almost no hope for them to become Universe Supreme Masters. Becoming a top-tier Universe Master like Primal Chaos City leader was the direction everyone wanted to strive for. But now, with Darkness Master as an example, they couldn't help but have hope in their hearts. Primal Chaos City leader couldn't help but say, theoretically speaking, Darkness listened in once, and he could vaguely see his own path. The second listening should have a weaker effect, but he made such great progress. Back then, all of us were in a mysterious state, so we didn't know the changes during the listening. Speaking of this, he looked at Huge Axe. Huge Axe, you're the only one who didn't listen in, and you used your godly power to bind everyone who listened in. At that time, what exactly happened? Shua. All the universe masters couldn't help but look at Huge Axe. They were all very curious. Darkness Master was no exception. He himself felt that this time, he was a little too sudden. In fact, Huge Axe had already thought of this question. He pondered for a while and then said, according to my observation, the strength of Zhou Hao's talent effect is very likely to have a lot to do with the number and power of the listeners. At the beginning, only a small number of pinnacle emperors and universe knights entered the mysterious state of epiphany. They were all stuck at the bottleneck after accumulating for countless years. However, after Tian Shi entered the state of epiphany, the other listeners all entered the state of epiphany in a very short time. After that, Chaos City Leader and Darkness Master seemed to be affected and entered the mysterious state of epiphany as well. Chapter 168. Great Axe's words fell. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They were all universe masters, so they easily understood the key point of Huge Axe's words. The Heaven Erosion Palace Master had an epiphany, and then the other spectators also had an epiphany. There was too much information revealed here. Originally, they thought that everyone's epiphany was due to the influence of Zhou Hao's innate talent, voice, which allowed them to quickly enter a mysterious state. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Primal Chaos City Leader, who had always been calm, was the first to speak. Huge Axe, you mean to say that the Heaven Erosion Palace Master's epiphany and the others' epiphany led to the epiphany of the remaining observers? The other universe masters all looked at Huge Axe. Giant Axe nodded lightly and said in a deep voice, at least from what I've observed, that is the case. Deserted Mirror Master took a deep breath. Doesn't this mean that as long as there is a powerful listener who has an epiphany, everyone else can enter the state of epiphany without having to accumulate their own experience? Peng Gong Master could not suppress the shock in his heart. Yes, if that is the case, then every time we listen in, as long as we do it properly, we can have frequent epiphanies. Moreover, the epiphanies of the powerful listeners can influence the other listeners. Then, if there are many epiphanies, can it, in turn, influence the epiphanies of the powerful listeners? As soon as he said this, the hall became quiet again. All the universe masters, including Heaven Erosion Palace Leader, stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. Because, if what Peng Gong Master had said was true, then the combat power of the upper echelons of the human race would definitely increase tremendously. They might even be able to become universe masters in batches, or even universe supreme masters. After all, there were hundreds of times more universe knights than universe masters, and there were even more emperors. They could use the enlightenment of the emperors to guide the enlightenment of the universe knights. If this went on, the universe knights would be able to become universe masters in a short amount of time. Then they could use the enlightenment of the universe knights to guide the enlightenment of the universe masters. In the meantime, when a universe knight was about to break through to universe master, the epiphany could also feed back to an emperor. Once this chain was formed, the rise of the human race would become a foreseeable future. Huge Axe looked at the universe masters around him, then raised his hand and pressed down. This is only one possibility, but don't get your hopes up. The universe is balanced, and Zhou Hao's talent is already freakish, so there must be other restrictions. I feel that the epiphany of Heaven Erosion Palace Leader's epiphany is mainly related to Zhou Hao's talent, his voice. I guess that his voice will cause the state of epiphany to be constantly stacked, and eventually, it will form a mysterious special illusion. Therefore, the key lies in Zhou Hao's talent. After that, he looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and said, Primal Chaos City Leader, remember what Master Peng Gong said just now. Next time, when Zhou Hao wants to share his insights, make some arrangements and see how it goes. Primal Chaos City Leader quickly nodded. At this moment, Deserted Mirror Master couldn't help saying, Primal Chaos City Leader, Zhou Hao's talent is now the most important link for the rise of the human race. In this aspect, we need to understand and analyze more so that the human race can develop faster. Of course, the premise is that we have to respect Zhou Hao. Primal Chaos City Leader smiled and said, Deserted Mirror, since when are you so considerate of my disciple? The other universe masters all started to laugh and tease him. Of course, they knew the reason. In fact, they had the urge to listen in again. After all, that mysterious epiphany was too immersive. However, they quickly suppressed this urge. This time, although they didn't make much progress, at least they understood their own gap. In the years to come, they could quickly and efficiently make up for this gap and be fully prepared for the next time. Deserted Mirror Master didn't care. Primal Chaos City Leader, Zhou Hao is now not only your disciple, but also the future of the human race. With that, he looked at Huge Axe. Huge Axe, I suggest that we build a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island specifically for Zhou Hao to show his contribution to the human race. Deserted Mirror's words were heard. The plain hall was suddenly filled with discussions. Building a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island was a symbol of glory and status. Normally, only Universe Knights were allowed to build palaces on this place. Even invincible emperors weren't qualified. Most great beings had a long lifespan, so they cared more about the glory and status of the race. Zhou Hao was only at the domain lord level. If he built a palace on the mountainside, it would undoubtedly break the unspoken rule of glory. One could imagine that such a move would definitely cause an uproar. Qing Dong, Peng Gong, and the other universe masters looked at Deserted Mirror in shock. They had to admit that they had never thought of this suggestion. Although it sounded ridiculous, after careful consideration, Deserted Mirror's suggestion was extremely profound. Huge Axe and Primal Chaos City Leader also understood the profound meaning in Deserted Mirror's words. They looked hesitant. Deserted Mirror continued, Huge Axe, during these 2 sessions, tens of thousands of spectators benefited greatly from Zhou Hao. Among them were Universe Masters, Universe Overlords, Universe Knights, and a large number of Undying Emperors. For example, Tian Shi successfully broke through to become a Universe Master. With such contributions, I think he's totally qualified to build a palace on the mountainside. As for criticism, I believe that even if there won't be many. After all, we all know what Zhou Hao represents, and a large number of Universe Knights will also understand. Quote, Huge Axe looked at Deserted Mirror, and for the first time, he felt that Deserted Mirror Master was so smart. Primal Chaos City Leader, what do you think? Huge Axe asked Primal Chaos City Leader. I don't agree in principle. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Zhou Hao's case is too special. We can make some changes. Huge Axe looked at the other Universe Masters. Agree. Seconded. Agreed. It was unanimously approved. Huge Axe smiled. If so, I think there's no need to hold an expanded Supreme Meeting. Let's just pass this resolution directly. Primal Chaos City Leader, you can inform Zhou Hao later. Besides, his manor in the Primal region must be preserved. Keep the disturbance and news to a small area. Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. Understood. Next, let's talk about Zhou Hao's cultivation. On the rooftop of West Lake Castle. Zhou Hao didn't know that the race had passed the resolution that he could build a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. At that moment, he was digesting the effect of the Great Path Proverb. Without a doubt, the effect of the Great Path Proverb was the strongest one he had ever used. Not only was the first step of the fusion of wind and time laws completely solved, but the speed at which other bodies started to study the fusion of light and time laws was much faster than before. It was as if he had figured out the theorems and formulas of the fusion laws, and the rest was the extension of the theorems and formulas. According to his estimation, at this speed, he only needed 5 to 10 years to fully comprehend the first step of the fusion of wind, time, light, and time laws. At that time, the first step of the 8 fusion laws would be completed. The most tortuous period of walking the path of time and space fusion was about to pass. Of course, there was still a more difficult path to walk, but Zhou Hao was no longer worried because through the effect of the Great Path Proverb this time, he had vaguely grasped the law of the fusion law's essence combination. He believed that if he studied time and space according to this law, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. There are still more than 20 years before Luo Feng and the others' qualification battle. In that case, I will strive to complete the first step of the fusion of time and space in the remaining time. Zhou Hao opened his eyes, and there was determination in his eyes. From the beginning of his study of the fusion laws until now, it had only taken him less than 60 to 70 years to complete the first step of the 8 fusion laws. According to his original estimation, it would take at least 1,000 years, but now the time taken was reduced by 10 times. All of this was thanks to the Great Path Proverb. The Great Path Proverb was obtained by completing the special sign in task. Therefore, Zhou Hao was even more eager to complete this special sign in task because only by completing the task could he activate the next special sign in. He calmed his mind. He raised his eyes and saw 2 streams of light quickly streaking across the sky, then landed on the rooftop and casually sat beside him. These two figures were Hong and Thunder God, and from the joy on their faces, it could be seen that they had gained a lot from listening to him share his insights. Hong flipped his palm and took out a sealed bottle of wine, then opened it and poured a glass for Zhou Hao. Then, Thunder God also poured a glass for him. How could Zhou Hao not know that this was their way of thanking him? So he picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. The wine was a good wine brewed on earth. Although it didn't have any special effects, it was full of the taste of his hometown. Seeing Zhou Hao finish drinking, Hong and Thunder God laughed. F***ck, third brother, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Now I finally understand why those big shots rushed to our earth and came to listen in on your castle. The effect, tisk tisk, it's really intoxicating. Thunder God said in an exaggerated tone. Hong nodded heavily, it is intoxicating, just like this wine. Sanzi, thanks to you, I've improved a lot. Thunder God laughed, me too. As long as you've improved, As Zhou Hao spoke, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. Big brother, second brother, I'll enter the virtual universe first. Hong and Thunder God nodded, the two of them started to drink. Shua, Zhou Hao first appeared in the villa. Then he went through the special pathway and teleported directly to the palace of the city leader on Thunder Island. When the city leader saw Zhou Hao, the first thing he said was, Disciple, the race has already specially opened up a place for you on the mountainside of Thunder Island. You can go over in a while and build your own palace. Zhou Hao, Chapter 169. In a distant universe secret region. 9 Swords Venerable, Ganwu Country Master, Three-Eyed Elder, and Wei Lin Knight were in the midst of their boring exploration. They were using a flying-type treasure to speed through the secret region. Opportunities and dangers often coexisted in newly discovered universe secret regions. However, most of the time, it was boring. To this, 9 Swords and the others were already used to it. If they could discover a true treasure or a true treasure, they wouldn't hesitate to make the trip. Even if it was some special resources or treasures, it was still good. However, if it was in the past, they would split a bit of their consciousness into the virtual universe to pass the boring exploration period. This time, however, it was different. The aftermath of listening to Zhou Hao share his insights had already spread to the upper echelons of the entire race. Naturally, 9 Swords Venerable and the others had also received the news. As for the progress of the other listeners, it was something that many people were very concerned about and gossiped about. They wouldn't get tired of talking about such things even if they talked about it for a few days and nights. 9 Swords Venerable was even more regretful. A slight mistake, a slight mistake. If I had delayed for another 8 or 10 years to explore the universe secret region, I would definitely have a seat on Earth. Who knows, I might have become a universe overlord by now. He had been venting his frustrations for half a month already. Especially every time he heard about other universe knights breaking through to universe overlords, he couldn't help but vent. Ganwu Country Master and Wei Lin Knight also comforted him every time. Ganwu Country Master also regretted coming to explore the universe secret region this time. After all, he was the master of the universe country in Zhou Hao's hometown. With his qualifications, he should have been able to get a seat on Earth. However, he missed the opportunity because he couldn't make it in time. After all, the universe secret region was filled with danger everywhere. There were even powerful indigenous life forms. Without undying slaves, they wouldn't dare to use God country transportation here. That awakening sword knight's power is on par with mine. This time, he was lucky enough to get a seat and successfully broke through to universe overlord. He always showed off to me. Hearing the unwillingness in the 9 Swords Venerable's voice, the three-eyed old man Kandri sighed once more. The impact of the two public sharing of insights had proven that as long as one was a bystander, one would more or less be able to improve. Moreover, there was also a saying among the venerable ones. If he wanted to break through his shackles, increase his strength, and embark on the path of ascetic cultivation, it was very simple. He just had to listen to Zhou Hao's insights. Although this sentence was exaggerated, it was an indisputable fact. What was the purpose of entering the universe secret territory? Wasn't it to encounter a huge opportunity or to luckily obtain some resources and treasures to help oneself break through the shackles? And now, there was such an opportunity. There was an 80% chance of breaking through without taking any risks. Who wouldn't be tempted and go crazy? Suddenly, the 9 Swords Venerable's expression changed. Ganwu Country Master, the three-eyed old man, and Wei Lin Knight could not help but look at the Nine Swords Venerable as they wondered if another universe overlord had been born. God, every time they heard it, they felt a piercing pain in their hearts. They were roaring in their hearts. Why wasn't it them who had such a breakthrough? I just received news that Zhou Hao is going to build a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. The moment he said this, Ganwu Country Master, the three-eyed old man, and Wei Lin Knight all widened their eyes. Building a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island. Quote. The moment they heard that, a wave of dissatisfaction gushed out from their hearts. However, this dissatisfaction quickly disappeared without a trace because they all understood one thing. That was, they finally had a chance and a reason to build a relationship with Zhou Hao. Shua shua shua, the four of them hurriedly connected to the virtual universe. Tian Shi Palace. Even though Tian Shi Palace Master had broken through to Universe Master and could choose an important secret territory to guard, he still wanted to guard Blood River World. At this moment, within the majestic 9-story palace, Tian Shi Palace Master's body was filled with endless power. He looked down at his confidants. Sa Tuo, Huang Yu, Zhou Hao is going to build a palace on the mountainside. The three of you will go and thank him for me. After all, it's all thanks to Zhou Hao that I was able to take this difficult step. I owe him a favor, and I can only repay him in the future. Yes, the great palace master. At this moment, all the universe knights who received the news connected their consciousness to the virtual universe and flew quickly to the entrance of Zhou Hao's palace, which had just been built. Even the universe knights from the huge Axe Coliseum, Universe Star River Bank, and Universe First Bank all applied to come to Thunder Island in the virtual universe. A domain master building a palace on the mountainside of Thunder Island, this was definitely the first time in human history. Just like in the original plot, when Luo Feng built a palace for the first time, many universe knights were dissatisfied. However, when Zhou Hao built a palace this time, no one was dissatisfied. On the contrary, when they reacted, they were all extremely excited. After all, usually, when they wanted to interact with a domain master like Zhou Hao, they were always lacking in status. Even if Zhou Hao had a dazzling aura, he was still only a domain master. Even if they wanted to lose face, they had to consider how others would look at them. However, after Zhou Hao built his palace, it was completely different. At least they had a reason to personally congratulate him, and if it was just to congratulate him, it wouldn't be considered losing face. When Zhou Hao became a sector lord in the future and made a name for himself, they would be able to make use of the opportunity to visit the palace. This was a very convenient matter. In less than 10 minutes. At the entrance of Zhou Hao's palace, thousands of universe knights had already landed. Huo Yi and the other guards who were guarding the door were dumbfounded. My god, there were too many universe knights here to congratulate him. And the number was still increasing. When 9 Swords, Ganwu and the others rushed over, they saw a huge crowd gathered at the entrance of the palace. Seeing so many universe knights, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. 9 Swords, Ganwu, you guys are here too. 9 Swords Venerable's reputation in the circle of knights was now much greater than before. The reason was that he was lucky enough to become Zhou Hao's direct knight. He was more or less related to Zhou Hao. Even universe overlords would treat him warmly. 9 Swords Venerable greeted the other knights one by one. He saw that not too far away, he was talking to Pupillary Dystonia, Black Fog and the other knights, and he couldn't help but walk over. Xing'an, Pupillary Dystonia, 9 Swords. Ganwu. After greeting each other, 9 Swords Venerable asked, what's going on? Why aren't the palace doors open yet? Zhou Hao is still building some courtyards and pavilions inside, Xing'an replied. He told the guards not to let anyone in for now, so we can only wait. 9 Swords Venerable was speechless. He sighed, only Zhou Hao can do that. Xing'an nodded in agreement. Which universe knight didn't have a high status? Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even take an emperor-level genius seriously, let alone a monstrous genius like Zhou Hao. After all, there was a huge threshold between emperor level and knight level. You were a genius when you were weak and dazzling, but just the threshold of undying was enough to keep you in check for a long time. And once you broke through to undying, an even higher threshold of knight level awaited you. Only by breaking through these two thresholds consecutively would these universe knights truly treat you as an equal. Even Universe Knights, or even Universe Overlords, wouldn't dare to make so many Universe Knights wait. However, the other party was Zhou Hao, a domain lord-level genius who could influence everyone. No one dared to express their dissatisfaction. They all waited patiently. Suddenly, the palace doors opened slowly. Nine Swords Venerable immediately stopped talking to Xing'an and rushed in with the other Universe Knights. The moment he entered the palace, he saw Zhou Hao with an apologetic expression. Sorry. Greetings, Knights. Please forgive us for any delay. Zhou Hao had a premonition that there would be Universe Knights coming to visit, such as Xing'an, Pupillary Dystonia, Black Fog, and the other knights who had benefited from him. However, he didn't expect there to be so many of them. Haha, it's fine. We're all bored anyway. It's your first time building a palace, so you have to build it to your liking. It's normal to take some time. Understood. The Universe Knights were all laughing at the same time. At the same time, they began to congratulate him. However, after congratulating him, they left one by one. Although Zhou Hao had laid out delicious wine and fruits, they knew that their relationship wasn't that good. If they stayed, it would be embarrassing. In the end, only Nine Swords, Xing'an, and the other knights who were related to Zhou Hao stayed. However, they only drank some wine and left one after another. Chapter 170. Shua. After the Universe Knights left, Luo Feng stood up. Multiple silhouettes appeared within the palace. However, these silhouettes' energies were extremely weak. They were Luo Feng, Auka, Icon, Burin and the other universe-level geniuses. His body Seri also appeared. Zhou Hao laughed loudly. You guys still have some conscience, coming to visit me at this time. Auka laughed and joked, we had to wait for those big shots to leave before we dared to come. That's right. Speaking of which, third brother, you're a big shot now. If you can build a palace on Thunder Island, it'll be hard for us to come here again in the future. Luo Feng said with a mocking smile on his face. PFF'd, fourth brother, you're becoming more and more like Auka. Come, don't be so reserved, there's still plenty of wine waiting for you to finish. Zhou Hao waved his hand casually. Auka, Icon and Luo Feng sat down without hesitation. They drank and chatted, and the topic wasn't related to the construction of the palace, but rather their future training plans and direction. Zhou Hao nodded as he listened. From what Luo Feng and the others saw, they didn't lose themselves because of the great Tao proverb. This was indeed good. After the qualification battles, Burin and I should be able to enter the primal region. I plan to do some more point missions and break through to the domain lord level. Luo Feng drank a large mouthful of wine and said. Burin sipped and agreed, I'm also preparing to break through to the domain lord level. Right now my law comprehension is at the 9th level, not far from the 10th. Staying at the universe level isn't too stressful. However, breaking through to the domain lord level and competing with the seniors there will be more interesting. Auka said casually, damn, you two really want to compete to break through to the domain lord level, I'm impressed. Luo Feng and Burin exchanged glances and laughed, with competition comes pressure. I'm still some distance from the 8th level, I think I'll have to wait until the next qualification battles. Rongjun looked enviously at Luo Feng and Burin. He too wanted to break through to the domain lord level, however his law comprehension was too low. Hence, he could only stay at the universe level for another 100 years. As they chatted, the topic turned to Zhou Hao. Luo Feng looked at Zhou, third brother, even though the scenery here is great, it's still not a place for us. Wuka looked at Zhou Hao too. Luo Feng is right, Zhou Hao, to us members, strength is everything, it's the foundation. The other geniuses also looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao slowly raised his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. He looked at Luo Feng, Auka, Burin and the others, suddenly smiling, looks like the wine before wasn't wasted. The moment he said that, Luo Feng, Uka and the others immediately laughed out loud. They knew that Zhou Hao was still the same Zhou Hao, he wasn't affected by external factors. This was an absolute genius, an opponent worth working hard to surpass. After a round of drinks, Auka, Luo Feng and the others all left. Zhou Hao waved his hand and kept the items within the palace, instructing Huoi to leave behind a few guards to guard the palace. He then brought Huoi and the rest back to the Primal Region Villa. And the Prince of Seven Colors who was guarding the villa smiled when he saw Zhou Hao return. Your Majesty, congratulations on your return. Yes, it's indeed worth congratulating. This place suits me. The Rainbow King praised, "I'm relieved that your majesty can see through all of this. Even though your majesty's talent will have an effect on the other sovereigns, causing your majesty's status to rapidly rise, your majesty must remember that status requires strength to match it. Of course, your majesty's influence and contributions are enough to match your status, but in the end, strength is the foundation." Zhou Hao nodded. "I understand." This was also the reason why he returned to the villa. Even though the race had agreed to let him build a palace on the mountainside, he knew that the palace represented the power of a universe knight. He could build it because of the Great Path proverb, not because of his own power. When he truly had the power of a universe knight, he could live in the palace on the mountainside without any worries. "Pass down the order, don't disturb me if there's nothing important." "Yes, your majesty." Shua. He returned to the three-story house. Zhou Hao once again began his arduous cultivation of fusing the laws of nature. The purpose of using the Great Path proverb was to increase the speed of studying fusion laws. As for influencing others, in his opinion, it was just to better assist himself. This point, he had always been clear about it. Time passed. When Zhou Hao was completely immersed in studying the laws, Primal Chaos City leader and the other universe masters couldn't help but feel gratified. Actually, Zhou Hao's growth was part of the plan for the rise of the race. Even though everyone wanted to listen to Zhou Hao's comprehension, they knew that his own power was the most important. Besides, the effect of listening in had a lot to do with one's own accumulation. After listening in twice in a row, except for some who hadn't been allocated a slot, the rest had more or less listened in once. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the race naturally had to suppress this wave of waves. One had to know that even these universe masters were affected by Zhou Hao's influence, not to mention the other universe knights and emperors, as well as the lower-level Undying and Sector lords. That was why, even if Zhou Hao wanted to continue using the Great Path proverb to improve, Primal Chaos City leader would advise him. After all, the main purpose of the 2 listening sessions was to understand the specific impact of Zhou Hao's talent. Now, they basically understood. Next, they had to formulate a detailed plan with Zhou Hao as the core. This plan couldn't be completed overnight, and it involved a lot of details. It needed time to slowly deduce, and then the entire race as a whole would improve its power in the fastest way possible. At the same time, Primal Chaos City leader specifically ordered that no Undying and Universe Knights should disturb Zhou Hao when he was practicing. This order was announced. Many of the Emperors and Universe Knights who were impatient gradually calmed down. To them, a little bit of time was nothing. Besides, according to the experience of those Universe Knights and Undying who listened in, the stronger one's accumulation, the better the effect of listening in. So the higher-ups of the entire race gradually calmed down from the hustle and bustle as Zhou Hao started to immerse himself in practicing. However, everyone knew that when the race's rise plan officially began, that wave would completely engulf the entire human race and even the entire original universe. By then, not only would they have to catch the wave, but they would also have to stand on the top of the wave and welcome the storm. Time passed quickly. The willow trees on the shore of West Lake sprouted again and again, again and again. In Zhou Hao's body, from the castle rooftop to the shore of West Lake, and then to the high point of the long bridge, kept changing back and forth. Just like that, 10 years passed quietly. On the castle rooftop, Zhou Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It was just as he had expected. 10 years. The first step of the 8 fusion laws was finally completed. He stood up and looked at the waters of West Lake, and his consciousness connected to the virtual universe. Even though he hadn't tried to comprehend time, space, or even the universe primal chaos tablet, his strength had been constantly increasing. Especially after completing the first step of the 8 great fusion laws, he had a very deep understanding of the basic combination of the fusion laws. Back then, Zhou Hao had thought that the time and space laws were difficult to combine, but when he studied the light and time fusion laws, he had already solved it. At that moment, he understood that when he studied the first step of the 8 fusion laws, time and space fusion wasn't a problem anymore. Shua. Arriving at the villa, Zhou Hao didn't stop, immediately applying to enter the Domain Lord level Sky Mountain. After breaking through to Domain Lord, he had trained hard for over 40 years, it was time to test out his gains. Chapter 171. Sky Passing Mountain, a specially opened plain in the virtual universe. This was a vast expanse of land. There were 3 majestic mountains on the ground, each taller than the last. Zhou Hao appeared before the mountains, looking at the flashing gold words on the middle of the mountain. They were heaven and earth, absolute beginning, primal. Of which the primal sky mountain was the tallest. And the absolute beginning domain lord geniuses, if they could pass this mountain, they would immediately become a primal region domain lord member. However, most of the domain lords in the primal region wouldn't be able to pass this mountain. Because to pass the primal sky mountain, one had to be at least at the 16th level of the heavenly bridge in terms of origin law comprehension. Zhou Hao had already passed the universe level primal sky mountain, and now he wanted to pass the domain lord level primal sky mountain. His silhouette flashed, he quickly appeared at the foot of the mountain. The bull man who was good at close combat was sleeping, the ape man who was good at controlling was resting in the distant forest, and the snake man who was good at illusions was bathing in a pool. The three guardians represented the same level of three different paths. As though sensing movement, the bull man opened his eyes and saw the smiling Zhou Hao. "Ah, Your Majesty Zhou Hao, you want to pass the domain lord level sky mountain?" The bull man stood up and grinned. Zhou Hao nodded. The bull man laughed loudly, his voice rumbling as he shouted, "White ape, burning snake man, come out quickly, someone wants to pass the sky mountain." Su. Two beams of light swiftly flew over from the distance. The three guardians looked at Zhou Hao, and in their minds, Zhou Hao's detailed origin law comprehension information appeared. The snake man, who was only wearing a thin veil that covered his snake tail, smiled and said, "Your Highness Zhou Hao, you have passed the 14th level of the heavenly bridge after leaving the primal secret realm. It is barely enough to pass through the foot of our mountain, but it will be difficult to pass through the middle of the mountain." Zhou Hao smiled. "You said it yourself, passing the 14th level was when I left the primal region. It's already been 40 years, I can't possibly be still at the same spot, right?" The bull man grinned. "Hey, looks like Your Majesty Zhou Hao is very confident, what are you waiting for, let's go together." Boom. While speaking, the Minotaur held the giant axe in his hand and stepped on the ground. With one step, he appeared in front of Zhou Hao. The giant axe cracked the space and struck Zhou Hao like lightning. Zhou Hao's body suddenly disappeared, causing the Minotaur to miss. The Minotaur didn't care, he laughed and chased after Zhou Hao again. Not far away, the ape man controlled the 9-section bamboo-type spirit weapon, attacking Zhou Hao from the side. The serpent man swung his tail, his eyes were like water, and his laughter rippled. Waves of invisible mental illusions gushed out to attack Zhou Hao. The three guardians cooperated with each other very well. If it was any of the other domain lords in the primitive secret realm, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the other hand, Zhou Hao's expression was calm. He spread out his hands and a long saber gradually condensed in his palms. When the Tauren attacked again, he held the hilt of his sword and slashed down at the giant axe. Boom! The saber light was as resplendent as the Milky Way. However, it suddenly turned into a roaring beast god phantom. The beast god phantom lifted its giant claw and slammed it down on the giant axe. This slap was even more powerful than the Minotaur's. It directly shattered the Minotaur, along with the giant axe and its body. At this moment, the ape man's spirit weapon attack had arrived. Zhou Hao didn't have time to retract his saber. However, his expression didn't change. The imperial god weapon behind him condensed in front of him and blocked the spirit weapon. He then looked at the ape man whose expression changed. In a flash, he chased after the ape man and slashed out. The ape man's body instantly crumbled. The remaining serpent man revealed a bitter smile. She had been using her mental illusions, but Zhou Hao didn't seem to be affected at all. Very quickly, facing Zhou Hao's attacks, the serpent man couldn't defend at all. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Hao's two slashes ended. At the waist of the mountain, the Minotaur, ape man and serpent man's strength had increased by close to 10 times. However, they still couldn't block Zhou Hao's two slashes. Finally, at the peak of the mountain, the Guardians' strength increased once again. This level required the ability to pass the 16th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Zhou Hao used the first level of the Earth and Space Fusion laws. Along with the Imperial God weapon's attack, he didn't feel any pressure at all and easily passed the peak. After all, the first level of the 8 fusion laws was comparable to the 15th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The Imperial God weapon was the fusion of time and space. Zhou Hao slightly condensed a bit of the Beast God image. Just in terms of laws, it exceeded the 16th level. The dead Minotaur, Serpent Man and Ape Man quickly recovered from their injuries. They stood up and looked at Zhou Hao. They all smiled and said, "Your Majesty Zhou Hao, congratulations on passing the Domain Lord level sky passing mountain. I didn't think that in just 40 years, your Majesty's strength would be so strong." Zhou Hao laughed. 40 years is already a long time. The three guardians were stunned. They revealed helpless expressions. To a Domain Lord warrior, don't talk about 40 years, even 400 years was like the blink of an eye. They couldn't even go through a qualification battle. To be able to say that 40 years was a long time, probably only Zhou Hao's Majesty would be able to do so. Shua, his consciousness broke the link. Zhou Hao, who was standing on the rooftop, opened his eyes. His face was expressionless. After leaving the primitive mystic realm for more than 40 years, his progress in the study of laws had been too rapid. It was so rapid that even he could not believe it. One had to know that these were the 8 great laws, any one of them, comprehending the first level was as hard as ascending to the heavens. Even Luo Feng from the original storyline, at Sector Lord level, with the Beast God statue, and being able to observe the origin law revolutions in the Primal Chaos Tablet room, with all these factors, he still took a total of 800 years to comprehend. He gently exhaled. Zhou Hao's expression relaxed. There were still 8 years until the universe-level qualification battles. And he had spent the first 10 years in the primal region studying the essence of time. Only after 70 years did he truly study the 8 beast god paths. In other words, he used less than 1/10 of Luo Feng's time to complete the first level of the 8 fusion laws. If the time ratio between the primal universe and the actual universe was included, then he only used 1/30 of the time. Such a speed was truly terrifying. The rewards of the Tao debate are indeed generous. And now I'm only left with the first stage of the path to becoming a warrior. He muttered within. Even though his improvement speed was terrifying, Zhou Hao didn't feel proud. After all, he walked the path of time and space fusion. Studying the other 8 fusion laws was merely to pave the way for this path. Therefore, the true meaning of the improvement was that he had completely grasped the sequence of time and space, and understood the first step of fusing time and space. The other laws all have their corresponding techniques, but time and space fusion don't. Since I'm on this path, I'll have to study it thoroughly sooner or later. Hence, I'll first decide on a name for the techniques. Zhou Hao pondered. In truth, most experts would casually name their secret arts. For example, Shi Luo Duo's secret art, the Nan Shen 7 transformations, was called the Beast God's 7 murders. Its name was simple and common, indicating that it was an imitation of the Beast God. And when he studied time and space fusion, he first studied the 8 Beast God paths. Hence, after pondering for a while, he decided to call it the 8 God transformations. However, he didn't even have the first level of it, and hadn't even scratched the surface. Zhou Hao wasn't in a rush. Shi Luo Duo was a universe overlord, and he was only a domain lord. He still had a long way to go. After thinking it through, he once again began to train. Although he had a rough idea of the first step of the fusion of time and space in his mind, it was still quite difficult for him to really create it. This was something Zhou Hao was clear about. Hence, he wasn't proud of it. Zhou Hao's every move was related to the plan of the race. Not only were the upper echelons paying attention to him, many knights, even pinnacle emperors and undyings were all paying attention to him. Hence, the news of him passing the domain lord level sky mountain spread throughout the upper echelon of the human race in less than half an hour. Even though they all knew that with Zhou Hao's talent and improvement, passing the domain lord level sky mountain wasn't hard at all, this speed was still too fast. There were still 8 years left before the 100-year qualification battle. Normally speaking, most of the universe-level geniuses that had just entered the secret region would still be leisurely doing their training missions, occasionally attending public classes. However, Zhou Hao, not only had he broken through to the domain lord level, he had also passed both the universe level and domain lord level sky passing mountain. This meant that in a short 100 years, some geniuses from tens of millions of eras had spent 10,000 years on the universe level and domain lord level path. This made many emperors and knights exclaim. Now it seemed that not only could Zhou Hao affect other geniuses and great beings' improvement speed, but his own improvement speed was also frightening. Originally, many great beings were actually worried that Zhou Hao's sharing of his comprehension would affect his own improvement. Now, they were completely relieved. In the countless years of the human race, there had never been a genius like Zhou Hao who improved so quickly. Some upper echelons even wanted to persuade Zhou Hao to slow down his improvement speed. Virtual Universe Primal Chaos City Main Palace. All the universe masters of the virtual universe were gathered. Primal Chaos City leader looked at Darkness, Long Yan, and the others. Everyone has seen the video of Zhou Hao passing the Sky Mountain. There was a moment of silence in the palace. From this video alone, they could see that Zhou Hao had used the first level of the fusion of Earth and space laws to pass the Sky Mountain. And previously, they had given Zhou Hao 1,000 years to let him know the difficulty and back off. Who knew that he had completed the first level in such a short time? And more importantly, the last time Zhou Hao shared his comprehension, he talked about wind and time. Without a doubt, Zhou Hao might want to complete the first level of the 8 fusion laws and continue to walk the path of time and space fusion. This path of cultivation had never been walked by anyone in the entire universe, not even the great beings from the universe era in Universe Ocean. Chapter 172. Chaos. Dark Lord said. The Darkness Lord said, since Zhou Hao was able to complete the first level of the fusion of the laws of Earth and space in such a short period of time, it means that he is not only extremely talented in the laws of time and space, but also in the laws of Beast God. The path chosen by such a genius is not something we can interfere with. Primal Chaos City leader frowned. Darkness, this isn't about one Beast God school. What if he wants to do all 8 Beast God schools? You should know how difficult it is. Yes, I know, everyone here knows it, but so what? We can't do it, but it doesn't mean Zhou Hao can't. Don't forget his talent. Before this, no one could imagine that there was such a freakish talent in the universe that can even affect us universe masters. Dark Lord couldn't help but sigh. So, Zhou Hao's choice isn't something we can interfere with, but something we can help. Maybe he can really do it. Primal Chaos City leader heard Dark Lord's words. Primal Chaos City leader pondered. Ice Mountain Master also pondered. They both knew that Zhou Hao was Seri, and Seri was Zhou Hao. If they took the path of the fusion of time and space, once they made a mistake, it would delay their 2 bodies. However, what the Lord of Darkness said did make sense. Other geniuses in the universe, and even many special life forms, couldn't take this path, but it didn't mean that no one could. It was just like how there had never been a genius like Zhou Hao in the human race, but now, there was one. After a while, Primal Chaos City leader sighed. Well, I admit that I was a bit worried. Zhou Hao completed the first level so quickly, and he does have a talent in fusion law that other geniuses can't match. As for Zhou Hao's progress and direction, I won't interfere anymore. This matter will be discussed later at the Huge Axe Conference. Now, if you have any different opinions, you can voice them out. Long Yan Master, Remote Lord Master, and the others had no objection. They all agreed with Dark Lord. Seeing this, Primal Chaos City leader felt relieved. In the depths of the demon territory, there was a floating palace under the cover of the endless starry sky. There were a large number of flames burning around the palace. These flames were black, white, purple, red, blue, and other different colors. Each flame was the size of a star. At the front of the huge square of the palace, there was a huge creature that looked like a sculpture. This creature was one of the royal families of the demon clan, the Sirius clan. At this moment, the sculpted creature opened its huge eyes and looked at the misty light that was gradually condensing in the square. Xianxia, what do you have to report? A rumbling sound came from within the palace, causing the entire flame-type palace to tremble. The giant white wolf, Xianxia, replied respectfully, reporting to the great leader, we've just received news from the human territory. Our demonic beast race's #1 target, the human genius Zhou Hao, has passed the Domain Lord level sky-piercing mountain. Domain Lord level sky-piercing mountain. If I remember correctly, this human genius left the primal universe less than 100 years ago, right? The huge sculpted creature trembled as it stood up. It looked down at the giant white wolf that was 8 kilometers long. The wolf said, yes leader, that Zhou Hao is indeed less than 100 years old. Within 100 years, he broke through from the universe level to the Domain Lord level and passed sky-piercing mountain. His law level has already reached the 16th level of the human virtual universe company's sky-piercing mountain. His battle strength might even exceed that level, only Domain Lord level, even at the human sector Lord level, this level is already very high. He's almost comparable to some of the stronger official level Undyings. The huge sculpted creature looked coldly at the white wolf. Such a genius, why don't we use our hidden warriors to kill him? The White Wolf trembled and explained, Great leader, that Zhou Hao has human knights protecting him, and there's more than one of them. The Bug clan once sent a knight to assassinate him, but the knight fell and the assassination didn't succeed. The highest we sent in the human territory is only emperor level. The sculpted creature snorted coldly. The White Wolf trembled even more. We cannot allow such a genius to grow. Immediately come up with a detailed plan and find a suitable time to assassinate him. Yes, the demon race's information network in the human territory couldn't compare to the Bug clan. Hence, when the demon race received the news, the Bug clan received it too. However, the Bug clan queen didn't care too much about it, as she had long known that Zhou Hao was a huge threat. The winged dreamy silhouette gazed below. How's the investigation on Zhou Hao coming along? The same dreamy beautiful silhouette replied in a pleasant voice, Great Queen, the human race has protected all information on Zhou Hao very well. Our people are unable to get anything. Until now, we still haven't found out why there were so many knights in Dream Underworld Empire. The Bug clan queen didn't mind. After all, a genius like Zhou Hao would definitely be well protected by the human race. With the status of the hidden warriors, they wouldn't be able to get any useful information. Continue to speed up the investigation. Also, pay close attention to Zhou Hao's movements. The moment he breaks through to Sector Lord level and heads to the Outer Region Wars, we have to report it. Even if we can't solve it in the human territory, anything can happen in the Outer Region Wars. Yes, 1 month later, West Lake Castle rooftop. Zhou Hao opened his eyes and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Sitting in the study, he opened the mail sent by the Virtual Universe Company. The content was the Domain Lord level highest point mission completion rate and evaluation. Primal Mystic Realm member Zhou Hao, based on your performance in the Sky-Piercing Mountain, we have determined that you have completed the first level of the Beast God Path of Earth and Space in less than 20 years. Compared to the 1,000 years we gave you, you have excellently completed the third round of the mission. We will reward you with an additional 4 million points after completing the mission. Every point from the Virtual Universe Company is extremely valuable. Please use them wisely and effectively. Also, the Virtual Universe Company will provide you with information on the Beast God Path, please read it carefully. The highest point mission has ended. At the Domain Lord level, the Virtual Universe Company will no longer give out any more missions. As you are the disciple of the Primal Chaos City leader, you have the right to apply for a chance to train in the Primal Universe. Please make good use of it. There was quite a bit of content in the mail. Other than explaining the situation, there was also an attachment. The attachment was a detailed introduction of the Beast God Path, as well as some suitable techniques for the 8 Beast God Paths, as well as the identity of the great being who created the techniques. After that was the evaluation of the highest point mission. The highest point mission this time was only the third level. The first level was to judge the Ganwu country Doyan Emperor Hu Zhenjian and his family members. The second level was to kill a hidden bug undying. The third level was law comprehension speed. It could be said that compared to the previous highest point missions, these 3 levels were much simpler. However, from a true perspective, these 3 levels were extremely difficult. Firstly, the first level, if Zhou Hao was only a normal primal region domain lord, when he judged Zhenjian, the Ganwu country leader definitely wouldn't appear. He might even use other methods to remind himself. And when facing a universe knight, normal domain lord level members would have to think twice before dealing with him. The second level was to kill an undying. This was even more difficult. One had to know that the disciple of the Dream Underworld Emperor was an undying general. To kill him, a normal domain lord wouldn't be able to do it. Even if one sealed his undying energy, one still had to have a high level of law comprehension. As for the final level, it was even harder. Completing the first level of the Earth and Space fusion in 1,000 years, and in the actual universe, this was an impossible mission. Keeping his thoughts to himself, he looked at the final evaluation. Overall evaluation. Primal Region member Zhou Hao, during the first level, when you judged Zhenjian and his family members, you didn't change at all despite their warnings and threats. This means that even in the face of power, you are unwavering in your judgment. This means that you aren't afraid of power. And during the second level, when you killed the hidden bug undying, you still cared about protecting the innocent lives. This means that you pity the weak. The third level, in a short 20 years, you reached a level of law comprehension that other geniuses might not even be able to reach in thousands of years. Your talent and comprehension is the most exceptional genius in the history of the virtual universe company. Talent is strong, improvement is fast, and you don't fear power, pity the weak. You have completed the highest point mission extremely well. Please continue to work hard and don't waste your talent. I believe that one day, your name will spread throughout the universe. After reading the evaluation, Zhou Hao laughed involuntarily. This highest point mission, not only did he complete it extremely well, but the evaluation was also full of praise. It was obvious that the upper echelon of the virtual universe company approved of his actions. He shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. He had obtained over 10 million points this time. Even though it was still a drop in the bucket, but he could at least buy some necessities that he didn't get from signing in. Chapter 173. Time was like a mountain stream, always passing by quietly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. During this period, Zhou Hao, who stayed on Earth, once again lived a leisurely and boring life of training, listening to lectures, and studying secret techniques. His human body mainly studied the combination methods of time and space, while the Thousand Abyss ancestral tree body studied the cosmic chaos tablet and time-space truth, the two precious support engravings and secret techniques. Different from the other 8 fusion laws, time and space didn't have the beast god statue or the beast god's battle scenes to study. Everything had to be explored by Zhou Hao himself. Even with the great Tao proverb, it could only help him improve quickly in the combination method research. If he wanted to outline the concept of fusion and create the first step of his own secret technique, the great Tao proverb's help was limited, especially when it came to creating his own secret technique. There were no shortcuts at this stage. One had to go through battles and study various secret techniques, combine them and refer to each other, and then create a secret technique that was suitable for oneself. Normally, one would only create their own secret technique when they were Sector Lords. This was because after breaking through to Sector Lord, one wouldn't spend a large amount of time on training like the Universe level or Domain Lord level. They would spend more time exploring, risking their lives, fighting, and using this more violent method to improve themselves as quickly as possible. Hence, Zhou Hao's main focus now was to first confirm the combination method, and then to display the concept, so that he could have an outline of the secret technique. The final stage of self-creation was to break through to Sector Lord. After all, as a Domain Lord, he didn't have many chances to fight with other great beings or other races. This point, he was very clear in his heart, and had a plan for his own training. Virtual Universe Yushang Mountain. Common Region, Pavilion. Zhou Hao, Seri, Luo Feng, Buren, Aoka, Rongjun, and the other geniuses gathered together. Even though Zhou Hao Sai Yal had already broken through to Domain Lord level for a period of time, there wasn't much of a gap between them. The main reason was that everyone had received help from Zhou Hao Sai Yal. In their hearts, people like Aoka, Rongjun, and even Buren had already agreed that if they had the chance in the future, they would become members of Zhou Hao Sai Yal's underlings. To this, their teachers agreed wholeheartedly. If Zhou Hao Sai Yal was only a Primal Region member, their teachers naturally wouldn't agree. Even if a Primal Region member broke through to Undying, he would only be an official or emperor. Breaking through to Knight was still extremely hard. On the other hand, Zhou Hao and Sai Lai were very different. With their potential and talent, they were absolutely confident that they could break through to become Venerable Ones. Not to mention, Zhou Hao's situation was so special that he could almost definitely break through to become a Venerable One. As for dying halfway, the entire race would not let Zhou Hao die so easily. Hence, the teachers behind Aoka, Rongjun and the others all praised them. They also advised the geniuses of their generation to interact with each other and not stick to one person. It was also because of this. This resulted in Luo Feng, Aoka and the others becoming very close. The pavilion was filled with wine and fruits. The few of them drank and chatted. The topic of discussion naturally had to do with the universe-level qualification battles. Luo Feng, Buren and the others had long decided that the moment they entered the Primal Region, after a few decades of missions, they would break through to the Domain Lord level. And the two of them were the most relaxed. After all, Luo Feng's law level had already reached the 10th floor, overpass. Buren wasn't far from it either. It could be said that the two of them were predetermined to enter the Primal Region. The remaining 6, Aoka, Rongjun, Aiken, Long Yun, Zhang Mo and Qian Shui, were more relaxed. These 100 years, even though they didn't listen to Zhou Hao's stories, even the system had determined that they could stay in the absolute beginning region. To them now, the most important thing was to fight for the absolute beginning region rankings, of which, Rongjun had the highest chance of getting into the top 5. Other than Luo Feng and Buren, only Wolfman K. Luo Fu could suppress him. The other 4 seniors who passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge weren't a threat to him at all. Auka had also passed the 7th level. However, as she had just passed it not long ago, she didn't have the ability to get into the top 5. Icon was the first to pass the 6th level. However, her talent was still slightly lower than Auka's, hence she was still lacking a bit to pass the 7th level. Zhang Mo, Qian Shui and Long Yun, as they were late, they were still a distance away from the 7th level. However, it was more than enough for them to stay in the absolute beginning region. Tisk tisk, if those seniors in the absolute beginning region saw us drinking here, they would be envious to death. With the qualification battle coming, the other seniors are all making use of their time to cultivate. But us newbies aren't nervous at all. We even have the time to drink and chat. If it was in the previous batches, the ones who would be worried the most would be the newbies. However, this batch has a freak like Zhou Hao Sai Yal. The seniors are going to cry. That's right, I've asked around. In the previous batches, the newbies from the absolute beginning region were all eliminated to the heaven and earth region. Auka, Rongjun and the rest spoke out. Icon, Qian Shui and the rest all agreed. Their batch's standard was considered to be the most outstanding batch. For example, Heaven and Earth regions Blood Axe Escape, Fantasy Demon Gillespie, etc. None of them were weaker than Icon, Zhang Mo and the rest. However, under normal circumstances, they would also be eliminated to the Heaven and Earth region. There was no choice. Time was the greatest advantage of the seniors. However, with Zhou Hao's appearance, it allowed the absolute beginning region and even the Heaven and Earth region geniuses to benefit greatly. This was also one of the reasons why Auka, Icon, Rongjun and the rest were willing to become under Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao raised his head and drank a huge mouthful of wine. All right, you guys should restrain yourselves after praising me. Since you guys are able to stay in the absolute beginning region, you guys will have to work harder in the next qualification battle. I'm about to head to Primal Chaos City to train. By then, if I can improve, I'll break through to Sector Lord. As he spoke, he stood up. After breaking through to Sector Lord, I'll have to go out and explore. There won't be many chances for us to gather together. With that said, Luo Feng, Buren, Auka and the rest were all shocked. Zhou Hao, you're breaking through to Sector Lord so quickly. It had only been 100 years since they left the primal universe. Breaking through to Domain Lord was already very fast. Now, Zhou Hao was about to break through to Sector Lord. This made them speechless. Zhou Hao laughed. I don't think it'll be that fast. However, when I leave Primal Chaos City, I'll definitely be Sector Lord. Hence, everyone work hard, don't let me leave you far behind, haha. After which, he exited the virtual universe. Seri did the same. Luo Feng and Buren exchanged glances. The desire to break through to Domain Lord grew stronger. The two of them were the closest to Zhou Hao. Naturally, they didn't want to be left behind by Zhou Hao. Rongjun stood up. Zhou Hao is right. We have to work hard. If we want to become under Zhou Hao, we can't be left too far behind. Following which, he vanished too. Auka shook her head. This punk, however he does make sense. Looks like we have to hurry up and train. Shua Shua. The group of them vanished from the pavilion. Very quickly, the qualification battles began as planned. As expected, Luo Feng and Buren entered the primal region while Auka, Rongjun and Icon remained in the absolute beginning region. Amongst which, Rongjun was ranked near the top. Virtual Universe Company Headquarters Continent. Within the oval-shaped reception hall, Zhou Hao had just arrived. A staff member came to welcome him. Your Majesty Zhou Hao, the ship heading to the primal universe is about to arrive. Please wait a moment and you'll be able to take the ship to the virtual universe. Following which, he looked at the Undying and Sector Lords in the reception hall and said indifferently, you guys are rather lucky this time. With His Majesty Zhou Hao here, you don't have to wait for the slots to be filled and can enter the primal universe early. The few Undying Sector Lords all revealed shocked expressions. Their gazes all turned to Zhou Hao. He was obviously only a Domain Lord, yet he was treated so respectfully by this Undying of the Virtual Universe Company. He was even allowed to enter the Primal Universe. Such a status shocked them to the core. Hong. A large fish-shaped living ship landed. The cabin door opened. The Undying said enthusiastically, "Your Majesty Zhou Hao, please enter." The rest of the Undying and Sector Lords waited in line. After everyone had entered the ship, the fish-shaped ship shook its tail and headed towards the universe portal. In the vast space at the border of the headquarters continent, the universe masters of the human race floated in the air and let out a sigh of relief. Now that Zhou Hao has entered the primal universe, we can finally be at ease. That's right, we should do what we should do. No other race can enter the primal universe with Primal Chaos City leader guarding it. When Zhou Hao becomes a Sector Lord, we'll discuss how to better protect him. Haha, this trip back from the Cosmic Sea was worth it. I hope this Zhou Hao can grow up quickly. To be honest, I can't wait for the next time I listen in. I have a feeling that if I listen in one more time, I'll be able to reach level 5. That's right, I have the same feeling. These universe masters laughed and chatted with each other. Then they disappeared into the universe one by one. Huge Axe and Darkness Master watched the fish-shaped ship enter the universe portal with smiles on their faces. Darkness, you should digest your comprehension as soon as possible. Although it takes time to become a universe supreme master from a universe master, once you've accumulated enough, it'll only take a moment to break through. Huge Axe's smile faded, and his eyes deepened. We can't hide Zhou Hao's matter for too long. One day, our human race will face greater pressure. Darkness Master's smile faded, and his face became solemn. He nodded heavily and said in a low voice, "No matter what, we humans will never back down. Don't worry too much. After all, this is the original universe. As long as I'm here, the other races won't be able to do anything." In the original universe, Universe Supreme Masters might not be able to unleash the true power of Universe Supreme Masters, but they could easily suppress other Universe Masters at level 6. Besides, they could also revive top-tier Universe Overlords. Just this alone was enough to make the other races wary. Chapter 174. The Primal Universe was once the most dazzling Universe Supreme Warrior of humanity, Teacher Origin's miniature universe. However, after Teacher Origin was suppressed by the original mind, the evolution of the Primal Universe stopped completely, causing it to remain in the early stages of evolution. There were large amounts of cracks between heaven and earth, occasionally opening and repairing. At the edges of the cracks, there were sparkling threads, like a loom, mending the cracks. Only in the early stages of evolution could one see the law manifestation. In the Primal Universe, it was basically impossible to see the laws. One could only rely on talent and strong consciousness to capture the obscure origin laws. This was why star levels who comprehended a thread of origin laws were all super geniuses. At Sector Lord level, one could connect to the origin of the universe, allowing one's consciousness to enter at any time. Naturally, one's speed of comprehension would increase day by day. Many geniuses usually had average progress, but once they reached Sector Lord level, their comprehension speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Some would even crush geniuses of the same level and stand out. It was because of this. The Virtual Universe Company would place the true resources to nurture geniuses at Sector Lord level. Even for those who passed the Universe level Sky Connecting Mountain, Domain Lord level Sky Connecting Mountain, the reward points could only be redeemed after breaking through to Sector Lord level. Rumble. The large fish-shaped ship stopped in the air above Primal Chaos City. Zhou Hao and the other Undying World Lords flew out together. Very quickly, a black-clothed envoy flew out from Primal Chaos City to welcome them. He had been here twice before, so he didn't need the black-clothed envoy to introduce him. He directly landed on the streets of Primal Chaos City. On both sides of the two-story buildings, there were many cultivators studying the laws. Primal Chaos City never lacked such cultivators. Stepping on the wet streets, he wasn't in a rush to head to the Primal Chaos City leader's mansion. Instead, he signed in and received some more law comprehension and talent. After which, he found an ownerless residence not far from the city leader's mansion. In truth, with his current talent and comprehension, the talent he received from signing in was already of little help. It was far from the Primal Chaos Tablet and Beast God statue, as well as the Beast God battle scenes. After walking around the residence, Zhou Fan came to the rooftop and looked at the carvings left behind. His heart gradually calmed down. This city was filled with cultivators. No matter how frustrated one was, when they were affected, they would gradually calm down and assimilate. Not long after, He jumped off the rooftop and walked towards the city leader's mansion. The door was always open, and the words of the city lord's mansion carried an incomparably mysterious pressure. Even an undying would fall into it. Zhou Hao walked straight in. When he arrived at the inner palace, his second brother was already waiting for him. Unlike the first time they met, this time, his second brother, Guiyi Knight, had a warm smile on his face, as he was one of the universe knights who had attended the lecture last time. Little junior brother, teacher told me to wait again. Thank you, senior brother. The two of them chatted as they walked towards a quiet courtyard in the ruins of chaos. They entered the courtyard. Space rotated, and in an instant, the vast earth was filled with killing intent and pressure. Venerable Guiyi automatically blocked these auras. Whoosh! Zhou Hao soon saw his teacher, the primal chaos city leader, walking over from afar. Guiyi Knight bowed respectfully and left. The city leader looked at Zhou Hao and smiled. This time, you will be staying in primal chaos city for a while. Since you are walking the path of time and space fusion, you will need to study large amounts of other fusion laws. It will take a long time. You can use this time to settle down and train. Also, since you have helped the race twice, the race has decided to open the 52 primal chaos tablets to you. However, every half a year, you can only study them 3 times. Zhou Hao heard and couldn't help but say respectfully, "Thank you, teacher." The city leader laughed loudly. "No need to thank me, I should be the one thanking you. Your talent has helped many improve, and this is very beneficial to the race. Other than the tablets, there are other techniques. During your time in Primal Chaos City, they will all be open to you. If you have any questions regarding the fusion of laws, you can go to my palace in the virtual universe, or ask your other seniors, you can go to their palaces anytime." Zhou Hao knew that this was the clan's reward for him sharing his insights twice. However, even though the chance to study the Primal Chaos tablets was precious, he actually did not need it. As for the various techniques to fuse the laws, he only needed some time and space-related techniques. Hence, the race's reward wasn't of much use to him. Of course, the race's intentions were not bad. Following which, the city leader instructed him on some details, like the law techniques his seniors were good at, and which emperor's class was more suitable for him to attend, etc. Zhou Hao listened carefully. Before he left, he took the opportunity to sign in. However, he didn't get many items this time. There were only 18 items in total, and most of them were precious treasures. There was only one ordinary supreme treasure. Regarding this, he was completely mentally prepared. Moreover, the things he obtained from signing in were of no use to him. He might as well sign in at the Primal Chaos Tablet and sign in the remaining 2 types of lightning, time and light, the Primal Chaos Tablet that was related to time. After all, studying the 8 fusion laws was a long road, and just the first step was far from enough. After leaving the city leader's residence, he wasn't in a rush to enter the Chaos Tablet chamber. Anyway, he had 3 chances every half a year. After returning to his residence, his consciousness connected to the virtual universe. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The guards saw Zhou Hao and hurriedly bowed. Normally speaking, if he entered Primal Chaos City to cultivate, he would definitely break through to the Sector Lord realm when he left. But Sector Lords needed to roam the world alone and didn't need guards. Hence, at this time, the guards would automatically disperse and wait for the next genius battle. However, Zhou Hao's situation was special. He had opened a palace on the mountainside of Lightning Island. Even though he didn't go there often, he still needed guards to watch over him. Hence, people like Huoi continued to stay in the manor. The Prince of 7 Colors bid farewell to Zhou Hao. Right now, with Zhou Hao's law comprehension level, he was basically not weaker than the Prince of 7 Colors. He stayed in the manor and had nothing to do. And Zhou Hao promised that the next time they shared their insights, he would leave a spot for the Prince of 7 Colors. This made the Prince of 7 Colors very grateful. Returning to the 3-story building, Zhou Hao bought the 6th volume of the Time-Space True Explanation. With his current points, he naturally couldn't afford it, but the clan had already increased his authority and he could read these secret techniques for free. Other than the Time-Space True Explanation, he also bought many books that introduced the concept of time and space in detail, laying a foundation for his future comprehension. After doing all of this, only then did he continue to study the fusion of time and space laws. For example, the first step of the 8 fusion laws was the fusion of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, light, etc. For example, the first step of the fusion of fire and space was the fusion of 12 fire origin laws and 6 space origin laws. Using a strange structure, it formed a special concept that produced an extremely strong power. One had to know, the 12 origin laws of fire and 6 origin laws of space were only at the level of passing the first and second level of the heavenly bridge. However, once they were combined, their power reached the level of passing the 15th level of the heavenly bridge. From this, one could see the power of the fusion laws. And the fusion of time and space would also have such a strange structure. However, it was more complicated than the 8 fusion laws. In layman's terms, it was as complicated as the internal structure of a rocket and a car. Hence, if one didn't understand the essence of time and space, it would be impossible to study the fusion laws. This was different from the 8 fusion laws. It was easier to learn the essence of the 8 fusion laws, but even if one didn't understand the essence, one could still study it. It was just more difficult. Most of the universe knights and universe overlords who walked the beast god path in the universe were stuck at the first step because they hadn't thoroughly studied the 2 essences of fusing the laws. However, to understand the essence of the laws, just like the original plot said, one had to have great willpower, talent, comprehension, patience, etc. Many geniuses couldn't do it at all. After they became universe knights, it was even harder for them to calm down and study the essence. And if they spent time on it, they would be disturbed by other techniques and laws. Luckily, Zhou had comprehended the essence of time and space back then. This made him understand that space had 108 kinds of essences and time had 72 kinds of essences. What he needed to do was to fuse these essences together. This kind of fusion was very similar to unlocking a password. Only when the combined password was correct would the lock be opened and its power erupt. If there was a slight mistake, then it would be impossible to unlock the lock. Time passed quickly amidst such boring research. 10 years after the qualification battles, Luo Feng and Buren both broke through to domain lord level and began to be sent out. After serious consideration by the virtual universe, they removed Zhou Hao's supervisor status and sent Luo Feng to Ganwu Universe Kingdom to take over Zhou Hao's position. And Luo Feng was lucky enough to stay in Zhou Hao's supervisor residence. Fourth brother, this residence is way too big. The 3 tycoons of Ganwu are really giving us face. When Luo Feng arrived at Jade Dome Planet, Hong had arrived before him and had already stayed there for 15 years. Luo Feng laughed loudly. Big brother, how can the 3 tycoons of Ganwu not give third brother face? Not just them, even the country leader has to give third brother face. Hong nodded. Indeed, when we were listening on Earth, Thunder and I were shocked. So many universe knights and even more powerful universe overlords were listening to third brother share his thoughts. If I didn't listen and understand the effects, I would have thought I was in an illusion. Third brother's talent is truly intoxicating. I was able to enter the primal region easily because of third brother's care. Luo Feng exclaimed, after which he looked at Hong and asked, Big brother, second brother recently mentioned you to me. Chapter 175. The scenery was pleasant, within the beautiful fake mountain garden. Luo Feng and Hong walked side by side. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Hong stopped and shook his head. Fourth brother, I've made a fool of myself. I've instructed Thunder not to tell you and third brother. I didn't expect. It's my fault too. I'm powerless in this matter. Even if Thunder didn't tell me, I'm afraid I'd still have to ask you and third brother. Big brother, you're being too polite. What problems do we have to hide from the 4 of us? Even if my third brother was here, he'd say the same thing. The 2 of them walked to the fake mountain pavilion. They sat down. There was a jug of wine and 2 cups on the stone table. Hong poured the 2 cups and downed one, frowning. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that this matter is rather personal. If I had the ability to handle it, I'd naturally do it myself. Only later I found out from my teacher and his friend and Undying that Ji Qing is from the Ganwu country's 300 noble Ji family. And now her father has already rushed over from the snow border star field, and the Ji family doesn't allow me to interact with her. My teacher's friend personally came, but couldn't even enter the main door. Now that Ji Qing is forbidden from leaving the family, I have no way to rely on external help. I could only come to the villa to ask for your help. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, a girl that can move your heart, I'm sure she's very charming. Hong's mental state far exceeded his and Thunder gods. He had already reached the 3rd level of seeing mountains as mountains, water as water. Such a mental state was completely seeing through the essence of love. Naturally, he wouldn't be blinded by appearances or seduced. Speaking of Ji Qing, Hong's face revealed a smile. Ji Qing, she's indeed a unique girl. It took me a period of time to finally confirm my own feelings. Luo Feng saw this and continued, Big brother, leave this matter to me. In a few days it'll be the welcoming banquet, I'll personally look for Silver Snow official then. Hong nodded, I just want to know what's behind this. If it's purely a difference in status, then I have nothing to say. Big brother, don't belittle yourself. Luo Feng waved his hand, come, let's drink. Far away from the supervisor's manor, Ji Qing's father, Ji Landeng, looked at the vast manor in the distance. His originally imposing expression instantly became much more solemn. He looked at his servant, are you certain that Hong left the Undying's family mansion and entered this villa? The servant knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, yes, master. I personally followed Na Hong and watched him enter the manor. This is troublesome. This Hong is actually able to enter this manor. What is his identity? Ji Landeng's expression became more and more serious. The servant couldn't help but ask, Master, this manor is the supervisor's personal manor. Those who can enter here are at least emperor level. That Hong is only a universe level. Did he accidentally enter? Ji Landeng glared at the servant, you idiot, if it was a mistake, Na Hong would have died before he could even get close to the manor. Do you think the manor of the supervisor is a place where anyone can break in? Let's go back to the clan. Not long after, Ji Landeng saw the head ancestor Silver Snow official. He knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise his head. Silver Snow official looked indifferently at this descendant of his who couldn't even be bothered to remember his name. If it weren't for his daughter Ji Qing, he wouldn't even have the right to appear here. However, hearing Ji Landeng talk about Hong, Silver Snow couldn't help but frown, you're saying that Hong entered the supervisor manor. Ji Landeng nodded, right now the supervisor manor is occupied by another outer domain lord-level genius. Does Na Hong know this genius? Shua, Silver Snow official immediately appeared outside Ji Qing's room. Seeing Silver Snow official, Ji Qing immediately said, head ancestor, please let me out. Even though she wanted to leave the clan, after seeing Hong, she had indeed fallen in love with this calm and steady man. Silver Snow official didn't scold her this time. Instead, he asked, Qing, just what is Hong's identity? What identity? Ji Qing was stunned, head ancestor, brother Hong's teacher is the Time Realm Lord Luo. He only has one identity. Silver Snow Marquis shook his head, today, your father saw Hong enter the supervisor manor. If Hong is only the Time Realm Lord's disciple, how could he enter the supervisor manor? Seems like your big brother Hong has concealed his identity from you. As he said this, he hesitated for a while before continuing, Qing, to be honest, the one who stopped you from interacting with Hong isn't the head ancestor. I wouldn't go so far as to stop you from interacting with other men. Ji Qing was stunned, not the head ancestor. That's right, this is the request of your teacher, Fantasy Spirit Monarch. She ordered me to forbid you from interacting with other men. Fantasy Spirit Monarch still thinks highly of your potential, and she did it out of goodwill, not wanting you to waste your time and energy on relationships. Marquis Silver Snow explained in detail. Now that Hong was acquainted with the supervisor, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary person. Anything related to the supervisor was a big deal. And he heard that this new supervisor came from the same planet as the previous one. Hence, it wasn't hard to guess Hong's identity. Even though Silver Snow official hadn't met Luo Feng before, regarding the previous supervisor Zhou Hao, his memory was still fresh. Especially the three tycoons of the Ganwu world were so passionate, trying to curry favor with him, that made him shocked. Hence, with such guesses in his heart, he didn't hesitate to tell the reason behind this matter. The reason was that he was worried this matter would reach the ears of the previous supervisor, Zhou Hao, and cause him to be unhappy. As a Ganwu emperor that had existed for countless years, Silver Snow official was very careful in his actions. Looking at the somewhat silent Ji Qing, Marquis Silver Snow reminded, Qing you can reveal this matter to your teacher, and you can also reveal it to your big brother Hong. The clan ancestor will not forbid you from leaving, but this matter is of great importance. I hope you can treat it carefully and not do anything that will bring shame to the clan and affect the future development of the clan. After which, Silver Snow official was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed. He quickly entered the virtual universe. Within the virtual emperor's manor, he opened an important mail. The contents of the mail. Silver Snow official GTN Kang, I heard your family has a girl named Ji Qing, currently dating a man from Earth called Hong. Don't interfere with this matter, just let nature take its course. Ganwu Universe country leader. The moment he saw the mail, Silver Snow official's entire body trembled. How many years had it been? He didn't even have the chance to meet the Ganwu Universe country leader personally. Now, because of Ji Qing's matter, even the Ganwu Universe country leader personally sent a mail over. The meaning within, how could Silver Snow not be clear? He stared at the word, Earth, in the email and only came back to his senses after a long time. Understood. Completely understood. That Hong was definitely from the same hometown as the previous supervisor. And even the Ganwu Universe country leader was concerned about such a small matter. Without a doubt, that Zhou Hao definitely had some important information that he didn't know about. This information even made the Ganwu Universe country leader want to ask about his hometown's matters. Obviously, he wanted to do a favor with Zhou Hao. Otherwise, with the Ganwu Universe country leader's status, why would he send a mail to pay attention to the Ji family's matters? He closed the mail. Silver Snow official was about to leave. A few more mail arrived. It was the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu Universe. The contents were more or less the same as what the Ganwu Universe country leader sent, telling him not to interfere with Hong and Ji Qing's matters. However, the wording was extremely strict, not giving Silver Snow any face at all. Silver Snow official was expressionless, however his hands were trembling non-stop. Wang Wang, mail after mail was once again received through the virtual universe network. Looking at the names at the back of the mail, Silver Snow official felt his mind go blank. His Ganwu Universe country, an unimportant emperor, actually received so many mail from warriors no weaker than universe country leaders. My god, just what kind of hornet's nest did he poke? He actually offended so many powerful beings. Any one of them just had to give the order and his entire family would be completely destroyed. In the end, there were more than 10 mail. Even if the entire Silver Snow official family was destroyed 10 times, it still wouldn't be enough. Without hesitation, Silver Snow official's consciousness immediately broke the link. His entire being was trembling. With much difficulty he turned to look at Ji Qing. This was the current most dazzling genius of the Ji family. Head ancestor, what's happened? Ji Qing asked anxiously. She had never seen her head ancestor with such a fearful expression. Qing, right now it concerns the entire Ji family's glory, rise and fall, as well as whether or not it can continue. It all depends on you alone. Ji Shui's trembling voice was filled with unconcealable panic. With so many important people sending mail, even though the contents weren't like the 3 tycoons of the Ganwu Universe reprimanding him, just the fact that the mail was sent meant that they were all paying attention to this matter. He was an emperor. How could he not panic? How could he not panic? Ji Qing's expression changed, saying anxiously, Head ancestor, don't tell me it's my teacher. My teacher is personally coming out to stop this matter. Silver Snow official shook his head. It's even more serious than this. Even 100 of your teachers wouldn't be as serious as this. Ji Qing was also stunned. She was very clear on the strength and status of her teacher Fantasy Spirit King. Silver Snow official took a step forward, destroying the door, then said solemnly with a trace of pleading, Qing, interact well with your big brother Hong. Remember, do not anger him. This matter concerns the survival of my Ji family. Qing, I know you have always wanted to inherit the family and lead the family to a more glorious future. Right now, I'm handing the family over to you. As long as you can walk together with this Hong, everything in the family will be at your disposal. Ji Qing was completely stunned. No matter how smart she was, she couldn't connect Big Brother Hong with the survival of the Ji family, but the head ancestor's reaction and words was not joking. Reacting, she couldn't help but say, Head ancestor, but my teacher sighed. Chapter 176. Within a vast palace, deep within, there was a huge throne with all sorts of carvings. At this time, there was a purple-eyed, purple-haired lady with a purple furry tail lying lazily on it. This lady had an indescribable charm about her, almost as though every bit of her body was filled with emotions. She was the Fantasy Spirit King of the Evil Spirit clan. However, at this moment, her purple eyes were filled with coldness. She looked down at the black-winged man and coldly said, Bushera, you are saying that Silver Snow Marquis has already released the restriction on Ji Qing and allowed her to see that man? The black-feathered man said respectfully, yes teacher, I messaged my junior before, asking her to send a portion of her consciousness to teacher's palace in the virtual universe. However, she didn't reply, only after that did she send me a mail, telling me to tell teacher that she wants to meet Hong. Pa, Fantasy Spirit stood up, her palm slamming on the statue, endless emperor energy rippled out, causing the entire palace to be filled with a terrifying pressure. Silver Snow official, a Ganwu emperor, barely an official level undying, he actually dares not listen to my orders, he actually dares to go against my orders, preposterous. After which, she said coldly, send my orders, tell Ji Qing to enter the virtual universe without delay, if she doesn't come, I won't have a disciple. The black-feathered man's body trembled, saying, yes. The palace quickly vanished. Fantasy Spirit King once again lazily sat back down on the throne, her face no longer showing any anger. Instead, she furrowed her purple brows, that Silver Snow Marquis shouldn't have disobeyed my orders. After all, I only restricted a junior of his clan from interacting with another man, and that man doesn't have any background. What exactly happened? Suddenly, her eyes moved and she immediately stood up, respectfully facing the silhouette that suddenly appeared in the palace. This silhouette was blurry, surrounded by endless illusions, making it hard for one to see through the illusions. Teacher, Fantasy Spirit shouted. Her teacher, Green Illusion Knight, was a powerful knight from the illusionist branch. He was also a being from the Universe Mercenary Alliance whose power was no weaker than that of an ordinary universe overlord. Normally, it was hard for her to even meet him. However today, her teacher Qing Huan Knight actually personally appeared in her palace. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Disciple, is there a girl named Ji Qing among your disciples? Reverend Qing Huan asked, as if there were layers of voices gathering together. Fantasy Spirit King shuddered, he did have such a disciple. She vaguely understood the variables of the situation. Her teacher, Green Illusion Knight, had even knights under him. She was only an emperor, and even though her illusions were more outstanding, what did she have to make her teacher personally come to the palace and ask one of her many disciples? If she still couldn't figure out the reason behind this matter, she would have lived all these years for nothing. Let me ask you, were you the one who stopped her from dating a man named Hong? Green Illusion Senior asked softly. Yes, I stopped it. Green Illusion Venerable let out a faint sigh. My dear disciple, you still haven't gotten over your feelings from back then. Go and stay in the 9th star area for a period of time. Do your best to break free from these shackles. The so-called feelings that trap you will also trap your disciple. If you can't see through this layer, you will never be able to break free. Fantasy Spirit King's body trembled even more violently. Teacher, what have I done? The 9th star area, that was the highest punishment for undying and above. She, Fantasy Spirit, was already able to enslave other emperors in her illusions. At this level, because of such a small matter, she was actually locked up in the 9th star area by her teacher. She couldn't accept this. Senior Green Illusion shook his head. Disciple, you didn't do anything wrong. You merely shifted your emotions onto your disciple. That's nothing. However, you just had to stop your disciple, Ji Qing, from dating another man, Hong. Fantasy Spirit fiercely raised her head, her purple eyes filled with shock. Don't tell me it's that Hong, he's only a universe level. Because of a universe level punk, she was locked up in the 9th star area. This sort of punishment was driving her crazy. Green Illusion Knight sighed, that Hong is indeed only a universe level. In the universe, he's insignificant. However, do you know where he comes from? Fantasy Spirit shook her head blankly. He comes from Earth. You don't need to know anything else. You only need to remember one thing, even your teacher doesn't dare offend that being from Earth. I even need to curry favor with him. However, you stopped his fellow countryman Hong from dating your disciple. This isn't a big matter, but it's not a small matter either. However, there's still something wrong with it. Green Illusion Knight waved his hand. Go, just stay in the 9th star area for 100 years. That's enough. After which, Green Illusion Knight's body slowly vanished. Fantasy Spirit stood stunned within the palace. Even after Green Illusion Knight had left for a long time, she still hadn't regained her senses. In her mind, her teacher's words were still echoing, even your teacher doesn't dare offend. Her teacher was a being comparable to a normal universe overlord. Far away from the examiner residence. Silver Snow official had personally brought Ji Qing here. Ji Qing's face was still filled with worry. Head ancestor, is it really alright? If my teacher finds out that I disobeyed her, she'll definitely kick me out. Silver Snow official waved his hand. This matter has already exceeded the scope of your teacher's responsibility. Even if she kicks you out, it doesn't matter. As long as you can be together with your brother Hong, there will be many beings stronger than Fantasy Spirit Emperor who will take you in as a disciple. Ji Qing was once again stunned. She felt that the head ancestor had gone mad this time, and was even spouting nonsense. He had clearly strictly stopped her from dating Hong before. However, in such a short period of time, his attitude had changed so much that she couldn't even react to it. Wait here and see if Hong comes out. If he doesn't, the head ancestor will personally bring you to visit the new examiner. Silver Snow official looked at the distant, spacious manor that was comparable to an ancient city. Back then, when the three tycoons of the Ganwu world spent countless resources to build this manor, many of the other emperors even secretly said that for their own position, the three tycoons didn't even care about their reputation. However, looking at this manor now, Silver Snow official felt that the three tycoons didn't do enough. Even the Ganwu universe country leader, as well as other warriors of the same level, because of Zhou Hao, would pay attention to such a small matter. From this, one could see how terrifying Zhou Hao's position was. Building a spacious manor was nothing compared to that. At this time, Ji Qing's expression changed, almost as though she had heard something unbelievable. Silver Snow official couldn't help but look at Ji Qing. Head ancestor, just what is brother Hong's identity? My teacher is going to the 9th starfield. Right now many of my seniors are madly contacting me, asking me to ask brother Hong to help say a few words and not let teacher go to the 9th starfield. Ji Qing's voice trembled. In her eyes, her teacher Fantasy Spirit Emperor was unbelievably strong. However, because her teacher stopped her from dating Hong, she was actually imprisoned in the 9th starfield. As a core genius of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, she was able to find out what the 9th starfield represented. Silver Snow official's expression was calm. Ji Qing, now you know that the head ancestor isn't lying, right? If it wasn't for your relationship with Hong, it would be the head ancestor's turn to head to the 9th starfield. At that time, RG Shi family would be destroyed. A few days passed. The welcoming banquet was about to begin. However, Hong still hadn't come out. Silver Snow official couldn't help but get anxious. After pondering for a while, he still decided to bring Ji Qing into the manor early. And Luo Feng, who was training within the manor, upon hearing Dylan's report that Silver Snow official had brought Ji Qing to the manor, his face revealed a weird expression. He immediately informed his big brother Hong. Very quickly. Within the manor's living room, Hong once again met Ji Qing. Ji Qing looked at Hong with tears of joy. Almost instinctively, she rushed over and hugged Hong. Luo Feng watched this scene from the side with a smile on his face. Just from this most basic action, he could confirm that there were indeed feelings between his big brother Hong and Ji Qing. Your Majesty Examiner, it's my, Silver Snow official's, fault. This time I've personally brought Qing to pay a visit, to express my apologies. I hope that for Qing's sake, you can forgive me for what I've done this time. Silver Snow official spoke. Luo Feng and Hong were both stunned. The two of them were still discussing before, how they should speak to Silver Snow official at the banquet, asking about the reason behind this. And now, Silver Snow official had personally come to apologize. Chapter 177. At the entrance of the villa, Luo Feng and Hong watched as Silver Snow official and Ji Qing left. After all, this was the supervisor envoy's villa. They didn't dare stay for long. Hong was able to stay here because they were from the same hometown, and were sworn brothers. Even if Ji Qing was dating Hong, he didn't have the right to stay here. This was something Silver Snow official was very clear on. Hence, after gaining the forgiveness of Hong and Luo Feng, he immediately brought Ji Qing and left the villa. Hong stood at the entrance, his emotions complicated. After a while, he sighed. This is power, third brother's power. Even an emperor from the Ganwu country like Silver Snow official had to come down personally to apologize. Even Fantasy Spirit Emperor was locked up in the 9th starfield because of this. Luo Feng was filled with emotions. Right, I didn't expect things to be resolved so quickly. It was unexpected, but thinking about it, it's not that surprising. The current third brother's status is far from just a primal region member. The other emperors and knights who were affected by my third brother will probably do everything they can to repay the debt. And those knights and emperors who want to listen in on the conversation will do everything they can to build connections. Following which, he turned to look at Hong. Hence, Silver Snow official and Fantasy Spirit Emperor must have felt some pressure. Hence they had no choice but to come and apologize, or suffer the consequences of being locked up. Big brother, Ji Qing will probably be affected too. Hong smiled and shook his head. Relax, fourth brother, I can see through this. Now that the reason is clear and the problem is solved, the pressure is gone. Let's go to the virtual universe and grab Thunder for a drink. Call third brother too, hopefully we won't disturb him. I'll try to shout. Luo Feng smiled. Primal universe, primal chaos city, on a balcony somewhere. Zhou Hao slowly opened his eyes, a smile on his face. He didn't expect Hong's matter to be resolved in such a way. However, such a small matter, even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Of course, he still remembered the goodwill from the Ganwu country leader and Green Illusion Knight. Even though it was a small matter, relationships were often built up from small matters. He retracted his thoughts. He closed his eyes again, and his consciousness entered the virtual universe. He continued to study the first step of the fusion of time and space. With the great Tao proverb, he didn't have to worry about being lost or going in the wrong direction. Even though the effects of the great Tao proverb were weaker if he was the only one using it, the more he used it, the faster the fusion of time and space became. He spent his days in such a boring cultivation environment. The Tufenhunsen 1000 Abyss Ancestral Trees avatar worked together to comprehend the Primal Chaos Tablet while cultivating the true explanation of time and space. Finally, in the 25th year since he came to Primal Chaos City, Zhou Hao had completely analyzed the best combination method for the first step. Of which, there were 12 space laws and 6 time laws. Using the incomparably complex genetic patterns to fuse together, it exploded with a power that far surpassed the superposition of time and space laws. Moreover, at the moment of true fusion, his entire body was covered in a layer of golden scale armor. After the scale armor formed, a terrifying pressure was naturally produced. This scale armor was undoubtedly similar to the first layer of the Beast God Path, the scale armor chapter. Even though the universe didn't have a time or space beast god, this scale armor could very possibly represent the universe laws. With the Beast God Path as a reference, Zhou Hao was sure that this combination method was the true fusion of time and space. Virtual universe, primal region villa training grounds. In the vast space environment, Zhou Hao looked at the simulated undying before him, his expression calm. Long before he grasped the fusion of time and space, he could already kill an undying. However, the difference in power between undyings was huge. The undying before him was an official level undying with an undying body. Wah! Zhou Hao moved. As he unleashed the first level of the 8-god transformation, his entire body was covered in golden scales, becoming a ferocious huge beast that pounced at the official level undying. Sila, almost like the beast god's claw that tore through the skies, it landed on the official level undying's body, causing it to crumble and reform swiftly. However, its energy didn't weaken at all. Zhou Hao's expression didn't change, the golden scales on his body vanished. This battle simulation was purely to test the power of the first level of the 8-god transformation. And from the situation before, his claw easily tore apart the official level undying's body. Even though it didn't damage the undying's body, this meant that his law level was at least at the emperor level, which was the 18th level of the heavenly bridge. After all, to simply tear apart an official level undying's body without damaging it, one had to be at least at the official level in terms of laws. And he was only at the pinnacle domain lord level. However, as he had been transformed into the golden horn beast, his bloodline was 10 times stronger than normal humans. Even though he was at the pinnacle domain lord level, his strength was at the sector lord level. And normal sector lords were 1,000 times weaker than official level undyings in terms of strength. When he used the law attack just now, he had used his talent secret technique in the amplification, strengthened version, of his self-world to reduce the difference in strength to about 100 times. Taking into account the special characteristics of time and space, the difference in strength could be reduced by about 3 times, reaching 30 times. This meant, the remaining difference was made up by the first level of the 8-god transformation. Surpassing an official level by 30 times, that was basically at the Emperor level, if there was a more accurate way to put it. Zhou Hao looked at the simulated undying. With a wave of his hand, the environment vanished. Returning to his 3-story house, he closed his eyes and pondered. The fusion of the first level of the 8 gods transformation, just the power of law alone was 30 times stronger than the fusion laws of the other beast god paths. And for this experiment, he didn't use the power of the blood river. Once he uses the power of the blood river of the Black Warrior obtained through signing in, he can instantly erupt with more than 100,000 times the power of a sector lord, which is the true power of an emperor. It could be said, the current him, after comprehending the first level of the time and space fusion laws, with just his pinnacle domain lord level and his various techniques, he was comparable to a normal emperor. Such an effect undoubtedly proved that he was right to take the path of time and space fusion. And this was only the first level. In the future, when the second and third levels were created, their power would be even more shocking. After all, this was the fusion of 2 high-level laws. The initial levels were only 30 times stronger, but as time went on, the space fusion power would truly explode. On his balcony in Primal Chaos City, Zhou Hao opened his eyes and looked at the sky that was sometimes splitting and sometimes mending, as well as the manifestation of the laws. He couldn't help but smile. Since entering the primal region, he had trained hard for close to 150 years. His hard work had finally paid off. And to be able to successfully fuse time and space, that was probably unprecedented. Such an achievement still made him feel proud. It's time to break through. He stood up and rushed to his living room, beginning to purchase large amounts of items for his internal world to break through. After the system's internal world, it wasn't just a simple metal continent anymore. Instead, it was a special continent with other elements mixed within. The growth and transformation required far more points than a normal gold-horned giant to break through to Sector Lord. Luckily he had accumulated quite a bit of points, which came in handy at this time. The virtual universe company's efficiency was very fast. Within half a month of Zhou Hao purchasing large amounts of items, workers had arrived in Primal Chaos City and passed everything to Zhou Hao. Half a year later, his consciousness was immersed in his internal world. Endless fog shrouded a special continent. The continent was golden in color, but there were other elements such as water, fire, wood, earth, thunder, wind, light, and other elements. Generally speaking, such a complex continent in the body would have collapsed long ago. However, under the system's modification, they fused together perfectly. Rumble, the special continent with a diameter of over 1,000,000 km was madly absorbing the mist. However, the special continent didn't expand, instead shrinking. At the same time, the internal space continued to expand. Originally, the gold-horned beast's metal continent would condense into a 2-world abyss. However, after Zhou Hao's special continent shrunk to its limit, it formed a whirlpool-like abyss. The abyss was split into 8 levels, and every level was filled with large amounts of light essence. This situation made him very surprised. However, at this moment, he did not care about this. His consciousness hurriedly controlled these essence light spots to condense into essence crystals. Among them, the metal light spots condensed into the golden horn world stone, while the other elemental light spots also condensed into resplendent crystals. Even though Zhou Hao wasn't sure what these crystals were, without a doubt, they were precious treasures of his internal world. At the same time, after the continent in his body had successfully transformed, the spirit crystal and origin crystal in his origin core began to fuse into a torrent under the influence of an invisible force. The 2 torrents collided with each other, causing the psychic power and origin power to truly collide and fuse completely into one. The moment they fused, the first strand of world power was produced. Just like other sector lords breaking through, the moment the world energy was produced, his consciousness resonated with the universe and felt the origin of the universe. Next, his consciousness would enter the origin of the universe and open the channel between his internal world and the origin of the universe. He would then absorb a large amount of world energy and transform his internal world. During this process, his internal world was madly expanding. It expanded from over 1,000,000 km to over 10,000,000 km. Through the transformation of the world energy, it formed 8 continents. They represented metal, wood, water, fire, etc. In the center of the continents was an internal ocean. The whirlpool abyss was in the center of the ocean. When all of this was complete, Zhou Hao retracted his consciousness. Chapter 178. Under normal circumstances, the virtual universe company's primal region members didn't have a high level of confidentiality. When other members broke through sector lord level, the list would automatically change, and the other undying beings, emperors, and knights would know immediately. However, Zhou Hao's authority had been raised to the level of universe masters, and his confidentiality level was the same as Huge Axe's. The news of him breaking through to sector lord level was only known to the human universe masters. At the same time, Huge Axe held another meeting. A plain palace. Around a huge round table, 19 human universe masters gathered. Actually, now that all the universe masters of the human race had returned from Universe Ocean, other than dealing with some matters of their respective sects, they had plenty of time to spare. Besides, at this level of ascetic cultivation, they only needed to spare a bit of their consciousness to cultivate, so it was perfectly normal for them to hold more meetings. Of course, the importance of a meeting personally convened by Giant Axe was still very high. Just like this time, the moment Zhou Hao broke through to sector lord level, Huge Axe sent a mail to the other universe masters. Before Huge Axe arrived, Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness City Leader, and the others were all whispering to each other. This meeting was obviously to discuss Zhou Hao's breakthrough to sector lord level. After all, according to the usual procedure, after a sector lord level breakthrough, they would leave the human territory to explore. At this time, there were two choices. One was to go to the outer region wars to train, and the other was to go to the universe secret region. Most sector lords would choose to explore the outer region wars before going to the universe secret region. Although the universe secret regions had different levels of danger, they were generally more dangerous than the outer region wars. However, the outer region wars were famous for the number of other races, and anything could happen there. Hence, Huge Axe held the meeting immediately. The main topic was Zhou Hao's safety. No choice. Zhou Hao's matters were related to the future plans of the human race, and he was the core of the core. Shua. Huge Axe appeared. The whispers in the hall suddenly stopped, and all eyes turned to look at the giant axe. Huge Axe sat down and set the tone. Everyone should have received the news. Zhou Hao broke through to sector lord level, and soon, he will go out to explore. Whether it's the outer region wars or the universe secret region, it's full of danger. However, this is the only way to become a great being. We can't stop Zhou Hao from going out. That was, Zhou Hao should follow the normal process of becoming a sector lord. Deserted Mirror Master was the first to speak. Huge Axe, Zhou Hao's breakthrough is too fast. The fastest geniuses in the same batch as him are Luo Feng and Burin. They've just become domain lords, and it'll take them thousands of years to become sector lords. However, Zhou Hao's breakthrough now, it's been too smooth, and he hasn't been sharpening his skills. I think we should suggest that Zhou Hao take some time to stabilize his breakthrough. The rest of the universe masters nodded. Qing Dong Master agreed. Huang Jian's words make sense. I also feel that Zhou Hao needs to settle down. At the very least, he needs to stay in Primal Chaos City for a few hundred years. Even if it's a few hundred years, it is still too fast for him. Peng Gong Master looked at Primal Chaos City Leader and smiled. Everyone knows that Zhou Hao is walking the path of time and space fusion. None of us who walk the Beast God path can reach Shi Luo Duo's level, so we can't give him too much experience. We can't even provide him with techniques and weapons. Under such circumstances, if he goes to the outer region wars or the universe secret region, he'll be in great danger. That's why I agree to let Zhou Hao settle down for 1,000 years. It won't be too late for him to go out and explore after he's completely comprehended all the other fusion laws of the Beast God path. Many universe masters voiced their opinions one after another. Basically, they agreed to let Zhou Hao continue to cultivate in Primal Chaos City for a while. Some even suggested that Zhou Hao wait until he reached the king-ranked battle strength before heading to the outer region wars to train. Primal Chaos City Leader, Darkness Master, and Ice Mountain Master all thought so. They were even more conservative, thinking that it would be best for Zhou Hao to reach the 19th level of the laws, which was comparable to a high-level emperor. Huge Axe glanced at Primal Chaos City Leader and the other universe masters. It seems that everyone agrees to let Zhou Hao settle down during his sector lord period. If that's the case, we'll leave this matter to Primal Chaos City Leader. However, it still depends on Zhou Hao's personal wishes. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, regardless of whether it is now or after a period of time, Zhou Hao will eventually have to go out and explore. Once the foreign races find out about Zhou Hao, I believe everyone should be very clear about the consequences. The moment he finished, the hall quieted down. They looked at each other, and they saw the determination in each other's eyes. In fact, the moment they found out that Zhou Hao was able to influence Universe Knights, these Universe Masters had already made all the necessary preparations. After all, if this matter were to be leaked, one could only imagine how crazy the bug race, the demon race, and the automaton race would be. How crazy would the other races be? And maybe even the ancestral god school, the top power in the original universe, would interfere. Even the ancestral god school wouldn't be able to resist a talent that could allow one to comprehend and have a high probability of making a breakthrough just by listening. One had to know. The land of inheritance of the ancestral god school attracted talents from many races, and accepting the inheritance could only increase the probability of making a breakthrough. However, with Zhou Hao's talent, he had more than an 80% chance of making a breakthrough. The reaction caused by such a disparity would be incomparably huge. Fight, Darkness Master said in a low voice. If they want to fight, then let's fight. His voice echoed in the plain hall. Haha, Darkness is right, if they dare to make a move, then let's fight. They can't do anything in the original universe. That's right, what's there to be afraid of? As long as we have Huge Axe and Zhou Hao, after thousands of eras, we can still have Universe Masters. Yes, we can hide in our miniature universe for thousands of eras. The rest of the Universe Masters all agreed. The human race wasn't afraid of the demon race, the bug race, and the automaton race working together, but they were afraid that the other races would join forces. If those lone Universe Supreme Masters joined forces, then the human race would be under a lot of pressure. However, this was the worst-case scenario. Even if it was a life-and-death struggle, the human race could still retreat into their miniature universe and develop slowly. Huge Axe looked around, raised his hand, and pressed down. All the voices in the hall disappeared. It's enough that we humans are mentally prepared. Things may not go as bad as we expect. The most important thing now is to improve Zhou Hao's power as soon as possible. Secondly, before the news gets out, let a large number of emperors and universe knights improve their power. Thirdly, we have to do a good job with the torch transmission plan. If things go to the worst, we won't have no time to react. With that, Huge Axe looked at Primal Chaos City Leader. How long will it take for the first step of the plan to be completed? Primal Chaos City Leader replied, the earliest will be more than 100 years, it's easier to figure out the power level of the next batch of listeners. It'll only take a few months, but to let them reach the bottleneck threshold, they'll need a period of cultivation and comprehension. This kind of thing can't be rushed. 100 years is the fastest. I've already told the universe country leaders to focus on teaching at this stage and to stop exploring the universe secret regions. Huge Axe nodded and said, not only universe country leaders, but also universe overlords and universe masters like us. If there's nothing important, we'll also focus on teaching. Everyone has to remember that every opportunity to listen in is very precious, so we have to be well prepared. Primal Chaos City Leader, from now on, the number of slots to study the Primal Universe will be increased tenfold. The chance to study the Primal Universe tablet will also have to be increased accordingly. Next, the Universe Masters then discuss the details, such as what kind of true treasures they should bestow upon Zhou Hao, or what kind of techniques they should bestow upon him. Other than that, they also discussed the number of public lectures and the allocation of resources. As these matters had long become a fixed process, any change in any of the details would result in changes to a series of related matters, including the allocation of resources and personnel of the 5 powers, as well as the more important slots. Everything had to be reformulated. Primal Region Manor. While the human race was formulating detailed plans, Zhou Hao was also formulating his own training plan for Sector Lord. First was the application of the laws of the first level of the 8-God transformation, the Golden Scale chapter. He had to create a suitable technique for it. At the very least, he had to create the first form himself. This was the most important part of his training. Next was the training of deities of the world. After all, as a Sector Lord, he had to go out and explore. By then, he would meet undying fighters, officials, emperors, and other great beings. Hence, He had to increase his power level as soon as possible. This was something that concerned his life, and he could only increase his gene level and technique amplitude. As for external items, he had the evolved Chaos Golden Wings and Soul True Treasures, as well as body armor, and that was enough. Lastly, the Cloud Contact Vine and other auxiliary plant life forms, as well as the metal life forms, were all auxiliary life forms, so he had to increase them as much as possible. Other than that, familiarity with true treasures and how to use them was also a must. Hence, Zhou Hao's time was tight. Just creating techniques would take him more than 100 years. Techniques were different from law comprehension. Even though Great Path Proverbs could help, it still required a lot of experience in reference to other techniques. Hence, when Primal Chaos City leader asked Zhou Hao if he had any thoughts of going out to explore, Zhou Hao shook his head. He had just become a sector lord and hadn't had time to adapt, so he couldn't just go to the outer region wars like an idiot. If you have any needs or questions about your training, you can find me anytime, Primal Chaos City leader said. Besides, the number of public lectures in the various regions of Yushang Mountain will increase, so you have to pay more attention. There are many courses that will be helpful to you. Yes, I understand. Chapter 179. The highest level space in the virtual universe. Hong Alliance space. This was where the warriors gathered the most. Not only were there large amounts of human emperors, there were also many other race emperors under them. And within the vast space, there was an ancient city surrounded by stars. It was the Hong Alliance city. At this time, in one of the many small districts in the outer city, there were many human and other race emperors chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. There was a High Emperor Gold Hammer Emperor from the Gold Tank race. He was adept at making friends and had a wide network. He knew many human emperors and many other races gave him face. He walked straight to the group of 4 humans who were talking to each other. He shouted to the staff, 5 cups of Snow Flame Spirit Wine. Gold Retribution Emperor, did you strike it rich in the outer region wars? Or did you kill an official level Undying with more benefits? Quote, a cup of Snow Flame Spirit Wine isn't cheap, it's hard for us to get a chance to drink it. Hehe, Gold Retribution Emperor, we're in for a treat today. The 4 human emperors laughed. Gold Retribution Emperor was 6 meters tall. Sitting amongst the humans, he was extremely conspicuous. In truth, many other races were much taller than the human emperors. His face was covered in gold grain, and the staff passed him 5 cups of Snow Flame Spirit Wine. He passed the cups to the other 4 emperors and smiled. I met an official level team in the outer region wars and struck it rich. No wonder, our luck is not bad. To be able to meet them in the main continent, our luck is indeed not bad. Now we don't have to be courteous. The 4 emperors smiled and sipped the wine. They immediately let out a satisfied sigh. The Snow Flame Spirit Wine was one of the more expensive drinks in the Hong Alliance city. As this was the virtual universe, everyone usually drank cheap. After all, the wine didn't have special effects like in reality. However, the taste of the expensive wine was still very good. Gold Retribution Emperor, we've drunk the wine. Ask us any questions, as long as we know, we'll definitely tell you. Right, ask away. In fact, they knew that the Golden Hammer Monarch wouldn't invite them for a drink for no reason. There must be something he wanted to talk about. According to what they knew, the Golden Hammer Monarch would occasionally sell information to the other races in the human camp in the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, there was an 80% chance that the Golden Hammer Monarch had something to ask. Of course, the human emperors would occasionally get some information from him. However, the information wasn't too important, like a sudden rise of an unknown emperor, or other races discovering treasures from the main continent etc. And the Hong Alliance was definitely a core alliance of humans. Gold Retribution Emperor naturally didn't dare reveal any important information. The 4 emperors were clear about this, hence their expressions were casual. What's more, there were many emperors like Gold Retribution Emperor who occasionally sold information in Hongmeng City. Most of them had many connections and could make friends with other races. Gold Retribution Emperor sipped the wine and smiled. I naturally know the rules, it's nothing important. It's just that I haven't seen Ice Hammer and Sand Rong Emperor in a while. They are famous pinnacle emperors in our district, and are usually quite active. I have something I need their help with, but I haven't seen them. Hence, I came to ask. So it's about that. A 4-armed emperor smiled. Ice Hammer and Sand Rong have been in closed-door training recently, it's normal that you haven't seen them. Gold Retribution Emperor couldn't help but ask curiously, closed-door training. Could it be that they obtained some kind of treasure and wanted to study some powerful secret techniques? It was incredibly hard to level up after reaching Emperor level. Even if one had to constantly kill in the outer region wars, it was only for the sake of accumulating experience or finding treasures like the Sacrificial Tower, allowing one to level up. Other than that, the biggest opportunity would be true treasures. If one got a true treasure, basically all pinnacle emperors would go into closed-door training to study it. How can treasures be so easy to get? The four-armed emperor shook his head. He drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine and didn't elaborate. Anyway, if you want to see them, you'll have to wait for a while. Gold Retribution Emperor didn't continue asking. He knew that there were some things that all human emperors would say. He remembered this matter and chatted with the 4 emperors for a while before leaving. Not long after, his consciousness disconnected from the virtual universe. Gold Retribution Emperor sent a message to an emperor in the human camp. There haven't been many changes in Hong Alliance recently, only a few pinnacle emperors are in closed-door training. Thanks Gold Retribution Emperor, I'll send you some resources later. The message was quickly sent back. Gold Retribution Emperor glanced at it and shook his head. He knew this other race was most likely a spy from the demon, bug and automaton camps. However, such things were common in the outer region wars. Humans would often order other race undyings to spy on the demon, bug and automaton races. As long as it wasn't anything important, it wasn't a problem to send it out. And from Gold Retribution Emperor's perspective, Ice Hammer and Sand Rong Emperor's closed-door training wasn't a big deal. However, what he didn't know was that this other race that was spying on the humans wasn't just gathering information from him, he was also gathering information from the other emperors. After over 10 years of gathering information, the demon sensed that something was amiss. Because in a short few decades, there were actually tens of pinnacle emperors in closed-door training. If there were only 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4, it wouldn't be much. After all, it was normal for pinnacle emperors to gain insights from battles. These insights could be supplementing techniques or improving battle techniques, etc. However, to have tens of pinnacle emperors in closed-door training at the same time was very unusual. This other race immediately reported this to the demon race. Within the huge Sky Wolf Palace, a green shadow gradually formed in the vast plaza. It was a huge wolf. It was the elder of the Sky Wolf Imperial family, Elder Wuxia, who was in charge of intelligence and assassination. After receiving the reports from his subordinates, he felt that something was amiss and immediately came to Sky Wolf Palace to report. Master of Sky Wolf opened his eyes and said with a booming voice, Wuxia, you're saying there are tens of pinnacle emperors in Hong Alliance City in closed-door training at the same time? Elder Wuxia said, yes, great being. Not only that, some high-level emperors and beginner emperors in the Hong Alliance have been showing up less and less in the outer region wars. Instead, they've been gathering in Hong Alliance City more often. It seems that there are many Universe Knights giving lectures in the human race. Master of Sky Wolf was confused. Universe Knights giving lectures. The human race has always maintained this. With the virtual universe, their great beings can gather at any time. It's normal for them to give lectures in public. Quote, Elder Wuxia quickly said, Great Sky Wolf, the Universe Knights of the human race naturally give lectures occasionally. However, over the past few decades, the number of lectures has increased by several times. With the tens of pinnacle emperors in closed-door training, I'm guessing there's been a huge movement within the human race recently. Master of Sky Wolf nodded. These things seemed normal and ordinary, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find something strange. Continue to investigate. I'll give you dozens of treasures. You have to get to the bottom of this. Yes. At the same time that the shifter race had obtained this information, the insect race had also obtained it. However, it was different from the demon race. However, the bug tribe's queen mothers smelled something different. A few weak queen mothers gathered together. They were naturally proficient in soul techniques, and their thinking was more meticulous. Although they weren't as precise as the automaton race, they were all highly intelligent. Since the failed assassination attempt, the emperors we sent to infiltrate the human race and the emperors we planted in the human camp in the outer region battlefield have gathered some information. The human race is indeed doing something unusual. First, In the past few decades, the knights and emperors of the human race have increased the number of lectures in the virtual universe. In this time, we got news from the Hong Alliance that tens of pinnacle emperors are in closed-door training. And the emperors hiding in the human race also sent news that some of the brighter geniuses of the sector lord level are in closed-door training. This is definitely not a coincidence. There must be some huge changes within the human race, and there's a 60% chance that it's related to that human genius Zhou Hao. That's right. Based on the analysis, under what circumstances would some of the sector lords and emperors of the human race go into closed-door training? The bug race's queen mothers were racking their brains to analyze and deduce. After a few days, they reached a terrifying conclusion. This result was hard for the queen mothers to believe, and they didn't even want to believe it. Investigate at all costs the reason behind this. Even if we have to give up treasures, we have to know the reason behind this. Also, order the emperors in hiding, no matter the price, they have to find out everything they can about the human genius Zhou Hao. All the members hiding in the human territory, report all the recent changes in the human race's geniuses. As the orders were passed down, the many emperor and official level undyings that the bug race had enslaved, along with the queen mothers in the outer region wars etc., all began to move. Bug race, demon race and automaton race, the bug race was known for being crafty and scheming. Many of the brighter geniuses of the human race had been destroyed by them. And now, with the order from the Queen Mother, it caused the huge network to move quickly. Chapter 180, Primal Universe Primal Chaos City, Tiantai. What happened between the Hong Alliance and the Outer Region Wars, Zhou Hao naturally wasn't clear on. After breaking through to Sector Lord, as he had discussed with the Primal Chaos City leader, his first choice was the Outer Region Wars. Hence, a few days later, the Virtual Universe Company sent the 5 billion points from the Universe level and Domain Lord level mountains to Zhou Hao's account. Normally, the two Primal Sky Mountains would only give him 3 billion points, however right now they gave him 5 billion points. Very obvious, the Virtual Universe Company, to increase Zhou Hao's survivability, gave him an extra 1 billion points. This was definitely a first. And with such a huge amount of points, Zhou Hao didn't have to worry about points. He first bought the materials he needed to train deities of the world. As his internal world was different from the golden horn beasts, just raising deities of the world to the second level by 8 times required close to 3 billion points after the AI's calculations, and this was under the condition that he had a huge discount. Compared to the other golden horn beasts, it was 700 million points more. And to raise it to the second level 15 times, that would require at least 30 billion points. However, after the system's modification, the amplitude of the golden horn beast's body was much higher than the other golden horn beasts. A normal golden horn beast, the first level's amplitude was 3 times, the second was 9 times, the third was 36 times. However, Zhou Hao's modified golden horn beast, the first level was 5 times, the second 15 times, the third 45 times. The universe had its ups and downs. Even though the amplitude had increased by a lot, the amount of points required to train it had also greatly increased. Albeit, Zhou Hao didn't feel any pain. If anyone else had such a natural ability, they would be extremely excited. Very quickly, the 5 billion points he had just acquired had shrunk by 2.9 billion. The points below him, he began to nurture the already Sector Lord Pinnacle Cloud Contact Vine, Black Spirit Grass, Gold Devouring Flower and other support plant life forms. Of which the Cloud Contact Vine grew with him. No matter how many points he spent, he had to raise it to 360 vines. The Black Spirit Grass and Gold Devouring Flower were mainly used to trap and kill enemies. These two, like the Black Spirit Grass, the highest it could reach was the 1000 vine Black Spirit Grass. The amount of points required was terrifying. The Gold Devouring Flower was an extremely offensive support plant life form. It could reach 500 vines at most. However, the amount of points required was twice that of the 1000 vine Black Spirit Grass and 1000 vine Star-Eating Plant. Zhou Hao's remaining 2.1 billion points was far from enough. Luckily, he had acquired many treasures that could nurture plant life forms. With these treasures, he could greatly reduce his points. Then, he bought some special treasures from the Machinery tribe. These treasures were usually forbidden items, such as the Flaming God Crystal, Fei Mo Poison, and so on. They were all extremely lethal treasures. Of course, these treasures were too expensive. With Zhou Hao's current points, he could not buy them at all. Even if he had a very good discount, he could not even afford a fraction of the price. Hence, in truth, he was still very poor, he couldn't sell the treasures he got from signing in. However, the automaton treasures he bought were mostly one-time consumables, mainly used to kill pinnacle official and emperor-level undyings. After all, he was only sector lord level. Even if he used his body amplification, talents, blood river energy, law amplification etc. to raise his strength to emperor level, he still couldn't burn his undying energy to fight. Hence he could only buy treasures. After throwing in batch after batch of points, Zhou Hao's account was soon left with less than 100 million points. Originally, he thought that he didn't need to spend too many points, but after becoming a sector lord, he realized that his points were far from enough. One had to know, and this was when he didn't need to spend points to buy techniques. If he added in the time-space explanation and other techniques, the 5 billion points were just a drop in the bucket. In a flash, half a year passed. The large amounts of items he bought were all sent to Primal Chaos City. As Zhou Hao increased the amplitude of his self-world, he continued to perfect the first level of the 8 Gods transformation, the Golden Scale chapter. According to the other secret techniques of the Beast God path, he only needed to imitate the attacking movements of the Beast Gods. Even though he didn't have any Beast Gods to imitate, he could still imitate them. Through the images of the 8 Beast Gods fighting, he could constantly summarize and perfect them. Now, he didn't force himself to create a peak-level secret art right from the start. As long as he could create a secret art that was suitable for the 8 Gods transformations, it would be fine even if it was an ordinary secret art. Anyway, the special sign in mission didn't say that he had to create a peak-level secret art. Hence time continued to flow. With a large number of precious Beast God images and Beast God statues, Zhou Hao's progress in creating his own secret arts wasn't slow even if he hadn't fought other foreign experts. Now, he was very glad that he had gone to the Purgatory Abyss and obtained these images. Otherwise, it would take him a long time just to create his own secret technique. At the same time, while watching the video of the battle, he took out the upgraded version of the chaotic golden wings that he had received from signing in as a reward in his inner world. The original chaotic golden wings were a supreme treasure that was suitable for the fusion of the laws of metal and space. However, the chaotic golden wings that had been upgraded and modified by the system were suitable for the fusion of the laws of time and space. There were also strange patterns on it. After these patterns were activated, he could use the various forms of the chaos golden wings. However, the patterns on it were still a little too mysterious for Zhou Hao. He didn't even understand the first level, let alone combine and comprehend it. There was no other way. He could only temporarily give up on studying the evolved version of the Chaos Golden Wings. There were still a lot of treasures and supreme treasures in the reward space. After breaking through to the Sector Lord level, he could successfully refine more than half of these treasures and supreme treasures. But treasures were more expensive than quantity. Especially supreme treasures, he couldn't use their power at all. Just like the Chaos Golden Wings, even if he could create a secret technique to fuse the laws, he could only activate the first level of the lowest form. Hence, he chose carefully for a few days. In the end, he chose a treasured battle saber that was suitable for the law of fire and law of space. The treasured armor that he had refined was replaced with an ordinary treasured armor that mainly focused on the law of space. This was the only true treasure armor that he could use in its first form. It could weaken 99% of the physical attacks of those below the Venerable Realm, and it could also weaken the soul. Battle blade, armor, wings, and finally a flying palace-type supreme treasure. It could be said that Zhou Hao was armed to the teeth. If he went to the outer region wars with this equipment, even if he stood still and allowed the emperors to kill him, he would still need time. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 years had passed. 300 years had passed in the original universe. During this time, he occasionally took some time to train the basic laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to completion. Actually, when he was studying the fusion of the laws, his metal, fire, wood, and earth aspects had already been recognized by the origin laws. On the balcony of his residence, Zhou Hao opened his eyes. Looking at the manifestation of the laws in the sky, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He had spent close to 100 years studying the battle scenes and constantly simulating his opponents in the practice field. But the secret method of the first level of the 8 Gods transformation was still more difficult than he had imagined. Even though he referenced the battle between the 8 beast gods and constantly simulated it, and even used the proverbs of the Great Tao, he was still a hair's breadth away from creating his own secret technique. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck, and he was still unable to break through that barrier. He knew the direction, which was to simulate the movements of the beast gods. However, the key was that the 8 beast gods weren't the fusion of the space and time laws. Without a specific reference, even if he tried to simulate, he couldn't fully comprehend the essence. Zhou Hao wasn't too disappointed or discouraged. Universe Overlord Shi Luo Duo had spent countless years creating the Golden Space Beast God technique. He was only Sector Lord level, and his own was a fusion of the space and time laws, so it was normal for him to have difficulties. Shua. At this time, a familiar being landed.